在大义军训拉歌环节上，你一个五音不全的新生却主动请缨上台演唱，就当众人准备嘲笑你自不量力时，你拿出一首神级歌曲阿妈震惊全场，而他们并不知道，你其实不是一个普通的新生。在你演唱前半个小时，你获得了神级嗓音天赋，只要通过才艺表演获得2000崇拜值，你就会获得更多天赋技能。傍晚，在学校的操场上，各个班级全部席地而坐，围成了一个大圈。总教官站在操场中间，慷慨激昂地吼道：“大家基本都到齐了，又到了我们拉歌的环节。所有同学想要发挥的都可以上台。我们比赛第一，友谊第13。话不多说，我们直接开始。”随着教官一声令下，拉歌的口号也瞬间喊了起来，数千人一同呐喊，场面十分壮观。前几个班级陆续有新生出战，但蓝星的音乐没怎么有多样性，加上又是新生，歌唱的效果也很是一般。刘老师，你们班打算派谁上台呢？看着总教官，刘美微微一笑，自信满满。自己的班级军训上已经压了你们班级一头，拉歌上同样也不能输了。再加上刘美知道自己班里有一位参加过青少年歌手大赛的孩子，更是让她信心满满。我们派出的是我们班的音乐担当。随后给队伍中一个白净的男孩使了个眼神，接到班主任的暗示，那个白净的男孩便缓缓站了起来。这男生我怎么看他这么眼熟呢？当然眼熟，他是今年的黑马，青少年歌手比赛的天才少年晨晨。我说呢，他是晨晨啊，没想到居然跟我一个学校。在台下惊呼声中，晨晨带着笑容走到了圆圈中间。大家好，我是晨晨，一首简单的歌曲《学猫叫》送给大家。此话一出，台下掌声雷动。青少年歌手大赛中，晨晨就是靠这首歌迅速火起来，掌声渐渐减小，台下的观众充满了期待，齐刷刷地盯着台上的晨晨。晨晨笑了笑，拿起了话筒唱了起来。
Hello everyone, I'm Chen Chen. Here is a simple song for you all, learn to me out. The moment he said this, thunderous applause broke out. It was this very song that had skyrocketed Chen Chen to fame during the youth singing competition. As the applause gradually faded, the audience below buzzed with anticipation, their eyes fixed on Chen Chen on stage. Smiling, he picked up the microphone and began singing, "Let us learn to meow together. Meow 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 meow, act cute in front of you. Oh meow 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 meow." My heart goes thump thump, obsessed with your mischievous smile. If you want to say you love me, I'll just meow. Let us learn to meow together. Meow 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 meow. I want to wear your jacket, smell your scent, turn into your cat, snuggle in your arms and sleep, greedy for your love every day. Chen Chen's voice was
晨晨的嗓音稚嫩无比，加上这洗脑的歌词，将这首歌唱出了一番别样的风味。很多学生随着节奏开始拍手，有些人开始拿出手机拍照录像，甚至有人开启了直播。谢谢大家！很快他就唱完了歌，晨晨礼貌地鞠了个躬。阿晨的翻唱太好听了，我已经被他圈粉了，爱死了！随着呼声越来越高，刘美也一脸得意地凑到了你们班主任周平面前笑道：“周平呀，现在知道了吧？军训比不过我们班，拉歌也同样比不过。”总教官见气氛已经被点燃，再次开口道。 好了，拉歌讲究有来有回。周老师，你们班派谁上来了？周平转过头，班级里的人全都鸦雀无声。晨晨带来的冲击太大了，又是专业的，谁都不想上去丢人。周平看着众人叹了一口气，他本身已经不对自己的学生抱有什么期待。就在这时，一个带着磁性的声音传来：“老师，我来吧。”包括周平在内，众人纷纷抬头看去，只见你站了起来，脸上带着自信。齐豫，你能行吗？对于你周平是有印象的，这孩子很认真，正步走得很好，但是唱歌这种事还是讲究天赋。 你真能行吗？放心吧，老师，我有把握。总教官见你上来，笑着说道：“好，这位同学先介绍一下自己。大家好，我叫齐豫，代表周平老师的班级。我带来的歌曲叫做《阿妈》。阿妈，什么东西？根本没有听过的歌，我也没听过。真有这首歌吗？我去，这不是齐豫吗？我高中同学，李同学，他竟然敢上来挑战阿晨，难道也是什么隐藏高手？什么隐藏高手啊？齐豫在我们高中是出了名的五音不全，他要是能比晨晨唱得好，我当场把我的袜子脱下来，含着绕学校2圈。周围的人听了你的话，纷纷发出了唏嘘的声音。先不说唱功怎么样，光是这首歌选的就很失败。周平听着周围的议论，皱了皱眉头，脸上露出了担忧之色。他并不希望自己的学生为了自己被其他人嘲笑。他刚想叫停，一句带着清灵的歌声突然传了出来。
Hearing this, the crowd around them erupted in mocking laughter. Forget about vocal skills, just the song choice alone was a total failure. Zhou Ping frowned as he listened to the murmurs around him, his face clouded with concern. He didn't want his students to be mocked by others because of their class. Just as he was about to call for silence, a clear, melodious voice suddenly rose in song. When I was little, I often heard people say the clown crossing the street was a demon trapped deep in the mountains. She and Grandpa were matched by arrangement. She barely knew a word. They hadn't even met before they married. Smoke from the hearth curled upward, the firewood crackled as the pot swayed. At dusk, as the sun set, Grandpa tapped his chopsticks and sang. He counted the days on his fingers, waiting for the distant train to arrive. The stool by the door never moved, perhaps still hoping she bore child after child, but they were all carried away by the far-off wind. The The moment you opened your mouth, your melodious voice flowed through the speakers and
你一
reached
开口，
everyone's ears
婉转
soft
悠
and
扬的声音
ethereal,
透过
like a
音响
heavenly
传到了众
melody.
人的耳朵
In an
里，歌声
instant,
轻
the
柔，
jeers and
如同
mocking
天籁之
voices
音
from
一
the
般。
audience
刹那
vanished
间，
completely,
台下那些
leaving
不好
only
的声音、
wide-eyed
嘲讽的
spectators
声
and
音
endless
瞬间
gasps
消
of
失得干干净净，
astonishment.
剩下的只有一个个瞪大眼睛的人跟
This
无尽的
voice
惊
is so
呼声。
gentle
我
it
去，
feels like
什么
I'm
情
right
况
there in the？
这歌声这么轻柔，
Wow,
让我
this
有
makes
种
me
身临
lose
其
my
境的
mom.
感觉。
The
我靠，
reversal
我想
was
我
so
妈了，
sudden that
反
no
转来
one
的
could
太
have
突然了，
imagined Chiu
谁都不敢
singing
想
would
象
sound this
齐豫
incredible.
唱歌会这么好。
Zhou Ping stared at Chiu on stage in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. She never expected that Chiu not only performed the military training exercises perfectly but also sang so beautifully. That was amazing. I'm switching from a hater to a fan. It's so moving, so spot on. This voice, it feels like it could go head to head with Chen Chen. Exactly, this person's vocal skills are definitely on par with Chen Chen's. Chiu's voice portrayed a simple and unassuming old woman, a completely relatable and lifelike person. Watching the audience's reactions below, Chiu's lips curled into a slight smile. It's not over yet. The build-up is almost over, the climax is about to begin. Chapter 3, the climax erupts, igniting the entire venue. Chiu paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and his melodious voice once again filled the air. What lies beyond the mountains? It's where our children sit in their tall buildings, forgotten in the depths of the mountains. What lies beyond the river? It is the village of her birthplace. The river she couldn't cross with her bound feet. The sky has grown dark again. As the climax unfolded, the entire venue fell silent. Chiu's singing transformed the once hard-working old woman into a sorrowful mother waiting for her child to return. The scene flashed through the students' minds, and the image of their mother's hard work echoed once again in their hearts. Motherly love is truly great. Every mother will do everything in her power to give her child the best. There are few mothers in the world who do not love their children. Many students began to choke up, tears streaming down their faces. My mother raised me all these years, it wasn't easy. And I've been causing her so much trouble all this time. I'm such a terrible person. The most adorable woman in the world must be a mother. I love you, Mom. This song is so realistic, it's like I'm right there. Yeah, it's so beautiful. I've never heard such a beautiful song before. The immersion is too strong. Those who had originally tuned in to watch Chiu make a fool of herself were now staring wide-eyed at the screen. The number of people in the live stream was skyrocketing, and the comments were flooding the screen. This song is so beautiful. This is a hidden gem of a live stream. The vocals are so smooth and beautiful. That voice, it must have taken at least 20 years of practice to achieve that. Is this military training? I thought it was some professional singing competition. The contestant on stage should debut immediately. I'm your fan. Hey, could you share the contestant's social media handle? Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Not only that, but the beautiful music also attracted the school's social media department. Quick, film some video. This song is amazing. We've got material for this month. I have a feeling our school is going to be the talk of the town this year. Ha ha ha. Is this even a freshman? If I had such talent, I wouldn't be struggling to find a girlfriend. Strange, I can't find this song online. Could it be that he wrote it himself? As the climax ended, the audience erupted into even louder applause than Chen Chen had received. Whether it was singing ability or the song itself, Chiu had completely outshone Chen Chen. Compared to Chiu, Chen Chen seemed like a kindergarten kid. Chiu's voice is good enough to go pro. How come I've never heard of him before? Forget everything else, just the song he wrote alone is already better than some professional singers. What about the one who said they'd wrap a sock around their mouth and run laps around the school? Shut up, don't interrupt me while I'm listening to the song. Chiu paused briefly, smiled, and began singing again. When I was a child, I often heard people say that the one with bound feet was an old woman trapped in the mountains. Songs are usually like that, revolving around a theme, with the same phrase repeating multiple times. Just as everyone was about to enjoy Chiu's voice once more, his expression suddenly changed. What's over there on the mountain? It's the heroic spirits of the martyrs. It's the new dragon kingdom they fought and died to protect. What lies beyond the river? It's the spreading flames of war. She gazes into the distance, tears falling one by one. Peace has come. The lyrics this time are completely different from before. As the climax hit, it exploded in the minds of the audience below. No one said a word, all staring in awe at Chiu, who was performing with such passion on stage. This part of the song transformed a mother who had endured hardships into a mother waiting for her hero to return. Amidst the chaos of war and the invasion of aggressors, the ancestors bravely stepped forward. To protect this motherland, they fought bravely, disregarding their own lives. The song's clever transition, combined with Chiu's divine vocal prowess, perfectly captured the selfless sacrifice of the heroes. The instructors present clapped enthusiastically, tears welling up in their eyes. When the price of heroism is sacrifice. But if no one is willing to sacrifice, who will defend the homeland and bring peace? Perhaps that is the true meaning of being a soldier. The live stream was exploding, with the number of viewers breaking through the thousands. Comments were flying by quickly, and the person streaming never expected their follower count to skyrocket. The back-end messages are flooded with requests for contact information to help the injured recover. Peace has come, they're gone. The person she was waiting for will never return. After singing the final line, Chiu exhaled deeply and bowed once more to the audience below. But this time, the bow was not for the audience below. It was for the ancestors who had sacrificed their lives to protect their homeland. As the song came to an end, thunderous applause erupted once more from the audience. On the field where over 3,000 new students gathered, whispers filled the air. But all the voices were filled with admiration. Not a single person dared to mock Chiu anymore. There was no doubt about it, Chiu had won the singing contest completely. Slowly stepping down from the stage, Chiu smiled at Zhou Ping. Chiu, you sang wonderfully. Lin, the instructor, also walked over and gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. Chiu humbly waved his hand and returned to the ranks. Beat, obtained admiration points 4963. Task completed, reward obtained, divine tier training guidance talent. Exceeded task requirements, reward obtained, squad training bonus plus 50%. New task unlocked, tomorrow's military training squad drill, aim for first place. Reward, mastery of musical instruments talent. Admiration points shop now open. 4,963 admiration points? Chiu furrowed his brows. There were only 3,000 students present, how could there be nearly 5,000 admiration points? In his confusion, Chiu caught sight of a classmate who had just started streaming live. His live stream was constantly being flooded with comments, all asking for another song. Could it be that the worship points from the live streams also count? A thought crossed his mind, but Chiu didn't have time to dwell on it. In just a short while, someone had managed to find Chiu's contact information, and 4 or 5 people were already trying to add him. The live stream continued, but with Chiu's example to follow, the subsequent performers seemed lackluster. Even as the event neared its end, people around him were still discussing Chiu's songs. Chiu, I never expected you to have such talent. I'm almost jealous. Chiu's roommate walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Stay humble, Chiu smiled. Don't be so humble. I know a girl who wants your contact information. Exactly, Chiu, you're going to be famous, the confession wall is full of you. Chiu, what do you think of me? A soft, almost inaudible voice drifted over. The singing had ended, but Chiu was still surrounded by a crowd. All this noise and commotion, what's going on here? Where's your homeroom teacher? A stern voice echoed, and the students immediately fell silent, stepping aside. Chapter 4, You're Chiu, aren't you? Chiu turned around and saw the principal, looking furious, standing nearby. Principal. Upon hearing the principal speak, Zhou Ping quickly ran over. Zhou Ping, I'm not scolding you, but singing is an entertainment activity. It should be kept brief. The singing has already ended, and your class is still making a commotion. What kind of example are you setting? Principal, we were planning to practice a bit more tonight. Zhou Ping explained cautiously. If you're going to practice extra, at least have the right attitude. Look at your class, lazy and disorganized. No wonder you can't even march properly. If you had put half the effort you put into singing into military training, you wouldn't be so terrible. If your class still comes in last during tomorrow's formation drill, don't even think about passing your evaluation. After speaking, the principal snorted coldly, frowned, and walked away. Don't think you can get away with singing a song. What the principal really cares about is the results of military training. As soon as the principal left, Lu Mei's annoying voice came drifting over again. It was clear she had been watching from the side for quite some time. Although Chiu's singing had also left her speechless. But deep down, she still couldn't accept it. After all, the evaluation for an outstanding homeroom teacher was based on military training. No matter how well you sang, it didn't matter. Ms. Lu, if you have nothing else to do, please leave immediately and don't delay our training. Having already been scolded, Zhou Ping's mood was already quite bad. With you lot, what's the point of extra practice? It's just a waste of time. Lu Mei didn't bother to say anything else and turned to leave. Alright, everyone, stand in formation and get ready for training. I'll be here with you all throughout today. Zhou Ping felt helpless about Lu Mei's actions. However, she had already given up hope. Tomorrow was the formation drill, and even if they practiced all night, there was no way things would change. Nevertheless, Zhou Ping still had no intention of giving up. The principal had spoken wisely. No matter what, we must maintain a good attitude. Instructor Lin, from here on out, it's all up to you. Zhou Ping finished speaking and nodded to Lin Instructor. Alright, everyone, attention, at ease, align to the left. Don't lose heart, perseverance is the most valuable quality. If anyone has any questions, report them now. If not, let us begin training. Report. Lin looked up and saw that the one reporting was Chiu, who had just been singing. Speak. Instructor, I volunteer to be the lead soldier to demonstrate for the classmates and correct their movements. Chiu said loudly. If he didn't become the lead soldier, Chiu's extraordinary training talent would be wasted. With his talent, Chiu was confident that his class would soon surpass all others. Lin Instructor glanced at Chiu. He stood with a determined expression, gazing straight ahead, his military posture flawless. Alright, Chiu, you will be the front runner. Lin Instructor patted Chiu on the shoulder and nodded. Whether it was strength or attitude, Chiu was unmatched. Being the lead soldier was the perfect role for him. Yes. Chiu nodded, took a step forward, and stood in the center of the formation. Alright, everyone, ready, march. As the instructor's commands were given, Chiu took the lead and began to move. His movements were flawless, whether it was the amplitude of his arm swings or the height of his leg lifts, every detail was executed perfectly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chiu, and their arms began to swing involuntarily. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, halt. Before they knew it, there were already many students gathered around. What's going on? Isn't this Mr. Zhou's class? It wasn't like this yesterday. Could they be hiding something? It's just military training. What could they be hiding? This is unbelievable. They're as neat as an assembly line. After walking back and forth 3 times, Lin, the drill instructor, looked at the formation that had come to a halt and was amazed by the crowd that had stopped. Although it wasn't perfectly neat yet, tomorrow's formation drill will be led by you. Make sure you perform well and don't mess up. Don't worry, Instructor Lin and Mr. Zhou. Chiu nodded and said seriously. Alright, let's continue training. After practicing for a long time, Lin Instructor nodded repeatedly. He hadn't seen a team improve this quickly in a long time. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone, you've worked hard. Go home early and rest well. I hope everyone can perform at their best tomorrow. The team dispersed. Though their bodies were tired, their spirits were high. Chiyu's appearance seemed to give everyone strength, filling them with confidence. Chiu, do you think we can get a good ranking tomorrow? Lin Hao, Chiyu's roommate, asked on the way back. Don't worry, we'll not only get a spot but also come in first. Chiyu's face was brimming with confidence. Tonight's performance had already far surpassed that of the other teams. They just hadn't noticed yet. With you saying that, I'm reassured. But how come I never noticed before that you sing so well? It's just a hobby, I sing occasionally. Chiu brushed it off casually. You call that a hobby? What about the professional singers? By the way, did you know you're trending on social media? Hurry up and post some videos on your account. You were born to make it on the internet. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Chiu nodded in agreement. This was exactly what he had been planning. If you want to quickly gain admiration, the internet is indeed a great choice. Hey, kid, you're Chiu, right? As the two were talking, a girl dressed in a pure and innocent style, with an adorable appearance, stepped in front of them. Chapter 5, I'll give you a chance to collaborate with me. Who are you? Chiu looked at the girl and scratched his head. He had no recollection of her and didn't recognize her. You don't recognize me? The girl's expression changed upon hearing Chiu's words, pointing at herself. No, I really don't. You're the little princess, aren't you? Lin Hao, who had been watching for a moment, exclaimed in surprise. Loli princess? Hearing the name, Chiu was still confused. Loli princess? Chiu's actions left the lowly princess frozen in place. Usually, she was the center of attention, with fans doting on her. Chiu was the first person to dare to ignore her. After standing there for a long time, the little princess finally snapped out of it and turned to look back. All that remained was his receding figure. Damn it, you'll regret this. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out her phone and opened the True Love Fan Club app. Babies, I encountered a despicable man today. It's that Chiu from our school. Not only did he lip sync, but he also yelled at me and insulted me. What a moral degenerate. However, Chiu was completely unaware of any of this. He returned to the dormitory with Lin Hao, finished washing up, and lay down on the bed. A clip from his live stream had been posted online, not only receiving an unusually high number of likes but also having his personal media account tagged in the comments section. In just a few hours, he had gained nearly 20,000 followers. His live streaming qualifications had been fully unlocked. As long as he won first place in tomorrow's formation drill, he could unlock new songs and start streaming to earn admiration points. Thinking of this, Chiu opened the admiration mall. A wide variety of items were available, each requiring different amounts of exchange points. The first items were songs. Old Boys, 5,000 admiration points. Most Spectacular Ethnic Style, 5,000 admiration points. The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast, 6,000 admiration points. In addition to songs, there are also various items that enhance abilities. Stamina enhancement, shooting skills, combat abilities, and more are all available. These items are exactly what Chiu desperately needs. Chiu's dream is to become a soldier. Exchanging these abilities is exactly what is needed to become a soldier. Finally, there are some high-tech products. Quantum compression cannons, stealth tanks, and annihilation fighter jets. Although these products are only blueprints, Chiu is certain that such products do not exist on Blue Star at present. However, the admiration points required to obtain these products are far beyond what Chiu can currently afford. At the bottom of the store, Chiu's current admiration points were displayed. After checking, Chiu was surprised to find that his admiration points had already reached over 5,500. It seems that not only live streaming but also short videos can continue to earn admiration points. After some thought, Chiu opened them all again and exchanged for an original song. With the experience from the first time, Chiu was now well versed in the process. All he had to do was wait for the live stream and wow the audience. After finishing everything, it was already late. After all, he had to get up early tomorrow to prepare for the formation drill and needed to be in good condition. After stretching his slightly sore body, Chiu fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chiu got up early. As agreed the previous night, they would conduct another practice session before the drill. So everyone gathered early, with their military training uniforms neatly pressed. Although it was just a small drill, everyone took it very seriously. Chiu stood at the front of the formation, standing tall and straight. "Alright, everyone, get ready. Let's practice one more time. Chiu, you give the commands." Instructor Lin said. "Yes. Everyone, attention. March." At Chiu's command, the squad followed his rhythm and quickly began marching. Their steps were in perfect unison, even more so than the previous night. Vaguely, there were even hints of a military formation. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. As the commands changed, everyone switched from marching in step to marching in formation. The crisp, synchronized footsteps echoed, and Chiu's class no longer had any of the previous issues. Everyone was now in perfect order, even the way they swung their arms was identical. Halt! At Chiu's command, everyone came to a halt. Each person's position and spacing were perfect, with not a single inch out of place. Alright, everyone has improved very quickly. Take a short break, and we'll resume training shortly. Keep up the good work. After speaking, Instructor Lin departed. The instructor needed to assemble everyone in advance before the drill. Good, excellent. Zhou Ping looked at the halted formation and nodded with delight. She couldn't believe that a team could make such a huge difference in just one night. However, it all seemed to have started when Chiu took the lead as the frontman. "Hey there, you're here so early. Are you ready to make a fool of yourselves?" After Chiu's class finished, the playground began to fill up with people gathering. At the same time, Lu Mei also led her class up the field. Chapter 6, What? First place in the formation drill? Lu Jia, your class isn't that great either. Don't speak too soon. After seeing Chiu and the others' performance, Zhou Ping was now full of confidence. Ha! Zhou Ping, are you crazy? Our class is the best trained among the freshmen. How can you say we're not that great? Whether we're the best or not, we'll have to wait until the drill is over to find out. Alright, I just love seeing you talk tough. Let us see who is better in the drill. Lu Mei gave Zhou Ping a disdainful glance. She didn't believe that Zhou Ping's class could undergo such a remarkable transformation overnight. All the classes quickly assembled and stood in their designated positions, waiting for instructions. Alright, after 3 days of squadron training, it's time to test our results. Today, we will conduct a formation drill. Although it's just a preliminary drill, I hope everyone takes it seriously and gives it their best effort. Our school leaders will be evaluating the formations and selecting the best ones. Alright, the first formation to take the field will be the faculty formation. The faculty formation will demonstrate for everyone. As soon as the chief instructor finished speaking, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, creating a majestic atmosphere. The disciplined ranks marched forward swiftly, their steps resounding with strength and confidence. As the instructor's squadron appeared, everyone was amazed. No wonder they're a professional team. This kind of presence isn't something you can achieve with just a few days of training. Alright, after admiring the instructor's formation, let's welcome the first year formation. Soon, the first platoon's formation also appeared swiftly. Although their steps weren't perfectly synchronized, given the short amount of time they had to prepare, they had done quite well. First platoon's final score is 7.3 points. Next up is second platoon. The second platoon's formation was clearly much better than the first platoon's, moving smoothly and in unison. However, some students still had unsteady steps, but they quickly adjusted. Soon, several classes had already passed by. Next, please welcome Class 8. Upon hearing the call, Lu Mei smiled and waved to her class. Then, a well-organized group quickly made their way toward the podium. Not bad, old Zhang, this is the class you're in charge of, right? You're too kind, too kind. The group of instructors was also buzzing with discussion. Speaking of old Lin, is your team up to par? I've been watching for 3 days now, and your training yesterday was still a mess. Don't worry, our class will blow your mind. Lin instructor said mysteriously. Are you serious? Don't brag. Just wait and see. On the other side, the leaders on the podium awarded Lu Mei's class a score of 9. Not bad, not bad. Which class is that? The principal smiled broadly and asked the dean of students beside him. Principal, this is Ms. Lu Mei's class. She's a veteran teacher. Ahaha, good. Such outstanding teachers must not be overlooked. Don't worry, Principal. The academic director flattered with a smile. Which class is next? The principal's words made the vice principal's heart skip a beat. The next class was Zhou Ping's class. Originally, they hadn't planned to have Zhou Ping's class go last. But the principal insisted on following the class order, so there was no choice but to comply. The next one is Ms. Zhou's class, Principal. Her class isn't particularly well trained. Whether military training is done well naturally reflects the overall quality of a class. Yes. Alright, let's see how they perform. The principal waved his hand and said. As the drill instructor gave the command, Chiu's class also began to enter the field. The first to appear was Chiu. His steps were steady, and his gaze was determined. Having been trained since childhood, he had a solid foundation, and his movements were already on par with the instructor's. At the same time, Chiu's class quickly marched in unison. March! At Chiu's command, the class swiftly changed their pace, and the crisp, unified sound rang out once more. Their steps were equally strong and rhythmic, even more refined than their morning practice. Although Chiu's squad was still no match for the instructor's squad, it was already very close. To achieve such a level in such a short time was already perfect. As they reached the center of the podium, Chiu kept his pace steady, shifted his body slightly to the side, and performed a standard military salute toward the podium. This? Old Lin? What's going on? Yesterday they were a mess, and now they're like this? Did you leave something behind? I don't know either. The student's comprehension ability suddenly improved. You're being modest. I think you're going to take first place in military training this time. Old Lin, this drill instructor is pretty good. That military salute has a real soldier's feel to it. Yeah, he's got the makings of a good soldier. Meanwhile, at the podium. Is this what you meant by poor training? Principal. Alright, Zhou's class not only has a serious attitude but also demonstrates exceptional performance. I think this year's Outstanding Teacher Award should go to her. The principal looked at Chiu, who was saluting him, and nodded with a smile. Not only was the formation neat and imposing, but the leader chosen was also excellent. But Principal, I've already promised it to Mr. Lu. Ding! Congratulations on completing the dormitory task and winning first place in the squad drill. Chapter 7, you don't know how to do it, so you'll have to come up with something original again. Reward obtained, Mastery of Musical Instruments. Current total admiration points, 2,321. Hearing the system as prompt, Chiu couldn't help but smile again. It seems that this squad drill has also earned quite a bit of admiration points. Tomorrow, we'll begin physical training, including a 5-kilometer cross-country run with heavy loads. Everyone, get ready! The crowd was cheering and shouting, but they were interrupted by Instructor Lin. What? 5 kilometers? Did I hear that correctly? How many? 5 kilometers? That'll kill me. With weights? Why not just carry me home on a stretcher? Upon hearing Lin's words, the surrounding area erupted into a chorus of groans and complaints. These people were mostly spoiled brats. They couldn't even bear the thought of enduring such hardship. Chiu, however, showed little change in expression. Thanks to his rigorous training from a young age, his physical condition was far superior to that of the others. Alright, physical training is a process of tempering one's will. Everyone can warm up a bit more today. Remember, our motto is, never give up. I'll notify everyone in the group chat about the training location. Dismissed. As soon as the group dispersed, Lin Hao approached with a worried expression. I knew it. Today is the calm before the storm. Come on, it can't be that bad, can it? Chiu looked at Lin Hao's exaggerated expression and asked in confusion. Do you know how hard 5 kilometers is? Especially with a load. Last year during high school physical fitness tests, I ran a kilometer and threw up. I had to stay in bed for 3 days before I could even get out of bed. Someone as weak as you, taking 3 days to recover isn't surprising. Just as the two were talking, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted them. Chiu turned around to look, seeing a man and a woman walking quickly toward them. Chiu, it's really you. Sign my autograph. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, and the military training hadn't darkened her fair skin. Despite wearing the military training uniform, it couldn't hide her nearly perfect figure. Who are you? I'm your fan. You sing so beautifully. Look, I've been following you for ages. The girl said, pulling out her phone. In the list of followers on her social media account, only Chiu's name was listed. Not bad, Chiu. You even have fans coming to you. Lin Hao smiled and patted Chiu on the shoulder, giving him a meaningful look. Go away, Chiu rolled his eyes at Lin Hao. Chiu, your singing is absolutely perfect. The girl looked at Chiu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What's the big deal? You're just being a sissy, no manly spirit at all. A discordant voice rang out again, and Chiu finally noticed the guy standing next to the girl. The guy was muscular and clearly well-trained. Singing isn't manly? Then what is? Lin Hao couldn't stand the boy's attitude and stepped forward. A man should focus on building strength. Otherwise, you'll end up like you guys, unable to run a kilometer without vomiting. Dahu, what are you saying? You have no manners. Hearing the boy speak like this, the girl's brows furrowed slightly. Xingxue, I really don't understand. What is so great about these effeminate pretty boys? Seeing the girls get angry, Dahu's tone softened considerably. Shut up. Chiu, don't mind him. Dahu is just like that. It's okay, we're all classmates. Chiu smiled and didn't say anything else. Alright, then can I add you on social media? You really sing beautifully. Seeing that Chiu wasn't upset, Xingxue also smiled. Sure, of course. The two added each other on WeChat, and Dahu stepped forward again. You little rascal, I hope you can run the entire distance tomorrow. Stop joking around. Sorry, Chiu, let's go. Pulling Dahu, Xingxue smiled apologetically and quickly left. That's great, Chiu. That girl is so beautiful, she's definitely campus queen material. Your luck with women is about to change. Watching the two walk away, Lin Hao nodded approvingly. What are you talking about? Chiu shook his head and ignored Lin Hao. How am I talking nonsense? Didn't you see how hostile that big dummy was toward you? Tomorrow's training session, he'll definitely pick a fight with you. Hey, Chiu, wait for me. Back in the dormitory, Chiu quickly washed up and prepared to lie down on the bed. Hey, Chiu, look at the video I sent you. Just as he lay down, the guy from the lower bunk said. I saw it too. Who the hell said that? This is pure jealousy. Lin Hao said through gritted teeth. Looking at his roommate's expressions, Chiu opened the video shared in the group chat with a puzzled expression. The new rising singing star at Jinka University is actually lip-syncing? In-depth analysis, all the lyrics are plagiarized. Strictly oppose low-quality influencers. Student moral decay recommend expulsion from school. The sensationalist headlines quickly drew a lot of attention. From singing style to lyrics, the analysis is well-reasoned and convincing. However, all of this is fabricated. The post has already received over 100,000 likes and been shared tens of thousands of times. Many people have tagged Chiu in the comments, hoping he will come forward to explain. After watching the entire video, Chiu furrowed his brows. His singing skills and the song itself were both provided by the system. Although it could be considered cheating, it's not the same as the plagiarism and lip-syncing mentioned in the video. Chiu, they're just jealous of you. Hurry up and post a video to clarify things. Lin Hao clenched his fists and tapped Chiu's bed. If you're upright, you have nothing to fear. These people can't stir up much trouble. Chiu sighed helplessly. In Chiu's eyes, they were nothing but a bunch of clowns. There was no need for any clarification video. All he needed was to prove himself and show them what he was made of. But, alright, Hausie, don't worry. Seeing the confidence on Chiu's face, Lin Hao didn't say anything else. At the same time, Xingxue, who had added Chiu as a WeChat friend, sent him a message. Xingxue, they don't know anything. They actually accused you of lip-syncing. It's so frustrating. After saying that, she shared a video. Chiu, it's okay, don't pay attention to them. Xingxue, no way, they're so mean. I'm going to comment and scold them for you. Xingxue added an angry emoji and didn't respond further. Chiu smiled and didn't say anything else. This situation clearly indicated that someone was sabotaging him behind his back. After resting for the afternoon, Chiu changed back into his military training uniform. Chiu, what are you doing? Why did you get up so early? Lin Hao asked curiously. There was still some time before the singing competition. Why did Chiu get up so early? I'm going to get ready. It's time to show certain people what they're made of. Chiu narrowed his eyes slightly before stepping out of the dormitory. The singing competition had already begun, and the atmosphere was once again electrified. Lin Hao looked around, searching for Chiu's figure. After a while, Chiu finally appeared carrying a large bag. Report! Chiu said to the instructor. Fall in. Clearly, Chiu had already informed Lin, the drill sergeant, in advance. Chiu, where have you been? Once we get to our class, which song are you going to cover? Cover? Chiu looked up in confusion. You wouldn't dare to come up with an original song again, would you? Chapter 8, Original Song, Old Boys. What? Lin Hao's voice wasn't very loud, but everyone in Chiu's class heard it clearly. Another original song? What is going on? Is writing an original song as easy as eating? Tell us, is Chiu some kind of hidden music composer? Chiu, if you keep this up, I'll have to confess my feelings to you. Genius. Chiu must be a genius. Listening to the exclamations around him, Chiu remained silent. Chiu, during the sing-off later, you've got to make our class proud. Lin, the instructor, said with a smile. Now, when he looked at Chiu, he felt an indescribable sense of warmth. What had once been a hopeless class had, thanks to Chiu's arrival, suddenly become a star-studded class. He excelled in both talent shows and drills, and even the head instructor was praising him to the skies. Because of Chiu, the playground wasn't just filled with first-year freshmen, many second and third-year students had also gathered around. But in a corner nearby, a pure and adorable girl was surrounded by a group of people. Mengjia, is today's plan going to work? Don't worry, that guy is just lucky. I don't believe he can pull off such great songs every time. Exactly. If he were really that talented, he would have already become famous. Exactly. Let's stick to the plan. Create a good atmosphere and crush him. Once it's done, you'll all get your share. The girl's eyes, however, betrayed a hint of cruelty, completely at odds with her innocent appearance. Thinking of Chiu's ungrateful attitude, she couldn't help but feel angry. If he doesn't want to work with me, then let him be completely ruined. The singing competition began, but the students' enthusiasm wasn't very high. Even Chen Chen, who had some fame, didn't stir up much excitement when he took the stage. Everyone was waiting for Chiu, who had stunned everyone last time. Despite the many negative comments online. However, most of those present had experienced Chiu's singing skills firsthand. Whether he was lip-syncing or not, they knew the truth all too well. The atmosphere finally began to build, and the head instructor grabbed the microphone and walked quickly to the front. Alright, the sing-along segment has now entered its most exciting phase. I'm sure many of you were impressed by yesterday's original songs. Talent shouldn't be wasted. Today, he's also brought a talent performance. So, what kind of song will he perform today? Let's give a warm welcome to Chiu, student Chi. Loud applause erupted from the audience, and everyone turned their attention to Chiu's class. It seemed that this incident was somehow connected to her. What song Chiu sings is his business. What is it to you? If you're too scared to sing, you're just lip-syncing and plagiarizing. Stop making excuses. As the crowd below grew increasingly heated, the head instructor's voice was drowned out. Chiu on stage didn't react much, as if he had thought of something, and quickly walked off the stage. Where did Chiu go? Ha ha ha, he must be scared. How can he keep making excuses now? That is impossible. Could Chiu really be faking it or copying? It seems there's really something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a mess. I don't think so. It's just a sing-along segment. Is lip-syncing really necessary? You don't understand. With the internet so developed nowadays, people will do anything to become famous. Xiu stared at Chiu's back, clenching her teeth. She didn't believe Chiu was that kind of person, but given his current actions, she couldn't argue anymore. Just as she was feeling utterly disappointed, Chiu reappeared, holding a large black bag. Sorry everyone, I forgot something earlier. Chiu's face remained calm, unaffected by the negative comments. Linhao also started streaming live from below the stage and gave him a thumbs up. Upon receiving Linhao's signal, Chiu gently opened the large bag. He took out a guitar that wasn't particularly new. What? Are you planning to sing and play the guitar yourself? That's impossible. Chiu sings so well, does he also play the guitar? If that's the case, then the rumors about him lip-syncing will be debunked. Why? Have you ever seen a lip-syncer who can play the guitar? It takes years of practice to learn how to play the guitar. You're right. It seems like Chiu wants to prove himself with his skills. Chiu, I support you. Xiu also broke into a smile and shouted toward Chiu. I know. There are rumors everywhere that I'm lip-syncing and plagiarizing. Chiu picked up the microphone again and cleared his throat. These things are obviously the work of those with ulterior motives. As he spoke, Chiu cast his gaze toward the location of the little princess. Upon seeing Chiu's gaze, the lowly princess hurriedly lowered her head. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. On stage, Chiu smiled and looked down at the audience. However, what I wish to say is that in the face of absolute power, any rumors will crumble on their own. What I have brought today is an original song, Old Boy. Chapter 9, another original song? What? How is that possible? Another original? 2 original songs in 2 days? What's going on? Even the donkey and the production team wouldn't dare to produce like this. It can't be a hastily composed trash song to clear things up, can it? Old Boy? What an odd name. Indeed, just from the name, I can't sense anything particularly standout. Did you forget about yesterday's Ma? Everyone said the name was no good back then. As soon as Chiu spoke, the audience erupted into intense discussion once again. Meanwhile, Linhao was holding Chiu's phone, and the live stream was starting to get crowded. I thought we'd get to hear yesterday's song. Why did they change it? What gifts do we need to send to request a song? I want to hear the one from last time. The last song was truly amazing. I think this one won't be bad either. Is the streamer the actual contestant? If so, I'll follow you first. Hello, we're from manhwa company. We'd like to sign you as our exclusive singer. Please reply to our private message if you have time. Chiyu's livestream was flooded with thousands of viewers, and gifts kept flooding the screen non-stop. Chiu closed his eyes slightly. His innate talent for mastering musical instruments made him incredibly familiar with the guitar in his hands. It seemed as though every string of the guitar was under his complete control. He slowly opened his eyes, lowered his head, and plucked the guitar strings. The melodious sound of the guitar filled the air, and a hypnotic melody drifted into everyone's ears. That's right, he's really playing it himself. The melody is so light and cheerful, it's wonderful. I need to record this on my phone, maybe I'll be the one to go viral. The intro to this song is long but very pleasant. Those who had accused Chiu of lip-syncing fell silent. Everyone swayed gently to the rhythm, listening to the moving melody. That's the person I've been thinking about day and night, the one I deeply love. How should I express my feelings? Will she accept me? Maybe I'll never be able to say those words to her. I'm destined to wander the world, how can I have any attachments? Just as everyone was lost in the melody, Chiu suddenly spoke. His melodious voice suddenly cut through the air, bringing everyone back to the present. This, I feel like I'm finally coming into my own. I think I've fallen in love for the first time. Wah! My desk partner brought me breakfast for 3 years. Thinking about it now, if I had woken up sooner, I might not be in this school anymore. Everyone was amazed. All present were college students, and the naive love of their high school days quietly surfaced in their minds. Youth is like a rushing river. Once gone, it never returns, not even a farewell. All that's left is a numb me, devoid of the passion of my youth. Look at those flowers drifting through the sky, fading away in their most beautiful moment. Who will remember that she once existed in this world? What's going on? Chiu was performing passionately on stage, while Weihao stared wide-eyed. In the livestream, the view count had already surpassed 10,000 and was now heading toward 20,000. Comments were flying across the screen so quickly that it was hard to read them all. This is so moving. I've worked hard my whole life, but I still haven't bought myself the thing I wanted when I was 18. If it weren't for my dad, I might already be with the girl I like. I used to have a strong personality and wanted to make something of myself, but life has already smoothed out all my sharp edges. Before I knew it, I've grown old. You sang so well, capturing the bitterness of middle age. I cried. At that moment, the director of the renowned music festival Dragon Country's Best Voice was intently watching the livestream. Director, I'm not lying to you. This person is an absolute genius. Indeed, whether it's lyricism, composition, or vocal prowess, they're top-notch, far surpassing other singers. Director Wang Dayong nodded in agreement. His keen eye immediately spotted Chiyu's uniqueness. When the Dragon Country's Best Voice program first aired, it garnered decent ratings due to its novelty. However, most singers in this world lacked creative ability, and the few original songs they produced were mostly generic pop tunes. Over time, people began to feel a sense of aesthetic fatigue. As a result, the show's ratings have been plummeting recently. If the ratings for the next episode are still poor, the show may very well be cancelled. Wang Dayong had already given up hope until his assistant showed him Chiyu's livestream, which reignited his optimism. Director, if we bring this person onto the show, our ratings will skyrocket. Hearing his assistant's words, Wang Dayong nodded in agreement. His thoughts were the same as his assistant's. However, the person in front of him was still wearing military training uniform, looking like a student from some school. Director, I've already gathered this person's information. Seeing Wang Dayong's expression, the assistant immediately understood and handed over the documents. He really is a student. Beijing Science and Technology University. I have some connections with their principal. Wang Dayong nodded. Go to Jinka University tomorrow, contact the principal, and bring this student here. Wang Dayong waved his assistant over, then shook his head. No, book a flight. I'll go personally. Such a promising talent, if we can bring him here, the Dragon Country's Got Talent show will definitely become a hit again. Chiu was unaware of all this. He was performing on stage with such passion that he didn't even notice the song had reached its climax. Has the original wish been fulfilled? Is this all we can do now, pay our respects? Let time dry up our ideals, never to find the real me again. Looking up at the star-studded sky. The one that accompanied me back then. Do you still remember the stories here? If there is a tomorrow. Bless you, my dear. As Chiu strummed the final chord on his guitar, the song Old Boys came to an end. The audience below erupted in thunderous applause, just like last time, which lingered for a long time. Those who had spread rumors about Chiu tried to say something, but no words came out. The impact of this song was too great for them. Tonight's video and live stream clips were shared online. No matter what anyone said about Chiu lip-syncing or plagiarizing, no one would believe it anymore. The Loli princess couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After tonight, Chiu was destined to become a sensation. Seeing Chiu walk down with his guitar, the Loli princess immediately put on a smile. Oh, Chiu, nice to see you again. You sing so beautifully, Before she could finish, Chiu brushed past her. The little princess widened her eyes in shock. Chiu actually ignored her completely. Just as she was about to confront him, Lin Hao's voice rang out again. Wow, Chiu. You gained over 80,000 followers in one live stream and made it to the trending list again. Chapter 10, 5-kilometer cross-country training run. 2 consecutive nights on the trending list. And Chiu is just a student at Beijing University of Science and Technology. Given the current search volume, it won't be long before the song Old Boy will quickly dominate all major music and media platforms. Just the gifts alone amount to nearly 30,000 yuan. Chiu, you're not only famous now, but you're also going to get rich. Lin Hao said enviously. Chiu smiled but didn't say anything. Receiving gifts is secondary, the main thing is to see how much the admiration points have increased. Chiu entered the system interface and sure enough, his admiration points had increased by over 20,000. He was already quite satisfied with this number. After all, many people had followed him simply because they wanted to listen to his songs, not out of genuine admiration. Chiu, play another song. Another one. Another one. It's so good, I want to hear more. The crowd was enthusiastic, and the song, which lasted less than 4 minutes, was simply not enough. The head instructor also wanted Chiu to sing another song, but it was already too late today. After some consideration, the head instructor picked up the microphone. I understand how everyone feels, but it's simply too late today. But don't worry, as long as military training doesn't end, our sing-along won't either. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Today, let's just rest well. Let Chiu rest well too, okay? The head instructor's words clearly had an effect. The cheering began to fade gradually. However, Chiu was surrounded by a crowd of people, both male and female, all asking for his contact information. The little princess, seeing this, clenched her teeth and quickly left the field with her people. In this situation, going back would only invite trouble. After a while, the crowd gradually thinned out, and Chiu finally managed to break free from the crowd with Lin Hao's protection. It seems being a celebrity isn't easy after all. Just a few thousand fans could cause such a commotion. After returning the borrowed guitar, the two hurried back to their dormitory. Chiu, do you know what? I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. The girls who added me tonight are more than all the girls I've ever seen. Lin Hao's lips curled upward, his face brimming with excitement. Added you? Chiu raised an eyebrow. They added me, but they just asked me to introduce you to them. Lin Hao scratched his head. But he was already satisfied with that. At least he had gotten a taste of being a little celebrity. Back in the dorm, people kept coming in non-stop. It wasn't until late at night that things finally calmed down a bit. Chiu lay on the bed, finally getting some personal space. He opened WeChat and was greeted by an endless stream of messages. New messages, old classmates, relatives, all kinds of messages. Chiu couldn't possibly respond to them all. However, he managed to find Xie Qingshua's chat in the search bar and sent her a message. Chiu, thank you for speaking up for me today. Xie Qingxua, wow, you were totally awesome today. Playing the guitar and singing, really showing them up so cool. Xie Qingxua clearly didn't expect Chiu to be able to reply to her message now, and she smiled widely as she lay in bed. Chiu, yeah, get some rest early tonight. We have a drill tomorrow. The two chatted for a few more minutes before saying goodnight to each other. Chiu closed WeChat and opened his own social media account. His follower count was rising rapidly, and his private messages were also flooding in. There were people catching up, asking to follow each other, requesting autographs, and even advertising all sorts of messages. As the popularity of the Old Boy soared, Ama's song also saw a surge in traffic. Anyone who had watched Chiu's livestream was discussing these two songs. Opening that admiration points shop in the system, Chiu looked at the balance of over 20,000 points and didn't know how to spend them. Tomorrow is physical training day, so Chiu first spent 10,000 admiration points to upgrade his physical strength. Physical enhancement successful, overall physical functionality plus 50%. The system's notification sound rang out, and Chiu felt a surge of energy throughout his body. This type of enhancement item can be purchased infinitely. In other words, as long as he had enough worship points, Chiu could keep enhancing himself. After stretching his body, Chiu felt that he could easily outrun others by a mile in a 5-kilometer race. Opening the shop again, Chiu exchanged another original song. After all, he now had a fan base, so he at least needed to keep one song as a backup. With over 8,000 admiration points remaining, Chiu planned to save them up to exchange for better items. After finishing everything, Chiu stretched lazily and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, everyone else looked exhausted except for Chiu. Unlike the previous squad training, this physical endurance drill was held in the wilderness. There was still plenty of time before the assembly, and the instructor hadn't arrived yet. The new students arrived sporadically, standing there and complaining. 5 kilometers? That's more than I've walked in a year. I heard we have to carry weights. After today's drill, my legs will be done for. Yeah, can I get out of this? Chiu was stretching his body when he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Xie Qingsno standing behind him with a smile on her face. Chiu greeted her, and the two found a rock to sit on. Hey, look, isn't that the school beauty from our freshman class sitting next to Chiu? Xie Qingsno? It really is her. Damn it, I was planning to ask her for her contact info after military training ended, but she went to find Chiu first? Forget it. Chiu has both looks and talent. What do you have? My world is ending. My goddess. Chiu and Xie Qingxue sat chatting for a while, causing Xie Qingxue to giggle continuously. Chiu not only sang well but also had excellent emotional intelligence, making Xie Qingxue feel very comfortable. But what they didn't know was that Dehu, standing in the distance, was clenching his fists tightly. He had liked Xie Qingxue for many years, but she had always just seen him as a regular friend. This was because Chiu had only known her for a few days, yet he had already surpassed the years of their relationship. Daho's gaze fixed on Chiu, and he silently made up his mind. Today, he would make sure to leave Chiu far behind during the training exercise. He would also show Xie Qingxue what a real man was made of. Time passed quickly, and a military truck sped toward them. The instructors jumped down and retrieved several military green backpacks from the truck. After assembling the ranks, the chief instructor stepped forward. This is a 5-kilometer endurance drill competition. Everyone must carry a load. The final ranking will be determined based on completion time. Now, everyone can come forward to collect your gear. According to the class rankings, Dahu was the first to collect his gear. However, he did not return to his class but walked over to Chiu. Hey, why not join the girls' team? This weight will crush you. Chapter 11, Off-Road Racing? You know that too? Daho's face was filled with mockery, and his eyes even held a hint of challenge. In his eyes, he had already regarded Chiu as his rival. You big dummy, don't think you're all that just because you've got some muscles. I bet you're just all muscle and no brains. Lin Hao had long been annoyed by Dehu's arrogant demeanor and sneered. What did you say? What did you say? Say that again. Dahu's eyes flashed with anger as he reached out to grab Lin Hao's collar. Despite his thick arms, Dehu moved swiftly. Just as Dahu was about to grab Lin Hao's neck, a pair of strong hands suddenly appeared, grabbing his thick arm. Chiyu's eyes were cold, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Originally, Chiu hadn't taken Dahu's actions seriously. But now he had gone too far, even resorting to violence, so Chiu had no choice but to intervene. Let go. Do you want a beating? At that moment, Dahu didn't even bother to acknowledge Chiu. In his eyes, Chiu was nothing more than a weak, skinny monkey. Looking at the arm gripping his own, Dahu let out a contemptuous smile. He then exerted force with his arm, trying to break free from Chiyu's grip. But after 2 attempts, Dahu suddenly looked surprised. Chiyu's arm strength was far greater than he had imagined. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't budge an inch. Let go of me right now, or else my fist, as big as a sandbag, is. However, this training was often very challenging for the students. Many failed to complete the entire course, let alone meet the qualifying standard. What do you think? How many of these kids will pass? The head instructor, hands on his hips, looked at the listless students and said, I think no more than 100. With over 3,000 participants, if only 100 pass, the pass rate is alarmingly low. Forget about passing, I doubt many can even finish the entire course. I do have a few promising candidates. There's a boy named Li Hu has excellent physical fitness. Zhang instructor said with a smile. The squad training was won by Chiyu's class, and he was determined to win this drill. Li Hu? I don't recall him. He is a promising young man I recently discovered. His physical fitness far surpasses that of ordinary students. I see. Lin instructor, how about your side? The chief instructor nodded and turned to look at Lin instructor. This statement left Lin the instructor at a loss. Although his class had won first place in the formation drill, he knew all too well what level his students were at. After only half an hour of training, they were already complaining of fatigue. Their victory in the drill exercise was largely due to the leader's efforts. Speaking of the squad leader, a figure came to Lin's mind. A figure whose movements were flawless, even the military salute was impeccable. Perhaps this young man could truly create a miracle this time. Thinking of this, Lin instructor blurted out. We have a student named Chiu who's also pretty good. Chiu? The team leader from your class? The chief instructor recalled and nodded. He still had a deep impression of Chiyu's performance. Lin's class achieving such high scores was undoubtedly due to Chiyu's standard posture and excellent demeanor. Old Lin, I'm not trying to be rude, but I've seen that Chiu from your class. But judging by his build, he's still no match for Li Hu. Zhang instructor smiled, clearly not holding much hope for Chiu but confident in Dehu. Regardless, I hope we can find some promising recruits this year. The old commander has been waiting for 5 years. A gleam flashed in the chief instructor's eyes. On the other side, in Chiyu's class, there were also cries of despair. This weight is so heavy. I've never carried anything this heavy at home. And it's uphill. This is going to kill me. I suddenly feel a stomachache. Can I take a day off, Mr. Chi? No way. Zhou Ping saw through the student's trick and spoke up. However, seeing everyone's pitiful expressions, Zhou Ping couldn't help but soften her heart. Everyone, there's no need to strive for the highest score. Just keep running until the end. As long as you give it your all, you're the best. I believe in you. Although Zhou Ping's encouragement had some effect, everyone's spirits were still low. Actually, 5 kilometers isn't as hard as you imagine. Seeing this, Chiu stepped forward. Really, Chiu? You know about cross-country running too? Chiu smiled and said, everyone, stay calm. Follow my pace, and we'll definitely finish the entire course. Chi had participated in countless cross-country races and was well versed in the techniques involved. Plus, he had a god-tier training talent, so his classmates would also improve by following him. It's not that, Chiu. If it's about formation drills, I'd be happy to learn from you. But a training exercise isn't the same as a drill. Everyone's physical condition is different. How can you expect everyone to keep up with you? Right, our stamina isn't good enough, we can't possibly finish the entire course. As soon as Chiu finished speaking, doubts began to echo through the ranks. Chapter 12, Split Runs? Of course not. We're not just going to have everyone run straight to the finish line, only the little cuties would do that. Seeing everyone's reactions, Chiu smiled and spoke again. Chiu, it's about to start. Stop teasing us. Exactly. What's the plan? Just tell us already. Everyone was anxious and surrounded Chiu. Whether it's a long-distance run or a cross-country race, there's a very practical technique. That's right, split runs. Chiu said confidently. Split runs? What's that? Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Seeing the puzzled looks on his classmates' faces, Chiu smiled and explained again. Splitting your run into segments means breaking down a seemingly impossible goal into smaller, more manageable goals. Then you tackle each one step by step. In simple terms, set every 500 meters as a small goal. By striving toward these simple goals, your perseverance and patience will increase significantly. At the same time, dividing our physical strength into well-managed segments allows us to rest effectively, preventing exhaustion. As Chiu finished speaking, the surrounding area fell silent. After a long while, Linhao finally spoke up. Chiu, will this really work? Yes, although Chiu is correct, the total distance hasn't changed. Of course, I guarantee that everyone will be able to complete it. Chiu was extremely confident, relying on the segmented running method. Combined with his god-tier training talent, even the weakest girls could easily complete the entire course. Alright, I believe you. Linhao took the lead, strapping the weights onto his back. Right, anyway, I can't run it anyway, so why not give it a try? Right, Chiu, we'll follow you. The cheers grew louder, and everyone tidied up their clothes and stood behind Chiu. Alright. Everyone, keep pace with me and don't fall behind. Chiu also adjusted his equipment and turned around. Zhou Ping looked at the class, whose spirits had been reignited, and his gaze slowly settled on Chiu once more. He never expected Chiu to have such a talent for inspiring others. Regardless of the outcome, at least everyone was united. Are you all ready? After a moment, the head instructor asked with a smile. Though some resisted, everyone tidied their attire. Of course, there were also those brimming with confidence, and Dahu was one of them. Qingxue, stay close to me. Dahu straightened his chest and said to Xie Qingxue behind him. He had already planned it out during this training exercise, he would give Xie Qingxue a sense of security. But after waiting for a long time, the praise he had imagined from Xie Qingxue never came. Dahu turned around in confusion. He saw Xue Qingxue tilting her head and looking off to the side. Dahu followed her gaze and saw that annoying figure appear again. Damn it! It's Chiu again. What's so great about him? Seeing the tender look in Xie Qingxue's eyes, Dahu felt an overwhelming pang of jealousy. Our destination is the flag 5 kilometers ahead. Since this is an off-road race, everyone must prioritize safety and avoid injuries. Additionally, first aid supplies have been provided in everyone's bags, and your instructors will accompany you throughout the entire event. Friendship comes first, competition second. Alright, I declare the 5-kilometer training exercise officially underway. At the command of the chief instructor, the large group of freshmen surged forward like ants. Among them, a figure darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. And that person was none other than Big Tiger. His competitive spirit, combined with his already muscular build, allowed him to accelerate to full speed immediately. His steps were swift, like a charging tiger. Even with a heavy load on his back, he couldn't slow down. Meanwhile, under Dehu's lead, the members of his class followed closely behind him. Gradually, Dehu's class began to pull ahead of the crowd. Ah, old Zhang, your class's Big Tiger is leading the charge, isn't he? That's right. He looks full of energy, even lifting the morale of the entire class. Hearing the praise around him, Zhang the instructor furrowed his brows. He wasn't too worried about Dehu. With his physical strength, he should be able to secure first place. But the students in his own class didn't have Dehu's stamina. If they keep following Dahu like this, they might exhaust themselves and not even be able to finish the entire race. Old Lin, what about Chiu from your class? I heard he is pretty promising. Where is he? An instructor asked Lin, who was standing silently beside him. Indeed, Chiu's performance during the drill had left a deep impression on all the instructors. But now, not even a trace of Chiu could be seen. Lin the instructor was equally perplexed. Given Chiu's physical condition, while he might not necessarily be able to charge to the front, he shouldn't be mingling in the crowd either. At the same time, the voice of the commentator for the drill exercise could be heard. The drone footage was being broadcast live on the school's official website. Every military training drill attracts a lot of attention. In just over 10 minutes, the live stream had already surpassed 2,000 viewers. The one leading the charge now is Li Yui, highly recommended by the instructor. His agile steps are swift, leading his class forward bravely. They've already left the other classes far behind. It looks like Li Yui's class is going to win first place. The commentator's enthusiastic voice echoed out, lavishing praise on the far-leading Li Yui. Of course, the other students are also giving it their all. The teams are beginning to spread out. Wait, what's that? The commentator looked at the drone footage and furrowed his brow in confusion. A 5-kilometer endurance run is no easy feat. With so many participants, the crowd began to disperse shortly after the start. However, amidst the bustling crowd, a relatively well-organized group was steadily moving forward. Everyone, follow my pace, adjust your breathing rhythm. We're 100 meters away from our first target. Chiu stood at the front of the group, speaking calmly. Got it. Let's go. As soon as Chiu finished speaking, a chorus of responses echoed through the air. Each target was approximately 500 meters apart. After breaking down the 5-kilometer distance into segments, everyone felt they had completed the first target with little effort. Following Chiu, everyone felt their stamina had significantly improved. Listening to the enthusiastic shouts, Chiu smiled slightly. It seemed that it wasn't just the benefit of segmented running. Clearly, the divine-level training talent was also playing a role. Although Chiu's class was only ranked around the middle, not a single person fell behind. Good. The first goal is achieved. The next target is that crooked old tree. Once we complete the second objective, we can take a short break. Everyone, keep up the good work. Chiu shouted loudly. At the same time, he gave everyone else a clear objective. This way, everyone would remain focused and not slack off when completing the second goal. Our Li Yui is making great progress and is almost 2 kilometers ahead. Just as Chiu's class completed the first goal, the commentator's voice rang out again. Chapter 13, The Injured Xieching. In the drone footage, Dahu accelerated again, taking larger and larger steps. Dahu, slow down. Let's take a break. Only half of Dahu's class remained, with many unable to continue and falling behind. Those who remained began to pant heavily, gradually losing their strength. Don't think we can slack off just because we're ahead. We can't stop now. Hearing his classmates say this, Dahu also furrowed his brows. Although his stamina was already nearly depleted, he refused to admit it. Dahu, not everyone has the same stamina as you. You should consider others' feelings. Xieching was one of the few girls in Dahu's class who could keep up. But after nearly 2 kilometers of sprinting, her stamina was clearly reaching its limit as well. Alright, but we can only rest for a moment before we set off again. Seeing Xieching speak up, Dahu could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Chiu and the others had already reached the second checkpoint. After a brief adjustment, they started running again. Everyone moved in orderly steps, breathing steadily. Under Chiu's leadership, everyone's stamina was well preserved. Additionally, many stragglers caught up with Chiu's group and quickly adjusted their pace. Which class is that? The chief instructor watched Chiu's group on the screen, rubbing his chin with interest. That's probably old Lin's class. I think I saw Chiu from their class. You're right, it really is him. I still remember his perfect march and military salute from that day. No way, they can run a cross-country race like that? Based on past experience, it wouldn't be long before the freshmen's ranks would fall apart. By the end, only a few would make it to the finish line. But Chiu's team stands out uniquely, forming a stark contrast to the scattered crowd around them. Interesting. Since they can't match physical strength, are they planning to win as a team? The chief instructor nodded. Chiu's leadership and command skills are top-notch. The squad drills and cross-country exercises are the best examples. Trust my judgment. This boy named Chiu is definitely a promising prospect. Lin instructor also nodded. While that may be true, it's still far from enough. He's still a long way off the selection standards. Although the chief instructor appreciated Chiu, he did not show much interest. After all, in his eyes, Chiu was just an outstanding freshman. Unlike Chiu's team, Dahu and his group were completely exhausted, sitting on the ground unwilling to get up. Get up quickly. Don't you want to win a place? Dahu, if you want to run, go ahead by yourself. After all that effort, you didn't even make it halfway. Exactly. If this keeps up, I'll probably die before finishing the race. Let me tie my shoelace. You guys go ahead. Looking at the crowd complaining, Dahal clenched his teeth. Don't you have any sense of team spirit? You can't even finish this short distance? Dahu, are you kidding? This is a 5-kilometer race, not a weighted cross-country run. We don't exercise much in our daily lives, how can we handle this? Exactly. If you hadn't made us run so fast earlier, would we be out of breath this quickly? Stop moralizing. If you want to run, just go ahead and do it yourself. For a moment, the area was filled with voices blaming Dahu. Helplessly, Daho could only turn to Xie Qingxue beside him. Qingxue, you'll run the entire distance with me, right? Seeing Dahu's expression, Xie Qingxue nodded. She was in good physical shape and wasn't the type to give up halfway. Seeing Xie Qingxue's expression, Dahu broke into a smile. With that, the two took their first steps and began running toward the finish line once more. Li Hu is moving again. He's almost at the 3-kilometer mark. He's way ahead of the pack. I'm sure it won't be long before Big Tiger crosses the finish line. Ha! What's going on? Someone's catching up. The commentator looked at the drone footage in confusion and exclaimed in surprise. In the drone footage originally focused on Big Tiger, there was no one else besides Xie Qingxue who was barely keeping up. But now, a sleek figure suddenly appeared in the drone's camera. After 2 kilometers, Chiu's class had completely mastered the techniques of interval running. Without Chiu leading them, they could control their running pace and stay on target. Therefore, Chiu no longer needed to worry about his classmates and could focus entirely on accelerating. That student's speed is incredible. In the blink of an eye, he's already less than 500 meters behind Li Hu. Dahu seemed to sense something and turned to look back. When he saw Chiu's figure appear, a look of shock spread across his face. Impossible. He was already running at full speed, how could Chiu catch up? Gritting his teeth, Dahu unconsciously sped up his pace. Qingxue, hurry up. I can't go any faster. I'm already at my limit. Xie Qingxue shook her head, her stamina was clearly nearing its limit. Ah! As soon as she spoke, Xie Qingxue let out a startled cry. Trying to speed up, her running rhythm was disrupted, causing her foot to twist severely. The intense pain caused Xie Qingxue to furrow her brows, forcing her to crouch down. Qingxue, are you okay? Can you keep running? Li Hu glanced at Xie Qingxue sitting on the ground, then looked at Chiu, who was about to catch up, and said anxiously. If he checked Xie Qingxue's injury, he would definitely be overtaken by Chiu, and all their efforts would be in vain. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Despite the excruciating pain that left her unable to move, she didn't want Li Hu to be affected by her and risk compromising the race results. Then, use the first aid kit in your bag to bandage yourself up. I'll come back for you after I cross the finish line. Chiu was getting closer, and Dahu had no time to hesitate. He turned around and ran toward the finish line again. Is Li Hu not going to help that girl? In the school's official livestream, comments started flooding in. I think this military training drill isn't just testing physical endurance, it's testing teamwork as well. But I think Dahu did the right thing. You shouldn't give up your own ranking for others, it's the same for everyone. Yeah, I agree. People these days are so selfish they wouldn't do something that doesn't benefit them. Look, there's a freshman running over there. Do you believe he'll care either? As the comments floated by, the chief instructor nodded with interest. Do you think Chiu will stop to help that girl? Chapter 14, How does it feel like a sprint? No way. If he doesn't help the girl, Chiu can easily overtake Li Hu before the finish line at his current speed. You know, the score difference between first and second place isn't just a little bit. Plus, the medical staff are nearby and will arrive soon. I agree. Chiu's stamina is beyond my imagination, he has definitely got what it takes to win. Listening to the instructor's discussion, the chief instructor stroked his chin. He suddenly felt a bit of anticipation about what this student would do next. Sure enough, Chiu's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Xie Qingxue's side. Qingxue? What's going on? As he approached, Chiu realized that the person sitting by the roadside was Xie Qingxue. Chiu, I twisted my ankle. It hurts badly. I might not be able to continue. Xie Qingxue spoke through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Is it serious? Take off your shoes so I can take a look. Chiu, don't worry about me. Keep going. Xie Qingxue shook her head. She didn't want Chiu to be affected by her and impact the training exercise's results. Chiu looked at Xie Qingxue, who was grimacing in pain, furrowed his brows, and knelt down. Chiu, you. Before she could finish, Chiu had already lifted Xie Qingxue's injured foot. He removed her shoes and socks, revealing the swollen ankle. No wonder Xie Qingxue was in so much pain. If not treated promptly, it could become serious. He took out an elastic bandage from his bag and began wrapping it around Xie Qingxue's foot, slowly moving up toward her calf. It was done quickly. Chiu's movements were gentle, and Xie Qingxue's foot felt much more comfortable. Chiu, how did you? My father taught me some first aid knowledge. In your case, you can't apply pressure. Chiu said, then found a sturdy tree trunk and propped up Xie Qingshua's leg. There, this should help reduce the swelling and prevent blood from pooling. Medical personnel will be here shortly. Don't worry. After finishing these tasks, Chiu clapped his hands and said, "Thank you, Chiu." After Chiu's treatment, Xie Qingshua's pain had significantly subsided. A drone slowly descended and captured Chiu's procedures on camera. This was textbook perfect emergency medical knowledge, with great positive significance. This guy looks a lot like the new student Chiu from our school. A comment floated across the live stream. It's not just a bit like him, it's definitely him. Wow, it's really him. I love his song Old Boys. The new singer from our school? I didn't expect Chiu to not only be good looking and have a great voice, but also know first aid so well. That is not all, just look at how fast Chiu was running earlier, he is way faster than Li Hu. But it's a shame we wasted time here. Li Hu has already run so far ahead, there is no way we can catch up now. Wait, that girl over there isn't she Xie Qingxue from the school's beauty pageant? Which one? The freshman who just enrolled and already made it into the top 3 of the school beauty rankings. It really is her. No wonder Chiu stopped. If I had been there, I would have helped too. Who do you think you are, daring to compare yourself to Chiu? The comments flooded the screen as Chiu's appearance once again boosted the heat in the school's official livestream. Interesting. Watching Chiu's actions, the head instructor smiled again. It seems like Chiu probably won't be able to compete for first place now. Lin instructor shook his head regretfully. It's okay, coming in second is still pretty good. Zhang instructor patted Lin instructor on the shoulder. In his opinion, Dehu winning first place was already a done deal. Lin sighed. Although Chiu had done the right thing, he still hoped his student could achieve a good result. But Chiu didn't know any of this. He finished bandaging Xie Qingshua's leg and stood up again. Having wasted nearly 5 or 6 minutes, Dehu's figure was already out of sight. After giving Xie Qingshuo some instructions, Chiu started running again. Having expended little physical energy, Chiu was in good condition. After enhancing his physical strength, Chiu felt his endurance had improved significantly. Without giving it another thought, Chiu took another step forward and sprinted toward the finish line at an even faster pace than before. By this point, Dahu had already exhausted himself, having spent nearly all his energy in the earlier stages. However, fortunately, his position had already pulled far ahead of the others. As long as he slowed down, he could still maintain his first place position. Li Hu's stamina is running out, and his speed is starting to slow down. To have come this far is already remarkable. Both he and Chiu are rare talents. In this situation, even if he slows down further, he'll still get an excellent rating. It's a shame. If Chiu hadn't stopped, he might have broken the record for the annual training exercise. That's impossible. Even if Chiu hadn't stopped, he couldn't have maintained such a fast pace throughout the entire race. Holy crap, who's that? Did I see that right? Chiu? On the screen, Chiu's figure caught up again, and his speed was significantly faster than before. Are you kidding me? He caught up that fast? This isn't right. This speed, is he running a cross-country race? I feel like I'm in a sprint. Could it be that it's not just an illusion? Watching Chiu's figure, the chief instructor suddenly sat up straight. Even if it were him, he wouldn't be able to maintain such a fast pace at the end of a 5-kilometer run. What is going on with that guy? Isn't he tired? He is just a student. How could he have such great stamina? This physical condition, could he really be a once-in-a-thousand-years genius? The instructors chattered excitedly. Even Zhang, who had been confident earlier, gaped in astonishment. Goodness, he is still accelerating. He has been sprinting for hundreds of meters. Dahu's legs were already throbbing with pain, and his muscles were trembling. The finish line was just within reach, and he didn't want to let anyone else take his first place. So he didn't slow down at all, ignoring the burning pain in his muscles, and kept running with all his might. This was already his limit. But Chiu was far from reaching his limit. His speed increased rapidly, and Chiu moved like a swift cheetah. In the blink of an eye, the two were only a few meters apart. There was still some distance to the finish line, and sweat had already soaked through Dehu's clothes. He desperately tried to increase his speed, but his body had already reached its limit. Just then, Chiu's figure brushed past Dehu's shoulder, overtaking him. And he accelerated once more, racing toward the finish line. In an instant, humiliation and resentment welled up in Dahu's heart. He never imagined that he would lose to Chiu in the very thing he was best at. The instructors had been waiting at the finish line for Chiu's arrival. The whistle blew, and Chiu crossed the finish line. The timekeeper stared at the stopwatch in his hands, his mouth wide open as if he could swallow an egg. Chapter 15, A Record Broken? Broken. The timekeeper looked at the numbers on the stopwatch and exclaimed in astonishment. What? The head coach looked astonished and snatched the stopwatch from the record keeper's hands. Looking at the numbers on the stopwatch, the chief instructor furrowed his brows. Chiu. He had broken the school record that had remained unbroken for 5 years. Although it was only a few seconds faster than the record, the head instructor knew clearly that Chiu hadn't shown his full potential. Not to mention that Chiu had helped Xiaqingshu bandage her wounds, but even leading the class in the previous run had already cost a significant amount of time. The previous record holder was also a student with exceptional physical fitness. He had been training in cross-country running since childhood, which is why he set a record that had remained unbroken for 5 years. Now that Chiu had broken the record effortlessly, it was clear that his physical fitness was extraordinary. Did he really break the record? Zhou Ping heard the news and walked over with a look of surprise on her face. The finish line was crowded with people discussing Chiu breaking the school record. At that moment, Chiu walked over slowly, looking puzzled at the gathered crowd. After crossing the finish line, Chiu didn't stop immediately but walked for a while to let his tense muscles relax. What's going on? Chiu scratched his head and patted the record keeper on the shoulder. What's going on? Someone broke the school record. The record keeper didn't even turn around, his attention fixed on the video of Chiu's sprint. Since it was a record-breaking moment, the time had to be accurate, down to the last second. Broke the record? Yes. The 5-year-old cross-country school record was just broken by a freshman. The record keeper glanced over and his eyes widened in shock. Isn't that the freshman who just broke the record? At the same time, the school's social media manager also spotted Chiu and shouted loudly, "Come quickly! The record breaker is here!" The social media team rushed over with cameras, quickly surrounding Chiu. "Chiu, can you share your thoughts on breaking the school record? We heard that you helped a girl along the way. If not for that, your record might have been even faster. Do you regret it? What kind of specialized training did you undergo to maintain such a fast pace consistently?" One question after another was fired at him, leaving Chiu momentarily unsure of where to begin. "Alright, Chiu has just finished his training and needs to rest." The chief instructor spoke up at the right moment, saving Chiu from the awkward situation. He then gave Chiu a gesture and turned to walk away. Chiu immediately understood and quickly followed suit. The remaining self-media students didn't say anything else, quietly waiting in place for Chiu to return. A few minutes later, Dehu appeared, looking extremely distressed. His leg muscles ached terribly, and he had almost no strength left. But when he saw the crowd gathered at the finish line, a surge of joy filled his heart. It seemed that even if he wasn't first, someone would be there to greet him. There were even self-media students with cameras, ready to film him. His once exhausted body suddenly filled with new strength, and Dehu sped up once more, racing toward the finish line. As he crossed the finish line, he collapsed to the ground, raising his hands high, as if he had completed a daunting task. He felt incredibly proud inside. This time, he had given it his all, more than any previous workout. He was confident that this training session would easily earn him an excellent rating. However, the imagined applause and praise never came. Not even a single person bothered to time his performance. Dahe turned his head strangely and looked at the people around him. Everyone's gaze was not on him, but instead fixed anxiously on the distant horizon. Confused, he stood up and approached the recorder, asking in a soft voice, "Recorder teacher, I was wondering what my score is?" The recorder, who was carefully verifying Chiyu's score, glanced over before returning his attention to the video. "Student, I'm busy right now. I'll show you the replay later, okay?" The recorder was completely focused on Chiu. Nothing was more important than reporting the results to the school. Daho looked around in confusion but didn't say anything else. Unwilling to give up, he approached the social media manager again and said with a smile, "Student, I've completed the entire race. Can we start the interview now?" Seeing Daho's expression, the social media manager furrowed his brows. If he remembered correctly, this was the person who had abandoned his teammate. And he was even overtaken by Chiu in the end. If I really interviewed someone like this, it would be a disgrace to the school. Thinking this, the social media manager didn't bother to respond to Dahu anymore. Dahu, seeing that the social media manager wasn't paying attention to him, was also puzzled and spoke up again to confront him. "If you're not going to interview him, you could have told me beforehand so I could have waited here all this time. Is that acceptable? There's nothing for you here. You can leave now." Seeing Dahu's attitude, the manager didn't give him a friendly look either. "Sir, I don't think I've done anything to offend you. Why won't you let me interview you? Are you kidding me? The person we're here to interview is Chiu." Seeing that Dahu was still persistent, the supervisor made it clear. "Chiu?" Hearing the supervisor's words, Dahu was taken aback. "Chiu again? We haven't even seen him, yet we still have to interview him? Have all these people been bribed by Chiu?" Thinking this, Dahu couldn't help but shout angrily, "What do you mean by this? You're only interviewing Chiu, have you taken his bribes?" Dahu's words caused the person in charge's expression to darken immediately. He represented the school's official social media account. If this gets out, how could his media account possibly function? "Student, please watch your language. Don't make baseless accusations. Chiu broke the school record, why can't we interview him?" The supervisor didn't bother arguing further with Dahu and retorted directly. The responsible person's words struck Dahu like a thunderclap. Chiu broke the school record? Impossible. In Dahu's judgment, Chiu was completely incapable of breaking the record. Unless, after overtaking himself, Chiu could continue to sprint, or even accelerate. Thinking of this, Dahu immediately dismissed the idea. How could anyone maintain the same sprinting speed as a short-distance runner in the final stretch of a 5-kilometer cross-country race? Even a professional would find that nearly impossible. Seeing Dahu's astonished expression, the organizer's disgust was evident. As Dahu pondered, the supervisor added another remark. Interviewing someone like you who abandoned your teammates is a disgrace to the school. Abandoning your teammates? The supervisor's words snapped Dahu back to reality. Suddenly, Dahu remembered. The injured Xie Qingsno was still on the way. Chapter 16, invited to serve as a temporary instructor. The joy of crossing the finish line had completely made him forget about Xie Qingsue. So Dahu didn't bother with the interview and turned around to head back the way he came. But the next words from the supervisor left him frozen in place. Stop pretending. Chiu has already bandaged that student up. They've probably already been taken away by the medical staff. What did you say? Dahu stared wide-eyed and grabbed the responsible person's clothes. What's wrong? You abandoned your companion and didn't let others help? Chiu helped the student tend to their wounds and still came in first. There can't be no instructors during military training, so you're the most suitable candidate. As if sensing Chiu's hesitation, the chief instructor spoke again. But, what's the matter? Can't you handle it? The chief instructor asked, raising his eyebrows. No. Chiu shook his head. It's settled then. We'll take tomorrow off, and starting the day after tomorrow, you'll be the temporary drill instructor. Make sure you get yourself together. The commander will be there for the final drill. Don't embarrass me. Looking at the chief instructor's determined expression, Chiu nodded. Military training was child's play for Chiu at this point. Not to mention the various abilities that could be exchanged in the system. With his god-tier training talent alone, he could easily train the strongest military training team. After bidding farewell to the chief instructor, Chiu returned to the starting point. Chiu, thanks to you. I never would have made it down. Yeah, your method was so effective. Before long, many of Chiu's classmates also crossed the finish line. Though they didn't achieve outstanding rankings, everyone passed. Seeing Chiu return, they all gathered around him, wrapping their arms around his shoulders. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, also walked over with a big bag of energy drinks, handing them out to everyone one by one. Originally, she had thought that if a few students from her class passed, that would be good enough. But now, 2/3 of the class had passed. It was an incredible turnaround. Moreover, Chiu had won first place and broken the school record. It seemed that their class would once again be the top performing class in the cross-country training exercise. The title of outstanding class teacher was practically within reach. However, all of this is thanks to Chiu. This is so strange. Following Chiu, I feel like my physical endurance has improved. Yeah, Chiu seems to have some kind of mysterious power. Whether it's formation drills or cross-country training, he makes me feel great. Chiu, why don't you join the military and apply to be an instructor? Ha ha ha. Listening to his classmates' praise, Chiu felt his admiration for himself skyrocketing. Just as he was about to log into the system, Zhou Ping's voice came through again. Chiu, our class really owes you this time. With a smile, Zhou Ping patted Chiu on the shoulder. It's what I should do. Chiu scratched his head. Actually, I have one more favor to ask of you. Zhou Ping smiled and spoke again. What is it? I know you have a great voice and can compose music. Could you create a song for the school's social media platform? For the school? Yes. Zhou Ping nodded and said again, if you're willing, I'll help you apply for a certificate and give you extra points on your final grade. Alright, I'll do it. Chiu didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. He wasn't really concerned about the extra points. What mattered was that participating in the school's social media content creation would earn him more admiration. Upon hearing Chiu's response, Zhou Ping smiled and nodded, after this is over, come find me in the office. Chiu agreed, and at the same time, the head of the media team walked over. He had been waiting for this interview with Chiu for quite some time. After doing this for so long, the media account had remained mediocre. But just a few days ago, he had edited a few of Chiu's songs, and the views had skyrocketed. This time, Chiu had broken the school record. Being both talented and versatile, this was a golden opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Seeing how enthusiastic the manager was, Chiu couldn't refuse and cooperated to complete the interview. Time has passed, but aside from Chiu's classmates, most people have given up. Without a doubt, Chiu's class once again secured first place in the military training exercise. Even though the competition had ended, the official livestream remained just as popular. Chiu is too strong. Did he break the school record? He is physically fit, sings well, can compose music, is good looking, and kind-hearted. He is the perfect boyfriend material, right? I've already become a fan of Chiu. Don't even think about trying to take him away from me. Come on, girl, take a look at yourself. Do you think he'd even notice you? So what? A significant portion of the traffic in these live streams has been converted into admiration points. On the way back to the dormitory, Chiu opened the system. Seeing the rising admiration points in the system, Chiu couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Chapter 17, What is Chiu? The system showed a whopping 30,000 admiration points. Subtracting the remaining 8,000 from before, a single off-road training session had increased his admiration points by over 20,000. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the official school live stream's contributions. Most of this increase in admiration points likely came from the live stream. Opening the admiration points shop, Chiu quickly decided how to spend these points. He already had one song, but just in case, Chiu exchanged for another one. Next, Chiu exchanged for physical enhancement and squad training bonuses. These bonuses can be exchanged unlimited times. Yesterday, he only exchanged physical enhancement once, but it allowed him to easily outpace others during drills, so physical enhancement is indispensable. And since he was about to become a temporary instructor, squad training boosts were also indispensable. With the training bonuses and Chiu's god-tier training talent, he could easily complete the military training tasks. In the blink of an eye, his admiration points were down to just over 4,000. Looking at the nearly depleted admiration points, Chiu sighed. This is going too fast. It seems like he needs to prioritize streaming as well. Back in the dormitory, Chiu's roommates were already sprawled out on their beds. Although he had completed the entire course, his entire body ached terribly. Chiu took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to head out again. Chiu, are you going out again? Are you a robot hiding among us? Don't you ever get tired? Seeing Chiu's appearance, his roommates all shed tears of envy. I could barely get out of bed after just 5 kilometers, but Chiu ran the first leg and is still full of energy. Chiu smiled and didn't say anything else, walking out the door. If they saw the results of his second physical enhancement, they'd probably be speechless. At that moment, on the other side of the campus. Bang bang bang. Wang Dayong anxiously pounded on the principal's office door. Come in. Dayong, what's the matter? Why the rush? Principal Ma looked up and said. They had been close friends since their youth. Later, one became an educator and the other a musician, and their contact gradually grew less frequent. Until yesterday, when Wang Dayong said he needed to see him urgently. He never expected that just one day later, Wang Dayong would show up here. Are your new students currently undergoing military training? Wang Dayong panted, speaking loudly. Dayong, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the enrollment deadline has already passed. If you want to bring someone in now, you'll have to go through a special admission process. No, Ma Ge, it's a misunderstanding. I came here to find a student from your school. Wang Dayong drank a large glass of water, then took the documents from his assistant and handed them to Principal Ma. Chiu? Principal Ma took the documents, skimmed through them, and didn't notice anything unusual. That's right. I discovered a musical prodigy at your school. It's him. A musical genius? Principal Ma looked at Wang Dayong in surprise. He knew Wang Dayong worked on music programs, though the show wasn't very popular now. His taste was undeniably unique. Few people could be called a genius by him. And he was just a freshman. You don't even know about this? It's the hottest topic at your school lately. Wang Dayong didn't say anything else and handed over the video of Chiu on his phone. Principal Ma watched it once. The venue where Chiu was singing was indeed the scene from the military training singing competition. To sing so beautifully without accompaniment and with such rudimentary equipment truly demonstrated musical genius. Moreover, Chiu was indeed the recent hot topic at the school, but Principal Ma had been too busy with official duties to pay attention. As long as we find him, my show will definitely be revived. Wang Dayong, in his mid-40s, suddenly lit up with excitement. He had a premonition that his career was about to experience a second spring. Alright, I'll take you to find him right now. Principal Ma put down the documents he was holding and led Wang Dayong toward Chiu's grade. In truth, Principal Ma also had his own motives. If Chiu really became famous, it would be a huge boost for the school's publicity. Chiu walked down the hallway of the academic building, completely unaware of what was happening. It was almost time for his appointment with Zhou Ping, and Chiu was not one to be late. As he reached the door, Chiu noticed that Zhou Ping's office door was open. Through the crack, the sound of a heated argument could be heard. Director, didn't we agree that the official song composition spot was for Chiu? Zhou Ping's tone was filled with anger and accusation. Zhou Ping, I admit that Chiu is talented. But this composition is meant to attract attention. The student recommended by Lu Mei already has some fame. And Chiu is a freshman. His ability to think on his feet is definitely lacking. As the principal was speaking, Chiu accidentally bumped into the slightly ajar door. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of the two people in the office, who both looked up. Chiu, come in. Zhou Ping called Chiu inside and spoke again. Principal, look, Chiu is here. Please give him a chance. Zhou Ping's tone carried a hint of pleading. It wasn't just for herself, but also for Chiu to have a better opportunity. Seeing the homeroom teacher's expression, Chiu frowned. To be honest, getting attention now was a piece of cake for him. He didn't need this spot at all. Enough, don't say any more. I've already made up my mind, the principal said impatiently. Principal, you've heard Chiu's songs. Both his songwriting skills and vocal abilities make him the best candidate. The best candidate? Don't make me laugh. Zhou Ping had barely finished speaking when Lu Mei's giggling voice drifted over. The office door opened again, and Lu Mei walked in with a sweet and adorable young girl. What a small world. Chiu immediately recognized the girl behind Lu Mei as the one who had spread rumors about him, the so-called Loli princess. Regardless, our school's goal is to promote ourselves better. The student I recommended, Li Meng, has over 300,000 followers and brings her own audience. What about you? How many followers do you have? Lu Mei said arrogantly. Ever since her class's top student was taken by Zhou Ping last time, she had harbored a grudge. Chiu may not have any followers, but he's currently trending. I'm sure he can bring some heat to our school. Haha, Zhou Ping, you're getting funnier and funnier. What good is belief? If you've got the goods, show us some real proof. Li Meng is talented in everything. What's Chiu? Don't even try to compare. Lu Mei too held her head high. She had already bribed the principal. So she was confident she'd secure the spot. Ignorant, so ignorant. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Wang Dayong rushed in with a look of urgency on his face. Chapter 18, You Can Create Too? Who are you? What are you doing here? The principal, seeing the unfamiliar man enter, frowned and said, You dare say Chiu isn't as good as this little girl? That's ridiculous. What did you say? You crazy person, who let you in here? Lu Mei looked at Wang Dayong, who was dressed plainly, with a look of disgust on her face. I let him in. Is there a problem? Principal Ma's voice echoed, accompanied by heavy breathing. Old age and obesity made it impossible for him to keep up with Wang Dayong's pace. Principal. The dean swallowed hard and stood up. Chiu, you've made me look everywhere for you. Come on, follow me. Wang Dayong was already highly agitated. As he spoke, he grabbed Chiu's arm, intending to leave. But this pull not only failed to move Chiu, but also caused Wang Dayong to stumble. Chiu had no idea what was going on. After his physical training, he was no match for someone like Wang Dayong. Dayong, don't panic. Chiu, I'm the principal of Jinka University. My surname is Ma. Oh, so your name is Chiu? I recognize you. You were the drill instructor for Class 9 during military training, right? Right. I'm the deputy director of Dragon Nation's Got Talent. My name is Wang Dayong. I'm here to invite you to participate in our variety show. As soon as Wang Dayong finished speaking, Li Meng, standing behind Lu Mei, widened her eyes in surprise. Dragon Country's Got Talent? 2 years ago, it was a variety show that swept the nation. The leading music variety show. Although its popularity has dwindled, it's mainly because there aren't any good songwriters. But even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. If we could participate, we'd definitely attract a huge following. Thinking this, Li Meng took a step forward and spoke up. Mr. Wang, I'm also an original singer. I have over 300,000 followers on my social media platform. Do you think I could appear on the show? You can write songs too? Wang Dayong turned to look at Li Meng. That's right. I can sing any type of song. I'm definitely better than Chiu. Li Meng smiled, trying to make her expression as cute as possible. Upon hearing that she could sing better than Chiu, Wang Dayong perked up immediately. Chiu was already a genius. Could there be someone even more talented than him? Glancing at Li Meng and then back at Chiu, Wang Dayong was left in a dilemma. There was only one spot for the best voice, so taking two back was definitely out of the question. I heard you mention earlier that you're representing the school with an original song. Why not each of you compose one, and we'll see which one is more suitable? Principal Ma, seeing Wang Dayong's expression, spoke up. Sure, of course. The principal's words were exactly what Wang Dayong had hoped for. Selecting the best through their work was undoubtedly the best approach. But principal, the school only has one spot for the original song. The academic director, seeing the situation, stepped forward and spoke up. Can't you add another one? Principal Ma shot the dean a disapproving glance and said. But, enough, no more discussion. This is final. What do you two think? Principal Ma turned around and looked at Chiu and Li Meng. Of course, no problem. Li Meng, naturally not wanting to miss this opportunity to show off, hurriedly nodded. She was confident that with her cute face, she would definitely be stronger than Chiu. What about you, Chiu? I'm fine with it, but I'll have to wait until military training is over before joining the program. Chiu thought for a moment before saying. This was a great opportunity to gain admiration, so there was no need to refuse. Alright. How long will it take you to create the song? 7 days, and I can write it. Li Meng said confidently. Normally, it takes at least 15 days to create a song. However, since the songs she composed were mostly pop songs, they often took much less time than others. Alright, that's great. Seeing Li Meng's confident demeanor, Wang Dayong clapped his hands again. It seems that this Li Meng is also a top-notch genius. Chiu, what about you? Zhou Ping looked at Chiu and asked. Li Meng reported 7 days, so Chiu must also complete it within 7 days. Otherwise, she would be at a disadvantage in terms of creation time alone. 1 day. Chiu's casual words echoed, gradually turning everyone's expressions into astonishment. What? 1 day? Wang Dayong asked with his mouth wide open. Even the top singers in the country couldn't create a normal song in just 1 day. Chiu, don't be bragging. How could you possibly create something in just 1 day? Lu Mei crossed her arms and demanded loudly. Ms. Lu, just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Of course, I'm not forcing you to finish it in a day. If you need 7 days to complete it, I can wait for you. Chiu had remained silent all along, but that didn't mean he was afraid. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei and Li Meng's expressions immediately changed. Chiu's words were laced with sarcasm, leaving the two of them speechless. If they were given only 1 day to create something, it would be impossible to complete it. But if they insisted on 7 days, it would indirectly prove that Li Meng was weaker than Chiu. I only need 1 day too. Li Meng clenched her teeth and spoke up. She didn't believe for a moment that Chiu could create a good piece in a single day. That's why she dared to agree. Great. Both of you are so talented. Wang Dayong was so happy his mouth was almost splitting to his ears. Since that's the case, we'll hold it in the auditorium tomorrow. Everyone in the school can come to watch. We'll also stream it live on the official channel, and the judges and viewers will score your performances. The principal nodded. This method was the fairest. Alright, then we'll see you tomorrow evening in the auditorium. Lu Mei said, preparing to leave with Li Meng. After all, there was only 1 day left, and every second counted. Alright, Chiu, you should also go back and start working on your creation early. Zhou Ping also expressed her concern. Alright, no rush. I'll go eat first. Chiu spoke softly once more and walked out of the office. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the creation, as if it were a trivial matter. Just pretend. Wait until tomorrow, you'll see. Li Meng clenched her teeth and said angrily. In her eyes, Chiu was just trying to show off. In just 1 day, if he could even finish the lyrics, that would be impressive. Let alone sing it. Stepping out of the office, Chiu felt a sense of relief. He didn't need to create anything, he could just use the songs he had exchanged for admiration points. He had always disliked Lu Mei, and tomorrow he would finally get the chance to humiliate her. After eating, it was already very late. Chiu slowly made his way back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, his roommates gathered around him. Chiu, I heard you're competing with the little princess for a spot on The Voice? Chapter 19, Pouting Lips. How did you know? Chiu raised his head in surprise. How did everyone in the dorm find out just from me eating a meal? Not a friend? You're really brave. The little princess is famous for having a lot of brainless fans. I don't know what is going on, but her fans have already started tagging you on the confession wall. Linhao said, then quickly pulled out his phone. Sure enough, the confession wall was filled with various fake accounts spreading rumors. The content was nothing but bashing Chiu, praising Li Meng, and manipulating public opinion. These messages were almost identical to the ones spread during the fake singing scandal. Therefore, Chiu could now confirm that the incident had been orchestrated by Li Meng. Bro, maybe we should just let it go. It's not worth it. We're gaining followers right now, there's no need to start a conflict with her. Linhao looked concerned. After all, Li Meng had over 300,000 followers. While Chiu had gained some attention through a few songs, inspiration couldn't last forever. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She can't cause much trouble. Seeing Chiu speak so confidently, Linhao didn't press the matter further. Lying on the bed, Chiu opened his phone. His fan count on the media platform had increased slightly. But without a live stream, the growth rate had slowed significantly. This left Chiu in a dilemma. He was currently in military training and simply didn't have enough time to go live. But without live streams, the rate at which he could gain admiration points slowed significantly. With no clear thoughts, Chiu started scrolling through short videos. After watching several videos, Chiu kept coming across clips of himself singing. The likes and comments were quite high. Chiu suddenly realized why his admiration points were still rising even when he wasn't live streaming. It seems that short videos can also increase admiration points. Looking at the short video footage, Chiu had a brilliant idea. From now on, he could record his performances and turn them into short videos to post online. After a moment of thought, Chiu finalized his plan. After replying to a few WeChat messages, Chiu saw a message from Xie. The message expressed gratitude for her help and an invitation to dinner. After some consideration, Chiu agreed. After lying down for a while, it was already late, and Chiu fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chiu was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Blurring his eyes, he saw it was his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping. Chiu, where are you? Lu Mei and the others are already at the auditorium. The principal and the others are all there too. So early? Yes, I heard they've already finished their performance, and the live stream has been moved up to noon. Zhou Ping's tone was urgent, filled with endless concern. I understand. Chiu replied briefly and hung up the phone. I wonder what those two are up to again. However, Chiu didn't care much. After all, they were just a bunch of clowns. After tidying up his things, Chiu called Lin Hao and headed toward the auditorium. After these few incidents, Chiu discovered that Lin Hao had a natural talent for social media. If possible, Chiu planned to have Lin Hao manage his own account. When they arrived at the auditorium, it was already packed with people. Banners and cheering signs were everywhere. However, the majority of them were supporting Li Meng, with only a few supporting Chiu. Oh, I thought you were too scared to show up. A mocking voice echoed, and Li Meng slowly made her way through the crowd. She was surrounded by many supporters, or more accurately, a large number of die-hard fans. I was indeed a bit scared. Chiu smiled and spoke up. Seeing Chiu's reaction, Li Meng was taken aback. How could Chiu, who was so confident yesterday, suddenly become so cowardly? What about the song she had someone else write for her? Was it all for nothing? Since you're scared, just withdraw from the competition and save everyone's time. However, after thinking it over, Li Meng roughly understood the situation. With over 300,000 followers, Chiu must have truly given up. Withdraw? You must have misunderstood. What I fear is the venomous heart lurking beneath your seemingly decent exterior. Chiu narrowed his eyes, as if he had already seen through everything Li Meng had done. What did you say? Say that again. Dare to speak to our princess like that? Do you want to die? You brat, apologize to our princess. Before Li Meng could respond, his supporters quickly surrounded him. Chiu finally understood what Lin Hao meant by brainwashed fans. One of the supporters was particularly agitated, rushing forward to grab Chiu's clothes. However, Chiu didn't let them get away with it. He casually waved his hand, sending several of them flying backward. Seeing that her supporters hadn't gained the upper hand, Li Meng's expression changed. But she quickly changed her expression. Chiu, no matter what, you can't lay a finger on my fans. If that's the case, just wait. I'll crush you in the competition. Li Meng spoke with righteous indignation, her words filled with feigned concern for her fans. Seeing Li Meng's expression, Chiu sneered. He didn't stop her when she first started, but now he's jumping out to play the good guy. Clearly, he was using these fools as pawns. So Chiu didn't bother with her and turned to walk to the front of the auditorium. In the front row, the principal and Wang Dayong were already seated, with several other school officials sitting around them. It seemed that what had originally been an original song for promotional purposes had become extremely important to the school administration after Wang Dayong arrived. Upon seeing Chiu arrive, Wang Dayong immediately broke into a smile. Chiu, is your song ready? Deep down, Wang Dayong still trusted Chiu more. After all, he had heard Chiu's singing skills before. It's ready. Ha ha ha, a hero emerges in youth. Mr. Lu, have you prepared your song as well? The principal smiled and turned to look at Lu Mei. We're ready. Lu Mei also said with a smile. Alright, since that's the case, let's begin. Principal, I volunteer to let Li Meng go first. Her song was created overnight and is sure to astonish the entire audience. Lu Mei stepped forward first and recommended. Because Li Meng's song wasn't her own creation, she had commissioned a professional singer to write it. Although time was limited, she was confident she could outshine Chiu. Alright, since that's the case, let's have Li Meng go first. The principal nodded and said. After all, in a singing competition, it's about vocal skills and lyrics, not the order of performance. Taking the microphone, Li Meng quickly walked onto the stage. Dressed in a pink dress, her adorable face was fully on display. Upon reaching the center of the stage, she first gave a sweet smile. Then she picked up the microphone and said, Hello, everyone. Judges, hello. I am contestant Li Meng. Today, I will be performing the song Pouty Lips for you all. Chapter 20, I'm still the same boy I used to be. When she said this, Li Meng deliberately puckered her lips and made a cute expression. Pouty lips? That sounds so cute. Right. The song our princess created must be amazing. Nearly 90% of the audience below were supporting Li Meng, and cheers erupted immediately. Haha, ma ge, it seems like Li Meng has quite the influence at your school. Wang Dayong was also a bit surprised and said with a smile. Yeah, this kid is pretty talented. She even helped us shoot a promotional video for our official account before. Principal Mai nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration for Li Meng. At the same time, the official live stream had already begun. Before the footage could even be displayed, a large crowd rushed in. It seemed as though they had been waiting outside all along. It seemed that Li Meng had prepared thoroughly. "Everyone, please be quiet. I'm about to start singing." Li Meng's sweet voice echoed, sparking another wave of cheers. Soon, the crowd gradually fell silent, and Li Meng picked up the microphone. "You say pucker your lips, I'll pucker them like this. Pout once and wait for you to come back. You say puff your lips, I'll puff 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 puff. Pout once while waiting for the flowers to bloom." As soon as she began to sing, Li Meng's sweet voice filled the entire auditorium. Her ability to attract countless fans is closely tied to her adorable appearance and sweet voice. "Beautiful. So beautiful. You're truly our princess. So beautiful, I'm in love. Go, princess." The audience was filled with praise, and banners had already been unfurled. In reality, this kind of pop song doesn't even compare to the songs sung by Chiu. However, most of the audience were Li Meng's fans, and some were even paid by Li Meng to be there. As for Chiu's songs, people either hadn't heard them or simply didn't care. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream was skyrocketing, reaching 5,000. These people were also paid commentators. Li Meng had already planned this out. There would be a voting segment during the live stream and among the audience. With the paid commenters, they could easily win. "Say pout your lips, and I'll pout 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 pout. Pout once and you'll come, right? Say pout your lips, and I'll pout 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 pout. Pucker your lips once and the flowers will come back." This song doesn't have many lyrics. It's mostly just repetition, but Li Meng managed to puff her lips for 3 whole minutes on stage. "Thank you everyone, come listen to me sing." After finishing, Li Meng also did her signature heart-shaped hand gesture. Paired with her sweet smile, it once again sparked a wave of cheers. "Alright, let's start voting," the host announced, and both the audience on stage and the viewers in the livestream began voting simultaneously. The vote count kept rising, and Li Meng's tally reached 5,500 votes. It's important to note that this was already an extremely high number. Essentially, both the live stream viewers and the on-site audience had voted for her. "Thank you all for your support. I'll keep working hard." Li Meng smiled, confident that she had already secured the victory. Let's not even mention whether Chiu can create a new song in just one day. Just these paid commenters alone are more than Chiu could ever gather. Li Meng's final vote count is 5,631. The host announced the result and turned to the judges again. "Please proceed with the judging." The vocals are quite catchy, but overall it sounds quite close to your style. It's solid and well executed. Being able to create something like this in just one day is already quite impressive. The principal nodded and gave an 8. It's just average. The lyrics are too sloppy, probably because of the short time frame. Wang Dion, as a professional, immediately spotted Li Meng's issues and gave her a 6. The other judges followed suit, and in the end, Li Meng received a score of 8.5. Though not exceptionally high, Li Meng believed it was more than sufficient. With the audience votes added, she had already won. Alright, Li Meng's performance is complete. Next, please welcome Chiu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience fell into complete silence. It was a stark contrast to the scene when Li Meng had taken the stage. "Get off the stage. No one is supporting you." Exactly. How can this kid compare to Sister Meng Meng? Just because you've sung a few songs, you think you're something special? I'll see what kind of work you can produce. The chaotic voices from the audience made Chiu sneer disdainfully as he picked up the microphone. "Before, I always felt time was moving slowly, and I never thought I'd grow up. But in the blink of an eye, we're no longer teenagers. I believe that among you here, some are about to leave campus, while others are still striving hard." Chiu's words gradually quieted the crowd below. Some began to wonder what song Chiu had prepared. Even the principal raised his head in curiosity. "Youth never returns. May you, after walking half your life, return still as young as you were. The song I've brought is called Youth." Youth? What kind of song title is that? It's not some cheesy, forced song, is it? In just one day, they probably can't make a good song. Don't get your hopes up. At the same time, the popularity in the official livestream began to slowly decline. After Li Meng finished her performance, most of the paid commenters left, and the remaining ones started to hype up Chiu. Chiu didn't say much and spoke again. "Woo, oh ho ho." As soon as she started, her beautiful harmonies filled the air, softening under her voice. This calmed the crowd below. "Change your lifestyle and make yourself happy. Let go of your attachments, and the weather will improve. Every time you pass by, it's a new gain. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice." Completely different from his previous style, Chiu presented this song with a lighthearted tone. Every lyric is filled with a positive and uplifting vibe, making it incredibly catchy. It's not like the lyrics have any real depth. Li Meng rolled her eyes. Looking back now, Chiu's lyrics aren't that impressive either. They're not much different from her own songs. Let the past stay in the past. Whether it was a joke or a lie. The path is under your feet. It's actually not that complicated. Just remember who you are. Chiu continued singing, but Wang Daong shook his head. His voice was indeed good, but the lyrics this time, though they had some meaning, were simply not on the same level as the previous two songs. This left Wang Daong slightly disappointed. More murmurs rose from the audience below, growing louder and louder. Woo, oh ho ho. However, Chiu did not stop singing. After the harmonies faded, his gaze sharpened. Taking a deep breath, Chiu raised his pitch by a notch. I still. The young man of the past, not a single change. Time is merely a test. The belief planted in my heart remains unwavering. Chapter 21, Equipment Malfunction, Event Cancelled? These lyrics? What is going on? This is so well written I can really relate to it. I'm in my 30s now, no longer a teenager, but this song reminds me of my youth. As the climax hit, it instantly ignited the live stream and the chat. Most of the audience members were over 20, no longer teenagers. Chiu's moving voice, combined with nearly perfect lyrics, caused everyone present to reminisce about their youth. They recalled their youthful dreams. They recalled the vigor and confidence of their youth. But little did they know that just a few years later, they would all be on the brink of being crushed by life. The arrogance of youth has been completely eroded. I used to want to be a police officer, but now I can only sleep in the dormitory all day. I swore I'd be a righteous person, but now I'm spreading rumors about others for money. A Water Army member said shamefully. He had received many favors from Li Meng and spread numerous rumors online. Yes, as I grew up, I gradually lost myself and forgot my original aspirations. I decided to fight again for the young version of myself. The live stream's heat surged again, and the chat started flooding the screen. It was even starting to surpass the number of paid commenters Li Meng had hired. De Yong, that's impressive. Chiu seems to have a natural talent for music. Listening to this, even I feel a bit nostalgic for my youth. The principal closed his eyes, and scenes from his youth flashed through his mind. That's right, I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Wang Daong, who had been disappointed, suddenly perked up again. It seems that Chiu is truly a genius. His show has a chance now. The crowd began to buzz with excitement, and some of Li Meng's fans even started voting for Chiu. Mr. Liu, what should we do? Seeing this, Li Meng panicked for a moment. This was only the beginning, and Chiu had already gained so much support. If he performs the entire song, I'm certain to lose. You said you had professional lyricists write the lyrics. Now you're asking me what to do. Lu Mei was equally flustered. She had guaranteed to the principal that her views would surpass Chiu's. If she loses this time, she might never be able to surpass Zhou Ping again. I don't know. Even the most talented person couldn't write such lyrics in just one day. This Chiu must be cheating. This song must have been written by him beforehand. Li Meng widened her eyes. In her mind, the lyrics of this song were nearly perfect, even she couldn't help but admire them. If she were to write it, she probably couldn't do it in a lifetime. Therefore, she was certain that Chiu had written it long ago. Words alone aren't proof. Do you have any evidence? Now, whether it's the judges or the audience, everyone is praising him. If you say it, they won't believe you. Lu Mei shook her head and clenched her teeth. What should we do? If my fans turn against me, they'll definitely speak up for Chiu. Many fans know about the things I've done. Then I'm finished. Li Meng spoke with a trembling voice, suddenly regretting her decision to oppose Chiu. Look at you, such a coward. Let me figure something out. No matter what Li Meng said, she was just a student. But Lu Mei was different. She had been a homeroom teacher for many years. She quickly regained her composure, and a plan formed in her mind. After giving Li Meng a few instructions, Lu Mei turned around and left in a hurry. This young man before me still has that same face from the beginning. No matter how many hardships lie ahead, I won't back down. Say never, never give up. Chiu was completely unaware of all this and continued singing. The mix of Chinese and English lyrics ignited everyone else as well. Under the divine vocals, the song was performed to perfection. It awakened the youthful aspirations and beliefs of most of those present. Wu Chiu, I'd become a fan. Youth until death. Damn it, never give up. The cheers from the audience grew louder and louder, and Li Meng grew increasingly anxious. She had no chance of winning now and could only pin her hopes on Lu Mei. As one melody ended, Chiu's lyrics began a new verse. Chasing after every ray of light that graces our lives. Let the world shine because of your existence. Actually, you, me, and everyone else are no different. It's just that you chose to draw a line of hope in your imagination. A new verse, completely different lyrics. It feels completely different from when I first heard it. When the chorus came around again, the audience below stared wide-eyed. Wait, the lyrics are different too? This is an entire complete song. Yeah, the lyrics go from faith to resonance. It's exactly what I imagined as a teenager. At this point, Li Meng could no longer sit still. Chiu's performance on stage stood in stark contrast to his own earlier performance. One set of lyrics represented an unwavering belief in never giving up. The other was just a meaningless, repetitive tune. The difference in strength was obvious. This is simply a once-in-a-century genius. Wang Dayan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The climax of the performance alone was already enough to astonish him. He never expected that the new verse with different lyrics would evoke such a completely different feeling. Could this really be created in just one day? If that's the case, Chiu's creative ability might already be unmatched. The number of viewers in the official live stream had surpassed 30,000. This was the first time in history that the official live stream had surpassed 30,000 viewers, setting a new record. The chat is flooding the screen so quickly it's hard to see anything. The person in charge of the live stream is staring at the screen in disbelief. A 5-year-old account couldn't even match the traffic generated by Chiu's single song. It seems that from now on, we must have Chiu appear more frequently. Just as Chiu was singing passionately and about to reach the climax, suddenly, a strange buzzing sound echoed through the room, and the lights flickered twice. Chiu's voice abruptly stopped, and the entire hall fell into complete silence. What's going on? Ma Ge? What's happening? Wang Dayan, who was engrossed in the performance, hurriedly turned to look at Principal Ma beside him. I don't know. Where's the technician? Check the equipment. Principal Ma also furrowed his brows and shouted loudly. A few moments later, the sweaty administrator rushed over and stammered. Principal, I checked the equipment, but I don't know what caused it to malfunction. The maintenance team is working on it, but it might take some time to fix. Should we just cancel the event for now? Chapter 22, the equipment was deliberately sabotaged. What did you say? Terminate? Absolutely not. Chiu's performance isn't over yet. Upon hearing the equipment manager's words, Wang Dayan stood up abruptly. For a professional music director, every note of a song is crucial. Every note and change in melody evokes a different emotion. But the equipment is broken. We can't continue. The technician shook his head helplessly. He had no idea why this had suddenly happened. Wang Dayan felt helpless and could only turn to Principal Ma, who was sitting nearby. Principal, the live stream viewers are starting to get upset. They're saying that if Chiu doesn't start singing again, they'll report the live stream. The pressure from public opinion is too much. The comments are constantly insulting us. There are also a lot of comments under our short videos now. If we don't start soon, all the traffic we've worked so hard to build up will be lost. The person in charge of the live stream rushed over and complained to the principal. What was once a peaceful live stream is now filled with insults, even more than the previous comments. It had clearly exceeded his ability to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the audience below were also buzzing with discussion, expressing their dissatisfaction. However, since they were students, their reactions were not as intense as the comments in the live stream. At that moment, Li Meng quietly gave Lu Mei a thumbs up. Shutting down the equipment was indeed a good idea. Without the equipment, even a professional singer couldn't continue performing. Our live stream has now broken the all-time record, and many online users are paying attention. This is such a great opportunity for publicity. We organized this event specifically for that purpose, didn't we? Now you're telling me to stop? Then tell me, how are we supposed to continue with the promotion in the future? I'll tell you this, if the equipment isn't fixed within 5 minutes, you're out of a job. Principal Ma also realized the severity of the situation and erupted in anger. The equipment manager looked equally aggrieved, as the equipment malfunction wasn't his fault. Just as everyone was at a loss and the audience was protesting non-stop, a clear voice rang out. I'm still the same young man I was before. Not a single thing has changed. Time is merely a test. The belief planted in my heart remains unwavering. Without the amplification of the speakers, the voice wasn't particularly loud. But Chiu's voice was melodious and crisp, giving people a more comfortable feeling. No way, you can sing without any equipment? Wow, that's amazing. Except for the volume, it sounds even better than before. Chiu, don't talk, you're ruining my listening experience. At that moment, Wang Dayan also widened his eyes, unable to say a word. Others didn't know, but he was well aware of how difficult it was for a singer to perform a cappella without any equipment. Chiu's performance at that moment had shattered his preconceptions. He was twice as good as a professional singer. Just as Chiu began to sing, the live stream's viewership started to rise again. Finally started. Otherwise, I was going to report this. What's going on? Is he singing a cappella? The a cappella version sounds better than before. This is the true talent of a singer. Exactly, this is pure, unadulterated vocal talent. So they intentionally turned off the equipment to let us hear such a beautiful voice. Handsome guy, when are you debuting? I'll vote for you. It's amazing. I'm all in. The view count skyrocketed again, reaching 40,000. The official account was also steadily gaining followers. The auditorium was now completely silent, everyone listening intently to Chiu sing. Lu Mei and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. This has to be a prank. Can he sing without any equipment? Is this really a first-year freshman? Could he be the disciple of some famous musician? The young man before me still has the same face as before. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead, I won't back down. Say never, never give up. I will never give up. The final English lyric perfectly complements the entire song. It also signifies the end of the song. Chiu bowed deeply, raising his right fist. Farewell, young archer, draw your bow to the fullest, fear neither time nor wind. I hope everyone will never give up and always live up to the youth within themselves. Go for it. As soon as the words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, including the principal, whose eyes were already teary. Gifts kept flying in the official livestream, as if they were meant for their younger selves. Principal, there are 30,000 votes in the livestream, and 4,000 votes on site. The audience's votes had completely overwhelmed Li Meng. And all the judges had given her perfect scores. It was clear that Li Meng had lost completely. Many of her fans have been drawn to Chiu. She now regrets it deeply, as every new fan Chiu gains might have been hers. As the crowd cheered, a sweaty maintenance worker rushed over. Principal, I just inspected the equipment and discovered. Just get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. If it weren't for Chiu's impromptu performance, this could have caused significant public backlash. Such a large school can't even maintain its equipment properly, it's embarrassing to even mention it. I discovered that the equipment was deliberately sabotaged. As soon as the words left his mouth, the principal's face darkened, and he flew into a rage. No wonder the equipment suddenly broke down. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes? Is there surveillance in the back? Yes. Hurry up and check it. I need to see the surveillance footage immediately. I won't let this matter rest. Lu Mei, standing nearby, saw this and her legs went weak, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. Originally, Lu Mei thought that by shutting down Chiyu's equipment, the performance would naturally come to an end. No one would bother with the equipment anymore. But to her surprise, Chiu managed to sing the entire song a cappella and received a lot of support. Now, she was going to end up losing more than she gained. Lu Mei's heart was pounding wildly. She looked at Chiu, who was slowly walking up from the audience, filled with regret. It was just a spot for a creator. Why did she have to compete with Zhou Ping for it? Even if she had taken it, why had she shut down the equipment? Now that she'd been discovered, it was only a matter of time. Not only had Li Meng failed to win the championship, but her job was likely in jeopardy as well. At that moment, Chiu, who had finished his performance, strolled down the stage. Wang Dayong and the principal were both looking at him with admiration. But Chiu gave Lu Mei a meaningful glance. It seemed as though he had known all along that Lu Mei was behind it all. Chiu, you've worked hard. Our school is going to be all the rage this time. Principal Ma said with a smile, showing no trace of his usual authority. Bringing honor to the school is what we should do. But this equipment really needs to be replaced. Chiu responded humbly, then gave Lu Mei a meaningful smile. The equipment issue was deliberately sabotaged by someone. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I promise you'll get a satisfactory response. Chapter 23, the relationship is indeed unusual. Given Chiyu's current popularity, the benefits he could bring to the school were enormous. Therefore, the principal naturally wouldn't let him be wronged and made a promise to Chiu. I believe Principal Ma won't continue using faulty equipment either. Otherwise, whether it's me or someone else, using faulty equipment to promote the school would have a negative impact. Chiyu's words had a hidden meaning. While he was talking about the equipment, he was actually hinting at certain people. Rest assured, I wouldn't let any students who want to contribute to the school feel disheartened. The principal hurriedly nodded in agreement. As long as Chiu was still willing to continue promoting the school, these were minor issues. At that moment, Lu Mei stood there dumbfounded, lost in thought. The people who had been standing with her had already moved far away, not wanting to have anything to do with her anymore. At that moment, Wang Dayong also ran over, warmly taking Chiyu's hand. Chiu, please come to our variety show. I beg you. Whatever conditions you want, just name them. As for the split, I can give you the highest standard, no, 1.5 times the highest standard. Li Meng watched this scene, her eyes wide with astonishment. The director of a top-tier music program was actually lowering himself to invite a college student to join a variety show. And the profit sharing was even 1.5 times the highest standard. This was unheard of in the history of variety shows. I need to think this over. I mentioned earlier that my military training hasn't finished yet. Chiu thought for a moment and said. Though it was a good opportunity, he had already agreed to be a temporary instructor and couldn't go back on his word. Upon hearing this, Li Meng was once again speechless. Wait, if you're not going, I'll go. The opportunity she had been dreaming of was just rejected by Chiu? What's military training compared to that? If I actually participate in Dragon Country's Got Talent, would I even need military training? Thinking this, Li Meng mustered up the courage to approach again. Mr. Wang, can I also go on the talent show? You? Wang Dayong glanced sideways at Li Meng and said. As a music director, he had already sensed something was off. Li Meng must have hired online trolls, otherwise, the reactions of those around her wouldn't be like this. Of course. I'm on good terms with Chiu. If I go, I'll definitely do my best. Li Meng didn't want to miss this opportunity and actively pleaded her case. Chiu, is that really the case? But Wang Dayong didn't believe Li Meng's words and turned to ask. Seeing this, Li Meng immediately showed a hint of panic and pleaded with Chiu. Yes, our relationship is indeed special. Seeing Chiu's response, Li Meng sighed in relief. Director, see? I wasn't lying to you, right? Let me go too. Spreading rumors that I was lip-syncing, plagiarism, hiring online trolls, and damaging equipment, all of these are connected to you, aren't they? It seems our relationship is truly extraordinary. Before Li Meng could finish speaking, Chiu interrupted her. Chiu, let me explain. No wonder there were so many brainless fans at the scene, they were all paid online commentators. If you have a bad character, no matter how talented you are, we won't accept you. And besides, your talent doesn't even compare to Chiu's. Let's talk about appearing on the show later. Wang Dayong waved at Li Meng and turned to discuss the TV show with Chiu. Li Meng was left alone, standing there dumbfounded. The two walked aside, and soon, Wang Dayong emerged with a smile on his face. They exchanged WeChat contacts and made plans. Once military training ended, Chiu would take a week off specifically to participate in the show. He also promised that as long as Chiu was willing, he could join anytime in the future. Brother Ma, this trip was a real success. We've gained such a talented person in Chiu. All thanks to you. If I hadn't been in a hurry, I would have made sure to get him drunk. Wang Dayong was in a great mood. With Chiu's addition, the Dragon Country's Got Talent show was sure to return to its former glory. Dayong, I also need to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about this talented newcomer. The school was about to undergo a re-evaluation of its rankings, and publicity was crucial. Principal Ma had been headache over it, but now with Chiu, they could leverage his popularity to heavily promote the school. You're right. Chiu is a real standout wherever he goes. It's truly a case of the new generation surpassing the old. Wang Dayong said, reaching out to pat Chiu on the shoulder. But as his hand fell, it landed on empty air. Chiu had already left without a trace. This kid didn't even say goodbye. Wang Dayong shook his head, bid farewell to Principal Ma, and left the auditorium. Why are you leaving so quickly? Didn't you see all those people who wanted to add your contact information? Lin Hao, who had been pulled away by Chiu, had already walked quite a distance. It's too noisy. I don't like it, and besides, my WeChat is already full. Chiu sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. Ever since he sang, people had been adding him non-stop. There were so many messages he couldn't keep up, and many from family and friends had been pushed down. You don't even like it? If I had your talent, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at Chiu's self-deprecating remark. Enough with the nonsense. Have you recorded the video I asked you to make? Don't worry, it'll definitely satisfy you. I'm a pro at this. Lin Hao said confidently. Help me edit it and post it to my account. Sure. Lin Hao nodded and agreed. From now on, you'll handle the account management for me. After deducting the platform's commission, we'll split the rest 50-50. What? Lin Hao didn't pay much attention at first. After all, he had known Chiu for a long time, and they were good friends. Helping him with a video wasn't a big deal. But when Chiu mentioned splitting the profits 50-50, Lin Hao was taken aback. Chiu was currently at the peak of his popularity, and it was the perfect time to monetize his influence. The potential earnings were enormous. He could easily hire an operations manager with a small salary. But now, he actually wanted to split the profits 50-50 with him? What's wrong? You don't want to? I'm willing, but isn't that too much? It's not too much, and I trust you to handle it. Chiu said with a smile. Indeed, Chiu had no interest in managing his own media platform at the moment. Lin Hao knows him inside out and has natural talent. He is the best choice. As for the split, these things didn't mean much to Chiu. There would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. What was even more important to Chiu was the admiration he would receive. By the way, the proceeds from the last live stream, you should withdraw the money and buy some equipment. Using a phone to film isn't very professional. Upon hearing Chiu's words, Lin Hao's eyes widened once again. Last time's live stream brought in tens of thousands of dollars. He was being asked to buy equipment? Chapter 24, Why isn't Chiu here? What's wrong? Nothing, let us hurry up and go. I need to go back and edit the video. Lin Hao said, speeding up his pace. Every extra moment felt like he was letting Chiu down. Hey, there is no need to rush so much. Chiu watched Lin Hao's back and shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry. What was most important now was to think carefully about taking on the role of temporary instructor. Upon entering the system, over 40,000 admiration points were waiting inside. That meant, after deducting the points from Chiu's previous performance, this performance alone had increased his points by over 30,000. Since the next training program wouldn't be announced until tomorrow, Chiu didn't rush to redeem them. Lost in thought within the system, Chiu walked while glancing around, completely unaware that two people were approaching from ahead. Ouch! A shrill voice rang out, and a stack of documents scattered across the ground. Don't you have eyes? Jiao Jiao, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Chiu apologized repeatedly, kneeling down to pick up all the papers. Just as he was about to stand up, a pair of black-soled high heels, accompanied by slender legs in black stockings, caught Chiu's eye. Still looking? Is it that interesting? The girl beside her saw Chiu's expression and snapped. Sorry, I was just thinking. Chiu looked up and handed the papers he was holding to the girl he had bumped into. It's okay. The girl named Jiao Jiao smiled and didn't say anything else. My name is Chiu. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Chiu said politely, leaving his contact information to avoid any misunderstandings. After doing all this, Chiu quickly left. He's clearly a freshman, so clumsy. Jiao Jiao, you should have let him take you to the hospital. Never mind, it was just a bump. Lu Jiaojiu shook her head. Besides, today is the day we're supposed to secure sponsors. If we can't get any more sponsors, the External Relations Department might have to disband. Saying this, Lu Jiaojiu looked deeply troubled. As the head of the External Relations Department, she hadn't secured any sponsorships in a long time. This had led to a shortage of funds for school activities, leaving many ideas unimplemented. It's probably because our department lacks talent. The sponsors think our events aren't popular enough to attract attention. That's true. The university hasn't had much traffic lately, but there is a first-year freshman who's a musical genius with good traffic. If we could get him to come, we'd definitely secure some sponsorships. Lu Jiaojiu sighed and said casually. Yeah, that guy is pretty popular lately, but I haven't had time to check him out. I think his name is Chiu. I'll look for his contact information later and see if we can invite him over. Another person, Wang Tianai, thought for a moment and said, What's his name? Lu Jiaojiu furrowed her brows and asked. Chiu. What was the name of the guy earlier? I think it was also Chiu. Oh my god, could it be the same person? Wang Tianai widened his eyes. I don't know. I've been busy lately and haven't watched his videos or live streams. Never mind, he left his contact info just now. Let us contact him and ask. I didn't write it down. Lu Jiaojiu opened her mouth wide, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. She wouldn't have any further contact with Chiu, so she hadn't bothered to write it down. You didn't write it down. What are we going to do now? I've got it. Aren't they at military training? We can go to the field tomorrow and find him. Wang Tianai slapped her head and spoke up. But if we just go like that, will he agree? Lu Jiaojiu looked worried. Don't worry. Besides, he bumped into you. Singing a song for us is the least he can do. Besides, do you have any other ideas? If we don't go find him, the External Affairs Department will have to disband. Alright, then. Lu Jiaojiu thought for a moment and nodded. The External Affairs Department was something she had built from scratch, so she naturally didn't want it to dissolve. Whether it could survive or not now depended on Chiu. But Chiu was unaware of any of this. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, his roommates all gathered around him. Wow, you're amazing, Chiu. It's all over the internet now, you're a genius creator. My girlfriend's dorm is singing it, and it's gone viral across the campus. I'm still the same young man I was back then. Stop singing, you're off key. I want to hear Chiu sing. Oh, right, sign this for me. My girlfriend wants it. The roommates were all chattering excitedly. This exposure was far greater than the previous 2 times. After all, it was on the official account, so there was more traffic. Making it to the trending list again, Chiu was unfazed. Chiu, I've edited the video. I'll schedule it to post tonight, that's when the traffic is best. We already have over 100,000 followers, and the number is rising every second. In just a few days, Chiu gained over 10,000 followers. Keep in mind that Li Meng took over a year to reach 300,000 followers. With Chiu's promise, Linhao was full of motivation and finished editing Chiu's livestream footage in less than an hour. By the way, 5 advertisers have already approached us, and the offers are quite generous. Then, as if thinking of something, Linhao spoke again. Should we take the ads now? What do you think? Chiu asked. I think we don't need to rush. As long as you can keep creating songs now, the fan base will keep growing. Once we have a solid fan base, we won't need ads later, and there are plenty of other ways to monetize. Linhao thought for a moment and shared his opinion. Alright, since that is the case, let us go with your plan. After chatting for a few more minutes, Chiu climbed into bed. Today, he still needed to rest early to prepare for tomorrow's training. This was his first time being an instructor, and it was a significant challenge for him. Soon, the next day arrived. After a day of rest, the students' spirits were noticeably better. Strange, it's almost time to assemble, where is Chiu? Linhao looked around, muttering to himself. I didn't see him when I got up this morning. Maybe he has something important to do and took a day off? No way, if he really had something to do, he would have mentioned it in the dorm group chat. Maybe we should ask Mr. Zhou. I tried calling Chiu, but he didn't answer. Chiu's roommate looked at the empty spot and whispered. I heard that Lin instructor is sick. I wonder which instructor will replace him. I don't think there are any other available instructors. It can't be the head instructor, can it? I heard he's really strict, and I don't want that. That's not up to you. As everyone was discussing, a large group of instructors appeared, marching in formation with steady steps, heading toward them. Chapter 25, The Temporary Instructor is it Chiu? Wow, he's so handsome. When will I get to see the instructor make an appearance without getting starstruck? This is so well organized. When will I ever be able to do that? Come on, they've been training day and night. With your little frame, forget about it. Who will our new instructor be? Could it be a handsome guy? Where is Chiu? Roll call is about to start. Weihao saw the instructors returning to their respective teams one after another and began to grow anxious, looking around restlessly. Alright, everyone, quiet down. The chief instructor walked over first. As you all know, Instructor Lin has been sick recently. Therefore, we will have a new temporary instructor to lead your military training. Everyone, please give a warm round of applause. Amidst the buzzing conversations and clapping, a figure dressed in an instructor's uniform quickly made his way over. Can't see his face, but judging by his build, he must be a handsome guy. Even his walking posture is so proper, no wonder he's an instructor. Of course not, would someone who isn't standard be allowed to be an instructor? Here he comes. Quick, stand up straight. Wait, something feels off. This person looks familiar. Chiu? As the figure grew clearer, everyone's expressions began to grow increasingly puzzled. Isn't he supposed to be a temporary instructor? Why is Chiu here? Is Chiu the new instructor? There is no one else besides Chiu. That's impossible. Chiu is just a first-year freshman. How could he become an instructor? Did Chiu steal an instructor's uniform to wear? The ideas are getting more and more outlandish, but no one is willing to believe that Chiu is the new temporary instructor. Just as everyone was puzzled, Chiu had already arrived at the front of the group. I believe everyone here is already familiar with each other. Due to Chiu's outstanding performance during military training, we have specially invited him to serve as the temporary drill instructor and lead everyone through the remaining military training. The head drill instructor patted Chiu on the shoulder and addressed the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in chaos. It's really Chiu? Are you sure? I don't buy it. Chiu does have some talent in this area, but he's not that good to be our instructor. Yeah, if Chiu can do it, so can I. Head instructor, stop joking around. Hurry up and bring the new instructor over. There was a lot of disagreement in the crowd about Chiu becoming an instructor. After all, no one wants to be supervised by Chiu, who is also a first-year freshman. Chiu, it seems that making you an instructor is not going to win over the crowd. The chief instructor seemed to have anticipated this scene all along. He looked at Chiu and said with a smile, if they can't accept it, then let them accept it willingly. Chiu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Good, you've got guts. The head instructor gave Chiu a thumbs up, then turned back and continued. Those who feel dissatisfied may step forward and challenge him. If anyone successfully challenges Chiu, it means they lack the ability, and their instructor qualifications will be revoked. Of course, if all of you fail, you must follow Chiu's commands diligently and train hard. What do you say? The chief instructor smiled broadly, clearly confident in Chiu. At the same time, he also wanted to see how Chiu performed in other areas. No problem. As long as Chiu can beat me, I'll admit defeat. I think that is fair. As soon as the head instructor finished speaking, 3 boys immediately stepped forward. In truth, most people had no objections to Chiu becoming an instructor, only the few who had shouted the loudest earlier stepped forward. Alright, Chiu, since you're willing to accept the challenge, what events will they compete in? The head instructor turned around and asked. Anything is fine. Chiu shrugged indifferently. Come on, are you just putting on a show? Dare you take on push-ups? The leader of the group spoke up. He knew he couldn't match Chiu in marching or running. So he chose the one he was best at. Alright. Chiu nodded and agreed immediately. Even if his physical strength wasn't enhanced, he knew he couldn't match Chiu in physical ability. Seeing that Chiu had agreed, the leader of the group took off his military training jacket, revealing the short-sleeved shirt underneath. The massive muscles on his arms strained against the short sleeves, and when he tensed his arms slightly, the muscles trembled ever so slightly. No way, he must be a professional bodybuilder. And he looks like he's specifically trained for strength. His biceps are almost as thick as my neck. No wonder he chose push-ups. He must be confident he can win. To be honest, I'd actually like Chiu to be our drill instructor. Every time I follow him, I feel like my comprehension skills improve. Yeah, it's a unique feeling. It even fixed my crooked neck. As everyone was discussing, the two had already dropped down and were ready to start the push-ups. The commotion from the competition drew the attention of other drill instructors and teachers from different units, who also gathered around. "Commander, what's going on? Why so many people all of a sudden?" Zhou Ping arrived late, looking at the crowd and asking in confusion. "Nothing much. They're just having Chiu act as the drill instructor, and a few young men aren't convinced, so they want to challenge him." The head instructor fixed his gaze on the two, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. "Oh, really? They're such a handful. They even want to have a competition. Wait, what did you say? Chiu as the instructor?" Before she could finish, Zhou Ping snapped back to reality, staring at the head instructor in disbelief. "Yes, hasn't Chiu's performance in recent days been sufficient to qualify him as an instructor?" The chief instructor slowly turned his head, looking at Zhou Ping with confusion. "Well, that's true, but Chiu is still just a child. Can he really handle it?" Zhou Ping's eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Chiu's performance these past few days has indeed been commendable. He was instrumental in securing those top rankings. But no matter how you look at it, Chiu is still a student, and his experience in all areas is clearly lacking. Whether he can handle it or not, you'll see for yourself. The chief instructor said no more, his gaze returning to Chiu. The two prepared themselves and each assigned a classmate to count the numbers. At the signal, both of them sprang into action. The air was filled with loud noises, and the atmosphere instantly became intense. Another male student moved at an incredible speed, as if he had endless energy, nearly reaching 1 per second. His massive arms gave him a confident demeanor, and he even wore a smile on his face. On the other hand, Chiu was moving slowly, taking over 10 seconds to complete 5 push-ups. Chiu's speed isn't up to par. That guy's moving so fast he's leaving after images. That's true. When it comes to marching or cross-country running, Chiu is a pro, but push-ups need more practice. No way. With Chiu's physical condition, doing push-ups should be a piece of cake. How could he be so slow? Chapter 26, No Sportsmanship, and now we have to compete in push-ups? Exactly, I agree. Is Chiu holding back again? The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, and Zhou Ping's concerns were confirmed. "Chief Instructor, maybe we should stop them. If this continues, their bodies won't be able to handle it. Given the current situation, Chiu is certain to lose. That boy had already done over 60, while Chiu had only managed 20-something. Do you really think Chiu is going to lose?" The head instructor noticed Zhou Ping's thoughts and spoke up. "Isn't that obvious?" Zhou Ping asked doubtfully. "Push-ups require extreme arm strength. Starting too fast will cause the muscles to quickly become weak and unable to support the body. This way, it won't be long before he loses his strength. And haven't you noticed that Chiu's form is much more standard than the other guy's?" The chief instructor smiled and explained. After hearing the head instructor's words, Zhou Ping turned around and began observing Chiu's movements again. Sure enough, while the other boy's speed was faster, he didn't lower himself all the way to the bottom before lifting back up. But Chiu was doing proper push-ups, each one executed to perfection. Keep going, keep going. As time ticked by, the boy's arms began to feel sore and achy. He had already done over 100, but his muscles were nearly depleted of strength. Beads of sweat as big as beans trickled down his forehead. He clenched his teeth and held on tightly. Looking over at Chiu, he still looked very relaxed. He maintained his own pace, working steadily and steadily. "How does it feel?" "It feels like I'm losing strength over here." "You've already done over 100. You've done so many, you must be tired too." "We've already done twice as many as Chiu. Even if we stop now, Chiu might not be able to catch up." "I don't think so. Look at Chiu's current state, he looks so relaxed. It feels like he could keep going forever without getting tired." As everyone discussed, the boy's strength had reached its limit. He clenched his teeth, trying to lift his body, but his arms gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. His short sleeves were soaked through. He rubbed his aching arms and wiped the sweat from his forehead. 123. That many? After all, for a first-year university student to do over 100 push-ups in just over 3 minutes was already incredibly impressive. This is bad news for Chiu. Over 100? That's human. Is Chiu still going? He has already done over 80. I feel like Chiu could keep going until it's dark. Chiu continued, his face showing no signs of fatigue. Over 100. Wait, isn't Chiu tired? 120. Just 3 more and we'll surpass it. 121. 122. 123. 124. When he reached 124, Chiu slowly stopped and stood up at a leisurely pace. Anyway, he had already won, so there was no need to do any more. Chiu seems like he could keep going. I feel like no matter how many more the other person does, Chiu could probably do one more. No way. I think Chiu has already reached his limit. Doing any more wouldn't be possible. But either way, we won. Chiu is really impressive. Watching Chiu do one more than him, the boy shook his head in frustration. However, he could also see that, whether it was in terms of movements or physical strength, Chiu was far superior to him. Accepting the loss gracefully, the boy didn't say much and returned to his team. Alright, first round Chiu wins. The head instructor stepped forward, as if the outcome had been predetermined. He then turned to the second person and asked, "Student, what would you like to challenge?" The second boy was a tall guy, though not as muscular as the first, but his muscles were still impressive. "I want to challenge push-ups." The tall boy smiled and said. "What? Push-ups again? Chiu just finished doing push-ups and is challenging again? That's not fair. What is going on? Chiu definitely can't do them back to back. That's too sneaky. Chiu is definitely going to lose for sure." Hearing the tall guy's words, everyone rushed to defend Chiu. "We can't keep doing push-ups. After all, he just finished." The head instructor also shook his head. Even if Chiu is as strong as he is, he can't possibly do that many push-ups non-stop. Muscles need rest too. "No, just push-ups." The head instructor was about to speak, but Chiu interrupted him. A gleam flashed in his eyes. If they didn't do the push-ups, they would still be. Why not make them all submit completely, with no excuses? What? More push-ups? This Chiu is way too arrogant. Just wait and see. If it's push-ups, Chiu is sure to lose. But what if he doesn't lose? If he doesn't lose, I'll eat it. Chiu, are you sure? Do you really want to keep doing push-ups? The head instructor looked at Chiu with a frown and asked. Chiu was overly arrogant and overconfident. Without professional training, he was simply incapable of doing so many push-ups in a row. Since you've already said you'd do anything, you can't go back on your word. Come on, push-ups. Chiu smiled and lay down first. The tall guy saw this, sneered, and agreed to lie down as well. Seeing the two of them like this, the drill sergeant sighed helplessly and announced the start. Chiu continued at his previous pace, doing the push-ups slowly and steadily. The tall guy beside him followed suit, slowly starting to do them as well. He had been observing from the side and had noticed Chiu's technique. Now that Chiu had completed a round, even if he was physically weaker, as long as he followed Chiu's rhythm, he would definitely lose before Chiu. Both of them were moving at the same pace, neither rushing nor slowing down. Chief Instructor, if this continues, isn't Chiu bound to lose? Based on normal physical fitness, Chiu won't be able to keep going much longer. The head instructor sighed. He didn't understand why Chiu was still insisting on doing push-ups even after he had already stopped him. Normally, Chiu didn't seem like the type to be so arrogant and self-confident. Now, even the other instructors, including the chief instructor who trusted Chiu the most, didn't believe he could win. But what they didn't know was that after undergoing physical conditioning, Chiu could do push-ups with ease. As time passed, the tall boy's sweat began to trickle down his face. He raised his head slightly and saw that Chiu's pace was still the same as before, showing no signs of slowing down. Damn it! Is this guy even human? He did 2 sets of push-ups in a row without even breaking a sweat? Chapter 27, Push-ups again? I feel like Chiu is getting faster and faster. It's not that Chiu is getting faster, it's that the other person is clearly slowing down. Is it because he can't keep up with Chiu's pace anymore? What is going on? Chiu has already done over 100, how can he keep going? Is this even human? I can't even do a dozen. After doing a few more, the tall guy realized he was clearly falling behind Chiu's pace. Gritting his teeth and persevering, the tall boy cursed inwardly. Isn't Chiu a student the same age as him? How does he feel like a seasoned veteran who has been training for years? If I had known Chiu was this strong, I never would have dared to oppose him. If he lost now, he'd be utterly humiliated. After gritting his teeth and enduring over 60 repetitions, the tall guy had completely exhausted all his strength. On the other hand, Chiu seemed to be moving effortlessly, as if it were childless play. Realizing he had no chance of winning, the tall man gave up struggling. He clapped his hands and stood up. I've lost. As soon as the tall man finished speaking, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. After all, it was he who had taken advantage of the situation to challenge him, yet now it was he who was admitting defeat. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, but the tall man didn't linger. He quickly returned to his group. Upon hearing this, Chiu smiled and stopped what he was doing, standing up as well. There was no need to keep counting anymore, one side had conceded, and Chiu had won decisively. I never expected you to be so strong, you're almost as good as me. The head instructor clearly hadn't expected Chiu to win either, and smiled as he patted Chiu on the shoulder. In the past few days, Chiu had brought him too many surprises. Whether it was his abilities or his physical fitness, he was a perfect candidate for military service. Once military training is over, I must find a way to get him into the army. Now, you're all convinced, aren't you? Who else could do what Chiu did and become an instructor? After this experience, Chiu's status has risen significantly. This will also be of great help for future training. I refuse to accept it. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate Chiu's promotion to instructor, a voice rang out again. What is going on? Someone still isn't convinced? With that level of physical strength, how can you not be convinced? Exactly, don't just talk the talk, show us you can beat Chiu. Chiu turned to look, and the one speaking was the third person who had just opposed him. This person wasn't as physically strong as the first guy, wasn't very tall, and wore a pair of small glasses. However, what set him apart was the gleam in his eyes, giving him a cunning appearance. This student, Chiu, has already done so many push-ups. Are you still not convinced? The head instructor looked at the short guy, equally puzzled. That's right. As I said earlier, anyone who can successfully challenge him can do so. I haven't even challenged him yet. Why should I admit defeat? The short guy seemed very confident, as if he was certain of victory. There's no need. No matter what you compare, you'll still lose. The head instructor shook his head, unwilling to waste any more time. It's fine. Whatever you want to compete in, I'll take you on. Chiu looked at the short guy, smiled, and spoke up. So, what would you like to compete in? Seeing that Chiu was willing, the head instructor didn't say much and turned to the short guy to ask. Push-ups. The short guy smiled slightly and blurted out the words. As soon as he spoke, a buzz of discussion erupted once more from the crowd. What? Push-ups again? What does that mean? Do they think Chiu can't do push-ups anymore? No way, Chiu is clearly still able to do more. I don't think so. Normally, Chiu's arm muscles should have reached their limit by now. Therefore, Chiu is certain to lose this time. The crowd was divided, with everyone having their own opinions. Seeing that Chiu didn't say anything, the short guy stepped forward again. What's wrong? Are you scared? What's there to be afraid of? Chiu smiled, unconcerned. Normally, he would have reached his limit by now and be unable to continue. But after undergoing physical conditioning and doing so much, he didn't even feel tired. Alright, since that's the case, you two get ready. Listen for my command. Wait. Just as the competition was about to begin, the shorter boy suddenly spoke up, interrupting the chief instructor. What's wrong? I want to challenge you to see who can do the most push-ups in 1 minute. The shorter boy spoke again, his face radiating confidence. What? It's about the number of push-ups done within the specified time that's clever. Yeah, this completely disrupts Chiu's rhythm, and his advantage is gone. Now, Chiu's instructor might not be able to keep his job. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood the short guy's intentions. From the previous 2 matches, it was clear that Chiu's advantage lay in maintaining a steady rhythm, which allowed him to conserve his energy to a great extent. However, the rules demanded by the short guy completely nullified all of Chiu's advantages. Given that Chiu had already done so many push-ups, he would undoubtedly be unable to perform many more in a short period of time. How cunning! Linhao muttered under his breath, but deep down, he still hoped Chiu would win. The head instructor also glanced over with concern. If things continued this way, Chiu was bound to lose. Chiu, of course, had seen through the younger boy's little scheme, but he merely smiled and lowered his body. Seeing what Chiu did, the head instructor silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Victory or defeat doesn't matter, it's the spirit of never giving up that truly matters. The short boy, seeing that Chiu had agreed, also smiled. All of this was within his plan. He had already guessed that Chiu, for the sake of his pride, wouldn't refuse this challenge. This way, he could easily defeat him. The short guy also dropped to the ground, and the head instructor then announced the rules. Within 1 minute, whoever does the most push-ups wins. If both parties are ready, we'll start the timer and begin officially. At the head instructor's command, the short guy sprang into action, doing push-ups as if on cue. His movements were extremely fast, matching the first boy who had challenged him. Due to the rapid pace, after just a few seconds, the shorter boy began to feel a burning sensation in his arms. However, he remained confident, believing that no matter what, Chiu couldn't possibly beat him. As he continued with the push-ups, he glanced sideways toward Chiu's position. But when he clearly saw Chiu's movements, the smug expression on his face vanished instantly. That speed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 28, isn't he a freshman? Only Chiu changed his previous rhythm, his body quickly moving up and down with his arms. Not only that, but Chiu's movements were also extremely precise. His body remained straight, maintaining a straight line, with his breathing perfectly synchronized with his upward and downward movements. He moved like an unrelenting push-up machine, showing no signs of fatigue. Wait, that speed, did he take stimulants? It's faster than a delivery service. This posture, does he look like someone who's already done 200 push-ups? The instructors around him were all speechless. Who knew Chiu was this intense? Stop. Time is up. The chief instructor shouted loudly, pressing the stopwatch in his hand. Both of them stopped immediately and stood up. Chiu wore a smile on his face, but the shorter boy looked extremely displeased. It must be said that the shorter boy was very clever. He had already come up with the easiest way to win. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that Chiu's physical endurance was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The scorekeeper finally announced the results. The shorter boy scored 38. Chiu, 53. What? Chiu did 53, an instructor exclaimed in disbelief. What was your best score? 67 in a minute, and that was when I was in peak physical condition. You should know that 53 is already the passing standard for military assessments. And if Chiu were in peak physical condition, he could even achieve an excellent score. This clearly proves that Chiu is more than qualified to be a temporary instructor. Good job, I knew you could do it. The chief instructor smiled broadly. He truly is the one I had my eye on. Now, does anyone have any objections to Chiu serving as a temporary instructor? As soon as he finished speaking, the ranks fell silent. No one dared to speak up against Chiu. The 3 rounds of competitions were all decisive victories, serving as the best proof. Alright, since that's the case, I hereby announce that Chiu will serve as the temporary instructor for Class 9. Let's give him a warm round of applause. This time, there were no objections. All that could be heard was the sound of applause. Chiu, this is just the beginning. The real challenge lies ahead. It was time for training, and everyone dispersed. The head instructor patted him on the shoulder and left as well. Chiu gently straightened his clothes and slowly stood before the class. Attention, at ease, align to the left. The familiar commands echoed, and the ranks quickly formed. Alright, let's begin training. The final event of military training, military martial arts. Chiu said, narrowing his eyes. When he was young, his father had taught him the standard military physical training boxing. However, the military physical training in this military training was slightly different, and could be described as a simplified version of the standard military physical training. However, today, the chief instructor had demonstrated it again for Chiu, and combined with his enhanced learning abilities. All the movements of the military physical training boxing were now firmly etched in his memory. Military martial arts combines kicking, grappling, striking, throwing, and various other techniques, and it's extremely practical. Now, I'll demonstrate it for everyone. Saying this, Chiu assumed the horse stance. Starting from the basic stance, he demonstrated all the movements with precise form. Do you understand? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If there are no questions, let's begin breaking down the movements. Several seconds passed in silence. They weren't without questions, they were all in a state of shock. No, did Chiu secretly practice this before? This move even a professional instructor might not be able to execute it so flawlessly. In a shaded spot nearby, an old man with half-gray hair was staring intently at Chiu. Standing beside him was the chief instructor of the military training. Sir, I'm not lying to you, is he a good recruit? Are you sure? You only taught him yesterday? The old commander was equally astonished. Since he had joined the military, he had never seen someone with such natural talent. I suppose so, but he claims he's had some training before. Look at his disassembly movements, they're so precise. The senior officer watched for a moment longer and nodded. Go get his file. If there is no issue, we should recruit him. This kind of talent is rare. With a little cultivation, he has the potential to become a general. Understood. The chief instructor responded and quickly left. Only the old commander remained, nodding frequently at Chiu. Good. Everyone did well. Once we finish this round, we can take a break. Watching the students in the ranks improve rapidly, Chiu also nodded with satisfaction. Divine tier training talent is truly remarkable. All the effort to earn admiration points was well worth it. Alright, everyone, you've worked hard. Dismissed. Seeing that everyone had trained well, Chiu was generous and announced the break. Chiu, oh no, now you're Chi instructor. The head instructor wants you to come to a meeting. Just as the group had dispersed, an instructor approached Chiu and addressed him. Alright. Chiu smiled and followed the instructor out of the group. In the ranks, Linhao was drinking water and resting when he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Linhao turned his head and saw a pair of legs in black stockings come into view. Hey, can I ask you something? Lu Jiaojiao flashed a sweet smile, her eyes narrowing, looking like a fairy. What? What's the matter? Linhao swallowed hard and asked dumbly. What's going on? This beauty is here to find Linhao? Isn't that Lu Jiaojiao, the head of the External Affairs Department? I think I saw her on the official website. It really is her. Those legs are longer than my life. Damn it, how did Linhao manage to hook up with her? Xia Qingsnow has already been swept off her feet by Chiu, and now there's another Linhao? I'm done for. The voices reached Linhao's ears, making him blush. Are you looking for me? Is there something you need? I was wondering where Chiu from your class is. As Lu Jiaojiao finished speaking, everyone looked at each other with a look of realization. No wonder they were looking for Chiu. Upon hearing Lu Jiaojiao's words, Linhao's heart, which had begun to rise, finally sank. He was called away by the chief instructor. However, he didn't think much of it and replied honestly. After all, there were probably hundreds of girls looking for Chiu. So that's how it is. Was his training inadequate? Lu Jiaojiao couldn't help but giggle. Indeed, does God open one door and close another? He has a talent for singing, but he is no good at military training? After hearing Lu Jiajiao's words, Lin Hao glanced up at her with a strange expression. No, he is the drill instructor. Oh, so that is it. Wait, what did you say? He is the drill instructor? Did you get it wrong? Isn't he a first-year freshman? Lu Jiajiao stopped mid-sentence, realizing what she had said, and asked in astonishment. Chapter 29, I can help you. Freshman? That was yesterday. Lin Hao shook his head and said. If Lu Jiajiao had arrived a little earlier, she would have been utterly astonished by Chiu's physique, which was as flawless as a machine. Yesterday's matter? Lu Jiajiao was a bit confused by what Lin Hao meant. However, she still couldn't believe it. How could that be? How could a freshman be made an instructor? Lu Jiajiao felt a bit helpless, but she didn't ask any further questions. She stood aside, waiting for Chiu to return. I didn't expect Chiu to not only be so physically fit but also perform the movements so perfectly. Yeah, I seriously suspect he joined the military beforehand. Impossible. He's the same age as me. How could he have enlisted? Could it be that Chiu lied about his age? After standing there for a while, Lu Jiajiao was surprised to discover. The topic of conversation among the people around her was all about Chiu. Not a single person was an exception. And the more they talked, the more outlandish it became, as if they were discussing a legendary figure. Unconsciously, Lu Jiajiao recalled the circumstances of her first encounter with Chiu. Apart from being quite good-looking, he didn't seem any different from an ordinary person. Was he really that extraordinary? As she pondered, the murmurs suddenly ceased. The students' eyes all turned to the side. Lu Jiajiao followed their gaze. There stood Chiu, walking quickly toward them. Seeing Chiu, Lu Jiajiao first felt a surge of joy. Then she furrowed her brows in confusion. Why was Chiu's clothing different from everyone else's? Could it be? Is he really the instructor? Chiu clearly noticed Lu Jiajiao and quickly walked over. Chiu, an upperclassman is looking for you. Oh. Stay together, stay together. Sure enough, curiosity is human nature, and the atmosphere quickly heated up. Ugh, stop teasing her. If you keep this up, we'll have to practice extra today. Chiu laughed half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, they all cast curious glances in his direction. Hello, are you feeling unwell? Looking at Lu Jiajiao, the first thing Chiu thought of was the incident where he had accidentally bumped into her. Ah, no. Lu Jiajiao shook her head hurriedly, clearly realizing that Chiu had misunderstood. Then who are you? Chiu was a bit confused. This senior he had only met once before. What could she possibly want from him? My name is Lu Jiajiao. I'm the president of the External Affairs Department. Lu Jiajiao suddenly realized she hadn't properly introduced herself to Chiu and hurriedly explained. I came here today because I have something I need your help with. Sorry, we have to start training now. A sharp whistle sounded, and Chiu glanced at his watch. Wait here for me. It'll be over soon, Chiu said, quickly tidying up his instructoress uniform before running toward the group. Lu Jiajiao didn't say much either. After all, she had come to ask Chiu for help. She found a shaded spot nearby and sat down, watching Chiu quietly. Attention! At ease. Face left. The military martial arts demonstration is in 2 days. I hope everyone takes this seriously and aims for first place. Then we can rest. Chiu clapped his hands, gathered the class together, and began the military martial arts training. Lu Jiajiao watched Chiu demonstrate the moves and correct others' postures, her eyes wide with astonishment, frozen in place. The fact that Chiu was an instructor was actually true. A freshman serving as an instructor was unprecedented in the history of the university. How strong must Chiu be to become an instructor? With a mix of curiosity and confusion, Lu Jiajiao followed Chiu with her eyes, watching closely. After watching for a while, Lu Jiajiao finally understood. The class Chiu was leading, for some reason, performed the military martial arts movements almost perfectly, without needing any corrections. In contrast, other classes either had their arms raised too high or took steps that were too wide, making them incomparable to Chiu's group. Despite the scorching heat and sweat streaming down their faces, everyone silently acknowledged Chiu's expertise. Even those who had initially been skeptical were now quietly striving to improve. Good. Everyone did an excellent job. I'm sure we'll be the top performers in the drill. Everyone, rest well and continue practicing this afternoon. Dismissed. The crowd slowly dispersed, and the morning training came to an end. Chiu naturally didn't forget Lu Jiajiao and quickly walked toward her. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Chiu said apologetically. It's okay. Lu Jiajiao smiled and handed her the water she had just bought. You mentioned earlier that you needed my help with something. What was it? Chiu didn't hesitate, took the water, took a sip, and asked. It's almost time for dinner. Let us find a place, and I'll treat you to dinner. We can eat and chat. The two walked to a small restaurant near the school. Lu Jiajiao ordered a few dishes and poured Chiu a drink. Senior, just say it straight. If I can help, I definitely will. One can't bite the hand that feeds you. Having already inconvenienced her, and now she was treating him to dinner, Chiu was willing to help as long as it didn't violate his principles. Well, it's like this. The External Affairs Department has secured a sponsor who is very passionate about music. But I've been tone deaf since I was a child. I was wondering if you're free tomorrow to go with me. I'm sure, with your musical talent, securing this sponsorship will be no problem. Lu Jiajiao looked at him with eager anticipation. She didn't know when it started, but she had developed a lot of confidence in Chiu. Senior, it's not that I don't want to help you, but as you can see, my current role is that of an instructor, and I can't arrange my own schedule. Chiu waved his hand and said. If he were still a student, he could take a leave of absence. But now that she was an instructor, she couldn't abandon her class under any circumstances. Hearing Chiu say this, the light in Lu Jiajiao's eyes faded visibly. She had completely forgotten that Chiu was an instructor. It's okay, let's eat first. Although the hope that had ignited in Lu Jiajiao's heart had been shattered, she still forced a smile and said to Chiu. What time tomorrow? If it's in the afternoon, that should work. Chiu hesitated for a moment, thought it over, and spoke again. Given the current pace of training, they could be in perfect condition by tomorrow morning. That way, they could rest in the afternoon and also help Lu Jiajiao out. Really? Afternoon is fine. I'll go schedule it right away. As soon as Chiu finished speaking, Lu Jiajiao's eyes lit up again. She didn't even bother to finish her meal, grabbing her phone to send a message to the sponsor. After confirming the time, she put down her phone, but her excitement still hadn't subsided. A faint blush on her face was proof enough. Now, the External Relations Department wouldn't have to be disbanded after all. Chapter 30, I told them to rest. Seeing Lu Jiajiao's excited expression, Chiu smiled. The two ate and chatted, and before they knew it, most of the time had passed. Alright, Chiu, we've made a deal. See you at the school gate tomorrow afternoon. Lu Jiajiao walked out of the restaurant side by side with Chiu, smiling as she spoke. Alright, sure. Can I add you on WeChat? It'll be convenient to stay in touch. Sure, my phone number is my WeChat ID. Just add me directly. Chiu nodded and pulled out his phone. His previous WeChat account had reached its limit, so Chiu registered a new one using his phone number. Chiu's words made Lu Jiajiao blush. She hadn't even thought to save Chiu's number, and now she didn't know how to explain it. Oh, I have an enabled phone number search on my phone. Just scan my QR code. Lu Jiajiao froze in place, and Chiu understood the situation. He smiled, made up an excuse, and handed her his phone. Oh, okay. After scanning the code, Chiu should head to training. After bidding farewell to Lu Jiajiao, Chiu's figure slowly disappeared from view. Night. Girls' dormitory. Jiajiao. Huh? What? Lu Jiajiao snapped back to reality and asked. Why are you so distracted? I said, did Chiu really agree to go with you to meet the sponsor? The girl who was with Lu Jiajiao that day, Wang Xiaohan, asked. Yes, but he is an instructor. He even stayed late to practice for me tonight. Instructor? Isn't he a freshman? How did he become an instructor? And I remember there wasn't him during our military training last year. Wang Xiaohan asked in surprise. I don't know the details either, but his movements are precise, and he's in great shape. Isn't it normal for him to be an instructor? Lu Jiajiao thought for a moment and repeated what she had overheard. Jiajiao, are you okay? How is it normal for a student to be an instructor? What's not normal about it? Sigh, never mind. As long as the External Affairs Department doesn't disband, who cares if he's an instructor or a student? Wang Xiaohan shook her head and didn't say much more, going back to her other tasks. But Lu Jiajiao lay on her bed, lost in thought once more. Chiu's figure had unconsciously imprinted itself in her mind. The next morning, Lu Jiajiao arrived early at Chiu's training location. She sat in a chair, propping her chin up with her hands, staring blankly as Chiu trained the others. Alright, let's try it again. As long as there are no mistakes, tomorrow's drill will be perfect. If that's the case, we can rest this afternoon. Chiu said with a smile. Last night, he had specifically used his admiration points to further enhance his training abilities. Additionally, after last night's extra practice, everyone could now perform the general's fist technique to perfection. But everyone's movements were also perfectly synchronized. No way? Is that for real? Chiu, I was complaining during last night's extra training, but now that I think about it, I'm not even human. Chiu, why didn't you become an instructor sooner? As Chiu spoke, the crowd erupted into cheers. Of course, the others didn't let Chiu down either, performing the military drill even more flawlessly. Dismissed. I'm going to eat a big meal and then sleep soundly. Just as everyone was cheering and preparing to leave, a loud shout rang out. Everyone, stop. Who gave you permission to disperse? The principal, with his hands behind his back and a furious expression, walked over. I did. No one dared to speak, and everyone remained where they were. Seeing this, Chiu stepped forward and said, Chiu? The principal's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of malice. Last time, it was Chiu who had sabotaged his plans. Now, no one was willing to work with him anymore. Did you order this? Don't forget your own position. The principal's tone carried a hint of threat. Status? If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. My status is that of an instructor, isn't it? Then what's the problem if I told them to disband? Chiu didn't give him any face and retorted directly. He hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no need to fear him. Fine, if you want them to disperse, that's fine. But who gave them permission to rest in the afternoon? Then let me ask you, who decided that they can't rest in the afternoon? Chiu was unyielding, narrowing his eyes. Everyone else is training, and you want to rest? How dare you? The principal's voice grew louder, even drawing the head instructor over. What's going on? Chief Instructor, come and settle this. Chiu made the decision on his own to let them rest in the afternoon. Is that in accordance with the rules? Upon seeing the chief instructor, the principal's furrowed brows finally relaxed. Regarding military training, the instructors have the final say, while the teachers are merely assistants. Therefore, the principal couldn't do anything about Chiu. But the chief instructor could. Is that how it is? The chief instructor asked Chiu. That's correct, chief instructor. The regulations never mentioned anything about not being allowed to rest, did they? I believe my team has performed sufficiently well. What's the problem with letting them rest? That's true. The chief instructor nodded in agreement. What a bold statement. The other classes that are still training won't dare say they're good enough. You're just a temporary instructor, and you dare to say that? The principal sneered, his words dripping with disdain. What's the matter, principal? Don't you believe me? Of course I don't believe you. If your team can win first place in the military martial arts drill, I'll apologize to everyone in front of you. A sly gleam flashed in the principal's eyes as he spoke again. Alright, deal. But what if you can't win? If you can't, I'll resign as temporary instructor and accept whatever punishment the school decides. Chiu said with a smile, speaking directly. With the help of his god-tier training talent, securing first place was a piece of cake. Don't do that, Chiu. That's not worth it. There's no need. We'll just skip the break. Exactly, it's just an afternoon. There's nothing to rest for. Seeing Chiu standing up to the principal for them, everyone felt a warm surge in their hearts and began to dissuade Chiu. No need. A promise is a promise. You can rest assured. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Alright, that's good. You all rest as you please. I hope tomorrow, your mouth will still be as tough as ever. The principal sneered and turned to leave. In his eyes, Chiu had only recently taken up his position, and being able to perform military-style boxing well was already commendable. Let alone teaching others. So Chiu's words were nothing but bragging. Moreover, even if Chiu had won, he could easily deny it. After all, there was no evidence. Everyone quickly dispersed, and Lu Jiajiu hurried over. She had witnessed the entire scene, and her perception of Chiu had changed once again. Chapter 31, If the sponsorship goes south, I won't let you off the hook. You even dared to confront the principal. You're something else. Lu Jiajiu gave Chiu a thumbs up. This principal is nothing but a bully who preys on the weak. Back when Lu Jiajiu was a freshman, she had also agreed to be bullied by the principal. Now, Chiu's actions made her feel a sense of satisfaction. It has nothing to do with status. If he abuses his position for personal gain, then he doesn't deserve his current position. Chiu shook his head and said softly. From a young age, his father had taught him to be kind and upright, but also to be firm and decisive, never letting the wicked go unpunished. Anyway, you're so cool. After all this time, this is the first time I've seen the principal get humiliated. Lu Jiajiu let out a cheerful laugh, which seemed out of place with her tall, elegant figure. By the way, didn't you say you were going to meet the sponsor today? Looking at Lu Jiajiu, Chiu smiled and said. Oh, right. Let's go. Lu Jiajiu walked while introducing the situation to Chiu. This sponsor is a top-tier musician. His passion for music is almost obsessive. I've tried to book him before for a music event, but our external relations department's musical skills are just too lacking. So he wasn't very satisfied. And this is already the third time I've tried to meet with him. If this doesn't work out, it'll be even harder to arrange another meeting. Lu Jiajiu said, her face clouding over with worry. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chiu spoke confidently. When it came to music, it was a piece of cake. With his godlike vocal talent, mastery of instruments, and the original songs provided by the system. At this point, Chiu could be said to have already reached the pinnacle of the music industry. The two changed into their clothes and walked to the school gate, where a man and a woman approached them. Jiao, hurry up. We're going to be late. Mr. Li doesn't like people who are late. One of them was the girl who had been with Lu Jiajiu that day, Wang Xiaohan. We're here. We're on time. Lu Jiaojiao ran over. The car was already waiting, they just needed to get in and they could leave immediately. Jiao Jiao, is this the person you mentioned who can help us secure the sponsorship? Just as everyone was about to get in, the guy who had come with Wang Xiaohan suddenly spoke up. Yes, is there a problem? Jiao Jiao, I thought you found someone capable, but it turns out you just found a pretty boy. Shu Jiqian, watch your mouth. How dare you speak like that? Lu Jiaojiao frowned. Jiao Jiao, no matter what, I'm still a deputy minister. How could you speak so harshly about me for an outsider? Shu Jiqian looked at Lu Jiaojiao in disbelief. You know you're a deputy minister. Chiu was someone I invited to help. Is it appropriate for you to speak like this? This is our last chance. We can't put the future of the External Affairs Department in the hands of a stranger. Seeing that Lu Jiaojiao was getting angry, Zhu Jiqian's tone softened considerably. Chiu's music is currently very popular, and it perfectly aligns with Mr. Li's interests. Why wouldn't that work? Jiao Jiao, you're not new to the External Affairs Department. In external affairs work, isn't eloquence and emotional intelligence the most important? Zhu Jiqian tried to dissuade her. Enough. I've made up my mind. We'll discuss it when I return. Lu Jiaojiao didn't want to argue further with Zhu Jiqian and got into the car first. You little brat, once we arrive, don't say a word. If the sponsorship falls through, I won't forgive you. Zhu Jiqian turned to look at Chiu, his eyes flashing with a menacing glare. After threatening Chiu, he got into the car. The car sped off, and the four quickly arrived at their destination. It was a 5-star hotel. It seemed that Lu Jiaojiao had spent a considerable amount of money to secure this sponsorship. The four entered the pre-booked private room, only to find 2 middle-aged men already waiting inside. You're here early. I see you don't take this sponsorship seriously. If that's the case, let's call off the deal. The middle-aged man sitting beside him didn't even turn his head, holding his teacup and speaking coldly. Mr. Li, we sincerely apologize. We were waiting for him, so we arrived late. Please forgive us. Seeing Mr. Li speak like this, Zhu Jiqian stepped forward first and smiled apologetically. You're all big shots. Because you had to wait for someone else, you made me wait for you. Mr. Li didn't seem to appreciate Zhu Jiqian's words and replied sarcastically. For a moment, Zhu Jiqian stood there speechless, unsure of what to say. Mr. Li. Lu Jiaojiao tried to speak, but was stopped by Chiu. Ha, Mr. Li, you're joking. Let's not discuss cooperation for now. I've heard of Mr. Li's talents, and I came here today just to see you in person. As soon as Chiu finished speaking, the expressions of all three people, including Lu Jiaojiao, changed slightly. If we're not discussing business, then what are we talking about? The purpose of this visit was to secure Mr. Li's sponsorship. By saying this, Chiu had effectively abandoned the sponsorship. Zhu Jiqian's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at Chiu. Oh? Have you heard my songs? Strangely enough, Mr. Li seemed somewhat interested. Of course. The legendary Li Yang, a legend who dominated the music scene in his youth. Everyone knows his name. I never thought I'd be recognized by you young ones. It's all worth it for dedicating my life to music. Mr. Li laughed heartily, clearly having forgotten about the others' tardiness. Mr. Li is being modest. I also have some knowledge of music. Why don't we chat while we eat? Alright, sit down. I'm eager to hear about your research on music. Mr. Li said, gesturing for Chiu to sit down. Seeing Mr. Li's joyful expression, the three of them widened their eyes in surprise. What's going on here? Just a few words, and the originally angry Mr. Li had completely changed his expression? Looking at the two of them, one might think they were old friends who had known each other for years. What are you standing there for? Do you want to toast, Mr. Li? Seeing the others standing there dumbfounded, Chiu hurriedly spoke up to greet them. The three of them snapped out of it and hurriedly sat down beside Chiu. Young man, tell me, what are your thoughts on music? Mr. Li asked with a smile. Mr. Li, he is Chiu, the top singer at our school. The songs he composes have already gained significant influence. You can look it up, the recent trending topics in Beijing are all about him. Lu Jiaojiao saw her chance and hurriedly spoke up. At the same time, she pulled out her phone and played a video of Chiu. But to her surprise, she had expected Mr. Li to be interested. But to her surprise, the smile on his face slowly faded away. Chapter 32, Original Folk Song? After hearing Lu Jiaojiao's words, Chiu felt speechless. Isn't she from the External Affairs Department? How could she have such low emotional intelligence? I just complimented her, and now she's trying to elevate herself? Isn't that clearly trying to intimidate someone? Since you're so professional, we're definitely not worthy of your expertise. You should just go back. Mr. Li's tone had clearly lost its earlier joy and had grown flat. Mr. Li, that's not what I meant. Please let me explain. If that is not what you meant, then what did you mean? Mr. Li's words once again left Lu Jiaojiao speechless. She was equally at a loss for words and could only turn to Chiu for help. Haha, Mr. Li, if I'm lucky enough to make it to the trending topics, it's all because you've retired, isn't it? In front of you, I'm just showing off. Chiu spoke again, desperately trying to salvage the situation. Only then did Mr. Li's expression begin to soften slightly. Chiu, right? So tell me, what songs can you sing? Mr. Li glanced at Chiu and spoke casually. I know some pop music and have some interest in composition, but I have some questions and would like Mr. Li to give me some guidance. Chiu had already researched the information beforehand while on the car. Li Yang was an extremely arrogant person. To be precise, in the realm of music, he looked down on everyone. Oh? Well, today you're in luck. I haven't given anyone guidance in years. Let's talk while we eat. Waiter, bring the menu. Upon hearing that Chiu wanted to seek his advice, Mr. Li also became interested. He called the waiter and began ordering. Take this character to accompany, wouldn't tea to accompany be a better choice? It better conveys the feeling of companionship amidst loneliness. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Mr. Li, I'll toast to you. With your guidance, I'm confident my musical career will rise steadily. Ah, come on, cheers. The two of them chatted and laughed like old friends, enjoying themselves immensely. Meanwhile, the three people on the other side were all staring at them in disbelief. Wait, who is actually from the External Relations Department? It feels like Chiu is the real External Affairs Department person. Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is my old partner, Old Ma. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mr. Li pointed to another middle-aged man standing nearby. Mr. Ma, I've heard a lot about you. Chiu smiled and stood up, shaking hands with the middle-aged man. Chiu had naturally looked into this person's background. This was Mr. Li's partner from his younger days, with a strong interest in folk songs. Later, he joined Li Boss in starting the company and became a shareholder. Chiu, to be honest, we did have our glory days. But now, we've truly lost our passion for creation. The reason I agreed to meet with you is because seeing you now reminds me of ourselves back then. So we're willing to sponsor you to contribute to the nation's music industry. But it seems like your music is really lacking. After a few rounds of drinks, Mr. Li also opened up his heart. The reason I've refused sponsorship so many times is because I haven't seen a good singer. However, I think you might be a promising prospect. But true gold fears no fire. Whether you're the real deal or not, we'll have to see. Mr. Li and Old Ma hope you can compose a song and perform it live. What do you think? Mr. Li's intentions were clear. As long as Chiu could create a song that satisfied both of them, they were willing to sponsor the school's activities. Of course, no problem. Hearing Mr. Li say this, Chiu agreed immediately. Great. In 3 days, we'll be at your school's auditorium to listen to your performance. No problem at all. Seeing that the originally impossible sponsorship deal was about to be sealed, the three of them immediately broke into smiles. However, Mr. Li's next words froze their smiles once again. But I've made it clear I want original folk songs. Folk songs? Lu Jiaojiu had watched all of Chiu's videos, and not a single song was related to folk music. A creator couldn't possibly master multiple songwriting styles. Being able to create one was already quite impressive. No problem. I'll look forward to welcoming Mr. Li in person then. Chiu smiled and agreed, clinking glasses with Mr. Li. After downing his drink, Li Boss and his companion also left. The three of them sat on the stools, taking a long time to come to their senses. Chiu, folk music? Can you handle it? Lu Jiaojiu asked with a touch of concern. No problem, don't worry. As long as the equipment works, folk songs are no problem. Just talking big. Zhu Jiqian muttered under his breath. Zhu Jiqian, what did you say? I said he's just talking big. How could he possibly create a song that satisfies Mr. Li in 3 days? But it's still just a waste of time. Although Zhu Jiqian was surprised by Chiu's performance today, he didn't believe Chiu could create a good song. Zhu Jiqian, don't forget, without Chiu today, we wouldn't even have had a chance. Lu Jiaojiu was completely enraged by Zhu Jiqian and spoke angrily. A wasted opportunity? I'd rather not have it. I'll see how you'll be humiliated when you're rejected in 3 days. Zhu Jiqian also suppressed his anger, but he dared not say it to Lu Jiaojiu, so he turned his attention to Chiu instead. After speaking, he said no more and turned to leave. Chiu, don't take him seriously. I'm not doubting you, but you're an instructor now. You have training and drills to handle every day. Do you even have time to write? Don't worry. Chiu smiled and said. He had already chosen the song earlier. If it weren't for the military training, he would have even wanted to perform it tomorrow. Alright, I believe you. The External Affairs Department's survival depends on you. Lu Jiaojiu's words were heartfelt. Without Chiu, the External Affairs Department might have disbanded today. The group took a taxi back to school, said their goodbyes, and left. As Chiu returned to the dormitory, Lin Hao approached him. Hey, Chiu, how far have you gone with that senior? What stage? Someone saw you leaving the school gates. Be honest, were you on a date? No, I was just helping her out. I don't believe you. Lin Hao shook his head. Stop gossiping. Have you finished editing your video yet? Chiu rolled his eyes. Damn it, I forgot all about it. Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. He had planned to edit Chiu's performance video today and send it out. Chiu, something is wrong. Just as they were talking, a roommate ran in. What is wrong? The principal is here. He found another class to practice with tonight, saying he wants to beat our class. Chapter 33, Do you like cute types? Chiu, why aren't you reacting at all? The roommates chattered away, but noticed that Chiu's face showed no expression. What expression should I have? Chiu put down his phone and asked curiously. You forgot about your bet with the dean, didn't you? They're practicing extra right now. I don't want to see the principal's face. Maybe we should go down and practice too. Seeing his roommate's anxious expressions, Chiu not only didn't feel tense but actually smiled. Where are they practicing? On the playground. Did you see them? That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Their class is still practicing down there. I'll take you to see. Ha, then let me ask you, how do they compare to us? Chiu's words left his roommate speechless. In his mind, he immediately envisioned the scene of their class practicing extra. Time was tight, so even during the extra practice, their movements weren't particularly standard, and their formation was even worse. Not great, all over the place. What about us? We're definitely better than them, by a mile. If that's the case, what are you worried about? Right, what am I worried about? His roommate nodded thoughtfully. After thinking for a moment, he turned around, climbed onto the bed, and went back to playing games. The next morning, all the instructors arrived at the playground early. Of course, Chiu was among them. Chiu, this drill is very important. I've given the commander my word, so don't embarrass me. The instructors took their positions, and the chief instructor walked over, patting Chiu on the shoulder. Don't worry, chief instructor. Chiu smiled confidently. After several rounds of intensive training and exchanging original songs, his admiration points had already been depleted to nearly nothing. This military martial arts drill would not only be broadcast live across the entire network but also attract a much larger audience. The stands on the sports field were almost completely filled with people. Therefore, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to gain admiration points. After the drill ends, come find me. Someone wants to see you. The chief instructor nodded and spoke again. Meet me? Who? That's right. As for who it is, you'll find out soon enough. The chief instructor teased, then turned and left. Someone looking for me? Who could it be? Chiu thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out who could be looking for him. He decided not to think about it anymore and turned to gather the team. Chiu's class was class 9, and their performance order was the same as before last. The principal had chosen class 7 for extra practice. Look, the last instructor, he looks so familiar. A girl in the audience pointed at Chiu and asked. I remember now. Isn't he the one who sang Youth? That's odd. I thought he was a freshman this year. Yeah, how did he become an instructor now? He became an instructor because of his outstanding performance. Jiao, how do you know so much? A classmate looked at Lu Jiao, who was staring intently, and asked curiously. He is my friend. Lu Jiao smiled. Really? There must be something going on. It's rare for someone as famous as Lu Jiao to mention someone like that. But such a handsome guy, he's definitely worth you. The girls nearby teased. Stop it, don't say that. Lu Jiao blushed and quickly shifted her gaze away from Chiu. Once it starts, don't get nervous. Just do what you've practiced. Just relax, you're already great. Chiu was currently addressing the team about the preparations when he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Chiu, here. Xia Kingsnow's angelic face appeared, smiling as she handed Chiu a bottle of water. Your leg, is it okay? Chiu's face flashed a hint of surprise. It's almost healed, but I can't do any strenuous activity. So I won't be participating in this drill. I came here specifically to thank you. I heard you became an instructor. You look so cool. Xia Qingshu circled around Chiu, examining him from head to toe, like a little fangirl, her eyes sparkling with stars. Ah, you're so sweet, I'm blushing. Before the drill began, the two chatted casually, looking like old friends who had known each other for years. Hey! Jiao, look, there's a girl next to your friend. Isn't she his girlfriend? Lu Jiao had obviously noticed them earlier and was staring intently at the two of them. I told you there's nothing going on. Don't spread rumors. Seeing this, Lu Jiao's tone grew noticeably more dejected. Oh, well, but that little girl is pretty cute, the girl muttered under her breath. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiao paused for a moment before lowering her head. Looking at the black stockings she was wearing, Lu Jiao nodded thoughtfully. Do you like cute types? What? What did you mutter? Jiao. Nothing. A fleeting look of panic flashed across Lu Jiao's eyes before she quickly changed the subject. Alright, Chiu, the drill is about to start. I won't bother you anymore. Oh, by the way, to thank you for helping me, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You have to come. Tonight? Chiu raised an eyebrow. This Xie Qingsno, why is she suddenly inviting me to dinner? Yes, it's settled then. We'll connect via WeChat later. Xie Qingshu said, then ran off quickly. Once she was out of sight, Lin Hao glanced over and muttered, Chiu, with all these beautiful women around, why do they all choose you? Of course not. If not Chiu, then who else? What's wrong with Chiu? I want to ask Chiu out to dinner too. Chiu, the great instructor, please give me a chance. A girl in the group also shouted loudly. Enough, enough. Stop joking around. The drill is about to begin. The drill is starting, and you'll all show your true colors. The principal walked over slowly, his face full of disdain. Ha ha ha, show your true colors? Principal, stop joking around. Upon seeing the principal, Chiu didn't show much emotion, but replied with a smile. Look at the other classes, which one isn't practicing? Only your class is here chatting and laughing. What kind of example are you setting? I wonder what the head instructor was thinking, making you the temporary instructor. The principal's face betrayed his disdain as he spoke sarcastically. He knew a thing or two about Chiu's capabilities. But even if Chiu was talented, he might not be able to lead a good team. Moreover, while everyone else was practicing, his class was resting. That's true. I heard the principal stayed up until past 11 last night with the students. That kind of dedication is definitely worth learning from. But if all that hard work doesn't get us first place, people will laugh at us. Chapter 34, Chiu ignores the rules. Chiu looked at the principal with a hint of amusement and retorted. I hope you can talk tough during the drill later. Don't forget our bet. The principal knew exactly what Chiu was implying. However, he didn't get angry. At that moment, he was very confident that Chiu's class had no chance of winning. Principal, don't forget if you try to cheat later, that won't be good. Chiu said with a smile. We'll see. The principal snorted coldly and turned to leave. What a face. Chiu, if you weren't the instructor, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lin Hao spat at the principal's back with disgust. Even if I weren't an instructor, someone would naturally deal with such a person. Chiu shook his head, not giving the matter a second thought. Alright, all instructors, assemble your teams. Military martial arts drill, begin immediately. Before we begin, I have some good news to share. Our former commander has arrived on site today to watch your drill. The former commander is a seasoned veteran who distinguished himself in battles against invaders. Please give him a warm round of applause. The chief instructor, holding a microphone, stood on the podium and spoke loudly. A man dressed simply, with half-gray hair, stood up and waved to everyone present. Is that really the ancient leader? I've only seen him on TV. I heard he's the founding general of Dragon Country and now holds immense prestige there. That may be true, but looking at his attire, he kind of reminds me of my grandfather. You don't know anything. The higher the status, the less they care about such things. Upon seeing the ancient leader, the murmurs from the crowd grew louder, followed by thunderous applause. The former leader? Chiu raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, Chiu had seen this old leader when he was a child. However, it was only in his grandfather's photo frame. Though he was now old, Chiu could still recognize him by certain features. Sitting next to the old leader was Principal Ma. The two clearly knew each other well and were engaged in conversation. Sitting next to Principal Ma was the Dean of Students. Mr. Gu, it's been ages since you came to observe the children's drills. Principal Ma, you know how busy I am with all the various matters, I simply couldn't spare the time. Chief, your presence here today is truly an honor for us. The live stream's viewership has more than doubled since you arrived. The principal also spoke earnestly. Someone of Mr. Gu's stature was someone he might never have the chance to meet in his entire life. So he had to seize the opportunity to impress him. Glancing at the principal, the senior officer smiled but said nothing more. Alright, everyone, get ready. Military martial arts drill, begin. A moment later, the chief instructor gave the order, announcing the start of the drill. First, the first group to demonstrate is Class 1, with their instructor, Instructor Yu. As soon as the chief instructor finished speaking, Instructor Yu led his class out. They stood at attention, and Instructor Yu also assumed the preparatory stance. After Instructor Yu completed each movement, the students in the class followed suit. However, despite their best efforts to keep up with Instructor Yu's movements, the results were still not ideal. After all, with such a short time and heavy tasks, achieving this much was already quite challenging. The drill concluded, and Instructor Yu gathered the troops and slowly withdrew. Next, other classes took the stage one after another, but after observing them, the senior officer shook his head. It wasn't that the other classes performed poorly, it was simply that the old commander's standards were very high. The next class to perform is Class 7. At the command of the chief instructor, the instructor of Class 7 stepped forward first. As soon as Class 7 appeared, the atmosphere felt significantly better than the previous teams. Whether it was in terms of neatness or standards, there was a noticeable improvement. This team is impressive, they're much better than the previous ones. Yes, at least they look neat and pleasing to the eye. Upon seeing this, the senior officer finally nodded in approval. Though it didn't meet his standards, this class had already done an excellent job. Seeing that the old leader approved, the principal quickly stepped forward. Commander, this team is the one I led. The achievements we've made are all thanks to the extra training I've given them. Last night, I stayed with them until they finished practicing before returning home. The principal said with a touch of pride. However, what he said was true, he had indeed stayed with them until they finished practicing. The extra practice itself had already caused some dissatisfaction among the students. Plus, with the Chiu class as a point of comparison, all the students had been complaining non-stop. If he hadn't been there to supervise, they would have dispersed and gone back to their dormitories to sleep. That's better. Now it looks like military training. The senior officer nodded, which was also a sign of approval for the principal. The drill for Class 7 quickly ended, and the drill instructor led the students down quickly. Soon, it was time for Class 9. Next up is Class 9, led by their drill instructor, Chiu, Instructor Chi. As soon as the chief instructor finished speaking, Chiu marched out with his squad in perfect formation. Having prior experience from the previous formation drill, the team entered the field with perfect precision. Chiu? How is he an instructor? Principal Ma asked in confusion upon seeing Chiu. Originally, the song Chiu had composed had left a deep impression on him. He never expected him to appear as an instructor now. Principal Ma, this Chiu is just average in training. Plus, since Instructor Lin is sick, he took advantage of the opportunity. Seeing the principal ask, the Dean of Discipline immediately interjected. Oh, but I heard that Chiu performed exceptionally well, even breaking records, which is why he was promoted to temporary instructor on an exceptional basis? Upon hearing the principal's words, the senior officer turned his head with interest. Commander, you can't just believe one side of the story. This Chiu, ever since he became an instructor, has disregarded regulations and often allowed students to rest without permission. I doubt this drill will go well either. The principal once again adopted a pitiful expression and spoke to the old commander. But as far as I can see, their formation is very neat and orderly. The senior official smiled and said. That formation was practiced during the previous squad drills, when the instructor was still Lin. That's why it's so neat. As for Chiyu's military martial arts this time, they haven't practiced at all. It's so bad it's almost unusable. Chapter 35, you haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Is that so? If that is the case, we really need to take a closer look. What kind of team can an instructor who doesn't follow the rules possibly lead? The old commander smiled and spoke. Exactly. Not only that, but he must be severely punished. Revoke his instructor's qualifications and record the disciplinary action in his file. The principal grew increasingly excited as he spoke, eager to see Chiu being disciplined. Enough. The drill isn't over yet. Let us wait until it's finished before deciding anything. The principal couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke coldly. After all, Chiu was currently at the peak of his popularity, and the school was counting on him for publicity. Principal Ma's words finally calmed the principal down. There were still 2 people here with higher ranks than him. It wasn't his place to speak yet. Returning to his seat, the principal once again fixed his gaze on Chiu. He couldn't believe that after just 1.5 days of practice, he could perform the general's body fist so well. Fighting stance. Chiu shouted loudly, immediately assuming his fighting stance. Bow step punch. With another loud shout, Chiu swiftly changed his stance, his sturdy legs instantly forming a bow stance. As his eyes narrowed, his fist pointed downward, his left fist retracted to his waist, and his right fist was forcefully swung out. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, so standard that it surpassed many instructors. This young man's movements are quite impressive. You mean he has only been an instructor for 2 days and already performed such standard military boxing moves? The elderly commander still smiled, turning to look at the principal. Well, the previous movements must have been practiced extensively. And after all, the ultimate goal of an instructor is to teach properly. Facing the senior officer's doubt, the principal broke out in a cold sweat and could only continue to make excuses. The old commander smiled but said nothing, turning his head once more to look at Chiu. Crossed side kick. Chiyu's movements were quick, maintaining standard form while also being very smooth and fluid. At the same time, the drone responsible for the live stream focused its camera on him. It feels like I've seen this instructor before? A third-year student watching the live stream sent a comment. You're not mistaken. He's the freshman who broke the off-road record at our school a few days ago. Oh, no wonder his movements are so precise. Wait, freshman? Isn't he a freshman? How did he become an instructor? Not only that, but his movements are so precise. He doesn't even look like a student. There is something fishy going on here, for sure. Wait, look, what is going on? How come the students behind him are doing the same moves exactly? Not only were the viewers in the chat stunned, but even the principal stood up, looking down at the drill team in disbelief. Not only were Chiu's movements flawless, but the team behind him also performed exceptionally well. Other teams had to wait for the instructor to finish before following his movements. However, Chiu's team seemed to have memorized every move, following him seamlessly to complete the military martial arts routine. This allowed Chiu to perform the entire set of military martial arts moves smoothly without pausing. Is this what you meant by poor performance? Principal Ma snorted coldly, shooting a disapproving glance at the headmaster. At that moment, the principal had already stopped listening to the principal's words. His face was filled with astonishment, and his hands began to tremble slightly. He couldn't understand how Chiu had only trained them for such a short time yet managed to drill the entire team so effectively. The precision and uniformity were almost on par with a professional team. Chiu finished his demonstration, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. There was no doubt that Chiu's team deserved first place in this drill. The fact that they didn't need to pause at all was enough to outshine all the other teams. Let alone the other aspects. To train a team to this level in just 2 days, Ma Xiao, your school has produced a genius. Gu Shouchang smiled broadly, lavishing praise on Chiu without reservation. As the old commander said, Chiu isn't just talented in training, he's also a promising prospect in music. Principal Ma smiled and agreed. Is that so? Interesting. The old leader smiled, his gaze toward Chiu filled with a hint of anticipation. Whether it's on-site voting or online voting, Chiu's team is way ahead of the rest. I hereby declare that the winner of this exercise is Class 9 led by Chiu. Please give them a round of applause. As soon as the chief instructor finished speaking, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause once again. Chiu's team performed like a work of art, a sight to behold. The military martial arts drill concluded successfully, and all the instructors made their way toward the podium. Impressive, Chiu. What's your secret? Share it with us. Exactly. I really gave it my all, but they just can't seem to get it. No wonder your class was dismissed early. If my class looked like that, I'd let them rest too. The instructors surrounded Chiu, expressing their admiration for this younger brother. It's just luck. I still have a lot to learn. Look at him, so outstanding yet so humble. That kind of character is something you all should strive to learn from. As Chiu finished speaking, a voice filled with laughter drifted over. Looking up, he saw the old commander smiling at him. Chiu, it's the old commander who wants to see you. No need for me to introduce you again. The chief instructor patted Chiu on the shoulder and said with a smile. Good morning, Commander Gu. Chiu nodded and performed a standard military salute. Your military salute is quite standard. Who did you learn it from? Seeing Chiu's expression, the old commander grew curious and asked. My grandfather was a retired soldier, and my father is a police officer. They taught me from a young age. So you come from a military family. No wonder you're so outstanding. The old commander nodded and continued. I heard you were promoted to instructor on a special basis. What are your thoughts on winning first place this time? I'm still far behind the other instructors. When I was learning military martial arts, I couldn't have done it without the guidance of the instructors and teachers. Chiu smiled and glanced at the principal, who was hiding at the back. Of course, I also couldn't have done it without the principal's constant teasing. By the way, principal, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Chiu's words made the principal's heart race, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He slowly raised his head to see that everyone, including the principal and the headmaster, was staring at him. What? What agreement? I don't remember. His mind went blank for a moment, but the principal suddenly came up with another idea. As long as he played dumb, no one could do anything to him. Chapter 36, Practical Exercise? Oh, principal, you really have a good memory. Didn't you say that no matter what, I couldn't possibly come in first? Chiu, you're really joking. No matter what, you're my student. I'm hoping for the best for you. How could I say such a thing? The principal forced a fake smile and hurriedly explained. He was panicking inside. If his actions were exposed in front of so many important figures, his future would be completely ruined. He could only pray that Chiu wouldn't press the matter further and that he could somehow gloss over it. But Chiu had no intention of letting him off the hook. So you're saying you never said those words? Of course not, Chiu. You must have misunderstood. Don't think about it. You came in first, let's celebrate properly. The principal muttered under his breath, but he had no better solution and could only insist that he had never said such a thing. So that's how it is. Wait a moment. Chiu nodded thoughtfully and began rummaging through his pockets. The principal and the headmaster looked at Chiu with puzzled expressions, unsure of what he was up to. After a moment, Chiu pulled out his phone from his pocket. In full view of everyone, he opened the photo album and started playing a video. Good thing I knew the principal would deny it, so I recorded this video in advance. Chiu said with a smile. Given the principal's character, even if he lost, he would never admit it. So he had secretly activated the recording function and captured everything the principal had done. Hearing his own voice in the video, the principal collapsed to the ground, his face pale. It's over, everything is over. Watching the video, the usually smiling Principal Gu also turned pale. Mr. Ma, it seems the teachers at your school aren't very ethical. As teachers, you should respect your elders and uphold moral standards. Such malicious behavior should be strictly prohibited. Otherwise, how can this school continue to operate? Yes, I will thoroughly investigate and give Chiu a proper explanation. Principal Ma glared angrily at the Dean of Discipline and said in a low voice. Although Principal Ma had known the former minister for a long time, he knew that the former minister was impartial and unyielding in such matters. The principal knew he couldn't argue further, so he stood up and pointed at Chiu, saying, "Are you not at fault? Allowing them to rest without permission, how will we manage them in the future? Who made that rule? Who said they couldn't rest?" Principal Ma frowned, about to intervene, but Chiu spoke again. "Mr. Gu, may I ask, is there a rule during military training that prohibits rest? There are no such regulations. As long as the training results are satisfactory, the rest periods can be arranged by the instructors themselves." The old commander also shook his head. "Director, did you hear that? Rest is just an excuse for losers. For winners, these aren't issues." Chiu didn't get angry, he smiled and said, "Don't make a scene here. Come to my office and wait for me." Principal Ma shouted angrily, his face already very grim. The old leader beckoned to Chiu, and the two slowly walked away. The others also dispersed slowly, leaving only the principal alone, standing in the wind, disheveled. "Great heroes emerge in youth. Your abilities have truly impressed me. General Gu is being too kind. Your performance in repelling the invaders is something we will always learn from. Ah, good boy, I hope you'll give it your all in the upcoming shooting training. I will not disappoint the old leader's expectations." Chiu smiled and nodded. Shooting training is the prerequisite for the final practical exercise. The previous projects were just child's play. Shooting is the real test. The old commander patted Chiu on the shoulder with a solemn expression. "This training will better showcase Chiu's natural talent. Rest assured, Commander Gu. I've already mastered all the basic shooting techniques." Chiu's face was filled with confidence. These skills had been taught to him by his father and grandfather when he was young. "Alright, then follow the chief instructor tomorrow to familiarize yourself with the procedures. Oh, and don't forget your role is that of an instructor. Learning on your own is secondary, teaching the students is your true purpose. We're looking forward to your performance." After speaking, Commander Gu smiled at Chiu and turned to leave. The final drill of this military training was the ultimate practical training. All the training was designed to lay the groundwork for the final drill. And the most critical part was the shooting training. Because the live fire drill uses laser guns that are a 1-to-1 replica of real firearms. However, for these new recruits, many had no prior shooting experience. Therefore, this shooting training is the foundation for winning the final practical exercise. Nevertheless, Chiu remains highly confident in this training. Not to mention that Chiu has been interested in firearms since he was a child. Even with the system's assistance, Chiu could easily emerge victorious. After bidding farewell to the old commander, Chiu strolled back along the path. Upon entering the system, his admiration points had reached 50,000. Without hesitation, Chiu opened the shop again. After searching for a long time, Chiu finally found what he was looking for. Divine Tier Firearm Talent, 30,000 worship points. Upon use, the host will master all firearms and achieve 100% accuracy. This was tailor-made for Chiu, but the 30,000 worship points required made him wince. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and redeemed it. With this talent, shooting training would be a breeze. After enhancing some other skills, Chiu exited the system and took out his phone. After switching to WeChat, the number of messages had decreased. After replying to a few, Chiu opened the chat window with Xie Qingxue. There were several messages inside. "Xie Qingxue, wow, I didn't expect you to be so good at boxing. That's so cool. Xie Qingxue, sigh, I have to join the next training camp too. I'll be the one getting sunburned again. Xie Qingxue, but at least we get another day off tomorrow. Xie Qingxue, oh, right, Qi Dao, the instructor. Don't forget our date tonight, okay?" Looking at Xie Qingxue with her cute emojis, Chiu smiled and replied with a good emoji. With such a personality, it's hard not to like Xie Qingxue. After confirming the meeting time, Chiu headed toward the dormitory. Not far behind him, several burly guys were following him. "Tiger, is that him? The one who stole your girl?" The leader raised his eyebrows and ran his fingers through his blonde hair. "Yeah, I'm a student now, so I can't touch him. The rest is up to you." A flash of cruelty crossed Dehu's eyes as he nodded. "Don't worry, Tiger brother." Taking someone's money to eliminate their troubles, the blonde-haired man sneered, pulled out his phone, and snapped a photo of Chiu. Chapter 37, Serve all the dishes, and eat whichever one tastes best. Hey, Chiu, going on a date? Although Chiu had become an instructor, his relationship with his dorm mates hadn't deteriorated. On the contrary, it had become even more harmonious. Seeing Chiu change into his clothes and get ready to leave, everyone teased him. Hey, is it Xie Qingxue or Lu Jiajiao? Lin Hao walked over, speaking with a touch of jealousy. Whether it was Xie Qingxue or Lu Jiajiao, both were top-notch beauties at the university. If he could get one of them to go out with him, he'd be over the moon. And now Chiu was surrounded by two stunning beauties. Xie Qingxue, Chiu didn't think much of it and replied casually. No way, really? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao widened his eyes, and the others gathered around as well. What's going on? Nothing. Speaking of which, Lu Jiajiao's legs are longer than my life, and she loves wearing black stockings. You actually turned her down? Lin Hao shook his head inside. Well, not exactly. Lu Jiajiao asked me out for tomorrow. Chiu thought for a moment before speaking again. After hearing Chiu's words, Lin Hao and the other roommates froze in place once again. No way. How could this happen? Taking both food and the date? Are you even letting these single guys live? However, it wasn't that Chiu was trying to show off. He had indeed made plans with Lu Jiajiao for tomorrow. Because in 2 days, he was supposed to meet with Mr. Li, and Lu Jiajiao wanted to discuss the details with Chiu. Actually, according to Chiu's plan, there was no need for all that trouble. With system-exchanged songs and a god-tier vocal talent, there is no need to worry. But Lu Jiajiao insisted, and Chiu couldn't persuade her, so he had no choice but to agree. Looking at the few people with grim expressions, Chiu quickly glanced around and rushed out of the dormitory. If he didn't leave now, he might provoke everyone's anger. Soon, he arrived at the agreed-upon location, where Xie Qingsno had already been waiting. Today, she looked different from usual, wearing a light yellow dress that was clearly carefully selected. She had also applied light makeup, and her body emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Chiu, over here. Upon seeing Chiu, Xie Qingxue narrowed her eyes and waved excitedly at him. You're already here? Just arrived. Let's go. Xie Qingxue didn't say much, pulling Chiu along as she prepared to head toward the school gate. Wait? Are we going out to eat? What else? Xie Qingxue blinked her big eyes in confusion. Let's just eat at school. It's just the two of us. Eating outside isn't worth it. Come on, don't worry. I'm treating you, so I want you to eat well. Besides, I've already made a reservation. It'd be a waste if we don't go. Xie Qingxue tugged at Chiu's arm, looking pouty and upset. Alright, then. Yay! Seeing Chiu agree, Xie Qingxue was so happy she almost jumped for joy. They hailed a taxi and quickly arrived at their destination. This was a very famous restaurant in Beijing, and a meal there would easily cost over 1,000 yuan. The reservation you mentioned was here? Chiu looked at Xie Qingxue in surprise. Although Chiu was currently very popular and earning money wasn't difficult for him. But dining at such an upscale restaurant still made him feel a bit reluctant. Yes. Xie Qingxue didn't think it was a big deal and pulled Chiu inside. The restaurant was extremely spacious, with luxurious interior decor. Xie Qingxue, familiar with the place, led Chiu through the crowd and soon arrived at an elegant private room. Just as they sat down, a smiling waiter walked in. Hello, esteemed black card member. May I begin serving the meal? Bring the food. Xie Qingxue waved her hand at the waiter. The waiter nodded and quickly stepped out. Don't we need to order? Chiu asked in confusion. No need. Just bring everything, and we'll try whatever tastes good. Xie Qingxue's words left Chiu speechless once again. Bring out all the dishes? Is Xie Qingxue serious? Before long, the door to the private room opened again. Dozens of waiters pushed carts and quickly entered the room. Soon, the large table in front of the two of them was filled with all sorts of dishes, numbering dozens. Miss Xie, would you like a band to play music for you? No, please leave. Xie Qingxue waved her hand. She didn't want her alone time with Chiu to be interrupted. Qingxue, can we even finish all of this? Oh, don't be so polite. Eat whatever you like. Xie Qingxue smiled and picked up a piece of seafood, putting it into her mouth. The military training over the past few days had left her no time to eat properly, and she was starving. Chiu, seeing this, no longer hesitated. In astonishment, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Soon, the two of them had already eaten most of it. Chiu wiped his mouth and looked at Xie Qingxue, asking, Qingxue, ordering so many dishes must have cost a lot of money. After all, it wasn't appropriate for a girl to pay when eating with a guy. It's okay, I'm using my dad's card. He asked the last person who needs money. Xie Qingxue said casually, then pulled out a black card and paid the bill. Seeing the countless numbers in the card's balance, Chiu's eyes widened once again. So Xie Qingxue really was a wealthy heiress. As the two walked out of the restaurant, Chiu was still in shock until Xie Qingxue spoke, bringing him back to his senses. I'm a bit full. Why don't we walk around for a bit to help digest? Xue turned to look at Chiu, testing the waters cautiously. Sure. Chiu nodded. There was nothing to do back home anyway, so taking a stroll was a good idea. The two walked side by side, chatting casually. It must be said that Chiu had an exceptionally high emotional intelligence. Before long, he had Xue laughing heartily. Not far behind them, a group of 3 or 5 young thugs with brightly colored hair were following closely behind. Among them, a tall, muscular young man stood out from the rest. Tiger brother, isn't the whole hero saving the damsel in distress thing a bit too cliché? What do you know? It's in moments of crisis that you build emotional connections. Dehu rolled his eyes and whispered. Alright, we'll listen to Tiger brother. Later, follow the plan we discussed earlier. You guys go up and provoke him, then beat him up. When the crucial moment comes, I'll show up and drive you all away. Got it? Big Tiger scanned the crowd and repeated his instructions. Don't worry, Tiger brother, we're professionals. If you do a good job, I'll give you an extra 2,000, but remember, that guy as long as he is not dead, beat him to death. At the mention of extra money, the thugs' eyes lit up, and they pounded their chests in guarantee. Dahu nodded and slowly backed away. Chiu and Xue walked down the street, talking about singing. Xue looked at him with admiration. Really? Are you going to participate in Dragon Country's Got Talent? I'll definitely vote for you. Chapter 38, there are no cameras here. I'll go after military training. That is so cool. You don't know, my dream is to become a singer, but unfortunately, I'm tone deaf. Xue stood with her hands behind her back, as if venting her frustration. You're so good looking. If you could sing well too, how would others survive? God has already made you perfect. You're right. Hearing Chiu praise her, Xue's mouth stretched wide open. Hey, girl, stop. As the two walked into a dark alley, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. Chiu slowly looked up and saw several thugs standing where he had been moments ago. Behind him, several more appeared as well. Chiu narrowed his eyes clearly, the others had come with a purpose. The leader, a young thug with yellow hair, stepped forward and approached Xue. Little sister, give me your contact info. We can hang out and grab a bite to eat sometime. As he spoke, he raised his hand, intending to pinch Xue's cheek. Just as his hand rose, the young thug suddenly felt his wrist being clamped by something. Looking up, he saw Chiu's calm face staring back at him. Though his face showed no emotion, the aura emanating from Chiu's eyes sent a chill down the young thug's spine. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable illusion that if he dared to move again, he would definitely be attacked by Chiu. However, in the blink of an eye, the clever little mind of the young thug began to work again. Li Yui had said that the man in front of him was just a student with no real skills. Even if he had some skills, with so many people behind him, there was no need to fear him. With that thought, Huang Mao struggled again, trying to free his hand from Chiu's grip. But after struggling for a moment, he was shocked to discover that Chiu's grip was incredibly strong. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. What are you doing? Let go of me. Huang Mao's face turned pale as he shouted at Chiu. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the surrounding thugs quickly gathered around. You just want my contact information, right? I'll give it to you. At the critical moment, Xie Qingsno suddenly spoke up. She gave Chiu a subtle glance, signaling him to let go. Better safe than sorry. If they wanted his contact information, he might as well give it to them. At worst, we can delete it later. There was no need to cause a conflict. Looking at Xie Qingshua's expression, Chiu paused for a moment before also letting go of the blonde man's hand. It wasn't that Chiu was afraid of him, it was because Chiu had already promised Lu Jiaojiu and Li Boss to meet tomorrow. If a fight broke out, it might alert Hat Uncle, and then things would get complicated. The arrangement with Mr. Li would be ruined. Seeing Chiu back down, Huang Mao finally broke into a smile. It seemed he was just a coward, all his earlier posturing was just bluff. Taking out her phone, Xie Qingxue had Huang Mao scan her QR code and accepted his friend request. Alright, I've given you my contact information. Can we leave now? As soon as Xie Qingxue finished speaking, the remaining thugs exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Little sister, it's getting late. Why don't we go have a drink? I'll treat you. Huang Mao turned to look at Xie Qingxue and said again. His intentions were far from just exchanging contact information. You. Huang Mao's words caused Xie Qingxue's expression to change once more. She shouldn't have trusted these thugs from the start. If you want to drink so badly, come on, I'll have a couple of drinks with you. Just as the blonde-haired man was about to approach, Chiu's cold voice rang out again. You brat, mind your own business. Do you want to die? Huang Mao turned to look at Chiu, clenching his teeth and speaking with hatred. Chiu's earlier show of weakness had only made him more arrogant. Oh? I'd like to see how I die. Chiu finished speaking, his eyes narrowing as he shielded Xie Qingxue behind him. Clearly, these people had no good intentions. Continuing to back down would only encourage them to take advantage. Therefore, Chiu would not give them any more leniency and loosened his grip on his arms. To prevent any unexpected incidents, Chiu had already spent his admiration points earlier to enhance his strength. Ha, guys, did you hear that? He's pretty cocky. But soon, you won't be so arrogant anymore. Just a reminder, there are no surveillance cameras here. The blonde thug laughed derisively. No surveillance cameras? Chiu raised an eyebrow. Originally, he hadn't dared to act too harshly, but now it seemed to suit Chiu just fine. The blonde-haired thug said no more. He clearly remembered Li Yui's promise. As long as he beat this man senseless, he could earn an extra 2,000 yuan. He waved his hand toward the thugs following him. One of the thugs behind him took the lead and struck Chiu on the back of the head. Chiu, watch out. Seeing this, Xia Qingsno couldn't help Chiu either and could only shout. Before she could finish speaking, Chiu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He grabbed the thug's arm with his left hand and then punched him hard in the abdomen with his right fist. A piercing pain shot through his stomach, and the thug clutched his abdomen, stumbling backward several steps. A wave of nausea followed, and he vomited all over the ground. What? Huang Mao looked at his fallen comrade, his face filled with disbelief. What's going on? How could he have beaten someone until they vomited? He'd been in his fair share of fights. But seeing someone beaten until they vomited was a first for him. He inwardly cursed his luck and shouted again, attack him together. After all, two hands can't fight for. And there were 5 or 6 of them on his side. Even if Chiu was as skilled as he couldn't handle so many people at once. But the blonde-haired man had severely underestimated Chiu's abilities. 2 minutes later, all the thugs were lying on the ground, writhing in pain, their faces contorted with agony. Only Huang Mao was left standing there, stunned and speechless. Wait, bro, I just remembered my mom told me to go home for dinner. Huang Mao was finally scared. He slowly turned his head and took shaky steps, trying to leave. But Chiu was not one to let a tiger escape. Chiu suddenly sprang forward, grabbing Huang Mao by the shoulders. Brother, I didn't recognize your true worth. I shouldn't have offended you. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Please spare me this time. I'll do anything you ask. Before he could finish speaking, Chiu raised his right hand and delivered 2 punches to his stomach. The 2 blows sent him reeling, and white liquid mixed with blood gushed out of his mouth. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and he saw stars. In his daze, he saw Chiu's fist rise again. At that moment, the man with the yellow hair was so scared that tears were about to stream down his face. If he took 2 more punches, he would meet his grandmother tonight. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, a loud shout suddenly echoed from the distance. Xing Xue. Don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. Chapter 39, It was all Li Yu who made me do it. Chiu looked up and saw a figure appear at the entrance of the alley. He was facing away from the crowd, raising one hand high in the air, then extending his index finger, pointing straight up at the sky. He let out a cold laugh, exuding an air of arrogance. Let go of that girl. Li Yu? Xia Qingsno looked at the pretentious figure and spoke doubtfully. That's right, Xing Xue. In a critical moment, it's still up to me to step in. Li Yu sneered and slowly turned his head. But what he saw next left him speechless. 5 or 6 thugs lay on the ground, surrounded by bloodstains and vomit. If it weren't for the occasional twitching, Li Yu would have thought they were dead. The leader, Huang Mao, was being held by Chiu, his face as pale as if he had eaten something disgusting. A strange white liquid mixed with blood was slowly trickling out of the corners of his mouth. Chiu's fist was suspended mid-air, and upon seeing Hu, the yellow-haired man clung to him like a drowning man clinging to a lifeline. He didn't want to take another punch. Big Tiger, quick, save me. As soon as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, a strange thought flashed through his mind. Could Tiger really save him? Given Chiu's current strength, Li Yu couldn't possibly last more than 3 moves against him. Thinking of this, Huang Mao immediately regretted his words. Not only might they not save him, but they might even make the situation worse. Seeing Chiu's puzzled expression, Huang Mao's mind raced once more. Big brother, it's all him. He's the one who ordered us to do this. Huang Mao's words caused Hu, who had approached, to change his expression. We had everything planned out. How could he betray us so quickly? You, what are you talking about? Hu panically glanced at Xia Qingsno and stammered nervously. Brother, it was really him who told me to do it. If you don't believe me, let me go, and I'll show you the evidence. Huang Mao paid no attention to Hu and pleaded with Chiu once more. In fact, Chiu had already figured out what was going on the moment Hu appeared. So he let go of Huang Mao and gestured for him to bring out the evidence. Xing Xue, he is bullying you, isn't he? Hand him over to me. You go first, I'll deal with him. Seeing this, Big Tiger panicked and reached out to grab Huang Mao by the collar. Chiu frowned, about to intervene, but a small figure stepped in front of Hu. Li Yu, Chiu has protected me well. You don't need to get involved. Secondly, don't think that just because my father allowed you to follow me, you can do whatever you want. Lastly, if you really did this, I won't let you off the hook. Xia Qingshue's expression was grim. Since Chiu had known her, she had always been youthful and adorable, rarely showing such a look. Found it, bro. As soon as Xie Qingxue finished speaking, Huang Mao pulled out his phone, whose screen was shattered into a web-like pattern, and handed it to Chiu. Scrolling through the phone, Chiu could clearly see the chat logs between Huang Mao and Daho, detailing every step of the process. From the beginning, the plan, to the final payment. This was more than enough to prove that the mastermind behind the operation was none other than Dahu. Chiu finished reading and handed the phone to Xie Qingxue. After seeing everything, Xie Qingxue's expression had turned extremely grim, her anger reaching its peak. Big brother, this time it was my mistake for not recognizing your true worth. Please spare my younger brother. I'll do anything you ask. Huang Mao endured the excruciating pain in his body and spoke humbly. Go ahead. The lesson had been taught, and keeping them here would serve no purpose, so Chiu nodded. Hearing Chiyu's words, Huang Mao felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He didn't even bother to retrieve his phone, instead helping the others who were lying on the ground to their feet and sprinting out of the alley. Qingxue, let me explain. Knowing that the truth had been exposed, Daho rushed over to Xie Qingxue, trying to defend himself. There is no need. If you have anything to say, go explain it to my father. Xie Qingxue said, pulling out her phone and preparing to make a call. Qingxue, for the sake of our years of friendship, please don't tell uncle. Qingxue, I'm begging you. Daho's tone was pleading, but Xie Qingxue remained unmoved. Qingxue, does our years-long relationship mean nothing compared to someone you've known for just a few days? Seeing that his words were useless, Daho suddenly stepped forward and snatched the phone from Xie Qingxue. In his eyes, Xie Qingxue was acting this way because of Chiu. Li Hu, do you know why I look down on you? It's because you're a despicable person. You'll resort to any underhanded means to achieve your goals. Look at Chiu. Even if we don't talk about how he is better than you in every way, at least he is a decent person. How can you compare yourself to him? Give me back my phone. Xie Qingxue's words felt like sharp knives piercing Dahu's heart. He gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot. Dahu's emotions escalated, and he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket. What are you doing? Seeing the knife, Xie Qingxue was instantly thrown into a panic. This was originally something Dahu had prepared to make his heroic rescue of a damsel in distress more convincing. But now, it had become his weapon. Chiu, all you care about is Chiu. Since that's the case, today, I'll destroy him right here. Daho had already lost his mind. He knew how powerful Xie Qingxue's father was. If Xie Qingxue told her father, he would never be able to survive in Beijing City. With that, Daho turned around and charged toward Chiu. He intended to use Chiu as leverage against Xie Qingxue, hoping to gain some room for maneuver in the situation. Just then, Chiu also saw Dahu draw his dagger, fearing he might hurt Xie Qingxue, and quickly stepped forward. Chiu, be careful! Xie Qingxue shouted, but it was already too late. Dahu's speed was too fast, the dagger was already heading toward Chiu's chest. The dagger sliced through the skin, and the tip pierced Chiu's body. Blood flowed down the dagger, and the smell of blood made Dahu even more excited. He widened his eyes, tightened his grip on the dagger, and tried to thrust it deeper into Chiu's body. Just as he continued his actions, he realized he couldn't move the dagger an inch. Focusing his gaze, he saw Chiu extend two fingers and firmly grip the dagger. It was the strength of those two fingers that kept Dahu's dagger in place. Daho stared at Chiu in disbelief, unable to fathom how anyone could possess such strength. With just two fingers, he was matching the full force of his entire body. Raising his head in confusion, Chiu's gaze, filled with murderous intent, sent a chill down Dahu's spine. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen, causing excruciating pain to surge to his head. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Daho stared in astonishment at Chiu, who had lowered his leg. Setting aside the sheer strength, the speed of that kick was so fast that Daho hadn't even seen it coming. Chapter 40. He wasn't acting in self-defense, it was murder. Dahu had at least some training, he was no ordinary street thug. Despite taking a kick from Chiu, he endured the pain and quickly got back to his feet. Chiu's attacks didn't make him give up, instead, they only made his fighting spirit grow stronger. He spun around and charged at Chiu once more. But this time, he wasn't so lucky. Chiu held nothing back, and soon, Dahu lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. After moving his arms slightly, Chiu slowly walked over to Xie Qingxue. Chiu, you're bleeding. Seeing that Chiu's clothes were already stained red, Xie Qingxue hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief and pressed it against the wound. It's nothing, just bandage it up. Chiu shook his head. The two of them found a clinic and had the wound bandaged. Only after the doctor said it was fine did Xie Qingxue feel reassured enough to let Chiu go back. On the way back to school, Xie Qingxue kept apologizing to Chiu. She believed it was her fault that Chiu had been injured. However, Chiu didn't take it to heart. He also asked Xie Qingxue about the matter involving Dahu. It turned out that Xie Qingxue's father was the largest real estate developer in Beijing. And Dahu was the son of her father's business partner. Both sets of parents had been trying to arrange a marriage between the two, and Xie Qingxue's father had even arranged for Dahu to be by her side. However, after spending more time with him, Chen naturally came to know Dehu's true character. But to ensure the smooth progress of the partnership, she chose not to say much. Until today's incident occurred. Chiu, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory response. Chen looked guilty and angry at the same time. It's okay, I'll go back first. Although he had undergone physical training, the prolonged activity had left Chiu somewhat exhausted. Alright, go back and rest early. The two parted ways at the intersection, and Chiu quickly returned to the dormitory. After exchanging a few words with his roommates, Chiu lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, various noises woke Chiu from his sleep. Chiu, wake up. Lin Hao's voice reached his ears, causing Chiu to slowly open his eyes. What's going on? Hat Uncle is here. Don't sleep. I'm not interested. Chiu shook his head and rolled over. After all, it was a boys' dormitory, and causing a commotion that attracted Hat Uncle wasn't uncommon. It's not about being interested or not. Hat Uncle is here to see you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the knock on the door sounded, and two Hat Uncles walked in. The dormitory door was crowded with people, all there to watch the commotion. Which one is Chiu? It's me. Chiu had also come to his senses by then. He knew that Hat Uncle must have come because of last night's incident. You are currently suspected of being involved in a violent incident. Please come with us. Hat Uncle was also polite, and Chiu didn't say much. He followed Hat Uncle and got into the police car. And just like that, Chiu's departure was like a time bomb that went off in the school. Name: Chiu. Age: 19 years old. Where were you at 8:34 p.m. last night? In the alley next to Baoman Lu. We received a report of a violent incident in the alley, with the victim suffering multiple fractures. How do you explain this? I was acting in self-defense. Self-defense? Chiu finished speaking and recounted the entire incident in detail. After our investigation, there are no surveillance cameras in the alley. Do you have any eyewitnesses or physical evidence to support your account of the incident? Hat Uncle's words immediately reminded Chiu of Chen Chen. She herself was the physical evidence, and the phone of the yellow-haired thug was also in her possession. With no other option, Chiu could only reveal Chen Chen's name. Uncle, how much longer will it take before I can leave? Chiu glanced at the time. If things were resolved quickly, she should just make it in time to meet with Mr. Li. We will summon the parties you mentioned. If the evidence is conclusive, you can leave after giving a statement. The hat-wearing officer finished speaking, then led Chiu to the waiting room and left. Time ticked by slowly. Chiu closed his eyes slightly and waited patiently. Creak. The waiting room door opened, and Hat Uncle walked in. Uncle, can I leave now? No, we haven't found the person you mentioned. Currently, Ms. Chen Chen and Mr. Li, who are each giving conflicting accounts. We need to investigate thoroughly. You must wait here for 24 hours. Chiu heard this and sighed deeply. 24 hours? By the time we get back, the yellow flowers will be wilted. Following Hat Uncle to the small hut, a middle-aged man was also sitting there. The middle-aged man was dressed elegantly, but his eyes were fierce, and his gaze never left Chiu. Chiu, this is Li Hua's father. Li Hu is unable to confront you due to health reasons, so he has sent his father in his place. I am the lead investigator in your case. My surname is Lu. Based on the chat records, Li Hu was indeed at fault. However, whether your actions constituted self-defense or excessive self-defense will need to be determined based on the circumstances. Chiu, please answer honestly. What weapon did you use when attacking Dehu? Weapon. Chiu paused. My fists. Nonsense. My son was beaten like that, and you say you used your fists? Mr. Li, please calm down. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave. Hat Uncle glanced at Li Hu's father before turning back. Although Li Hu's father had a high-ranking position, there were surveillance cameras here, so Hat Uncle naturally wouldn't let him cause a scene. Chiu, you say you used your fists, but Li Hu has multiple injuries from heavy objects. With the strength of an ordinary person, it's simply impossible to do that. How do you explain these injuries? Chiu exhaled and said, my strength is greater than that of an ordinary person, but I did indeed use my fists. Chiu, please don't lie. Otherwise, we can't help you either. Officer Lu glanced at Chiu and spoke again. Judging by the severity of the injuries, the force of the blows was sufficient to penetrate a 5-centimeter thick wooden board. That's impossible for an ordinary person. Officer Lu, I'm really not lying. Chiu sighed, unsure how to explain himself. Officer Lu, I have an idea. Hearing Chiu say this, Li Hu's father couldn't sit still anymore. His son was still lying in the hospital, yet Chiu was sitting here so calmly. He desperately wanted to convict Chiu and send him to prison. Officer Lu turned his head and looked at him with confusion. Since he claims he hit him with his fists, why not have him try it with a 5-centimeter thick wooden board? If it's really as he says, then we were at fault first, and we'll admit it. But if it wasn't, that means he used a heavy object to strike my son. This isn't just excessive self-defense, it's murder. Chapter 41, Youthful Boasting. Li Yu's father, after all, was a businessman and didn't believe a word Chiu said. In his view, this was just Chiu's excuse to avoid punishment. The two men in hats exchanged glances. Indeed, what Chiu had said was simply impossible. Not to mention that Chiu was just a college student. Even if he were a martial arts champion, he couldn't have beaten Li Yu like that. If I can really break the wooden board, doesn't that prove I'm innocent? Just as the two men in hats were hesitating, Chiu suddenly spoke up from where he was sitting. If that's the case, it could prove you didn't intentionally harm him. But whether you are actually innocent or not will depend on the testimony of the other witness. The witness the hat-wearing uncle referred to was none other than the man with the yellow hair that Chiu had mentioned earlier. Since chat records cannot be used as direct evidence, it was necessary to find Huang Mao to clarify the truth of the matter. Alright, please prepare some wooden planks for me. Alright, please wait a moment while I consult with my superior. Officer Lu thought for a moment and nodded. Soon, the chief's office was knocked on. What did you say? Someone claims they can break a 5-centimeter thick wooden board with their fists? That's exactly what he said. The station chief glanced at Officer Lu standing before him and sighed. Lu, you're an experienced officer. How could you believe such a thing? In all your years, have you ever seen anyone who could break a 5-centimeter thick wooden board with their bare hands? Ah, well. After the chief's words, Officer Lu suddenly realized what had happened. How could he have believed that kid's story? He turned to leave, but then seemed to think of something and turned back. Chief, there is something I need to tell you. The injured party in this incident is Li Yai's son. The station chief initially didn't think much of it, but upon hearing the name Li Yui, he immediately stood up. Li Yui? The one collaborating with the Xie family? That's right, it's him. Upon hearing Officer Lu's words, the station chief furrowed his brows. Since Li Yui began collaborating with the Xie family, his influence has grown significantly, and he is now on the verge of becoming the second largest developer in Beijing. Director, the other party claims that Li Yui's son was attacked with fists. But his son is severely injured, and it doesn't look like it was caused by fists. However, we didn't find any weapons at the scene. The current evidence indicates that Li Yai's son was indeed at fault. Li Yui believes that his son's injuries are severe, and the other party is suspected of intentional assault. The method of testing with a wooden board was also his suggestion. Officer Lu spoke again, recounting the incident to the chief. Are there any witnesses? The station chief paused for a moment before speaking. This was not the first time Li Yai's son had gotten into trouble. However, every time, Li Yui would use his connections to get him out, which is why he dared to act so brazenly. We found a young woman, a college student, but the evidence is insufficient. There is another witness, but the person involved can't reveal his name. Our colleagues are still searching for him. Alright, since that's the case, let's go check it out together. Since it involved Li Yui, the station chief dared not take it lightly. He nodded and followed Officer Lu out. The two quickly found Chiu, but at that moment, Chiu was calm and composed, sitting there without a trace of panic. On the other hand, Li Yui, standing beside him, had a murderous glint in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear Chiu to pieces. Chiu, this is our station chief. The wooden board is ready. Let's go to the courtyard. Officer Lu glanced at Chiu and called out. Chiu didn't say a word, he just nodded. Thus, Officer Lu and Li Yui led the way, while the station chief followed behind, holding Chiu back. Young man, I know you must have your reasons, but you can't lie. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. The station chief knew what kind of person Li Yu was, so he spoke softly. I'm not lying. Chiu didn't bother to explain further, he'd see for himself soon enough. Seeing that Chiu was stubborn, the station chief shook his head helplessly. Now Chiu really couldn't explain himself, and Li Yui would definitely use his connections to send him to jail. In the courtyard, several auxiliary police officers were gathered around, with several 5-centimeter thick wooden planks placed on the ground. To be honest, finding such thick wooden planks wasn't easy. If it weren't for the furniture factory nearby, they would had to spend a lot of time searching for them. Young man, I'll ask you one more time. Are you certain you can break this wooden plank? The chief looked at the board, which was thicker than a door, and asked again. Chiu glanced at it and nodded confidently. With Chiu's current strength, let alone 5 centimeters, even 10 centimeters would be no problem. Stop wasting time. Get started already. Li Yui sneered and urged him on. Alright, since you're so confident, let's give it a try. Can you break the wooden plank with your fist? The chief spoke, then arranged for 2 auxiliary police officers to pick up a wooden board from the ground. He then had the 2 of them each hold one end and stand firmly in place. This arrangement ensured that the center of the board bore the brunt of the force, making it easier to break. After completing all this, the station chief shook his head. This was already the best he could do, but in the end, Chiu would still be unable to break the wooden board. People with such strength were extremely rare. Chiu, if you're ready, you can give it your all and attack the wooden board in front of you. Officer Lu patted Chiu on the shoulder and said softly. Chiu nodded and flexed his wrists. His face remained calm. After his physical enhancement, his physical condition had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. As he approached the wooden board, the area around him was already crowded with people. Officers from various departments had heard about the incident and had all come out to watch. So young? I thought he was a martial artist. Young people are always full of hot air. That thick wooden plank? I couldn't even break it. If you hit it with all your strength, your hand would probably break. That is for sure, but this guy is in for it. He has messed with Li Yui. Enough talk, it's about to begin. Chiu focused his mind and slowly raised his right hand. The two auxiliary police officers didn't take it seriously at all, standing there casually. In their eyes, Chiu's actions were nothing more than a child's game. How could anyone possibly shatter such a thick wooden board? The station chief couldn't bear to watch anymore, shook his head, and closed his eyes. No one around believed in Chiu. Everyone was skeptical of him. Just then, Chiu's arm gently swung and struck the wooden boards held by the two auxiliary police officers. Chapter 42, Can I make a phone call too? What's going on? I told you he was just bragging. With such a light touch, how could he break the wooden boards? As the murmurs began, the police officers around them suddenly turned pale. With a loud thud, the two auxiliary police officers were sent flying several meters away and landed on the ground. What's going on? Aren't they supposed to be hitting the wooden boards? Why didn't the board break, but the people flew out? Everyone stared in astonishment at the two auxiliary police officers who had been thrown a considerable distance away. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought the two auxiliary police officers were acting. Is this real? Are they pulling a prank? How much strength does it take to knock someone flying like that? But the wooden board didn't break. So what if the wooden board didn't break? They knocked someone flying through the air, of course the board wouldn't break. After hearing everyone's comments, the station chief also furrowed his brows. Such immense force would indeed be enough to shatter the wooden plank. But because of the two auxiliary police officers, all the force was redirected, which is why the wooden board didn't break. In the end, it was all because of his good intentions that things went wrong. But I never even imagined that this kid could be so strong. Chief, this kid didn't break the wooden board. He must have used a weapon to beat my son like this. I suggest we arrest him immediately. Li Yui, equally shocked, quickly snapped back to his senses and addressed the station chief. His voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear. No, it's the wooden board's fault. Anyone with eyes can see that. Chiu, keep your voice down. I heard Li Yui's backer is the deputy director of the bureau. Is that true? I didn't know that. Last time his son got into trouble, it was the deputy director who personally issued the order. The station chief glanced at Li Yui and muttered under his breath. Anyone could see that Li Yui was just looking for trouble. If only I had recorded it. We have evidence now. Now that Li Yui is clinging to this point, there is nothing we can do about it. Mr. Li, the previous test is not reliable. Why don't we try again? The director considered for a moment before speaking. Director? Have you received some kind of benefit from Chiu? Why are you so biased toward him? Isn't the previous test sufficient to prove everything? Li Yui snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes. This director had been favoring Chiu from the very beginning. But it doesn't matter. I've already called the deputy director of the bureau. No matter what happens today, Chiu won't be leaving. Mr. Li, don't talk nonsense. Since that's the case, Chiu's charges are already proven. Why aren't you arresting him? Stop. I'll see who dares. As soon as Li Yui finished speaking, Chiu rushed over quickly. Chiu, are you okay? She had already submitted her testimony, but after waiting for a long time, Chiu still hadn't come out. Chiu couldn't help but worry and decided to go inside to check. To her surprise, she witnessed this scene. Xia, miss? Li Yui stammered as he saw Chiu running out. Miss Xia? Xia Hong's daughter? The station chief, upon hearing Li Yui, also exclaimed in surprise. Considering the past, Xia Hong had done the station chief a favor, and at the time, he had helped without asking for anything in return. It was well known that Xia Hong doted on his daughter. And her daughter didn't like the business environment, so she was rarely seen in public. Upon seeing Chiu, Officer Lu clearly paused for a moment. He never expected that the Xia family's heiress had also gotten involved. He hadn't noticed earlier that she was the Xia family's daughter. Chiu's expression was grim. This matter was clearly Li Yui's fault, yet he was picking on Chiu endlessly. After confirming that Chiu was unharmed, Chiu crossed her arms and pointed at Li Yui, saying, Li Yui, you must already know what Li Yu did. How dare you say such despicable things here? Miss Xia, in terms of seniority, you should address me as Uncle Li. Speaking like this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Chiu's words left Li Yui utterly humiliated. He suppressed his anger and whispered to Chiu, I don't care. Today, I'm definitely protecting Chiu. Xiaqingxue responded without hesitation, her tone unfriendly. Chiyu's actions were clearly self-defense, but if Xiaqingxue didn't intervene, it could easily be classified as excessive self-defense. Miss Xia, you can't protect him today. Li Yui also refused to back down. His precious son was someone he had never even dared to hit before. He never expected that he would be beaten so badly by an outsider. It wasn't that Li Yui was afraid of Xia Hong, he just didn't believe that Xia Hong would end their partnership over an outsider. Xiaqingxue wanted to say something else, but couldn't bring herself to speak. Her father was currently out of town discussing a business deal and couldn't be reached for the time being. Meanwhile, the station chief was deep in thought. He didn't want to offend either the Xia family or the Li family, but it seemed that avoiding conflict was no longer an option. Seeing the station chief hesitating, Li Yui quickly dialed a phone number. Soon, he walked over and handed the phone to the station chief. "Director, there's a call for you." The station chief looked up and took it. "Do you even want to keep your job? How could you mess up something so obvious? If you can't handle it, get out of here. There are plenty of others who can do it." Just as he took it, the deputy director's voice came through. Hearing this, the director knew that Chiu wouldn't be able to leave today. Unless, of course, he knew someone higher up. Because Chiu's case was vague, it often came down to a single word. And now, the one in charge here was the deputy director. The station chief nodded repeatedly into the phone, hung up, and handed the phone to Li Yui. "Chiu, you'll have to return to the station for now." The station chief sighed he had no choice. But what did Chiu do wrong? "I've already explained that he was protecting Li, who was holding a knife at the time. But the deputy director had already given the order, and no matter what Xiaqingsno said, it was of no use. Chiu, go now." Officer Lu also looked helpless as he walked up to Chiu. "Officer Lu, may I make a phone call?" Seeing things had come to this, Chiu's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Officer Lu and spoke. "No, what call? Get him locked up immediately." Before he could finish, Li Yui's voice echoed from behind. He was desperate to take down Chiu, even going so far as to spend a fortune to get the deputy director involved. "Mr. Li, since he's already being detained, making a phone call should be allowed." Before Li Yui could respond, the station chief had already handed over the phone. After all, the deputy director had only said to temporarily detain Chiu, not that he couldn't make a call. Seeing this, Li Yui didn't try to stop him again. After all, he had the deputy director as his backer. No matter who Chiu sought help from, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Chiu took the phone and smiled. Then, he dialed a number he knew by heart. Chapter 43, A Genius Beyond Compare? The call connected quickly, and a deep voice came from the other end. "Hello. Dad, it's me." You?" Chiu sighed helplessly and repeated the entire situation. After all, this now involved abuse of power, which was beyond Chiu's authority to handle. "I understand. Hand the phone over to the person in charge there." Chiu sighed and handed the phone to the director. "It's for you." Upon hearing Chiu's words, the station chief's head spun. Why is it always him? Let the gods fight it out. Just don't hurt this mortal. Reluctantly picking up the phone, the voice on the other end startled the director even more. Yes, no problem. We'll be fair and impartial, no favoritism. Rest assured, everything will be recorded and videotaped. No one will be wronged." The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hung up the phone tremblingly. Turning to Chiu, the station chief looked at him with a different expression. He never expected that Chiu, who seemed so ordinary, actually knew such an influential person. "Little Lu, go get the recorder and recollect the evidence," the station chief said, gesturing to Officer Lu beside him. "Wait, what do you mean?" Li Yui had already prepared to follow and lock Chiu up. But upon hearing the station chief's words, Li Yui turned back and furrowed his brows. What does the station chief mean? Didn't he hear what the deputy director just said? What does he mean by recollecting evidence with a recorder? Frustrated, Li Yui didn't know what the station chief was doing, so he walked up and grabbed his arm. "Mr. Li, please mind your manners and don't touch him." Officer Lu had already set up the recorder, and the station chief didn't want to get involved with Li Yui anymore. "Say that again? Are you not listening to the deputy director? Does the deputy director not have to listen to others either?" The station chief shot Li Yui a glance and left a meaningful remark. He then ignored him and took out another 5-centimeter thick wooden board. "We need to re-record this. Chiu, can you break the wooden board again?" "No problem." Chiu nodded. "Alright, bring 2 more people up to help Chiu hold the board." "Chief, there's no need. Just place the board on the ground." Chiu shook his head, refusing to let the auxiliary police hold it, and instead placed the board directly on the ground. Although this was more difficult, it was more convincing. As long as he could prove he hadn't used a weapon to attack Li Hu, everything would become much simpler. "What? More people? You're lying, right? How could you possibly break the wooden board that's on the ground? No, isn't that just using brute force to shatter the wooden plank?" I'm certain no one in the world can do that. After all, everyone present was a police officer, with physical fitness far surpassing that of ordinary people. Yet almost no one present believed Chiu. Placing it on the ground and having someone hold it are two completely different things. The force applied is completely different. No one could possibly break a wooden board lying on the ground. Chiu, are you sure you want to do this? The station chief stared in disbelief. Although the influential figure had just called, he had also instructed him to be fair and impartial. Once the evidence is submitted, it can't be retracted. I'm certain. Amidst the countless doubts from those around him, Chiu nodded confidently. Seeing this, the director said no more. After all, he had done everything he could. The outcome now depended entirely on Chiu. Everyone stepped back a few paces, forming a large circle to give Chiu ample space to act. Chiu didn't hesitate, crouching slightly and raising his right fist. Unlike before, this time the difficulty was much greater. Therefore, Chiu had no intention of holding back and prepared to use all his strength. His right hand swung down forcefully, producing a dull thud. Chiu stood up and flexed his wrist. On the wooden plank on the ground, a clear fist imprint was visible. A fist had actually left an imprint on the wooden plank? Such thick planks, even with a hammer, it would be impossible to leave a fist imprint on them. Chiu had actually done it? As everyone was stunned, Li Yui seized the opportunity and stepped forward again. He quickly walked up to the recording device and shouted loudly. Look! The wooden board hasn't been shattered. Those around him heard Li Yui's words and looked at him with disdain. Anyone with common sense could tell that, with Chiu's strength, he could easily shatter the entire wooden board. But it was likely due to the way the force was applied that this had occurred. Faced with this situation, the director was also at a loss. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Since Chiu failed to shatter the wooden board, he would have to submit the evidence for review. As a result, Chiu must remain here today. Director, what are you still standing there for? Are you saying that Chiu didn't break the wooden board? Isn't that the truth? Li Yui's words left the director with no choice but to nod reluctantly. The recorder had captured the entire process, so even if someone came, it wouldn't matter. Sighing, the station chief helplessly patted Chiu on the shoulder. Don't worry, your innocence will be proven, it's just a matter of time. After speaking, he waved to Officer Lu, signaling him to collect the evidence. He then prepared to take Chiu back to the station. Xia Qingsno stood by anxiously, repeatedly dialing her father's phone, but it wouldn't connect. Wait! Just as Li Yui revealed a sinister smile, Officer Lu suddenly shouted. Chief, come and see. The station chief furrowed his brows, quickly walked over, and knelt down beside Officer Lu. After a careful inspection, the station chief was astonished to discover that the wooden plank on the ground was covered with numerous tiny cracks. Quick! Get some gloves! The station chief put on gloves, approached the wooden plank cautiously, and prepared to pick it up to investigate further. But to his surprise, as soon as he touched it, the entire wooden plank crumbled into powder like a collapsed building. What? The wooden plank turned into wood dust? I thought breaking it into two pieces would already be impressive, but how much force would it take to reduce a wooden plank to this? Could Chiu be some kind of Hulk? A commotion erupted around them, and no one could believe that the pile of wood shavings on the ground was created by Chiu's fists. The recorder! Is the recorder still on? The director struggled to contain his excitement and shouted. It's on! Great! I've discovered a prodigy. Upload it to headquarters immediately. The director carefully collected the wood shavings and announced loudly. Chiu's situation was no longer something that could be described as genius. He was an unparalleled genius. Having discovered an unparalleled genius for the nation, promotion and rewards were inevitable. Chapter 44, I'm sorry, I'm late. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the surrounding police officers, Chiu scratched his head. Could it be because the system had been enhanced too many times? Am I really that powerful? Shaking his head, Chiu decided not to dwell on it and hurried over to the station chief. Officer, I have something else to do. Can this prove I didn't use a weapon? Yes. Xiaolu, record Chiu's information, including his home address, have him leave his phone number and school contact, then have him sign the statement, and he can go. The station chief said excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration for Chiu. Officer Lu led Chiu back to the station, just as they arrived in front of Li Yui. But Li Yui, far from daring to block their path, now looked terrified and instinctively stepped aside. He feared that Chiu might get angry and punch him as well. Given Chiu's current strength, he must have held back when attacking Li Hu. Otherwise, Li Hu would definitely not have survived. Soon, Chiu finished all the procedures and followed Xia Qingsno out of the police station. Chiu, you haven't eaten all day, have you? Eat something first. No, I have something to do. Chiu glanced at the time. Although it was almost the agreed upon time with Mr. Li, he should still be able to make it in time. Seeing that Chiu was in a hurry, Xia Qingshuo didn't say much. The two hailed a taxi and sped toward the school. Shortly after Chiu left, the director submitted the footage from the recorder and hurried to the archives department. Hurry up and check for me a person named Chiu, residing here. Found it. Quick, open it. I need to see his detailed information. The chief was in a hurry and rushed to the computer. The archivist didn't hesitate and immediately opened Chiu's file. But suddenly, a large black lock appeared, locking all of Chiu's files. What is going on here? The director furrowed his brows. It seems to be classified personnel. Upon hearing this, the director's mind went blank and a storm of emotions swept through his heart. Only basic information could be accessed, the rest was inaccessible. This meant that Chiu was either a state-designated classified personnel or a family member of such personnel. Just how much background does this Chiu have? In a daze, the director hurried out the door. At that moment, in the university auditorium, Lu Jiaojiu was pacing back and forth, glancing at her watch. Chiu won't come, will he? Wang Xiaohan approached and asked. Impossible. Chiu promised me he wouldn't dare not come. Jiaojiao, I told you not to trust a stranger so easily. Now look at this. Not only is Mr. Li waiting here, but even the boss he brought along is waiting for him? Zhu Jiqian also walked over, speaking disdainfully. The auditorium was already packed with onlookers. Lu Jiaojiu had already spread the word about today's performance. Mr. Li had already arrived. Not only that, but he had also brought along 6 people with some fame in the music industry. They were currently whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something. No way, Chiu wouldn't lie to me. He must have encountered some trouble. Lu Jiaojiu looked up. Despite the fact that the agreed upon time had already passed, she still deeply trusted Chiu. Snap out of it, Jiao Jiao. He wouldn't lie to you. How could the phone be unreachable? Tell me, it's been all morning. How could no one be reachable? Don't forget, Mr. Li hates people who are late the most. This time, he definitely won't be as lucky as last time. Zhu Jiqian looked down on her with disdain. He had initially thought Chiu had some skills, but in the end, he turned out to be as cowardly as a turtle. Time ticked by, and Lu Jiaojiu kept dialing Chiu's phone over and over again. The scene was already in complete chaos, with murmurs growing louder. Some audience members had already grown impatient and stood up, preparing to leave. Lu Jiaojiu could only keep pleading with everyone, hoping they would wait a little longer. Miss Lu, the time is up. Mr. Li glanced at Lu Jiaojiu and said in an annoyed tone. Mr. Li, Chiu has been delayed by something and will be here shortly. Please wait just a little longer. Miss Lu, this is the second time. I can only give you 5 more minutes. Once the 5 minutes are up, there will be no point in continuing. Mr. Li's expression had turned as sour as could be. He forced himself to sit back down, suppressing his anger. Answer the phone. Lu Jiaojiu looked anxious, on the verge of tears. She had originally thought that Chiu's arrival would revive the external relations department, which was on the brink of dissolution. Little did she know that after all this effort, it might all be in vain. The live stream had already been set up, and the chat messages were flying by at lightning speed. Aren't you supposed to have Chiu here? Where is he? What does that mean? False advertising? I'm reporting this. I don't care, I want to hear Chiu sing. For this promotion, Lu Jiaojiu not only spent all the funds from the external relations department but also added some of her own money. It could be said that she had bet everything on Chiu. Time ticked by, and 5 minutes had quietly passed. Looking at the time, Lu Jiaojiu sat down helplessly. It seemed that the external affairs department was inevitably headed for dissolution. She had once believed Chiu was the savior, but it turned out that fate was playing a cruel joke on her. Miss Lu, you sure have a lot of face. Not only did you stand me up, but you also left me with all these friends. You're really something, making me lose all face. I thought there would be a musical genius, but instead I ended up being played like a fool. Miss Lu, this collaboration is over. And forget about any future collaborations. Mr. Li's voice was filled with anger as he stood up, accompanied by several other music industry heavyweights, preparing to leave. Mr. Li, please let me explain their essay reason for this. If I wanted to play you for a fool, I wouldn't have bothered bringing so many people here. Mr. Li. Lu Jiaojiu tried to make one last desperate plea, but Mr. Li didn't even turn his head. She knew that even if Chiu arrived now, it wouldn't change anything. Given Mr. Li's personality, even if Chiu had something as important as the end of the world, he wouldn't listen. Watching Mr. Li and the others walk away, Lu Jiaojiu shook her head helplessly. That damn Chiu, I wouldn't let him off the hook. Zhu Jiqian clenched his teeth. At that moment, he too hated Chiu with a vengeance, wishing he could tear him to pieces right then and there. Just as Mr. Li and the others were about to exit the hall, a figure rushed toward them. I'm sorry, I'm late. Chapter 45, The Person Recommended by Wang Dion? Chiu? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Jiaojiu, who had been looking utterly despairing, immediately lifted her head. Damn it, where have you been? As everyone turned to look in this direction, Zhu Jiqian was the first to rush over to Chiu's side. Anger had completely overtaken his mind. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, he swung his fist toward Chiu. The sudden turn of events left Lu Jiaojia no time to intervene. It wasn't until a cold, firm hand grabbed his arm that Zhu Jiqian regained some of his composure. Zhu Jiqian was shorter than Chiu, so he had to look up. A pair of icy eyes were fixed intently on him. That icy gaze seemed to want to leap out of the eyes and burrow into Zhu Jiqian, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "I'm in a bad mood today. You'd better not provoke me." Chiu casually flung Zhu Jiqian's arm aside and said coldly. Today had already been frustrating enough, and now this dog was barking at him at such a time. After speaking, Chiu no longer paid attention to Zhu Jiqian and walked quickly forward. Zhu Jiqian stood there, a sudden wave of unexplainable fear rising within him. His body stiffened as he watched Chiu slowly pass by him. "Chiu, where did you go? You didn't answer your phone. I was so worried." Seeing Chiu appear, Lu Jiaojia hurried forward. "I went to the police station and was delayed for a while." Chiu sighed helplessly. "The police station? The person taken away by the police today was you?" Lu Jiaojia had naturally heard about the morning's incident. But she never expected that the one who was taken away was Chiu. "Yes, but everything's fine now." That's good, that's good." After hearing Chiu's words, Lu Jiaojia finally relaxed a bit, and the anxiety on her face slowly faded. He must not have been involved in anything serious. And most importantly, Chiu hadn't lied to her. "Can we start the performance now?" Chiu finished speaking and turned to look at Li Boss beside him. Do you think I'm some kind of casual person? Today, no matter what, I won't listen to you sing again." Li Boss, feeling he had lost face in front of his friends, snorted coldly. After thinking for a moment, he added another sentence. "Not even the King of Heaven himself could make me change my mind. Mr. Li, this was truly an accident. Chiu has already come. Why not just listen to the performance before leaving?" Lu Jiaojia stepped forward and pleaded. "Miss Lu, I hate people who are late. Please step aside." Mr. Li's face dropped. What does he think he is, someone who can just order people around like that? After speaking, Mr. Li waved his hand at the others and stormed out of the hall in anger. "Li, Mr. Li." Mr. Li and the others slowly walked out the door, their anger still evident on their faces. "Everyone, I'm sorry. At the time, I thought they were sincere and might be good musical prospects. Turns out they were just a bunch of good-for-nothings, wasting everyone's time. It's okay, old Li. We're all getting old anyway. We share your vision. We want to find a new musical talent to carry the torch for Longwa. That's right, there will definitely be another opportunity. Wait, where's old Jiang?" As they were chatting, they suddenly realized that old Jiang, who had been with them, was gone. "He was right behind me just now. How did he suddenly disappear? Maybe he's still in the auditorium? Let's go back and look for him." The group searched the area thoroughly but couldn't find old Jiang anywhere. They tried calling him again, but the phone didn't ring. With no other options, they decided to head back the way they came. They hurried back to the auditorium and found old Jiang standing there as expected. "Mr. Li, are you willing to watch our performance now?" Lu Jiaojia, seeing this, thought Mr. Li had changed his mind and smiled as she took a step forward. To her surprise, Mr. Li completely ignored her and walked straight toward old Jiang. "Old Jiang, have you lost your mind? What are you still doing here?" Mr. Li demanded. However, old Jiang seemed to have not heard a word, standing there motionless. Mr. Li frowned, took another step forward, and waved his hand in front of old Jiang's face. This time, old Jiang finally snapped out of it. Seeing this, Mr. Li sighed in relief. Thank goodness, he doesn't have dementia. But what happened next left Mr. Li speechless once again. Old Jiang, having regained his senses, simply grabbed his hand. He bounced around happily while muttering to himself. Wonderful! The music scene in Longwei is saved. Wonderful! The music scene in Longwei is saved. What are you talking about? What ass with all the gibberish? Mr. Li was completely confused. No way, he must be suffering from dementia. However, old Jiang didn't seem to notice and pointed to the side. Mr. Li followed old Jiang's gesture and noticed that there was indeed another person standing nearby. And this person was none other than Chiu, the one who had been late today. You mean he's the savior of the Dragon Country music scene? Mr. Li glanced sideways at old Jiang, even more convinced that he was suffering from dementia. Not to mention how young Chiu was. He had actually interacted with him before. If we're talking about musical talent, Chiu does have some. But for someone so young to be the savior of the Dragon Country music scene, it's simply impossible. Oldly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Let's just listen to how he sings first. Old Jiang didn't say anything else, pulling Li Boss back to sit down. Old Jiang, I've already said it before, I won't listen to him no matter what. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of everyone? Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Mr. Li's tone was not good, and he felt his face was being lost. Though he couldn't exactly call himself a top-tier figure in Longwa, he was still someone of some standing. Making him go back on his word. If that got out, wouldn't people laugh at him? Seeing Mr. Li's reaction, old Jiang could only shake his head helplessly and pull out his phone. Look, this is the person Wang Dayong highly recommended. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen him recommend someone like this. Mentioning Wang Dayong, Mr. Li froze for a moment. His own success was largely due to Wang Dayong. In his youth, Wang Dayong was far more ambitious than he was now. His musical instincts were exceptionally sharp, and he was just one of the musical talents Wang had discovered. Later, as the music industry in Longwa began to decline, Wang Dayong turned to music variety shows in an effort to revive the country's music scene. Is it really Wang Dayong? Mr. Li asked doubtfully. After all, very few people in the country or even the world could be recommended by Wang Dayong using his personal name. Because if the person he recommends fails to achieve anything, Wang Dayong's reputation would also be tarnished. And Wang Dayong values his reputation above all else. He would never risk it lightly. That's right. If it weren't for Wang Dayong, how could I possibly still be here? Chapter 46, People are iron, food is steel. Old Zhang's words once again plunged Mr. Li into deep thought. Wang Dayong's judgment was spot on. Therefore, Chiu must have exceptional talent in music. But the problem was, if he chose to stay here, then everything he had said would no longer hold any weight. All the image he had worked so hard to maintain would be gone. Seeing Mr. Li hesitating, old Zhang narrowed his eyes and spoke again. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. But once Chiu becomes successful, don't blame me for not mentioning your name in interviews. Well, I guess I'll just have to reluctantly serve as his guide into the music industry. Old Zhang shook his head and prepared to sit back down in the auditorium. Then, as if remembering something, he called out to Mr. Li from behind. You guys, are you coming over? If you're coming, hurry up. The others weren't far away and had heard the entire conversation. They all knew Wang Dayong's status in the music industry. After a brief hesitation, they all stepped over Li Boss and stood beside old Jiang. For the future of the music industry in Longwa, I'm more than willing to come over. That's right. We old-timers are getting old. What good is saving face? Besides, it was old Li who said it, not us. You. Seeing everyone switch sides, Mr. Li clenched his teeth in anger. He had clearly stated earlier that even if the king of pop himself came, he wouldn't listen to Chiu perform again. But if he didn't stay, he'd never be able to make a name for himself in music history. No, absolutely not. He had to stay. Otherwise, it would be a shame he had brought them here, and now they were the ones being celebrated. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Mr. Li turned around and walked over to Lu Jiaojiu's side. You can start preparing for the performance. No matter how long it takes, we'll wait for you until you're ready. Hearing Mr. Li's words, Lu Jiaojiu was momentarily speechless. Mr. Li was known for being very strict about time. Now he was actually saying he was willing to wait? And no matter how long it takes? Is there a problem? If it's because of what happened earlier, I can apologize. Seeing that Lu Jiaojiu wasn't responding, Mr. Li assumed she was still upset about what had happened earlier. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke again. For the future of the music industry in Longwa, he was willing to sacrifice his own dignity. What was an apology? Mr. Li's words made Lu Jiaojiu's eyes widen again. Mr. Li apologized to himself? Apologized to one of his students? Without daring to think further, Lu Jiaojiu hurriedly said, Mr. Li, please rest assured. Everything is almost ready. We'll start immediately. Alright, we're looking forward to your performance. After saying that, Mr. Li nodded and returned to his seat in the auditorium, sitting in the center. Seeing this, Lu Jiaojiu finally let out a sigh of relief. Surprised, she looked up and glanced at Chiu beside her. Chiu remained completely composed, giving her a smile. Lu Jiaojiu couldn't calm down inside. Chiu hadn't said a single word, yet he had managed to keep Mr. Li and the others there. What's going on? Is everything ready with the band? Seeing Lu Jiaojiu standing there in a daze, Chiu walked over and asked. Everything is ready. I called the music club members. They're not very professional, but they'll be fine. And they've been practicing for a long time according to the shop you mentioned. Lu Jiaojiu nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Chiu. Let us get started quickly. Otherwise, Mr. Li and the others will be waiting impatiently. At that moment, Zhu Jiqiang also walked over, completely gone from his earlier arrogance. However, despite his shock, he didn't show it, maintaining his usual indifferent expression. Chiu didn't bother to acknowledge him and walked straight toward the center of the hall. Zhu Jiqiang, stop wasting time. Follow Chiu and see what he needs. What? Zhu Jiqiang looked utterly disbelieving. As the deputy minister of the External Affairs Department, was he supposed to assist a freshman? Don't you understand? Follow Chiu. I need to check if the band is ready. Hurry up. Lu Jiaojiu finished speaking and quickly ran toward the back of the auditorium. Zhu Jiqiang frowned and exhaled deeply. After comforting himself, he turned around and slowly followed Chiu's footsteps. Oh, so old boy was also your creation? Not bad at all. Lao Jiang quickly struck up a conversation with Chiu, smiling broadly as he spoke. The others did the same, and even Mr. Li seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness from earlier. Handsome guy, is Chiu here? Just as Zhu Jichang was looking around in confusion, wondering why Chiu was so popular, a clear female voice rang out. Zhu Jichang turned around in confusion and saw the clear and adorable Xia Qingsno standing behind him. Damn it! Another stunning beauty. I just don't get it. What's so great about Chiu? What do you want with him? Zhu Jichang forced himself to suppress his jealousy and spoke up. He hasn't eaten yet, so I'm here to bring him some food. Xia Qingxue waved the item she was holding and smiled. He's about to start his performance, he can't eat anything. Zhu Jichang glanced over, his jealousy intensifying. He made up an excuse and refused. That's not possible. People need to eat to survive. No matter what, he can't go without food. However, Xia Qingxue didn't care about that. Taking advantage of Zhu Jichang's inattention, she quickly slipped inside. Chiu, look what I brought you to eat. Hey, I told you, Chiu can't eat right now. As soon as Xia Qingxue ran inside, Zhu Jichang chased after her. What's going on? Upon seeing Xia Qingxue, Chiu stopped talking to Mr. Li and the others, furrowing his brows and asking. Chiu, don't you know the performance is about to start? Why did you have someone bring food in? Chiu, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I just wanted you to eat a few bites. Seeing everyone staring at her, Xia Qingxue's face turned red. It's okay, just put it here. No, there are so many bosses here. You just say put it here and leave it? Upon hearing Chiu's words, Zhu Jichang's expression grew serious, and he spoke up. He then turned around and addressed Li Boss and the others with a feigned expression. Sorry, the performance is about to start. I'll get her out of here right away. Zhu Jichang's words caused Li Boss and the others' expressions to change. After hesitating for a moment, Mr. Li cleared his throat and spoke. People need to eat to survive. How can we not eat? It's okay, eat first and then perform. Mr. Li's words left Zhu Jichang speechless. What's going on? Even Mr. Li is saying that? Chapter 47, South of Nanshan. Chiu helplessly shrugged his shoulders at Zhu Jichang, then proceeded to open the meal Xia Qingxue had brought in front of him. He was hungry anyway, so eating something wasn't a problem. Thus, Chiu sat down in front of Zhu Jichang and began to eat. Zhu Jichang hadn't heard a word of what Li Boss and the others had said. He only noticed that all these bosses who were usually so arrogant were now quietly watching Chiu eat. Eat more. This was made by a 5-star chef. Xia Qingxue peeled a shrimp and held it to Chiu's lips. At that moment, Lu Jiaojiu had just confirmed the band's arrangements. She was running over with a delighted expression, ready to share the good news with Chiu. But just then, she bumped into Xia Qingxue, who was feeding shrimp to Chiu. Watching this scene, a strange emotion welled up in her mind. The joy she had felt moments ago had completely vanished, replaced by a wave of disappointment. Senior, Jiao Senior? Chiu also noticed Lu Jiaojiu at that moment and called out to her several times before she snapped back to reality. Oh, right. I came to tell you that the music club members are ready. Great, I've just finished eating too. We can start right now. Chiu wiped his mouth and stood up. What? You're not eating anymore? At that moment, Xia Qingxue was holding a peeled shrimp and looked at Chiu. No, I'll eat later after the performance. As he spoke, Chiu had already disappeared behind the curtain at the back of the auditorium. A few seconds later, the curtain slowly rose. Chiu, holding a guitar, was already standing in the center of the auditorium. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was seated at the piano, while the woman gently rested her neck against a violin. These two were core members of the music club. Chiu had specially asked Lu Jiaojiu to borrow them to ensure the success of this performance. Everyone, good afternoon. I'm Chiu. Chiu gently approached the standing microphone, and his gentle voice echoed throughout the room. Chiu? It's really Chiu? Damn it, I thought we were being scammed today. I never expected to actually see Chiu. Hey, stop eating that old fried chicken. Come back quickly, Chiu is here. As soon as Chiu's voice was heard, the few audience members below erupted into enthusiastic applause. These audience members had come specifically for Chiu, although many had left after not seeing him earlier. However, those who remained were mostly die-hard fans. The once dwindling viewership in the livestream began to surge wildly after Chiu's appearance. Soon, the chat was buzzing with activity. Thank you to every single audience member who came today, and to every friend in the livestream. We've kept you waiting. What I'm bringing you today is completely different from my usual style. This song is a folk song. As Chiu finished speaking, the audience erupted into a buzz of whispers. What? A folk song? Why a folk song? The folk songs from previous years were like thesis defenses. Yeah, I thought you'd sing old boys. I came here to hear old boys. Don't sing folk songs. Singing folk songs will turn fans into haters. In Longwa, folk music is the most challenging genre to create. For years, there hasn't been a single listenable folk song in Longwa. However, folk music isn't just the most challenging form of songwriting for singers. What's most important is the singer's ability to convey emotions. A good folk song can completely immerse the listener in the emotions of the song. This is precisely why Mr. Li specifically commissioned Chiu to create folk songs. If Chiu can handle folk songs with ease, then everything else will be a piece of cake. Nanchan Nan, this is for you. Chiu paid no attention to the voices below, smiled, and spoke again. Nanchan Nan? What song is that? I have no idea. I don't even know what the song title means. See, I told you so. As soon as you touch folk songs, you're bound to mess it up. The title, South of South Mountain, seems to have no meaning at all. It couldn't be compared to other songs at all. The skepticism grew louder, and Chiu strummed his guitar. As the guitar sounded, the piano and violin joined in. The two members of the music club had practiced the song multiple times and had the melody memorized. You are there, in the sunny south, where snow is falling heavily. I am in the cold northern night, where the seasons are like spring. As Chiu began to sing, the noisy crowd below fell silent. Just one line of lyrics, and the audience below could already visualize the scene in their minds. In the southern region bathed in bright sunshine, an unusual sight of heavy snowfall appeared. Meanwhile, the freezing northern region was as warm as spring. The two scenes formed a striking contrast. This striking contrast immediately captured the hearts of the audience below. Something's off, something's very wrong. This doesn't seem like other folk songs. Wow, I fell in love with it from the first line. The audience was merely captivated by the surface, but those truly astonished were the few elders seated in the front row. The lyrics? Were they really written in such a short time? Absolutely impossible. It couldn't have been written in 3 years. I'm a lyricist, and this is brilliant. It's right in my heart. Mr. Li watched Chiu on stage, completely absorbed in his performance, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't wait to hear the rest of Chiu's song. If we can make it before dark, I'll forget your eyes. A lifetime isn't enough to complete this dream. As the lyrics echoed, the audience below once again widened their eyes in astonishment. Everyone was still immersed in the contrast created by the environment. Suddenly, the lyrics shifted. Love is like a dream, suddenly awakening. It represented those loves that could never be. From then on, it could only appear in dreams. I recalled my own experience, the girl who waited for me for 3 years. But those days are behind me now, I've let it go. Me too. I miss my girlfriend. She's over 2,000 kilometers away from me. After listening to this song, I'll go find her. It's so beautiful, keep going. I'll just watch some car videos first. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed, going from a few hundred people to over 10,000 in an instant. Chiu's popularity was extremely high, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the livestream. Chiu, go for it. Xia Qingsno, watching Chiu from below, excitedly cheered him on. In the past, when watching Chiu perform, she could barely get in. Now, thanks to Chiu, she could watch from the front row. Chiu, keep it up. As soon as Xia Qingshu finished speaking, a voice even louder than hers rang out. She turned around in confusion. A pair of incredibly long black stockings caught her eye first, followed by a nearly perfect figure. Xia Qingshu was momentarily taken aback and slowly looked down at herself. No way, that big? Chapter 48, A Tombstone in the North Sea. For Xia Qingshu, her angelic face combined with her petite and adorable figure had captivated countless young men. However, it was precisely because of this that her proportions became her Achilles heel. Lu Jiaojiao, on the other hand, embraced a more mature and alluring style, with her long legs and perfect figure, causing many girls to envy her. Lu Jiaojiao also felt Xia Qingshu's gaze and turned her head, their eyes locking. Lu Jiaojiao looked at Xia Qingshu with a challenging gaze. She had already made up her mind. Although it seemed like Chiu preferred the cute type and had a better relationship with Xia Qingshu, but she had already found out that Chiu was still single. Liking someone wasn't something to be ashamed of, and besides, her own conditions weren't weak either. So she decided to compete fairly with Xia Qingshu. But Xia Qingshu has no idea about any of this, and a hint of foolishness flickers in her clear eyes. She scratched her head and continued cheering for Chiu. In her eyes, Lu Jiaojiao was just a more enthusiastic, older fan. He no longer talks about the lonely island of reunion with anyone. Because his heart is already desolate and empty. His heart can no longer hold a home. Be a mute who lies to oneself. Chiu on stage continued, and this time the lyrics were even more explosive. From the shattered dreams of love to a lonely individual. The lyrics didn't say what he had experienced, but everyone's mind was filled with images. That's amazing. I'm a single guy, and I got goosebumps all over just listening to that. Maybe I shouldn't have broken up with her, but it's all in the past now. It's so beautiful, so relatable. I'm that lonely person. Several bosses in the audience nodded in agreement. Li Boss's fist clenched tighter and tighter. Chiu's creation was no longer something that could be described as simply liked. It was simply a masterpiece of human perfection. He said that any beauty you possess doesn't compare to the first time he saw you. Time drags on helplessly. If all the land were connected, we would walk a lifetime just to embrace you. Drunk, his dream, good night. Chiu's divine voice was already masterful, and his heavenly singing reached everyone's ears. Combined with such perfect lyrics and melody, everyone began to sway unconsciously. Meanwhile, the live stream had already exploded with excitement. The live stream had surpassed 50,000 viewers, with more and more newcomers flooding in. GIFs were flying across the screen, and the comments were so numerous they were impossible to read. Just arrived, what's this show? Dragon Country's Got Talent? Bro, just sit down and listen. This is way more intense than Dragon Country's Got Talent. Are you serious? I've never heard of this singer before. You haven't seen him? Haven't you heard of the old boys? Of course I've heard of old boys. They're all the rage lately. Old boy wrote it. Just listen. Chiu, I love you. Oh. This folk song is absolutely amazing. It's opened the door to the Dragon Nation's folk music scene. The live stream's traffic surged again, entering the popularity rankings. Wang Xiaohan looked at the live stream data, her face filled with disbelief. Normally, when the External Affairs Department organized events, having 50 people in the live stream was already considered good. Now, not only had the number of viewers increased by 1,000-fold, but the gifts were so numerous they couldn't be counted. If these gifts were brought to the External Affairs Department, they wouldn't even need to seek sponsorships for an entire month. If only they had known, they could have just invited Chiu to sing instead of bothering to find a sponsor. Wang Xiaohan was daydreaming, while Zhu Jiqiang stood beside her, looking completely bewildered. The seats, which had been nearly empty, were now filled to capacity. Chiu's voice echoed through the auditorium, and more people kept pouring in. These people didn't even need seats, they were content to stand at the back. And they were there solely to hear Chiu sing. You're in the sunny south, where snow is falling heavily. I am in the cold northern night, where it's spring all year round. If I can make it before nightfall, I'll forget your eyes. A lifetime is not enough to complete this dream. Awaking from a great dream, a life of folly. Chiu's voice grew fainter and fainter, as if to signify that the song was coming to an end. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. This was the most perfect folk song they had ever heard. No amount of praise could compare to the thunderous applause. Mr. Li, the boss, was so excited that he stood up. He almost missed out on a musical genius. He was relieved he hadn't left. If he had left back then, he might have regretted it for the rest of his life. The viewers in the livestream were still eager for more, all refreshing the page and demanding one more song. Mr. Li stood up, ready to greet Chiu. But unexpectedly, Chiu's guitar began to play again. What is going on? More? Isn't it over yet? It's better if it's not over yet. I haven't had enough. Could it be the final notes? Just as everyone was looking at each other in confusion, Chiu's voice once again came through the speakers. Nanshan Nan. North Autumn's sorrow. There's a valley in the southern mountains. South Mountain South. The North Sea is in the north. There are tombstones in the North Sea. The North Sea has a tombstone. Chiu's unique voice, combined with this perfect ending, sent the crowd into a frenzy. Oh my goodness, what a stroke of genius. This ending is amazing. I get the meaning of the lyrics now. The tombstone holds his love. God, this is divine. How could someone create such a song? Yeah, if I could create something like this in my lifetime, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. Absolutely unbeatable. Chiu exhaled deeply and bowed to the audience. The audience erupted into thunderous applause once again, with everyone present expressing their endless admiration for Chiu. There was no longer any doubt in anyone's mind. Many people were already in tears. Chiu's lyrics reminded countless people of the secrets they had buried deep within their hearts. Several business tycoons were utterly astonished, their faces beaming with joy. It seemed that the successor to the music industry of Longwa had been born today. In life, regrets are inevitable. It's not the song that makes you cry, but the stories only you know. I hope everyone can face their regrets with composure. Chiu finished speaking and smiled. The curtain slowly descended, and Chiu faded away. Holy crap, 100,000 likes. Chiu, that's way too intense. Wang Xiaohan stared at the live stream, wide-eyed and muttering to herself. Chiu's final words reignited the live stream. More and more people flooded in, with the chat filled with discussions about what Chiu had just said. Many emotionally charged viewers, moved to the core, sent out a flurry of virtual gifts. Chapter 49, Shooting Champion, Weihao. The next morning, Chiu woke up early. Today was a day off, and Chiu's roommate was still sound asleep in bed. But for Chiu, there was no rest to be had. Today, all the instructors would gather to demonstrate the entire shooting training process once again. After dressing neatly, Chiu arrived at the playground. All the instructors were already in position, lined up in formation. Chiu quickly walked over and joined the ranks. Before long, the old commander walked over and stood at the front of the formation. Strangely, behind him was a tall young man. This man had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he didn't regard anyone present with any respect. Everyone here? The old leader scanned the crowd and then smiled. Elder Gu, everyone is here. Can we proceed? The chief instructor responded and stood at the side of the formation. Alright, next up is shooting training. I won't dwell on its importance. Today, I'd like to introduce you to the youngest shooting expert in the country, Weihao. Although Weihao is not a soldier, he is an absolute expert in firearms and shooting, and is well worth learning from. Therefore, he will be training the new recruits alongside us, and his performance will also be included in the evaluation. Everyone, please give him a warm round of applause. As soon as the senior officer finished speaking, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Weihao's fame has already spread far and wide, and most of the people present recognized him. Just a month ago, he had won the World Shooting Championship. At such a young age, achieving such success is truly rare. Alright, everyone can get to know each other first. We'll begin the demonstration of the training process in half an hour. The elderly leader finished speaking and turned to leave. Wow, it's really Weihao. You're my idol. To win the championship at such a young age, that's impressive. As soon as the senior officer left, a group of instructors gathered around. Everyone had nothing but praise for this young prodigy. Enjoying the praise from the instructors around him, Weihao's head grew taller and taller. He suddenly pushed aside the crowd surrounding him and walked arrogantly to the front of everyone. You're right. Being able to train with me is indeed an honor for you all. Upon hearing this, the instructors who had been standing by fell silent. What's going on? It was just a polite gesture, why take it so seriously? Weihao, you can't say it like that. We're here to learn from each other, right? An older instructor broke the ice and stepped in to smooth things over. Learn from each other? You think you're worthy to compare yourselves to me? Weihao scoffed, looked around, and wore a look of contempt. What did you say? Why are you speaking so harshly? Harsh words? What's wrong with that? People like you can only take it. What did we do? Make yourself clear. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? If you don't like it, prove it by competing with me in shooting. Say that again. Zhang, the instructor, had a bad temper. If Chiu hadn't stopped him, he would have made a mistake. The surrounding instructors fell silent. Weihao's talent was indeed extraordinary. He was right. In the country, there were only a handful who could match him in shooting. Wei good, I've heard a lot about you. Just as everyone was at a loss for how to respond, Chiu suddenly spoke up. My reputation in the country is something you should certainly have heard of. Weihao didn't notice anything wrong with Chiu's address. Instead, seeing Chiu's young appearance, he grew even more arrogant. Ha ha ha, of course. Wei good, you're so skilled, training newcomers in shooting must be a piece of cake for you. Of course. I can teach even a 3-year-old child, let alone a bunch of college students. Weihao continued to boast, not giving the others a second glance. Weihao, being an instructor isn't just about having good shooting skills. What's more important is having patience. The old instructor, seeing Weihao's attitude, stepped forward again to him. What's your level? You dare to tell me what to do? To everyone's surprise, Weihao not only ignored the advice but turned around and unleashed a tirade at the old instructor. Weihao, how dare you show no respect for your elders? An old instructor like him is your senior, isn't he? Zhang, the instructor, couldn't stand it anymore. He broke free from his teammates' restraint and rushed forward again. What? Not satisfied? If you're so confident, let us settle this. Let us go then. I'm not afraid of you. Zhang's competitive spirit was ignited. What he despised most was this kind of attitude. Don't say I'm bullying you. Let's see who's better at disassembling firearms. Dare you? Weihao glanced at Zhang the instructor, sneered disdainfully, then raised his eyebrows. Disassembling firearms was the foundation of shooting. An excellent shooter must be highly familiar with firearms. Therefore, the speed at which one can disassemble and reassemble a firearm can also indirectly demonstrate their mastery of shooting. What's there to be afraid of? Let us do it. Zhang the instructor flexed his wrist and agreed. The surrounding instructors cheered for Zhang, and Weihao's attitude annoyed them as well. The chief instructor, seeing this, tacitly approved the two's challenge. This Weihao's arrogance needed to be humbled. Under the urging of the crowd, the two slowly made their way to 2 large tables. On the tables lay 2 assault rifles. These rifles were the ones being used for the military training. These guns were 1-to-1 replicas, with the only difference being the bullets. Everything else was identical. Disassemble all the parts and reassemble them all together. That will be considered complete. The one who finishes in the shortest time wins. Do either of you have any questions? After hearing the chief instructor's words, Instructor Zhang shook his head. He was already intently studying the firearm in front of him. As soon as the chief instructor gave the order, he could immediately begin disassembling and reassembling the firearm. Haha, no need to be so tense because you'll never win. Weihao, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed, with a look of contempt on his face, not even bothering to lift his hands. The chief instructor shook his head and stood between the two tables. Both of you, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Begin. At the signal, Instructor Zhang moved swiftly, disassembling some of the parts in just a few seconds. No wonder they call him Old Zhang. He is a real pro at disassembling and reassembling firearms. I wouldn't dare say I could do it that fast. That's right, that speed is impressive. Wait, what is going on over there? The surrounding murmurs distracted Zhang Instructor. He lifted his head slightly, but his skilled movements continued uninterrupted. But when he looked at Weihao, his eyes, which had been focused intently, suddenly widened. Beads of sweat as large as beans trickled down his forehead. Chapter 50, Wei good, you dare not? How is that possible? Zhang, the instructor, was taken aback, filled with disbelief. Weihao stood there motionless, smiling at him. Nearly 10 seconds had passed, yet Weihao remained motionless. What does this mean? Are you giving up? With Weihao's personality, how could he give up? Then what is he doing? Is he letting old Zhang have 10 seconds? That's impossible. Just as they were talking, Weihao, who had been standing beside them, suddenly moved. His gaze remained fixed on Zhang, but his hands moved swiftly and skillfully. Every part seemed to be etched into Weihao's memory. Even without looking, he could disassemble the firearm perfectly. A few moments later, Zhang Jiaguan's firearm was completely disassembled. Looking at the table covered in parts, Zhang Jiaguan's tension finally began to ease. He began to reassemble the firearm. But when he glanced at Weihao by accident, his movements suddenly halted. At that moment, Weihao was still staring intently at Zhang Jiaguan. But his hands had stopped moving. The table was littered with parts. Clearly, Weihao had finished disassembling the weapon at some point. Even after giving him a full 10 seconds, Weihao managed to finish at the same time as Zhang Instructor. This demonstrated just how formidable Weihao's skills were. Old Zhang, keep going. Don't let yourself be distracted. That's right, show us what you've got. No matter what, we believe in you. The teammates' call snapped Zhang Jiaguan back to reality. There was no need to pay attention to others. As long as you've given it your all, what does it matter if you lose? With that thought, Zhang the instructor quickly calmed down and stopped worrying about Weihao. He swiftly picked up the basic parts and skillfully assembled the two gun components together. His movements grew faster and faster, gradually finding his rhythm. Soon, Zhang took a deep breath and placed the fully assembled assault rifle on the table. He was certain that this time, he had performed far beyond his usual capabilities. Zhang slowly raised his head and looked at Weihao across from him. Weihao was smugly looking at him. Before him lay another fully assembled rifle. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Zhang could not hide his surprise. Weihao's skills had already far surpassed his own. Weihao has won. The chief instructor sighed helplessly and announced the result. There was nothing to be done. Weihao's natural talent in this area was simply too exceptional. The surrounding area fell completely silent. This time, Weihao would certainly become even more arrogant. Sure enough, Weihao once again let out a smug smile. Sigh, I should have known better than to play house with you guys. With this much time, I might as well watch a TV show. Here's some advice for you: if you're not good at something, practice more. Facing Weihao's mockery, Zhang Instructor clenched his fists. Just as he was about to explode, Zhang suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Chiu's reassuring face appear, slowly walking up to Zhang Jiaguan. Nodding at Zhang, Chiu turned to Weihao. Wei good, interested in a match? You? Weihao glanced at Chiu, and the corners of his mouth curled upward again. Little brother, you're not that old, go play somewhere else. I don't have time to mess around with you. What is wrong, Wei good? Are you scared? Chiu raised an eyebrow, adopting a condescending expression. Weihao, seeing this, immediately lost his temper. What he hated most was being looked down upon by others. Fine, kid, you're asking for it. I'll grant you your wish. Weihao said this while flipping Chiu the middle finger. However, Chiu didn't seem to care. The two walked back to their respective tables. What's going on? Is Chiu going to join in too? Even old Zhang couldn't beat him. How could Chiu possibly stand a chance? Don't underestimate Chiu. Remember who came in first during the military training exercises? But this time is different. Can Chiu handle disassembling firearms? He'd better be able to. I don't want to see that Weihao showing off again. You're right. Chiu, go for it. Show him what you've got. Chiu, go for it. The instructors all cheered for Chiu, but Weihao just sneered. In his eyes, Chiu wasn't as skilled as Instructor Zhang. He was just a young upstart who loved to show off. Alright, both of you, the firearms inspection is complete. Get ready, we can begin. The chief instructor, with a smug expression, addressed the two once more. Chiu nodded at the chief instructor, while Weihao remained with the same arrogant expression. Alright, ready, 3, 2, 1, go. At the command, Chiu moved swiftly, grabbing the assault rifle in front of him. As soon as he touched the gun, a familiar sensation washed over him. The structure of the assault rifle was already fully mapped out in Chiu's mind, down to the smallest details. His god-tier gunmanship talent had already made him a top expert in this field, and disassembling firearms was child's play for him. Meanwhile, Weihao, seeing Chiu begin, showed no signs of urgency. He stood there confidently, making no moves, watching Chiu disassemble the rifle. But after a few seconds, Weihao finally noticed something was off. Chiu's speed was lightning fast, and the disassembly of the firearm could only be seen as a blur. It was clear that Chiu was far more skilled than Zhang, the instructor. Seeing this, Weihao clearly panicked. He never imagined Chiu could be so fast. If he didn't start soon, he might lose this time. Since winning the championship, he had never lost a single match. He didn't want to leave his first defeat here. Without hesitation, Weihao quickly grabbed his firearm and began disassembling it as well. Both of them were moving at the same speed, having reached the pinnacle of disassembly speed. No matter what, neither of them could go any faster. However, Chiu had started earlier than Weihao and was clearly ahead in progress. Wow! I didn't expect that. Chiu's disassembly speed is just as fast as Weihao's. Yeah, Weihao must have been practicing this for over a decade to get this good. From their techniques, they're both about the same, but Weihao was too arrogant, he deserved to lose. Exactly, he needed a lesson to humble him. Sure enough, Chiu finished disassembling the firearm first. Looking at the table full of parts, Chiu didn't bother to pack the gun. Instead, he turned to Weihao, who was drenched in sweat, and gave him a mocking smile. Just as Weihao had mocked Zhang instructor earlier. Weihao, who was just about to check if Chiu had finished, happened to see the scene. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, and in his anger, he almost disassembled the wrong part. However, he was no ordinary champion. His mindset quickly returned to normal. Chiu's actions brought the two of them closer together once again. Weihao narrowed his eyes, feeling secretly pleased. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. Chapter 51, this one doesn't count. Click. With a crisp sound, Chiu installed the stretcher. Immediately afterward, a fully assembled rifle appeared in Chiu's hands. The two moved at nearly identical speeds, but due to Weihao's arrogance, Chiu had the upper hand. A few seconds later, Weihao also stopped and placed his gun on the table. He looked up and once again saw Chiu's enigmatic smile, grinding his teeth in frustration. Alright, this competition is over. I declare Chiu the winner. The chief instructor nodded approvingly at Chiu before announcing the result with a smile. Wow! Chiu is so cool. That's so cool. I've been in the military for years and have never seen such speed. Be honest, did you practice with a gun before? A group of instructors gathered around, lavishing praise on Chiu. No, I still have a lot to learn. Chiu humbly replied, forming a stark contrast to Weihao's earlier boastful attitude. At that moment, Weihao frowned, his teeth clenched so tightly they felt like they might break. All this praise and adulation should have been his. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Weihao paused for a moment before suddenly slamming his fist on the table. Everyone was startled by the noise and turned to look at him in confusion. Weihao, what are you doing? What's wrong? Can't accept defeat? Instructor Zhang sneered and asked in return. That's right, this match doesn't count. Weihao, can't you accept defeat? Chiu won fairly and squarely. Why doesn't it count? The other instructors, seeing this, also stepped forward to speak on Chiu's behalf. Why? At the start of the match, I deliberately waited a moment, so I was a bit slower. Otherwise, do you think this kid could beat me? Weihao raised his eyebrows and pointed at Chiu. Hearing Weihao's words, the other instructors nearly burst out laughing. He tried to show off but ended up letting Chiu win, and now he's coming out to seek attention again? Weihao, weren't you the one who wanted to wait? Exactly, what does Chiu have to do with it? You lost, so admit it. At least you were the champion. Don't be a sore loser. Exactly, it'll just make us look like fools. No one present spoke up for Weihao, all they did was mock him relentlessly. Seeing this, Weihao panicked. He absolutely couldn't let his lifelong reputation be ruined here. His eyes darted around, and realizing no one would help him, he set his sights on Chiu. You brat! Admit it, you didn't win fairly in this duel. You do have some skill when it comes to disassembling firearms. This kind of competition is completely meaningless. Dare you challenge me to another match? Looking at Weihao's defiant expression, Chiu couldn't help but smile. Did you choose shooting because you're not very bright? Such a blatant attempt to provoke him is way too easy to see through. Chiu, don't listen to him. You've already won. Exactly, the demonstration is about to begin. There is no need to waste time on him. Seeing that Chiu didn't respond, Weihao panicked for a moment. As a champion, how could he lose to such an unknown rookie? In his panic, Weihao was about to come up with another way to rematch, but to his surprise, Chiu suddenly spoke up. Alright, let us have another match. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. Alright, you said it. Let us go now. Upon hearing Chiu's words, Weihao's anxious expression vanished, and he burst into laughter. In his eyes, as long as they rematched, Chiu was certain to lose. But what he didn't know was that the seemingly evenly matched speeds between the two were merely Chiu holding back. Chiu's godlike gunmanship was far beyond what Weihao could hope to match. If Chiu had taken it seriously, Weihao would have been soundly defeated. Chiu, there's really no need. He brought this upon himself earlier. You don't need to compete with him again. Exactly, you can't let someone like that get away with it. Don't worry, I've got your back. He can't do anything to you even if you don't fight him. Chiu's response left the instructors speechless once again. They all rushed forward to persuade Chiu. Chiu, you just promised you wouldn't back out. Weihao, seeing this, grew impatient again and stepped forward. His words caused the other instructors to exchange puzzled glances. It was clearly him who was trying to back out, yet now he was accusing others of doing the same. What a shameless person, truly invincible. However, Chiu didn't say much. Instead, he smiled. Don't worry, cheating is your specialty. I'm not going to compete with you. Chiu's words were filled with sarcasm, both overt and subtle, causing Weihao's expression to change once more. He clenched his teeth tightly, struggling to suppress the rage boiling inside him. Over the years, he had received countless compliments. But he had never been mocked like this before. Once he won, he would mock him mercilessly in return. Having made up his mind, Weihao smiled and stood in front of his desk. At the same time, he pointed at the desk across from him and made a provocative gesture. This time, I won't let my guard down. No one could possibly beat him. Watching the confident Weihao, Chiu didn't say much either. He smiled and walked back to his desk. Dealing with someone like this, all you need to do is show them with your actions. Come on, Chiu, show some of that earlier spirit. Exactly, don't disgrace our instructor. The two prepared themselves, and the chief instructor raised his hand once more. If you're both ready, raise your hands to signal. Seeing both of them raise their hands, the chief instructor suddenly swung his arm, ready to announce the start of the competition. But at the same time, a hoarse yet authoritative voice rang out first. Your instructors making such a commotion is unbecoming of your position. The ancient-looking senior officer, with a serious expression, walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing the ancient commander, the instructors immediately lost their earlier momentum. The chaotic crowd quickly formed into a neat line. Grandfather Gu. Even Weihao, who was usually arrogant, bowed his head upon seeing the ancient leader. The old commander ignored the two and walked straight up to the chief instructor. Old chief. You still know who I am. The old commander spoke sternly. They're both new here and don't know the rules. I didn't expect you to follow them and cause trouble. Commander, I admit my mistake. 200 push-ups, start now. Upon hearing the senior officer's words, the chief instructor hesitated not a moment, dropped to the ground, and began doing push-ups on the spot. Commander Gu, the chief instructor is. Seeing this, Chiu stepped forward, intending to plead for the chief instructor. What? You still have the nerve to speak? Are you without fault? Chapter 52, Instructors must also participate in drills. The old commander's words left Chiu speechless. Seeing this, the old commander sighed and patted Chiu on the shoulder. I understand your youthful desire to prove yourselves. But such matters require consideration of the circumstances. What you do in private is your business, but your current role is that of an instructor. If any students were to see this, what kind of example would that set? If you're really that skilled, why not compete in shooting training? What's the point of showing off now? The old commander stood with his hands behind his back, scolding the two harshly. The two men kept their heads down, not daring to say a word. Do you know you're wrong? We know we were wrong. If you can admit your mistakes and correct them, there is still hope for you. Each of you do 100 push-ups. What? Upon hearing this, Weihao clearly froze for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. He was a shooting champion, not a physical fitness champion. 100 push-ups? That's going to kill him. Got a problem? Add another 100. The old commander glanced at Weihao and said indifferently. No, I'll do it. Weihao sighed helplessly and lay down. Looking back at Chiu, he had already dropped to the ground and was nearly halfway through. After a short while, the chief instructor and Chiu stood up. However, Weihao's hands were already trembling, and his arms felt unbearably sore. But now, not only were the instructors below watching him, but Chiu was also staring intently. Given his personality, he couldn't possibly give up. He could only grit his teeth and finish the 100 push-ups. Good. Learn from this and return to your ranks. The others returned to the ranks, but Weihao's hands were still trembling uncontrollably. Next, I'll explain the shooting training procedure to everyone. First, we need to familiarize the students with the structure of the firearms and teach them how to assemble and disassemble them. Next comes the shooting training, where we'll teach them how to aim, shoot, and hit the bullseye. The final exercise will be to rank each student based on their overall score from assembly to shooting. At this point, the senior officer paused, glanced at each instructor, then fixed his gaze on Chiu and Weihao. Of course, the instructors will also participate in the exercises and evaluate the scores. Upon hearing the old commander's words, the instructors all looked surprised. In previous military training sessions, there had never been a precedent where instructors also participated and evaluated scores. What's the matter? Any objections? No. The chorus of voices echoed in unison, and the senior officer nodded. Chief Instructor, next, you will demonstrate the procedure with them, and then you may return. We'll assemble on time tomorrow morning. The old commander finished speaking and quickly left the area. The chief instructor stepped forward and picked up the assault rifle. Tomorrow's primary task is to familiarize the students with firearms. The morning demonstration passed quickly, and Chiu had a general understanding of the shooting training process. Originally, Chiu had thought Weihao would come over to make a few threatening remarks. To his surprise, as soon as it ended, the guy hurriedly left. Back in the dormitory, Chiu took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Hey, Chi, the big playboy, heading out on another date? Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled sarcastically. Playboy? Are you asking for a beating? Chiu glanced at Lin Hao and flexed his wrists. Hey! The video I edited for you went viral. Hey, stop it. I'm sorry. Don't touch me there. Ah! With a piercing scream echoing through the sky, Chiu strolled leisurely down the street. Lin Hao had received his just punishment. He'd be well behaved for a while now. Not long after, Chiu spotted a girl sitting on a lounge chair playing with her phone. And this person was none other than Lu Jiaojiao, the one who had invited him out. She was dressed in a black suit, with a black bodycon skirt. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, looked incredibly alluring. With high heels on, she stood up and was almost as tall as Chiu. Watching Lu Jiaojiao, who was completely engrossed in her phone, Chiu nodded to himself. Indeed, Lu Jiaojiao and Xie Qingsno were two completely different styles. Lu Jiaojiao had a sexy figure and dressed in a mature, confident style. Xie Qingsue, on the other hand, was petite and cute, with a touch of innocent charm. Senior. Chiu approached and called out. Chiu, you're here. Lu Jiaojiao first showed a surprised expression, then looked at Chiu, paused for a moment, and spoke. You're an instructor now, so don't call me senior. Just call me Jiao Jiao. Alright, senior. Chiu raised an eyebrow and said again. You. Never mind, why don't you eat something first? Lu Jiaojiao sighed in relief and asked. After all, Chiu had helped her out, so she should follow his advice. Anything is fine, I'm not picky. Chiu shrugged his shoulders and said. Since Chiu had spoken so decisively, Lu Jiaojiao didn't hesitate any longer and led Chiu to the entrance of a small restaurant. Chiu looked up and sighed in relief. Sure enough, not everyone was like Xie Qingsue, a wealthy young lady. This kind of restaurant was where ordinary people went. They ordered a few dishes and started chatting. The main topic was discussing the performance scheduled for the following week. However, Chiu had already prepared the song. As long as Lu Jiaojiao took care of the logistics, everything would be set. They finished eating quickly, said their goodbyes, and Chiu returned to the dormitory. During this time, the buzz continued to grow, and with short videos slowly gaining traction, the number of followers was increasing at an astonishing rate. Soon, it was the next morning. As usual, the instructor would assemble first and then join the students' ranks. Soon, Chiu appeared holding a rifle, walking toward the students. Holy crap! Is this real? I thought shooting training was just using toy guns. I didn't expect it to be so realistic. These are paintball guns, specifically designed for training. Except for the lack of lethality, everything else is almost identical. Are we going to use these guns for training? That's so cool. Chiu hadn't arrived yet, but the boys in the group all lit up. For them, guns were simply the coolest thing ever. Alright, quiet down, stand at attention, relax, and align to the left. Chiu walked over and straightened the ranks. He then pulled out the assault rifle. Today's training will focus on familiarizing yourselves with the rifle and learning how to disassemble and reassemble the firearm. I hope you'll all study hard. Alright. The boring military training was finally over, and something interesting was about to begin. Guns are something that should only be taught by professionals. Just as Chiu was about to demonstrate the firearm for everyone, a provocative voice suddenly rang out. Chiu frowned and looked over. Weihao's annoying face appeared again. This guy, doesn't he have to train the new recruits? How dare he just wander around like that? Chapter 53, if you can't learn it, don't bother trying. Weihao. It really is Weihao. Upon seeing Weihao, the freshman below immediately lit up with excitement. He was the idol of the new generation, and almost no freshman didn't admire him. Look at his uniform. Weihao must be an instructor too. Wow, which class is so lucky to have Weihao as their instructor? Hey, why are you complaining about the food after eating your fill? Isn't Chiu good? He's good, but how can Chiu compare to Weihao? We're doomed to lose first place this time. The student's whispers also reached Weihao's ears. This caused his proud head to rise once more, his eyes filled with disdain. What? Are you talking about me, the professional? The defeated opponent? Chiu glanced at him and retorted with a smile. What? The phrase defeated foe deeply stung Weihao's nerves. He looked around to make sure none of the newcomers had heard, then clenched his teeth and said to Chiu, "You won by taking shortcuts. Are you going to brag about it for the rest of your life? If you're so confident, beat me in shooting practice." Weihao feared Chiu might say something else that would tarnish his reputation, so he snorted coldly and turned to leave. No, instructor, are we really going to compete against Weihao's team? A freshman watched Weihao leave, swallowed hard, and asked, "What's wrong? Weihao is the shooting champion. Can we really compete with him?" Weihao's appearance instantly deflated the previously high spirits of everyone present. Seeing someone they had only ever seen on TV suddenly become their opponent left no one feeling confident. Why can't we beat him? Have you forgotten how we won first place before? Did you think you could win first place back then? But in the end, didn't we still win? Losing isn't scary. What's scary is not having the resolve to win. Chiu looked at the dejected crowd and spoke calmly. If someone gives up before even starting, they'll never succeed. That's right. Our class used to be at the bottom, but ever since Chiu came, haven't we been first every time? Right, Weihao is the champion, and his students aren't any worse. What's there to fear? Can we win or not? How will we know without trying? The outcome is still uncertain. Right, let us start training now. With Chiu leading the way, the students who had been lackluster suddenly recalled the scenes from the beginning of the intensive training. Following Chiu's training, it felt like they had someone guiding them, and their progress was rapid. So their fighting spirit was quickly ignited, and they shouted loudly to boost morale. Alright, since that's the case, let us start by familiarizing ourselves with the components of the firearm, then move on to disassembly and reassembly. Chiu finished speaking and raised the assault rifle, beginning to demonstrate for the students. Time flew by, and the morning was over before they knew it. However, everyone remained full of determination. After a short break, they returned to the training ground. With the aid of their divine-level training talent, the students quickly became familiar with the entire rifle. Therefore, in the afternoon, Chiu planned to have everyone take turns disassembling the rifle to familiarize themselves with the process. The training time was limited, with only 2 days available. On the third day, it was time for the shooting drill. Therefore, Chiu did not intend to waste too much time on disassembling and reassembling the firearms. Hitting the target accurately was the most important thing. Lin Hao, step forward. Present. Lin Hao, whose name was called, stepped forward and shouted loudly. As the first one, disassemble the entire firearm. Yes. Lin Hao walked briskly to the table where the firearms were placed. Drawing on his memory of Chiu's demonstration, he began disassembling and reassembling the firearms swiftly. Lin Hao was also quite clever. He quickly disassembled the assault rifle and reassembled it smoothly, as if it were second nature. Not bad, kid. Chiu nodded approvingly and said again. Next. This part goes here. Remember to unlock the safety when firing. That's right, but if you install this first, wouldn't it be much faster? Soon, most of the students in the class had already finished assembling and disassembling the parts. Chiu patiently guided each and every one of them. After pointing out all the problematic areas, they reassembled everything again. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, Chiu would call the next person. Next. Are you kidding me? You can't even do something this simple? Chiu was shouting when a sudden loud shout echoed through the room. Everyone in the class turned to look, curious to see who was causing such a commotion. They saw Weihao, not far away, holding a rifle and shouting angrily. His team members were all silent, not uttering a word. Instructor, we haven't figured out the structure of this firearm yet, and disassembling it is really quite difficult. After a moment, the team leader from Weihao's class stepped forward cautiously and spoke. What did you say? Do you know who I am? I'm the world shooting champion. Having me teach you is an honor for you, do you understand? Everyone, if you can't learn it today, don't bother trying. I don't believe you can't learn it. Weihao grew angrier as he spoke, nearly shouting. In his eyes, failing to teach a group of newcomers was an absolute disgrace. Thank goodness he didn't teach us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have learned either. Yeah, he looks so polished on the surface, but he is so arrogant inside. Chiu is much better gentle, considerate, and understanding. He is handsome and sings beautifully. He is way better than that Weihao. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on him, would you? I'm warning you, he is an instructor now. If you're going to make a move, wait until military training is over. Get lost. Weihao's behavior had everyone whispering among themselves. As they saw his true colors, they were also relieved that the drill instructor was Chiu and not Weihao. Alright, quiet down. We don't have much time left. Let us continue training. And so, Chiu's class once again threw themselves into training. This scene was observed by the elderly general who had been watching from the shadows. The two completely different training styles caused the old commander to furrow his brows. The person he was looking for was far from just being strong. The entire day passed quickly. Though everyone was exhausted, not a single person complained. Everyone had made significant progress, and even some girls who had previously shown no interest in firearms could now disassemble and reassemble them with ease. Everyone worked hard today. I'll treat you all to some drinks. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Chiu walked over carrying a large bag of drinks. He had asked Zhou Ping to buy them, and they were perfect to quench everyone's thirst after the intensive training. Do you think spending money will make you win? Chapter 54, Weihao's Specialty. Weihao walked over with his hands on his hips, looking displeased. After teaching all afternoon, only a few people had learned anything, which had left him furious. The freshmen he had brought with him had already left quickly when the session ended, forming a stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere on Chiyu's side. This made Weihao extremely annoyed, so he rushed over. He naively believed that Chiyu's students were smarter, while his own students were incredibly dull. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to teach them all day and still have them not learn anything. Isn't that Weigu? Looks like you've been training well, so you have time to come here. Chiu glanced up at Weihao and said with a smile. This guy was nothing but a muscle-bound idiot. Apart from having a bit of talent in shooting, the rest of him wasn't worth mentioning. You're just teaching some smarter students, aren't you? So that's how it is. No wonder I didn't lose my temper. You. Weihao was so angry he couldn't speak, pointing at Chiyu's nose. What did I do? You wait. In the Instructor's competition in 2 days, I'll defeat you in front of everyone. Fine, I'll be waiting. Chiu wasn't fazed by this at all. With his god-tier gunmanship talent, Weihao's chances of winning were virtually zero. Weihao was left speechless and humiliated, slinking away in defeat. Instructor, well done. Exactly, the students he trains are really unlucky. Unlike our Chi instructor, who's so dedicated and even buys us drinks. Weihao's recent behavior has completely ruined his reputation among the crowd. Some people have even turned from fans to haters. Alright, everyone, go back and rest early. We'll meet at the open field outside the school tomorrow morning. After dispersing the group, Chiu had a quick meal and returned to his dormitory. Taking out his phone, Xiu sent him a message. She first asked about Chiyu's condition. Then she complained a bit about not being interested in shooting. She also wanted to invite Chiu to go out for dinner tomorrow night. However, Chiu politely declined. The shooting drill was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and Chiu wanted to review any areas that needed improvement in the evening. After washing up, Chiu felt exhausted and fell into a deep sleep once more. The next morning, Chiu led his team to the open field. It was a vast open area that had clearly been set up beforehand. The entire field was dotted with targets at various distances, including moving targets. This was the site for tomorrow's drill, and today, the instructors would use it to teach the students shooting techniques. Alright, today I will teach you all how to shoot. Everything we did yesterday was preparation for today's shooting practice. Even if you can assemble and disassemble your firearm perfectly, if you can't hit the target, it's all for nothing. So, today's shooting training requires everyone to give it their all. Chiu stood aside and shouted loudly. Yes. As soon as Chiu finished speaking, the team responded with a unified shout, sounding impressive. Looking over at Weihao's side, after a day of training yesterday, the team was dejected and silent. Chiu shook his head, ignoring them, and instead picked up the rifle on the table. Everyone, watch closely. I will now demonstrate for you. First, everyone must maintain proper posture. Second, follow the 3 principles: sight, aim, and target. Keep them aligned. Lastly, keep your mind calm. Focus on hitting the target to ensure a direct hit. Now, I'll demonstrate it for you all. After speaking, Chiu assumed the proper stance. His god-tier gunmanship talent instantly coursed through his entire body. The gun in Chiu's hands seemed like an extension of his body. Any target on the entire shooting range could be hit at will. Raising the rifle, Chiu aimed at the basic target 50 meters away. Since this was a demonstration, he had to make sure all the freshmen could see clearly. Wow, Chiu is truly a jack of all trades. How does he know how to do everything? Yeah, I thought Chiu only knew the basics, but he's actually better than all the other instructors. Shoo, don't talk. Chiu is about to pull the trigger. Everyone fell silent, focusing intently on Chiu. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a colorful bullet flew out at high speed. It hit the target 50 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. The paintball exploded upon impact with the center of the target, covering the entire target in color. Wow, that's impressive. You hit it. That was so accurate, right in the center. That's so cool. That's so accurate. As those around him praised him, Chiu furrowed his brows and holstered his gun. Slowly turning his head, Weihao also lowered his gun. He gave Chiu a challenging smile and then flipped him off. Something's off. Why are the traces of the colored ammunition slanted? It does seem that way. Judging by the bullet trajectory, it looks like it came from Weihao's direction. No way, could Weihao have hit him? Their guesses were correct. Chiu hadn't fired a shot, it was Weihao who had fired intentionally. He did it to disrupt Chiu's training rhythm. If he can't teach the new recruits, Chiu shouldn't expect to either. Instructor Wei, we're in the middle of training. This isn't appropriate, is it? That's right. How could you do this? Weihao's actions were too much for Chiu's team to bear, and they began to speak out in protest. What? The targets are shared, can't I shoot them? If you're so good, have your useless instructor shoot faster than me. Weihao said with a smile, even sticking out his tongue in a taunting manner. You! Enough! Chiu waved his hand and lowered the rifle again. Come on, give it a try. He called a student forward and helped him adjust his posture step by step. Seeing that Chiu ignored him, Weihao clenched his teeth tightly once more. It should have been Chiu who lost his composure, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Seeing Chiu return to training, Weihao had intended to interfere again. But when he turned around, all the students were staring at him in disbelief. Shaking his head, Weihao could only return to his own group. If old Master Gu found out he had been slacking off, he would skin him alive. Just like yesterday's training, Chiu personally guided everyone throughout the entire day. Everyone had now mastered shooting, though there were still some differences in accuracy. Alright, the 2-day shooting training is over. Tomorrow, we will officially begin the shooting drills. We will be divided into 2 teams, one for the new recruits and the other for the instructors. That's right, our instructors will also participate in the drills, and their performance will be recorded. As soon as the chief instructor finished speaking, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Instructors are participating too? This is going to be interesting. After all, the instructor's shooting skills are worlds apart from the students. Meanwhile, Weihao couldn't help but smile. He glanced at Chiu with a smug expression. In your element, just wait and see, you'll be trampled underfoot. Chapter 55, losing to him isn't disgraceful. Tomorrow's shooting drill, are you confident? Chiu was sitting cross-legged, playing with his phone, when Linhao walked over. What's the matter? You practiced pretty well today, didn't you? Chiu put down his phone. Weihao's class is practicing like that, they definitely can't beat us. What I'm worried about is the competition between the instructors. As Linhao spoke, his voice grew much quieter. Weihao may not have much teaching talent, but his shooting skills are world-class. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won the world championship at such a young age. On the other hand, Chiu, though a temporary instructor, has impressed everyone with his performance in all areas. But no matter how you look at it, he's still an amateur. When compared to someone with professional training, there's bound to be a gap. Oh, you don't believe me? Chiu nodded thoughtfully. No, Linhao was about to say something else, but Chiu waved him off. Don't worry, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Alright, then. Seeing that Chiu showed no signs of worry, Linhao didn't say anything else. He even thought that Chiu had given up after learning that the opponent was Weihao. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, all the freshmen arrived at the temporary shooting range in the wilderness. Since it was off campus and quite far away, the area was only accessible to the freshmen participating in military training. However, fortunately, the entire shooting drill would be broadcast live, allowing others to witness the instructor's shooting skills. Please assemble your teams, instructors. The shooting drill will begin shortly. As the head instructor gave the order, Chiu stood aside, waiting quietly. Due to limited space, the drill was conducted one class at a time. Chiu, how are you preparing? Chiu was lost in thought when the cheerful voice of the senior officer drifted over. Commander, I'm ready, but I'm not sure how I'll perform. Chiu scratched the back of his head and replied modestly. Upon hearing this, the old commander nodded. He had been observing Chiu's performance over the past few days. Even during his free time, he would often go to the shooting range to practice. After all, Chiu was just a freshman in college, and even though he came from a military family, he had received very little professional training. Therefore, such significant progress was already quite impressive. Chiu, your hard work and talent are not lost on me. What surprised me is how strong your shooting skills are. You have a bright future ahead of you. The old commander looked at Chiu as if he were his own grandson, feeling an inexplicable sense of warmth, and did not hesitate to lavish praise on him. Commander Gu is too kind. I still have a lot to learn. By the way, Chiu, what do you think of Weihao? The old leader smiled and asked. Weihao? That's right. What are your thoughts on him? He has some talent in shooting, but he's just a bit too arrogant. Chiu thought for a moment, then said while rubbing his chin. After hearing Chiu's response, the old leader nodded again. Weihao had just arrived, and the two of them had already started competing. In fact, Weihao had even spoken disrespectfully on multiple occasions. Surprisingly, under such circumstances, Chiu still gave an objective evaluation without any exaggeration. Weihao's shooting talent isn't just a little bit special. He only took a year to outshine multiple shooting prodigies and claim the championship title. You know, many people can't achieve that in their entire lives. So, while Weihao may be a bit arrogant, he definitely has a lot to offer. Losing to him isn't something to be ashamed of. The old commander spoke slowly, revealing his true intentions. Chiu, as a temporary instructor, had won multiple championships and was undoubtedly gifted. Therefore, the old leader summoned Weihao with the intention of dampening his arrogance. Old chief, do you think I'll lose? Chiu raised his eyebrows and asked. It's not that I think you will lose, you will definitely lose. The old commander said with a smile, his tone carrying a sense of certainty. He had been on the battlefield himself and knew all about shooting. Weihao's natural talent was something that couldn't be compensated for by a few days of hard work. Since that's the case, I'll defeat him even more. Good. The old commander nodded approvingly. Youthful arrogance is a good thing. However, the old commander didn't believe that Chiu could defeat Weihao. After chatting for a few more minutes, the old chief left. Now it was time for the students to conduct shooting drills, which were progressing very quickly. As long as they could hit the target 50 meters away, they would pass. Soon, it was time for Weihao's class to take their turn. Weihao led his team slowly past Chiu. At the same time, Weihao gave a disdainful smile. Despite his own training not going smoothly, he wasn't someone who would let Chiu get the better of him. Wow, isn't that Weihao? It really is him. I've seen his matches before, every single shot was perfect. I never expected to see Weihao here. I'm starting to get excited. Is Weihao going to shoot next? That's right. Isn't this unfair? Making the world champion compete? As Weihao appeared on the live stream, the viewership skyrocketed. Everyone wanted to see how strong the team trained by the world champion was. The team took their positions, with Weihao standing at the front, pausing for a moment to think. Soon, a tall young man stepped forward from Weihao's team. This was one of the better trained members of Weihao's team, so Weihao had chosen him to go first, aiming to set a good example. The tall young man entered the arena, took a deep breath. At the signal from the head coach, he moved swiftly, quickly picking up the parts on the table. In less than 5 minutes, he had assembled the firearm. He then swiftly grabbed the gun, focused his eyes, and pulled the trigger with force. A loud bang echoed as the colored ammunition fired out of the barrel. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the target in the distance, ready to see the tall young man's score. However, to everyone's surprise, despite his smooth movements, the tall boy left no mark on the target. The bullets had not hit the target. Seeing this, Weihao's face turned pale. He stared in disbelief at the scene. Good for nothing. You're useless. How did I teach you? Weihao was so angry he almost jumped up. If the first person performed this poorly, the others wouldn't fare any better. Things turned out exactly as expected. The next few people either couldn't assemble the firearms or missed the target. Those who managed to pass were few and far between. Needless to say, there were no outstanding performers. Chapter 56, Are you questioning the two of them? In the end, less than 1/5 of the class passed. What's going on? Isn't Weihao a world champion? Yeah, even a world champion isn't that great. The team he trained isn't anything special. Right, I thought Weihao's team would easily win the championship. The whispers around him weren't loud, but they kept drifting into Weihao's ears. These voices were like a curse, tormenting him endlessly. No wonder he is a world champion, his training really shows. Just as he was feeling ashamed and embarrassed, Chiu's cheerful laughter drifted over. Weihao clenched his teeth and glared at Chiu. Don't try to talk your way out of it. We'll be in your class soon, and your grades won't be any better than mine. Weihao clenched his teeth and said harshly. These students' comprehension skills were truly lacking, he simply couldn't teach them. Moreover, they were easily intimidated, and even if they knew the material, they couldn't perform at their best. He couldn't even teach them properly, let alone Chiu. However, Chiu heard his words but didn't say anything else. Arguing with him at this moment was pointless. All he needed to do was wait and humiliate him later. Soon, it was Chiu's turn. Even in the best class, only 1/3 of the students passed. After all, most students had already had some exposure to firearms. Plus, with such a short training period, achieving this result is already quite impressive. Chiu led his team and quickly arrived at the entrance of the shooting range. At that moment, the live stream was filled with scattered comments. The students' shooting skills were far from impressive, and the live stream's viewership remained lackluster. Wait, is that Chiu? It's him. I came here specifically to wait for him. His military boxing last time was absolutely amazing, not at all like flashy moves. Exactly, it felt like every punch landed with real impact. It was truly a pleasure to watch. I wonder how his team will perform in shooting this time. I don't think it'll be that great. I heard he is a freshman who was made a temporary instructor because of his outstanding performance. The other events were decent, but this is real shooting, most people can't handle it. Exactly. Didn't you see the shooting champion just now? His scores were average too. It proves that even the strongest instructors can't teach others, it's all for nothing. In the livestream comments, there weren't many people who were optimistic about Chiu's team. After all, the others had performed so poorly earlier that there was nothing entertaining about it. Lin Hao, you go first. Chiu, now at the front of his team, made the same decision as Weihao. Send the best shooter to lead the charge. And Lin Hao was precisely the best shooter in Chiu's team. But he was different from the tall guy in Weihao's team. Lin Hao excelled in both assembly and shooting. He can even hit 4 out of 5 shots in a row. Stay calm, follow my instructions, and give it your best. Set a good example for everyone. Chiu patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, encouraging him. Don't worry. Lin Hao straightened his clothes and slowly walked into the shooting range. There is no boy who doesn't like firearms, and Lin Hao was no exception. Already passionate about firearms, he made rapid progress under Chiu's guidance. As soon as he began, he assembled the firearm at an astonishing speed. Click! As the sound echoed, he swiftly raised his gun. Closing his left eye slightly, he aligned 3 points in a straight line. Lin Hao's mind was as still as water as he pulled the trigger. Bang! Hit! A shout of surprise rang out from within Chiu's team, and everyone followed his gaze. On the target, the colorful paint was clearly visible. Hit! 7 points. Excellent! The scorekeeper hurried forward, checked the target, and announced loudly. Upon hearing the news, Weihao widened his eyes once more. He rushed over to the scorekeeper and shouted. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Did you make a mistake? There wasn't a single person in his class who scored 7 points, yet the first person in Chiu's team scored 7 points? There's no mistake. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Weihao, refusing to believe it, rushed over to the target. But the paintball mark shattered his confidence completely. Right on target, exactly 7 points. Lin Hao smiled, put down his gun, and walked out of the shooting range. How about that? Didn't I embarrass you? Chiu smiled and silently gave him a thumbs up. Sure enough, brothers can always be relied upon. One after another, the members of Chiu's team entered the shooting range. Soon, a third of the group had already entered. And among all those who entered, not a single one failed. In other words, Chiu's class performance had now surpassed that of all previous classes. Is that really true? Everyone passed? I heard they've only been training for 2 days. How can even the girls use guns? I seriously doubt Chiu cheated. Is that true? Tell me, how did he cheat? He's cheating. Just like the reactions in the livestream, the old commander stood on the high platform, his eyes wide open. Commander Gu, I told you so. Chiu's leadership skills are truly top-notch. The chief instructor said proudly. Speaking of which, Chiu, this genius, was actually someone he had discovered himself. Indeed, what was the best record in history? The best achievement was having 60% of a class pass. The chief instructor thought for a moment before speaking again. 60% of the students passing, and they were all freshmen. This figure was also extremely daunting. For several consecutive years, no one has been able to break this record. Moreover, the person who achieved this feat has since become a renowned figure. If this trend continues, Chiu must have already broken the record by now. You're right. He just broke the record a few days ago, and now he's about to break it again. If I were to step up now, I wouldn't dare claim such a high success rate. It truly is a case of the new generation surpassing the old. The old leader was surprised but smiled with satisfaction once again. Time passed once again, and Chiu's team had already completed half of their task. And among them, an astonishing 80% were qualified. At this rate, breaking the record was only a matter of time. There must be something wrong. Your results can't possibly be this high. Weihao, furious, rushed to Chiu's side and shouted angrily. The firearms were prepared by the chief instructor, and the rules were set by the former commander. I was just following the procedures to train the new recruits. By saying that now, are you questioning their integrity? Chapter 57, The Instructor's Competition begins. You, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Upon hearing Chiu's words, Weihao clearly panicked and stammered. Although Weihao was arrogant and self-important, in front of the old commander he was just a greenhorn. Even if he were given 100 dares, he wouldn't dare speak ill of the ancient commander. Since that is the case, shut your mouth and stop wasting your breath. Chiu finished speaking and ignored Weihao completely, walking past him. You! Chiu's words were filled with disdain, as if he were speaking to a lowly servant. Weihao was so angry that his chest rose and fell, staring intently at Chiu's retreating back. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to insult him like this. He clenched his teeth and vowed silently. When the instructor's trial comes, he would make Chiu pay dearly. Meanwhile, Chiu's team had already completed most of their drill. And the pass rate was exceptionally high. I never expected Chiu's team to be so formidable. Yeah, they can even crush the world champions team. If that's the case, does that mean Chiu is stronger than Weihao? It's clearly because Chiu's team has better comprehension skills. How could Chiu be stronger than Weihao? Exactly. When Weihao was participating in the national competition, Chiu was still playing with mud. The live stream comments were divided, with each side refusing to back down. Bang! Amidst cheers, a bullet quickly hit the target. Chiu's class, all freshmen have completed their drills. Outstanding freshman, 8, qualified freshman, 47, pass rate, 73%. As the recorder announced the results for the Chiu class, all the instructors widened their eyes in astonishment. Even the veteran commander couldn't believe his eyes. Originally, they had thought that Chiu would at most break the record. But not only did they break the record, the pass rate reached an astonishing 73%. These were a group of freshmen with no prior training, making the training process significantly more challenging. Is this for real? I've been teaching freshmen for years, and I've never seen such a high pass rate. Are you kidding me? Are freshmen really that easy to teach? Alright, Chiu's leadership skills are indeed impressive. The old commander also smiled and said. He saw innate leadership talent in Chiu. It seemed that every time, he could train his team exceptionally well. First place in the student shooting drill, Chiu's class. Second place. As the scorekeeper announced the results, Weihao's expression grew grim. Not only did he not win this drill against Chiu, even the rankings were among the last few. The air was filled with praise for Chiu, but to Weihao's ears, they sounded more like cruel mockery, making him want to find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he had made up his mind. He rushed to the front of the crowd and shouted angrily. So what if your training pass rate is higher? What good does that do? Weihao, you should learn from Chiu. His leadership skills are far superior to yours. Seeing Weihao like this, it seemed as though it was exactly what the old commander had expected. He turned to Weihao and said, Old Master Gu, Enough, stop making excuses. The instructor competition is about to begin. Go prepare yourself. Weihao, like Chiu, was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. With a little more polishing, he was sure to become a pillar of the organization. And now that he had tasted the bitterness of failure, it was time for him to taste a bit of success. This was precisely why the ancient leader had arranged the instructor competition. Chiu and Weihao each have their own strengths. This time, it's to make them understand that playing to one's strengths and avoiding weaknesses is the most correct approach. After hearing the old commander's words, Weihao's mood finally eased. That's right. What he excels at is shooting, not training. Why dwell on something he's not good at? As long as I defeat Chiu, all the rumors will be dispelled on their own. I understand, Old Master Gu. Weihao nodded and quickly retreated. After speaking with Weihao, Gu Shouchang turned his attention back to Chiu. Chiu, the instructor's trial is about to begin. Are you nervous? Not nervous. What's there to be nervous about? Chiu retorted. However, Chiu was indeed correct. After systematic training, his shooting skills had reached the world's top level, let alone Weihao, a mere world champion. But in the ancient leader's eyes, Chiu's words sounded like arrogance. He smiled, patted Chiu on the shoulder, and turned to leave. After this competition ended, Chiu would understand what it meant to have someone better than you, and that there were always higher realms to strive for. Everyone was still stunned by Chiu's team breaking the record when the announcer shouted again. The student shooting exercise has concluded successfully. The next event is the instructor's competition. After the announcer finished speaking, there was a brief moment of silence before the crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. The instructor competition had finally arrived. Everyone wanted to see how impressive their team's instructor would perform. They also wanted to see just how strong the shooting skills of world champion Weihao truly were. At that moment, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Those who had previously doubted Weihao quickly changed their tune. After all, everyone knows the truth. Even if the world champion performs poorly, he won't be that bad. As the recorder shouted, Zhang, the instructor, stepped out of the ranks with steady strides. Coach Zhang, go for it. No matter what happens, you're the best, and we believe in you. Zhang, who was always straightforward and generous, was also very popular among the new recruits. As soon as he appeared, a chorus of cheers erupted. Instructor Zhang, if you're ready, raise your hand to signal. Zhang took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. As the recorder gave the signal, Zhang quickly sprang into action. Zhang instructor's movements were swift as he skillfully picked up the firearm components on the table. Disassembling and reassembling firearms was something Zhang had practiced hundreds of times. To him, being familiar with the firearm parts was as natural as knowing his own body. Without looking down much, he quickly assembled the parts together. That fast? Holy cow, I didn't even see that. Is that what professionals do? That's more than twice as fast as the best performer earlier. That's amazing. Instructor Zhang is so cool. How many times do I have to practice to get this good? Zhang Instructor, who had finished assembling the firearm, didn't hesitate. He quickly raised the assault rifle in his hands. Instead of aiming at the target he should have been shooting at, he aimed at the side. What? How is that possible? No way, is that how the instructor's target looks? The difficulty has increased significantly. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 58, Two people competing at the same time? The crowd erupted in a series of gasps. Zhang, the instructor, aimed in a certain direction, and a human-shaped target suddenly appeared. As soon as the human-shaped target appeared, it began moving swiftly along its trajectory. It was a moving human-shaped target. As the difficulty skyrocketed, the number of possible hit locations on the human-shaped target also increased. Hitting the head, heart, or other vital areas yielded higher scores than hitting the chest. Furthermore, if the target was not hit within 5 seconds, the human-shaped target would fall again. This undoubtedly shortened the instructor's thinking time and tested their ability to respond quickly in real time. Upon seeing the human-shaped target, Instructor Zhang showed no sign of surprise. His mind was as calm as still water. After a brief aim, he pulled the trigger. Another paintball was fired, and moments later, the colorful bullet exploded violently on the chest of the human-shaped target. The force of the paintball knocked the mannequin target to the ground. Hit it! That's so cool! You hit the chest! Hitting a moving target at 50 meters is so easy? Am I hallucinating? How come I feel like I could do it too? Stop kidding around. You can't even hit a stationary target, let alone a moving one. Simply hitting a 50-meter target elicited cheers from the crowd of newcomers. After the shooting drill, they naturally understood that achieving such a feat was incredibly difficult. Not only did they have to maintain high concentration, but they also had to predict the target's next movement while ensuring they could hit it. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Instructor Zhang raised his gun again. Because at a distance of 100 meters, a human-shaped target popped out again. This time, the human-shaped target was farther away and moved faster than before, clearly increasing the difficulty. Zhang swallowed hard and focused his mind once more. Moments later, a crisp sound rang out, and colorful paint once again appeared on the human-shaped target. However, this time, the paint hit the shoulder. Considering the target's speed, hitting the shoulder was already quite impressive. Wow, he hit it again. Don't underestimate Zhang Instructor. He may seem laid back, but when it comes to target practice, he doesn't mess around. Yeah, that speed is so fast, my eyes can't keep up, let alone hit the target. What's going on? Another target appeared? Are we doing this again? Zhang Instructor didn't lower his gun. He closed his eyes and aimed again. This time, another human-shaped target appeared at the 200-meter mark. This was the last target of the drill and the hardest one. The target in Zhang Instructor's field of vision had become extremely small and was moving at an incredible speed. In this situation, relying solely on shooting skills would make it extremely difficult to hit the target. Therefore, Zhang could only calm his mind, first observing the movement trajectory of the human-shaped target with his eyes. Once he could predict the target's movement pattern, he would fire. Zhang, the instructor, truly lived up to his professional reputation. His eyes followed the target's rapid movements, and he quickly determined its trajectory. His fingers gently curved, already touching the trigger. All that was needed was an opportunity, and he would fire without hesitation. The target continued to move relentlessly. In an instant, Zhang's gaze sharpened. Now! In an instant, the colored ammunition burst from the barrel, speeding toward the human-shaped target. Just as the ammunition was about to hit the target's time was up. As if it had lost all its strength, it fell to the ground swiftly. First shot, 8 points. Second shot, 5 points. Third shot, 0 points. Instructor Zhang's score is 13 points. The scorekeeper carefully verified the scores and announced them loudly. The first one wasn't nervous at all, scoring 13 points. That's so cool. It's a shame about the last target, otherwise, he could have scored a few more points. Do you think the last target is that easy to hit? The slightest mistake and you'll miss the mark. That's right, Instructor Zhang is already so strong. I never expected that. Zhang Instructor quickly moved through the ranks, and the next instructor swiftly entered the shooting range. One instructor after another stepped forward, with scores mostly between 10 and 20 points. However, each instructor performed exceptionally well, drawing cheers from the freshmen and the live chat. That's so cool. That's what shooting is all about. What was that earlier? It was unbearable to watch. I like that tall instructor. The third one actually hit the chest. That's so strong. You should know that world champion Weihao hasn't even taken the stage yet. When you see his performance, you'll be even more amazed. Weihao is about to come out. I'm his biggest fan. I'll vote for him to boost his popularity. The old commander watched the instructors, nodding repeatedly. Sure enough, in front of the new recruits, all the instructors could finally show their true abilities. How many more are there? Senior Official Gu, there are 3 more. Besides another instructor, only Chiu and Weihao remain. This is interesting. The old leader rubbed his chin, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. Next, have Chiu and Weihao compete against each other. What? A duel? We have enough firearms, but there aren't enough targets. No problem. Targets are first come, first served. This way, it'll be more interesting and better reveal the differences. I understand. The chief instructor immediately understood the old commander's meaning, nodded, and ran off. Soon, the last instructor finished the drill, leaving only the two of them. According to the order, it was now Weihao's turn. Kid, watch closely. I'll show you the gap between a god and a mortal. God? If I recall correctly, the pass rate for the team led by God was at the bottom, right? Chiu smiled and retorted without hesitation. You can only boast for now. Don't even think about getting on the field, you won't even score 10 points on 3 targets. Weihao stepped forward, preparing to enter the shooting range. The next instructors to take the stage are Chiu and Weihao. Upon hearing the recorder's words, Weihao also froze, standing beside the target range. What's going on? Why are there 2 instructors? Did the recorder call the wrong names? How are 2 instructors supposed to shoot? There's only 1 target each time. It must be a mistake. Let's wait a bit longer. Chiu was equally confused. He and Weihao both turned to look at the recorder. The recorder realized what they meant and repeated the announcement again. The next participants are Chiu and Weihao, the 2 instructors. Each of you will use paintballs of different colors. Whoever hits the target first scores a point. Upon hearing the recorder's words, the freshmen below began to murmur again. Weihao was the national champion, was Chiu really being paired with him? Then Chiu would surely score 0 points. Chapter 59, Chiu is using only one hand. With Weihao's skills, Chiu has no chance of hitting the target. If the two had competed separately, Chiu might have had a chance. Now that they were together, even those who had supported Chiu couldn't help but show expressions of regret. Even Chiu's close friend Lin Hao shook his head. Weihao's matches, he had watched every single one, and even his opponents were exceptionally skilled. Chiu is just a freshman, how could he possibly win? Chiu, go for it. Just as everyone had given up on Chiu, a clear yet weak shout rang out. Though the voice wasn't loud, one could sense that the speaker had given it all they had. Chiu had heard all the surrounding sounds. However, he didn't pay it any mind. After all, in others' eyes, Weihao's strength was far superior. Until just now, the shout had even startled Chiu, causing him to slowly turn his head. There stood the pure and adorable Xie Qingshu, smiling sweetly as she waved at him and gave him a thumbs up. Xie Qingshu didn't care whether Weihao was the national champion or not. In her heart, Chiu was the best. Seeing Xie Qingshu's expression, a warm wave surged through Chiu's heart. He smiled, gave Xie Qingshu a thumbs up in return, then turned and walked toward the shooting range. I didn't expect you to dare come here. You're pretty brave. Weihao looked at Chiu as he approached, wearing a disdainful expression. What's the matter? Aren't you my defeated opponent? What are you afraid of? I just love seeing you try to act tough. If this had been in the past, facing Chiu's mockery, Weihao would have already lost his composure. But now, Weihao didn't react that way. Instead, he burst into laughter. After all, the duel was about to begin, and Chiu wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. If you like it, watch a little longer. Soon you won't even have the face to look at me straight. Chiu smiled and didn't bother with Weihao anymore, walking into the shooting range. However, Weihao believed that Chiu was merely bluffing. He had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Both of them were already prepared, with gun parts spread out in front of them. Although another table had been added, the space that had originally only fit one person was still a bit cramped. Moreover, the old commander had specifically instructed that both of them be given some useless gun parts. This undoubtedly made the competition much more difficult. The live stream's viewership was skyrocketing, with more people joining in continuously. Apart from some students from the same school, the majority of the traffic was brought in by Weihao. As the national champion, Weihao's popularity is extremely high. Therefore, the live streaming platform was going all out to boost traffic by pushing the stream to more viewers. National champion Weihao. It's really him. I thought it was just a gimmick. Wow, I'm his die-hard fan. I saw him as soon as I opened the app. Who's the person next to Weihao? I don't recognize him. Could he be a rising shooting star? Anyone who can compete with Weihao must not be an ordinary person. He's just a freshman at our school. I think he became a temporary instructor because he did well in military training. Just then, a comment from a student at the school floated up on the screen. What? Have Weihao compete against a student? No way, military training is just child's play. How could he possibly compete with a professional? Exactly, what is there to see? Forget it, at least we get to see Weihao's shooting. It's worth it, even if it's just for the eyes. These comments were all from Weihao's fans, who also believed that Chiu had no chance of winning. Both of you, get ready. Raise your hands to signal. The recorder stood beside them and shouted loudly. Both of them raised their hands at the same time, and Weihao smiled. This time, I won't let Chiu win again. He must make him lose completely. Alright, both instructors, get ready. 3, 2, 1, go. As the recorder gave the signal, the two didn't hesitate and began their actions at the same time. Wow, that's fast. No wonder he's Weihao even loading a gun looks so smooth. He's a world champion, are you kidding? What's going on? The guy next to him isn't slow either. Their movements are almost identical. Even the order of assembling the gun parts is the same. Impressive. What good is being fast at assembling a gun? To win, you have to hit the target accurately. You're right. This isn't a gun assembly competition, it's a shooting competition. Weihao was extremely focused, moving swiftly. This time, he concentrated fully and gave it his all. During the assembly process, his hands never stopped moving, and he glanced sideways at Chiu with the corner of his eye. Weihao had assembled the gun countless times before. This allowed him to assemble the parts without even looking at them. However, when he saw Chiu's movements, he widened his eyes once again. This time, Chiu was just as he had been before. In terms of speed, he matched Weihao exactly, and their progress was identical. Moreover, Chiu showed no signs of tension on his face, as if he were performing the most ordinary of tasks. As if sensing Weihao's gaze, Chiu slowly turned his head. He was just like Weihao without looking at the parts, he could assemble them with his hands as well. And Chiu even managed to free one hand to give Weihao a thumbs up. This left Weihao utterly stunned once again. After practicing for so many years, although he was already extremely skilled, he still had to use both hands to assemble the parts. Yet Chiu could assemble a firearm while still freeing up one hand. This proved that Chiu's assembly skills were definitely superior to his own. While shocked, Weihao quickly regained his composure. He closely observed Chiu's movements and noticed that their assembly progress was not significantly different. This discovery reignited Weihao's confidence. In other words, as long as he didn't fall behind in assembly, he could definitely make up for it in shooting. Determined, Weihao refocused his attention on the firearm and began assembling it with intense concentration. Impressive. This Chiu has some skills, he's actually holding his own against Weihao in assembly. The chief instructor nodded approvingly. After all, even he himself wouldn't dare claim to be on par with someone as gifted as Weihao. Do you think Chiu is merely capable of going head to head with Weihao? The old commander stared at the screen, quickly furrowing his brows and looking puzzled. Ha! Isn't that the case? I think their progress is about the same, almost identical. The chief instructor looked again, shook his head, and didn't give away any clues. Have you noticed that ever since Chiu freed his hands, he has been using only one hand? Chapter 60, Weihao wins? After hearing the words of the senior commander, the chief instructor's pupils dilated, and he turned his head again to observe the screen. After a moment of observation, the chief instructor was surprised to discover the old commander was right. Chiu's other hand had been resting on the table the entire time. Due to the camera angle and filming techniques, it was impossible to notice without careful observation. One hand? Are you kidding me? The chief instructor stared at the screen in disbelief, uttering a gasp. This Chiu is far from as simple as he appears. The old commander nodded. In their eyes, assembling a firearm with one hand wasn't impossible. But such skillful assembly was extremely rare. Moreover, Chiu was so young. Even if he had started training from a young age, he wouldn't have reached this level. Are you saying that Chiu might be more talented than Weihao, a genius? Exactly, and it's far more than just talent, it's something much deeper. The old commander finished speaking and said nothing more, turning his attention back to the two competitors. Meanwhile, Weihao was unaware that Chiu was assembling with just one hand. With a click, Weihao's firearm was fully assembled. He turned his head slightly and saw that Chiu had also finished assembling his gun and was holding it in his hands. Seeing this scene, Weihao smiled again. Chiu indeed possessed an extraordinary talent for assembling firearms. However, what gave Weihao even more confidence was his own shooting talent. Once the shooting began, he was certain he would never lose. The only chance Chiu had to win was to assemble his gun faster than him and shoot the target first. But Chiu had already wasted that one chance. Now, if they both draw their guns at the same time, Chiu is certain to lose. Weihao's expression relaxed, and he slowly raised his gun. In the distance, the 50-meter away moving human-shaped target sprang up quickly. The moment the target appeared, Weihao pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed through the air. A green paintball bullet struck the 50-meter away human-shaped target with pinpoint accuracy. And this shot hit the heart area perfectly. As everyone knew, hitting the heart area was worth full marks. Hit it! The green one must be Weihao's bullet. That's right, the guy next to him is using yellow, that's Weihao's. You don't even need to aim? Is that the composure of a shooting champion? And it hit the heart, this is a sure win. That's so cool, Weihao. Beat him, go for it. The ammunition hit its mark, and the human-shaped target slowly fell. Weihao slowly turns his head, looking at Chiu, who is still holding his gun, and smiles triumphantly. What the use of assembling it quickly? His own firing speed was too fast. Chiu's shooting technique was far inferior to his own. He probably didn't even have time to fire before it was over. With a look of pride, Weihao raised his gun again. With another crisp sound, the 100-meter away human-shaped target was once again splattered with green paint. Wow, he hit it again, right in the heart. No way, all 3 shots hit the heart? That's odd. I thought I saw the guy next to me fire too, but there's no paint. What else could it be? He missed the target. That makes sense. With Weihao's shooting speed, he can only fire randomly. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to shoot. Weihao turned around and gave Chiu a smug smile. 2 perfect shots. That meant that even if he didn't fire the last shot, he had already won. But this time, Weihao didn't let his guard down. The failure from last time was still fresh in his mind, so this time, he took it even more seriously. Commander, it seems that Chiu isn't as formidable as we imagined. Strange. Could it be that he's just good at assembling things? I must have underestimated him. The old commander furrowed his brows, his face filled with confusion. In theory, someone skilled in assembling firearms should also have decent shooting skills. Assembly can be practiced, but shooting skills can't be mastered that quickly. The chief instructor thought for a moment and said, That's right. Weihao's ability to shoot so quickly was not only due to his relentless practice but also his extensive experience from multiple competitions. In such competitions, it's hard to stay calm, and the probability of missing the target increases significantly. The 200-meter target popped out again, and this time, Weihao looked incredibly relaxed. He quickly aimed again and pulled the trigger. Bang! Unlike the previous 2 times, the target now displayed 2 different colors. Green represented Weihao. The bullet had hit the chest area. Yellow represented Chiu. The bullet was in the heart area. Seeing this, Weihao frowned in frustration. He had been careless. If it had been his true ability, he would have been able to hit the heart of a 200-meter moving target. But it didn't matter. Even if he missed the target this time, he had already won. Weihao is amazing. You're so cool, Weihao. Cheers erupted around him as Weihao stepped out of the shooting range first. The old commander was already standing at the entrance, smiling broadly at him. How was it, old Master Gu? Did I make you proud? The last shot could have been better. Why didn't you hit it? Hee, it doesn't matter, we've already won. I got a bit careless. You little rascal, you really need to fix your rival's bad habits. Got it, old Master Gu. Weihao was in a great mood and responded with a smile. At that moment, Chiu also walked out. Chiu, keep up the good work. Gu Shouchang stepped forward and patted Chiu on the shoulder. This competition was clearly lost by Chiu. However, the old leader was puzzled by one thing: why could Chiu hit the heart of a 200-meter tall human-shaped target but miss the first 2 targets? Nevertheless, although the old leader was puzzled, he did not ask further. He assumed that Chiu's 3rd bullet had simply been fired too forcefully. Yes, Chief Gu, I will try my best. Chiu smiled and said nothing more. Chiu, you've done an excellent job. In my eyes, you're the best. Xia Qingxue quietly ran over and handed Chiu a bottle of water. It's okay. Chiu smiled and didn't say anything else. At that moment, Weihao returned to the team and was once again showered with endless praise. Although the scorekeeper hadn't announced the final results yet, Weihao had already secured victory in this match. Enjoying the praise around him, Weihao raised his head high once more. Why isn't that kid Chiu shouting now? Wait a moment, I'll make sure to humiliate him thoroughly. Before long, the scorekeeper had tallied the results. Standing on the podium, he announced loudly. Instructor Weihao, total score, 28 points. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted from all around. Just 2 points short of a perfect score. Weihao's skills are truly impressive. Immediately afterward, the recorder spoke again. Chiu, the instructor. Total score. Chapter 61, this time, Chiu won the competition. 30 points. The scorekeeper's voice echoed, causing the previously noisy crowd to fall silent. What? 30 points? The ancient leader tapped his ears, thinking he had heard incorrectly. Chiu got a perfect score? Was there a mistake? With a look of confusion, the old leader approached the recorder. After some explanation, the old leader nodded thoughtfully. Everyone else was just as puzzled as the old leader. Everyone had seen Chiu's score, how could it possibly be 30 points? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the old leader waved his hand. Chiu's score is correct, it's exactly 30 points. What? Really 30 points? That's impossible. What's going on? Chiu is amazing. If it's really 30 points, that's even better than Weihao. That's right. Even the old leader said it, so it must be true. I never expected Chiu to win. However, Weihao didn't pay much attention to these voices. He believed he didn't need to know how many points Chiu had scored. All he needed to know was that Chiu had been soundly defeated. Weihao was completely immersed in his own world, basking in the praise around him, and didn't care about anything else. But soon, he sensed something was off. What's going on? Why is it so quiet around here? Why are all these people staring at me? Is there something on my face? With a puzzled expression, Weihao grabbed a freshman standing next to him. What's going on? What happened? You should see for yourself. The freshman didn't say much, but instead pointed toward the shooting range. Weihao looked up in confusion and saw a large crowd gathered there, chattering nonstop. What's going on? Is there anything more worth celebrating than winning the championship? Curious, Weihao walked over and was surprised to discover the subject of everyone's discussion was none other than Chiu. No way. The one who won the championship was himself. Why was Chiu suddenly the center of everyone's attention? At that thought, a surge of anger welled up inside Weihao. He pushed through the crowd like a madman and rushed to Chiu's side. You defeated opponent, now you know the difference between us. Weihao burst into laughter, mocking him without restraint. However, his laughter soon turned into an awkward chuckle. He was astonished to discover that everyone around him was staring at him with strange expressions. What are you all looking at me for? He's the one who lost, not me. This made Weihao even angrier, but since the old chief was standing nearby, he dared not say more and could only ask in confusion. Weihao, this competition was won by Chiu. The surroundings fell deathly silent. The old leader walked over and spoke softly. What? Upon hearing the old leader's words, Weihao was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter again. Grandpa Gu, you're joking, right? I saw Chiu miss the target twice with my own eyes. Just because he hit the 200-meter target doesn't mean he won. As Weihao spoke, he suddenly noticed that the ancient chief's expression was utterly serious, not at all like he was joking. Weihao, I'm not joking with you. All of Chiu's scores are with the scorekeeper. Go check for yourself. The senior leader shook his head, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Weihao looked confused and hurried over to the record keeper. Chiu missed the target twice. How could he possibly win? Give me a reasonable explanation. Even now, Weihao's arrogant attitude hadn't changed in the slightest. Chiu hit the heart of the target 3 times in a row, scoring full marks on all 3 shots. What's the problem? The recorder shot Weihao a disdainful glance. 3 shots? Didn't he only hit 1? How could it be 3? Weihao grabbed the recorder's arm and asked in astonishment. After struggling to break free several times, the recorder clearly grew angry as well. He simply dragged Weihao over to the human-shaped target. Come on, take a look yourself. Which one didn't he hit? I've been a recorder for so many years, and this is the first time someone has ever questioned me. Even if you can't shoot properly, at least be polite. The recorder didn't spare Weihao any mercy, speaking harshly. At that moment, Weihao had no mind to argue with the recorder. He quickly ran to the human-shaped target and began examining it closely. Sure enough, after a short while, Weihao collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained from him. He was surprised to discover that the 2 human targets hadn't been missed by Chiu. Rather, at the exact moment Chiu hit the target, Weihao's paintballs also struck the target. The time interval between the two was very short, though Chiu was slightly faster. This caused Weihao's paintballs to cover up Chiu's paintballs. Additionally, the distance was too great to discern the difference. Now Weihao could see clearly that the scattered yellow paint was so bright. 3 shots, all center of the heart. And the firing speed was extremely fast. Even though Weihao's final shot also hit the heart area, based on the timing of the hits, Chiu's trigger time was still faster than Weihao's. This meant that Weihao had lost completely. This left Weihao, who was used to winning, feeling utterly defeated, unable to accept the fact of his defeat. At that moment, the drone followed Weihao and recorded everything that happened. As it got closer, the drone was able to clearly capture the true condition of the target. This instantly cleared up the confusion among the onlookers. This must be a trick. How could anyone be faster than Weihao? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone possibly match Weihao in shooting? The paint on the target speaks for itself. The entire process was live-streamed. Weihao has already lost. Impossible. Weihao is a world champion, how could he lose? Then explain why Weihao's paint hit the target a split second later than everyone else's. Well, it must be because Weihao was in a bad state and momentarily lost his focus. Weihao's die-hard fans are still desperately defending him in the livestream. But the true professionals already knew he had lost completely. Ah, I never expected that. Your shooting skills are that good too. The old general smiled at Chiu, his face turning red. Recalling how he had doubted Chiu earlier, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Judging by Chiu's performance today, winning the championship would likely be no problem. Commander Gu is too kind. It's all thanks to everyone's guidance. Chiu smiled modestly. Haha, you're a smooth talker. Look at these instructors, which one of them can fight as well as you? Exactly. Chiu has only been training for a few days and has already surpassed us. We're ashamed. Just as the instructors were chatting and laughing, a deep voice echoed through the air. I don't accept that. Are you brave enough to challenge me to another match? Chapter 62. I agree, let's have another match. Chiu and the others slowly turned their heads to see Weihao, who had returned without anyone noticing. His fists were clenched tightly, and his face was filled with endless resentment. Weihao, losing is losing. What's important is to reflect on yourself and keep improving. Not this attitude of being unable to accept defeat. Upon seeing Weihao, the old commander's face darkened with displeasure. Weihao was truly arrogant, having never tasted the bitterness of defeat. It seems he really needs to be disciplined to temper his temperament. Grandpa Gu, I thought Chiu missed the target twice, and only became careless on the third try. You've seen my true strength. This isn't my usual level. Let me have another match. Weihao's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his teeth and spoke. Never mind that this was being broadcast live. Even if it hadn't been. If word got out that he had lost to his student, his reputation would be ruined. Therefore, Weihao still wanted to prove himself where he had fallen. He would rise again. Weihao, I've already told you, the match is over. Your behavior is deeply disappointing. The old leader sighed again and shook his head. But, Senior Leader Gu, I agree, let's have another match. Weihao was about to say more, but Chiu stepped forward again and spoke. Chiu's words caused the ancient leader to reveal a look of surprise. Now Chiu had already secured victory and was certain to win the match. As long as he refused to rematch, Weihao would forever remain his defeated opponent. But now he had agreed to Weihao's request for a rematch, which meant he was giving Weihao a chance to turn the tables. The old leader looked at Chiu, but his face showed no signs of panic, calm as a still lake. It seemed as though he had absolute confidence in this rematch. This expression reminded the old leader of a time when he had seen the same look on Chiu's face before. It was when Chiu said he would defeat Weihao. It seems that Chiu already knew he would win back then. Alright, since that's the case, let's have another match. The surprises Chiu had brought to the old leader today were simply too many. He also wanted to see where Chiu's true limits lay. As soon as the old leader spoke, both the venue and the livestream erupted in chaos. What? Another match? A 200-meter human moving target is already extremely difficult. What else could they possibly compare? This time, Weihao will definitely crush Chiu. He won't make the same mistake again. If I remember correctly, you said the same thing earlier. Where were you when Chiu won just now? Go Weihao. We believe in you. Give it your all. Weihao's fans are still terrifyingly numerous. They simply couldn't accept the fact that Weihao had lost. When they heard about the rematch, the flame that had been extinguished in their hearts reignited. Gentlemen, how do you propose to compete? The recorder was called over again by the old leader and asked. Chiu smiled but said nothing, turning to look at Weihao. As the winner, according to tradition, the loser should choose the content of the match. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation for Weihao. However, his expression remained unchanged, and he did not utter a single word of objection. His eyes were filled with nothing but a burning desire for victory. Let us have a contest 300-meter moving target. Dare you? As soon as Weihao finished speaking, the surrounding area fell into silence. Soon, a series of astonished voices could be heard. What? 300 meters? A 300-meter moving target is way too difficult. At that distance and speed, it's impossible to hit. Weihao, maybe you should reconsider? The old commander glanced over and spoke again. A 300-meter moving target is honestly too difficult. Historically, there has never been such a competition event. The gun doesn't have a scope, so the requirements for aim are extremely high. Additionally, various factors greatly influence the competitors, and the slightest mistake can result in missing the target. Forget it, let's go with this. Weihao's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination as he turned to look at Chiu. He was confident he could win this event. Alright, no problem. He had thought Chiu would hesitate, but to his surprise, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. Chiu, don't be so stubborn. The chief instructor patted Chiu on the shoulder and whispered. The 300-meter moving target was something Chiu had never practiced before. And since Weihao could propose such a challenge, it must mean he had trained for it before. It's fine, let us just do this. Otherwise, someone will definitely be dissatisfied. Chiu smiled, still wearing a confident expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the chief instructor said no more. Indeed, Chiu had brought too many surprises, and the chief instructor even had a momentary illusion. At 300 meters, Chiu won effortlessly. Alright, increase the target distance to 300 meters. This time, you don't need to go together. Who will go first? The old commander glanced at the two and asked. I'll go first. Weihao spoke up first, having already regained his composure. He wanted to go first to put enough pressure on Chiu. Alright, the rules are as follows: 300-meter moving target, each person may fire 3 shots, and the one with the highest score wins. The scorekeeper gave the signal, and Weihao nodded before stepping forward. The number of viewers in the livestream broke another record, doubling the previous high. Originally, Weihao's loss to Chiu had already sparked a surge in interest. This time, it was a 300-meter moving target, so the heat was naturally off the charts. Just arrived. Didn't Weihao lose earlier? Why is he competing again? He lost to Chiu earlier, but now they're having a rematch. This time it's a 300-meter moving target. Chiu is definitely going to lose. Why? Weihao specifically trained for the 300-meter target before. Even though this is a moving target, his chances of winning are definitely higher than Chiu's. No wonder Weihao was so decisive. That's why. What a pity. Chiu is too young. He fell into the trap. Despite having just won the match, most of the comments still didn't believe him. Weihao took a deep breath and walked into the shooting range. This time, the competition skipped the gun assembly and disassembly steps altogether. A fully assembled assault rifle was placed on Weihao's table. And the target would no longer be knocked down. Weihao could choose any time to shoot. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. At the signal from the recorder, Weihao swiftly grabbed the rifle. At the same time, a human-shaped target appeared 300 meters away. At a distance of 300 meters, the human structure was already indistinguishable, with only a rough outline visible. Whether the shot hits or misses depends entirely on the shooter's anticipation. Weihao took a deep breath, and the surrounding noise seemed to come to an abrupt halt. At that moment, he seemed to have become one with the gun. In an instant, he pulled the trigger, firing the first bullet. Chapter 63, Could it be a coincidence? Hit. I hit it. The drone quickly approached and clearly captured the condition of the human-shaped target. The green paint was clearly visible on the target's shoulder. The first paintball hit the shoulder area of the target. Keep in mind that hitting a moving target at 300 meters is extremely difficult. Although it didn't hit a vital area, it was still quite impressive. Weihao's hit this time can be considered a great start. No wonder it's Weihao. I knew he wasn't showing his full strength earlier. I can feel it. He's back, completely back. You must know that hitting a moving target at 300 meters is something ordinary people simply can't do. If all 3 shots had hit, it would have been a sure win. Too bad Chiu recovered. If he hadn't agreed to a retry, the championship would have been his for sure. That's right. Beating the world champion Weihao, just that title alone is enough to brag about for a while. The chat was flooded with messages, and more people were supporting Weihao. Weihao's first bullet seemed to have made everyone forget the fact that he had just lost. Seeing the first shot hit its mark, Weihao's lips curled into a slight smile. However, this time he didn't let his guard down. The lessons from before were still fresh in his mind. Fixing his gaze on the distant target, he focused once more and raised his rifle. The first shot was off the mark, but this time, he was confident it would be better. Holding his breath, Weihao didn't rush to fire this time. Instead, he aimed even more carefully. Bang! The second paintball flew out at high speed, and the colorful ammunition exploded upon contact with the human-shaped target. This time, the green paint instantly covered the chest area, much more clearly than the shoulder area earlier. What? He actually hit the chest? That shot was even cooler than the last one. No wonder he's the shooting champion. He's getting better and better. With Weihao handling this gun like this, Chiu doesn't stand a chance. That's right. If he keeps this up, Weihao's third shot will definitely hit too. The old commander watched Weihao's performance and nodded in approval. Weihao is a talented shooter, though his arrogant personality could use some work. Seeing that the second shot also hit the target, Weihao's confidence was reignited. The previous times he was defeated by Chiu nearly made him doubt whether he was truly a world champion. Weihao's confidence soared, and he raised his gun once more. This shot seemed to bring back the feeling of hitting every target perfectly during the competition. The third shot he had to achieve a better score than before. He swallowed hard, and beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. The target's movement trajectory was already etched in Weihao's mind, and he had already predicted the next trajectory. He pulled the trigger again, and the third bullet was fired smoothly. Before the bullet even hit the target, Weihao had already lowered his gun. The confident expression on his face also hinted at the outcome of this shot. Sure enough, the paintball hit the heart of the human-shaped target with pinpoint accuracy, earning a perfect score. Are you serious? A 300-meter target, and you hit the heart? The chief instructor stared in disbelief, asking in astonishment. His shooting skills were among the best in the team. He had also attempted to shoot at a moving target at 300 meters. After firing several shots in a row, he had only managed to hit the target once. And that one hit the arm. Meanwhile, Weihao hit the target 3 times in a row, with the last shot even hitting the heart, earning a perfect score. This clearly demonstrates how formidable Weihao's skills are. That's so cool, Wei Instructor. You're my hero. There's no doubt about it. Instructor Wei has won this time. Well, you never know. Chiu also scored a perfect score just now. Maybe he can do even better this time. Xia Qingxue pouted, dissatisfied with the other's opportunistic behavior. Exactly, I think Chiu has a higher chance of winning. At that moment, Lin Hao also stepped forward. With the example of the two before them, the team led by Chiu also stepped forward to cheer him on. Are you kidding? Chiu just got lucky once. Do you really think he can win every time? However, doubts soon resurfaced. Exactly, Wei Instructor is a world champion, someone who fought his way through elite competitors. What kind of champion is Chiu? Exactly. Chiu should just stay out of this. Chiu's team was small, and their voices were quickly drowned out by the skepticism. Chiu, if you're ready, you can enter the arena. Amid the commotion, the announcer's voice rang out again. However, Chiu showed no signs of panic on his face as he walked slowly into the shooting range. Chiu, go for it. Xie Qingxue shouted as loudly as she could. She wanted Chiu to know that someone was supporting him from behind. But her voice was quickly drowned out once more, replaced by endless doubts and mockery. After all, there was a significant difference between 300 meters and 200 meters. Although Chiu had hit the targets within 200 meters with remarkable precision, that didn't mean he could hit the targets at 300 meters. Meanwhile, Weihao's results were already in. 3 shots, all hits, with one even scoring a perfect score. Such a score could even win him another championship at the national shooting competition. Therefore, some people who had previously held high hopes for Chiu began to question his abilities. Entering the shooting range, Chiu slowly picked up the rifle on the table and raised his hand. Ready, 3, 2, 1, fire. As soon as the recorder's command was given, Chiu swiftly pulled the trigger. What's going on? He fired already? What is Chiu doing? Isn't he aiming? Does he think he has no chance of winning and is ready to give up? Everyone looked stunned. The human-shaped target had just popped out, leaving no time to aim. Under these circumstances, there was no way to hit the target. With a loud pop, the colorful paint exploded again. What? The old chief, who had been about to take a sip of water, let out a startled cry upon seeing where Chiu had hit the target. He stared intently at the screen, fixated on Chi Yuming's target, his eyes wide open, so absorbed that he didn't even notice the water cup had fallen to the ground. The scene fell into a brief silence, with everyone's faces filled with disbelief. Did I see that correctly? Did he hit the chest? It doesn't seem to be the chest, it's the heart area. It seemed like the target hadn't even fully popped out when Chiu fired. How is that possible? He must have been guessing. How could he hit the heart without aiming? On the screen, a streak of paint was evenly smeared over the heart of the human-shaped target. All the instructors at the scene, including the senior officer, felt a surge of shock. Only they knew how low the probability was for Chiu to hit the heart with that shot. Without even aiming properly, the probability of hitting the target was virtually zero. Could it really be a coincidence? As everyone was still puzzled, another crisp sound rang out. Chapter 64, a 500-meter target, can you hit it? A colored bullet whizzed through the air and struck the human-shaped target directly. The bullet hit its mark, and the noisy crowd fell silent once again. All doubts vanished, leaving only stunned onlookers staring at each other in disbelief. Chiu's second paintball bullet struck the exact same spot with pinpoint accuracy. Even the paint covered the previous bullet, with virtually no deviation. If the first shot was a coincidence, then hitting the same spot twice in a row could absolutely not be a coincidence. Weihao, standing below the stage, clenched his fists tightly. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. During the first shot, he hadn't thought much of it. It wasn't until Chiu fired the second shot that he began to take the screen seriously. 2 shots hitting the same spot on a 300-meter human-shaped target, almost overlapping. Even at the peak of his abilities, Weihao couldn't achieve that. And Chiu had aimed for the heart. Weihao could now be 100% certain. All of Chiu's previous performances were a true reflection of his abilities. His actions proved one thing. Chiu is a shooting prodigy even stronger than Weihao. Weihao's hands began to tremble, and the look in his eyes toward Chiu turned to awe. A terrifying thought once again surfaced in his mind, a thought he found hard to accept even himself. As his thoughts reached this point, another loud sound rang out. Weihao tremblingly raised his head and looked at the screen. When he saw the scene on the screen, a sudden ringing in his ears filled his ears. He felt the world spinning, and for a moment, he could barely stand. Meanwhile, the old commander paid no heed to his own appearance, leaning over the screen and watching intently. Chiu's third bullet. It hit the exact same spot again. 3 bullets, all hitting the same spot. And all of them were perfect scores. This was no longer something that could be attributed to mere coincidence. Chiu will undoubtedly become the strongest marksman in the history of Longhua. Chiu finished his shooting and slowly walked out of the shooting range. The old commander, accompanied by a group of instructors, had been waiting at the entrance of the shooting range. Although the scorekeeper had not yet announced Chiu's score, the winner of this competition was already clear. Chiu, quickly, tell me, how old were you when you started practicing with a gun? The old commander grabbed Chiu's hand and shouted. Commander, it was when I was a child. My father took me to practice with a model gun. Chiu naturally wouldn't tell them he had just started practicing shooting. He certainly wouldn't tell them it was because of his system's god-tier shooting talent that he achieved such outstanding results. So he made up a reason and brushed it off. However, no one thought much of it. After all, Chiu's results were there for everyone to see. There was no denying it. Great, Chiu, who would have thought it? A sharpshooter was right among us. Yeah, last time you even asked me to teach you shooting techniques. Were you just teasing me? Chiu's father isn't just an ordinary person either. He trained Chiu from a young age. Truly, the son of a tiger isn't a dog. Faced with the enthusiastic instructors, Chiu didn't know what to say. In the end, it was the old commander who stepped in to save the day. Chiu, I never expected you to hit a 300-meter target so accurately. I really underestimated you before. In my opinion, forget 300 meters, even 500 meters would be a piece of cake for Chiu. Instructor Zhang also laughed heartily as he teased him. Seeing Chiu pin Weihao to the ground and rub him, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Old Zhang, you really know how to joke. A 500-meter target? How could anyone hit that? The chief instructor also walked over and laughed loudly. However, as he laughed, the chief instructor suddenly stopped laughing. The other instructors around him had the same expression. Because just moments ago, Chiu had already accomplished something they had believed no one could ever achieve. That Chiu, you can't hit a 500-meter target, can you? The chief instructor approached cautiously and asked. Indeed. Hearing Chiu say that, the chief instructor finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Chiu could still hit a 500-meter target, what would become of the rest of them? A 500-meter target isn't necessarily accurate enough to hit the heart. It depends on the situation. Chiu thought for a moment before speaking again. However, what Chiu said was the truth. Divine-level shooting talent requires enhancement with admiration points. A 500-meter target isn't as easy to hit as the ones he just shot. Chiu's seemingly casual remark nearly caused the instructors to lose their composure again. What did he mean by not necessarily hitting the heart? At 500 meters, the target is no bigger than a matchstick. Hitting it at all is impressive enough. You want to hit the heart? Chiu, are you serious? A target 500 meters away, you can really hit it? Upon hearing this, the old commander clutched Chiu's arm tightly, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. The surprises Chiu had brought him that day were simply too many to count. Whether you can hit it or not, we'll have to try to find out. Chiu thought for a moment and said again. Alright, recorder. The ancient chieftain laughed and shouted for the recorder, showing no signs of being an elderly man past his prime. Commander, here it is. Chiu's score is perfect, he won. The recorder finally hurried over. He couldn't believe Chiu could achieve such an outstanding score, so he checked it several times before finally confirming there were no issues and announcing the result. However, at this point, the old leader was no longer concerned about Chiu's score. What mattered now was how strong Chiu's shooting skills truly were. Set up a 500-meter target immediately. The recorder looked at the excited ancient leader and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. In his memory, the old leader had always been a stern and serious man. What on earth could have caused this change? And what's the point of a 500-meter target? After thinking for a moment, the recorder cautiously spoke up. Commander, a 500-meter target is too far. Even with such a large area, setting up the equipment properly will take at least a day. What? A day? That's too long. The senior officer glanced at the recorder and shouted loudly. However, he did not say anything else. After all, during regular military training, the longest target range available was 200 meters, and even the 300-meter range was only set up as a precaution for special circumstances. As for 500-meter targets, no one would bother to set them up. This left them once again in a dilemma. Time slowly passed. The old commander suddenly stood up and called the chief instructor over. Prepare the vehicle. Immediately. The old leader's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chiu. He absolutely could not allow this genius, Chiu, to be wasted. For this reason, he had a bold idea. Chapter 65, The Elder as a Target? Prepare the car? Commander, this is a shooting range. It seems a bit tricky to get a car in here. The chief instructor scratched his head, unsure what kind of trick the ancient leader was playing. No matter what, get it in here now. The ancient leader furrowed his brows and barked in a low voice. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were indeed people who could hit a target at 500 meters. But to dare to challenge it directly with a rifle without a scope, Chiu was the first to do so. Alright. The chief instructor had never seen the ancient leader so impatient before and dared not delay, quickly summoning someone to bring the car over. Then, the old commander slowly turned his head and smiled warmly at Chiu. You better shoot well this time. Otherwise, you'll be letting me down for using myself as a target. The old commander's voice wasn't very loud, but it was clearly recorded by the camera and played back clearly in the live stream. What? What did the old commander say? I didn't hear clearly. It sounds like he said he'd personally be Chiu's target. What? The old chief is going to be Chiu's target? You're kidding, right? You must have heard wrong. Let us not even mention the chief's status and position. Just considering the merits he's earned, there's no way he'd ever agree to be a target for some greenhorn. Exactly. Someone of the old leader's stature acting as a target? That's ridiculous. The old leader's words immediately caused a huge stir. Whether it was in the live stream or at the scene, no one could believe it. Such a prominent figure actually wanted to make a student his target. So everyone assumed that the old leader was joking. Chiu was equally shocked. He had thought that without a target, today's competition would end here. But to their surprise, the old leader actually said he would be the target himself? Although they were using paintballs, there had never been such a precedent before. Ha ha, Chief, you're my target? How dare I shoot you? Next time, there will be another opportunity. Chiu laughed heartily and found an excuse to refuse. You little rascal, stop fooling around. Hurry up. If you can't hit the 500-meter target today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Chiu refuse, the old commander's expression grew serious, and he gave him a disapproving glance. Though it seemed like a joke, it also indirectly confirmed that Commander Gu was serious about letting Chiu be his target. Wait, Chief Gu, are you serious? Something's wrong. It's definitely not right. Could it be that Chiu is the long-lost grandson of the old commander? I can't think of any other reason why he'd be so lenient with him. If Chiu dares to fight back, it'll probably make the news. It's not just the news if the Dragon Country's leader lets an unknown rookie use him as a punching bag, it'll probably spread worldwide. The chief instructor was equally stunned by the old leader's words. After confirming that the ancient leader wasn't joking, the chief instructor quickly stepped forward. Commander, you have to consider the consequences. While the ammunition isn't lethal, it still has some impact force. And at a distance of 500 meters, there's too much uncertainty. If Chiu doesn't perform well and hits the head, that would be disastrous. Commander, let's wait a bit. I'll have someone set up a 500-meter target right away. Under urgent circumstances, it should be ready for use tomorrow. As the overall commander of this military training exercise and the most trusted subordinate of Commander Gu, he naturally wouldn't let Commander Gu take such a dangerous risk. He emphasized the danger of the situation while also providing a solution. It was clear that the chief instructor had extraordinary problem-solving skills, otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to such a high position. However, these words did not sway the senior officer. Back when the invaders attacked the Dragon Kingdom, I stood alone against 3 machine guns and took out a small gun emplacement. Over the years, what kind of ammunition haven't I endured? Now you're telling me it's dangerous? Can it be any more dangerous than during wartime? The old commander turned around and spoke with unwavering resolve. As a veteran who had crawled out of the dead, he had seen it all. But, Commander. No buts. What, do you think I'm too old and useless now? No, sir. The chief instructor sighed helplessly. The old commander was the last person to admit his age. Otherwise, at his age, he wouldn't be handling everything personally. At a loss for what to do, the chief instructor frantically looked around. If something were to happen to the old commander, how could he explain it to the Dragon Kingdom? In the chaos, the chief instructor suddenly spotted Chiu. There it is. The target was Chiu. If he couldn't persuade the old commander, how could he persuade Chiu? If he could just handle Chiu, wouldn't everything be resolved? Thinking this, the chief instructor grabbed Chiu's arm again and whispered. Chiu, this absolutely cannot happen. Think about it, Gu Shoujiang is such a prominent public figure. If he becomes a target because of you, that would be disastrous. Let us not even talk about the impact. If something were to happen to the old commander, could you take responsibility? Chiu, you must think this through carefully. The chief instructor's serious expression made Chiu feel torn. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his shooting skills. It was because there were so many online trolls. If he really fired that shot, who knows how many people would criticize him afterward. Just as Chiu was deep in thought, the face of the old commander suddenly appeared before him. What are the two of you discussing? Nothing. The chief instructor stammered, as if he'd been caught off guard. Don't try to deny it, I heard everything. The old commander snorted coldly and glanced around at the two of them. With no choice, the two fell silent, dared not say another word. After a moment, seeing their awkward expressions, the old commander stepped forward again and patted Chiu on the shoulder. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid of the online public opinion pressure, aren't you? The old leader smiled, not waiting for Chiu to respond, and summoned the person in charge of the livestream. At his command, the drone used for filming quickly descended. Hello everyone, I am Gu Wu. Today, I am making a promise before all of you. To test Chiu's shooting skills, I will use myself as a temporary target. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Is that acceptable now? The ancient leader spoke with an unwavering expression, then turned to look at the two men. Gu Shoujiang, what are you doing? Oh, come on. Since Commander Gu had spoken so decisively, the chief instructor could say nothing more. If he continued to object, it would only show his lack of understanding. Seeing this, the old chief turned back to Chiu. Chiu tapped his forehead and, with no further excuse, could only nod in agreement. Chapter 66, Boiling water in a kettle should be fine, right? The old leader said this, and Chiu couldn't refuse either, so he had no choice but to agree. Alright, let us get going then. We'll stay in touch via the walkie-talkie. Seeing that Chiu had finally agreed, the old leader smiled broadly, got into the car, and drove toward the 500-meter mark. The old leader had left, but the people in the live stream were speechless. Did I hear that right? The old leader is really going to be Chiu's target? And from the way he sounded, it didn't seem like Chiu was willing either. Of course not. I wouldn't want to either. Think about it, Gu Shizhang being the target? What a huge honor. With the entire nation watching, would you dare to go? I wouldn't dare. If I miss, I'll become a laughingstock nationwide. That's right. A 500-meter target without a scope? Even the king himself couldn't hit it. Serves him right for being so cocky. Now he has really messed up. Just thinking about the whole country watching Chiu miss the target and make a fool of himself makes me laugh. That's what happens when you try to show off. Exactly. If Chiu can hit the target, I'll post 100 rockets. I'll stand on my head and wash my hair. The instructors were equally astonished. Zhang, the instructor, frowned and approached the chief instructor, whispering, Chief instructor, using the old commander as a target, is that really feasible? In this situation, we have no choice but to do it. Do you have a better idea? Upon hearing the chief instructor's words, the other instructors all lowered their heads. All the instructors present had been taught by Commander Gu at some point. Therefore, they were deeply concerned about his physical condition. Forget it. Even if we give him the benefit of the doubt, Chiu might not be able to hit him. The chief instructor glanced at Chiu in the distance and shook his head. You're right. Yeah, 500 meters, it's impossible to hit him. Exactly. I wonder why the ancient leader is so confident that Chiu can hit it. But to be honest, Chiu's shooting skills are truly impressive. He's light years ahead of me. Your level would be 1,000,000 miles away in our unit. What are you talking about? Military training is over. Want to have a showdown? What is there to be afraid of? Let us do it. Just then, the walkie-talkie on the chief instructor's waist suddenly rang. Hello? Can you hear me? I can hear you, sir. I'm already in position 500 meters away. Can you see me? The chief instructor looked in the direction where the old commander was, only to see that the once towering figure had shrunk to the size of a matchstick. It took careful scrutiny to make out the general's limbs. I can see him. Alright, Chiu, are you ready? The urgent voice came again over the walkie-talkie. The chief instructor could only shake his head helplessly and handed the walkie-talkie to Chiu. Commander, I'm ready. Chiu took a deep breath and picked up the assault rifle. Alright. Treat me as the target. All scoring rules apply. Begin. As he spoke, the senior officer stood still and began mimicking the movements of a target. Chiu, are you really going to shoot? Are you sure? Seeing Chiu's determination, the chief instructor approached again to try to persuade him. What else can we do? Chiu turned around and asked in return. Then just aim off target on purpose. If you hurt the chief, that would be bad. Do you think the old commander wouldn't notice? Chiu sighed helplessly. He hadn't thought of that before. But the commander was a veteran who had survived the war. He was extremely sensitive to firearms. No action could possibly fool him. What are you doing? Why haven't you started yet? The voice came again over the walkie-talkie. The old commander was clearly growing impatient. Seeing Chiu's pleading gaze, the chief instructor said nothing more and quietly stepped back. Chiu sighed helplessly and raised his gun once more. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and Chiu's breathing suddenly became rapid. His index finger was tightly gripped around the trigger. After a long internal struggle, he still couldn't pull the trigger. It wasn't that he couldn't hit the target, he was also worried about the consequences. The old commander was elderly, and even the slightest mishap could cause him serious harm. Therefore, Chiu simply couldn't bring himself to treat him like a target. After hesitating for a moment longer, Chiu reluctantly lowered his gun and shrugged his shoulders. Why didn't you shoot? Are you chickening out, Chiu? Chickening out is more normal. Do you know how much the old leader has contributed to Longhua? If anything happens to him, who will take responsibility? A few moments later, a car sped up, and Gu Shouchan got out angrily. What are you doing? Did you stop him? The old leader immediately turned his anger toward the chief instructor and unleashed a barrage of criticism. The chief instructor tried to explain, but was interrupted by Chiu. Old chief, it's me. I couldn't fire the gun. You? The ancient chief stood with his hands behind his back, leaning in close to Chiu. You were shooting pretty well just now. Your aim was steady, even better than mine. Why are you afraid to shoot now? Commander Gu, it's not that I don't want to shoot. If you tell me to shoot you, how could I bring myself to do it? Why can't you bring yourself to do it? Just think of me as your enemy. Can't you do that? That's still not possible. I feel guilty. Chiu shook his head. You stubborn fool. I'm ordering you to shoot me now. The old commander's face turned grim as he shouted angrily. Despite the old leader's words, Chiu remained silent. Such situations, once they arise, can lead to major problems. Chiu wasn't about to take any risks. Seeing Chiu's expression, the old commander felt a headache coming on. If Chiu refused, the ancient leader had no way to force him. Suddenly, the old chief caught sight of the water flask at the waist of the chief instructor. He quickly grabbed the water bottle and handed it to Chiu. You don't want to hit me, but hitting the water bottle should be okay, right? Hitting the water bottle doesn't make you feel guilty, does it? The old commander said with a smile, seeming to have found a loophole. Chiu looked at the old leader, thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Hitting the water bottle was certainly acceptable. With his god-tier shooting talent, hitting the kettle was a piece of cake. All right. You said it, I'll go right now. The old leader said, then climbed back into the jeep and drove off. The chief instructor beside him sighed helplessly and glanced at Chiu. Wait, what's the difference between hitting a water jug and hitting a person at a 500-meter distance? Chapter 67, Hit the Target? Of course there's a difference. With the water jug, I have a target, so I hit the old commander. Chiu shrugged and said, Brother, at 500 meters, even with a water jug, you can't see him, let alone hit him. Maybe we should just give up. The chief instructor looked at Chiu and spoke. Chiu turned his head slightly, the previous tension completely gone, replaced by full confidence. Seeing Chiu's expression, the chief instructor's face showed a look of confusion. No, he was clearly hesitating just a moment ago. How could he suddenly become so confident? Could it be because of a water bottle? Thinking this, the chief instructor looked up again and gazed toward the 500-meter mark. He saw that the old commander had already gotten out of the car, his body once again shrinking to the size of a matchstick. The chief instructor squinted his eyes and strained to observe. But the water bottle was nothing more than a tiny black dot, barely visible, let alone hit. Just as he was about to try to persuade them again, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with a voice. Are you ready? Can you see me holding up the water jug? Chiu, aim here. The old commander spoke while raising the kettle in his hand. However, just as he raised his arm, a crisp sound suddenly rang out in his ears. Immediately afterward, the kettle in his hand seemed to be pulled by an unknown force. The old leader couldn't hold it steady, and the kettle fell to the ground. Commander, what's going on? Upon hearing the noise, the chief instructor's face betrayed a look of urgency. The fact that the old commander hadn't finished speaking only added to the chief instructor's unease. However, on the other end of the walkie-talkie, it was eerily quiet. No matter how much the chief instructor shouted, there was no response. In the chaos, the chief instructor suddenly noticed that Chiu was slowly lowering his gun. Did you fire? Did you just fire? Seeing the chief instructor's expression, Chiu nodded slightly in confusion. Who told you to shoot? Regardless of whether the former leader was prepared, didn't you fear injuring him? This is bad. Something must have happened. Call for medical assistance. Quickly, call for medical assistance. Although the chief instructor couldn't see the old commander's condition, he quickly prepared for the worst. At the same time, the live feed from the drone didn't capture the ancient leader either, but instead broadcast the chief instructor's actions in real time. What's going on? Why the rush? All this commotion, could something urgent have happened? Did I just see Chiu fire a gun? You didn't see wrong. Chiu did fire his gun, and at that exact moment, the senior commander's walkie-talkie went dead. Could an accident have really happened? Did Chiu hit the former leader? Of course it did. Otherwise, why would they call the medical staff? I think so too. The scene is complete chaos now. Chiu is so bold. The old leader told him to shoot, and he just did it? Right, at a 500-meter distance, the water bottle wasn't even visible. How could he have hit it? In my opinion, Chiu is just showing off and trying to prove himself. If something happens to Commander Gu, I suggest we arrest Chiu and punish him severely. Not only the scene, but even the live stream was in complete chaos. The phones at the scene were ringing off the hook, and the chief instructor's phone was ringing non-stop. This was a live broadcast, visible to the entire nation. Some leaders who saw this were so scared they started sweating profusely. The former leader is a symbol of resistance against invaders and holds a revered status in the hearts of the people nationwide. Now that he was in trouble, the situation was extremely serious. The chief instructor had no time to spare. He hurriedly gathered medical personnel and rushed toward the location where the senior leader was. Chiu, what's going on? Xiaqingshuo had never seen such a large-scale operation before and stammered in confusion. It should be fine. Chiu shook his head. He didn't know why the old commander had cut off the radio. But he was certain beyond a doubt that what he had hit was the water bottle in the old leader's hand. After hearing Chiu's words, Chiu nodded and didn't say anything else. She now trusted Chiu unconditionally. Due to the limited space at the shooting range, it was impossible to drive in again in the short term. Therefore, the chief instructor and the other instructors, along with a group of medical personnel, sprinted toward the old commander's location. As they got closer, the chief instructor once again looked puzzled. The former leader seemed to be in no immediate danger, crouched on the ground, observing something intently. His driver stood respectfully behind him. Seeing this, the chief instructor finally relaxed and slowed down. The driver, who was present, had also noticed something unusual about the former leader. However, he did not make any other moves, indicating that the old commander was not in any immediate danger. Otherwise, the driver would probably have been panicking by now. Leading the others, they finally reached the side of the old leader. "Commander, what happened?" Seeing that the old leader was unharmed, the chief instructor wiped the sweat from his brow and asked in a low voice. But the ancient chief seemed not to have heard him, not even turning his head. With a look of confusion, the chief instructor followed the ancient leader's gaze. But when he saw what the ancient chief was looking at, his pupils dilated involuntarily, and his eyes widened. Hit it? Hit it? There, on the ground, lay a water jug firmly in place. And that water bottle was one the chief instructor knew all too well. It was the same water bottle he had been using since he enlisted. However, the surface of the kettle was completely covered in paint, spreading out like it had exploded. The drill sergeant knew exactly what this meant. In other words, Chiu's recent shot had hit its mark? The other instructors, seeing this, gathered around as well. However, after taking a look, everyone was left speechless with astonishment. Did it really hit? Could it be a coincidence? Coincidence? There can't be that many coincidences. From raising the gun to firing, it was only 3 seconds. Show me how that's a coincidence. This is too unbelievable. Setting aside whether he could hit the target, didn't he feel any psychological pressure just firing that shot? It's impossible not to feel psychological pressure, unless... Facing the instructor's questions, the chief instructor shook his head. Unless what? Unless he already knew he was going to hit it. As he spoke, the chief instructor's mind flashed back to Chiu's confident expression. It seemed that from that moment on, he had already become so confident that he could hit every target without fail. No wonder Chiu insisted on using a water jug as his target. With that target, Chiu's astonishing shooting skills could truly shine. The chief instructor's words left the other instructors, who had been discussing the matter, speechless once again. Chapter 68, Chiu, get ready to face the consequences. You mean Chiu knew he could hit the target before he even fired? That's right. The chief instructor was now almost certain that this was indeed the case. Goodness. A genius, absolutely a genius. That SA 500-meter target, and the target was just a small water bottle. I've seen plenty of geniuses, including Weihao, but they all refer to Chiu as a genius. When I saw him shooting, I knew something was off. For a moment, I actually doubted him. I should have known better. The voices of the instructors grew louder and louder, but the old commander remained silent, staring intently at the water bottle. Now he too was speechless, his mind reeling from the shock. That water bottle had been knocked out of his own hands. No one knew that better than he did. From the moment he stood still, communicated over the walkie-talkie, and raised the water bottle, it had been less than 3 seconds. In other words, Chiu had to complete all of these actions within those 3 seconds. Complete the actions of raising the gun, aiming, firing, and possibly even more steps. This was almost impossible to accomplish. Unless, of course, all of this was done simultaneously. But if done simultaneously, aiming and firing must occur during the act of raising the gun. How could one possibly hit the water bottle accurately? This is also the part that the old commander finds most puzzling. That's why he's been silent, deep in thought. He had fought in countless battles and handled real guns countless times. If he were to be sent into battle, he would absolutely be unable to complete the task. Get me a sealed bag. After a long pause, the old commander finally spoke slowly. The chief instructor dared not delay and quickly retrieved a sealed bag. The old commander put on gloves and carefully wrapped the water bottle. He intended to take it back and study it thoroughly. Seeing the ancient chief's expression, the other instructors were all speechless. They had never seen the venerable ancient chief look so astonished before. After sealing the bag, the ancient commander didn't bother with the instructors around him. He quickly got into the car and drove off in the direction of Chiu. He had to see Chiu immediately. This was a genius of a kind seen once in 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Chiu was indeed in trouble. Although the live stream had been temporarily shut down, everyone had witnessed what had just happened. First, students from other classes nearby gathered around. Chiu, look at what you've done. That's right. Since the headmaster has issues, our school is going to suffer too. Sigh, I'm really fed up. I guess our military training will have to be extended too. What were you thinking? Don't you know your place? Why act so tough? Exactly. Do you really think just because you're a temporary instructor, you can do whatever you want? Without an instructor to maintain order, it would have already turned into a chaotic mess. They completely ignored Chiu's status as a temporary instructor and started mocking him. If it weren't for Lin Hao and a few others from Chiu's class stepping in, they would have surrounded him. In the chaos, a microphone suddenly pushed its way through and was handed to Chiu. Immediately afterward, a beautiful woman in black stockings entered with a man carrying a camera. Chiu, hello. We're reporters from the Dragon Nation Daily. We're live streaming the entire event. Could you briefly explain why you fired at the former leader? The female reporter asked with a smile. Have you lost your minds? Why didn't you go check on the condition of the former leader first? Lin Hao shot the two a disdainful glance and stepped in front of Chiu. These journalists would stop at nothing for clicks. Alright, everyone, the party involved has chosen to avoid the question and refuses to answer. The beautiful journalist, hearing Lin Hao's words, turned to the camera and began speaking. Beautiful lady, speaking recklessly comes with legal consequences. At that moment, Chiu, who had remained silent, tapped Lin Hao on the shoulder and smiled. Alright, the party involved, please explain why you fired at the former leader? And what responsibility will you take for shooting the former leader and causing him injuries? Facing Chiu's question, the female journalist remained unfazed, continuing to smile as she asked. Well, the questions you're asking are quite controversial. Chiu cleared his throat and spoke up louder. This caused the previously noisy crowd to suddenly fall silent and turn their attention toward him. First of all, I did not fire at the ancient chieftain. I shot the water bottle in his hand. Secondly, this was the old leader's request. He told me to shoot. All of this was broadcast live, and there is a live replay to prove it. Finally, who told you I hit the ancient chief? Chiu faced the beautiful journalist, as well as the camera. All of this was quickly broadcast and spread rapidly across the country. Now, this incident has attracted widespread attention across the nation. Numerous leaders are closely monitoring the situation. You say you didn't hit him, but the ancient chief lost contact and called so many medical personnel. How do you explain that? The beautiful journalist wasn't buying Chiu's explanation. She knew that to get attention, she had to ask something sensational. That was an emergency measure ordered by the chief instructor. We can't just assume that the senior official was injured just because medical personnel were called. You're just making excuses. Chiu finished speaking, and someone nearby shouted. Exactly. The chief instructor's judgment is definitely better than yours. If the old leader is fine, why would he call medical personnel? Exactly. Are you questioning the chief instructor's judgment? The emotions of those around him were once again ignited, and they began to blame Chiu. And their accusations grew more and more absurd, confusing the issue further. Chiu sighed, unsure of how to respond to them. Look, that's the ancient leader's car. Is it here to take the former leader to the hospital? Let us get out of the way and not delay his emergency treatment. Chiu, what else can you say to defend yourself? Just wait for the consequences. The ancient leader still holds a significant place in the hearts of the people. The crowd automatically parted to make way for the ancient leader's car. However, to their surprise, the ancient leader's car stopped halfway. And it came to a stop right next to Chiu. What's going on? Is the car broken? Hurry up and take the ancient chief to the hospital. If we delay, who will be held responsible? Of course Chiu is responsible. Right, the old leader. What's going on? Why is the old leader getting out? The people around him were about to say something, but the car door opened quickly. General Gu quickly got out of the car and rushed straight toward Chiu. Chapter 68, hit? Chapter 69, hit? What's going on? Didn't the old leader get hit by Chiu? He was hit, yet he can still run so fast? Judging by his appearance, the old leader doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Not only is he unharmed, but look at that speed. Anyone would think he is a young man in his 20s. It must have been a misunderstanding. Chiu's shot just now probably didn't hit him. He was lucky. If he had been hit, he would have been in big trouble. He is already in trouble. Didn't you see the old chief rushing over? He is going to settle the score with him. Looking at it this way, Chiu is really a pitiful creature. He deserves it. He brought this upon himself. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the beautiful journalist once again aimed her camera at the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the old leader is unharmed. Please don't worry. However, it seems that the old leader isn't planning to let Chiu off the hook either. I'll keep you updated on the situation. The beautiful reporter spoke, waved at the camera, and quickly followed the old leader inside. Currently, to prevent the suspect from escaping, the former leader has firmly grasped his hand. The former leader is visibly emotional and filled with righteous indignation. He is staring intently at Chiu. How could he be crying? Seeing the tearful Gu Shouzhang, the reporter's expression turned to surprise. It's not that bad, is it? He just didn't get hit. This isn't worth such an expression. Chiu, were you the one who fired the gun just now? That's correct, isn't it? The ancient leader pulled Chiu aside and asked him seriously. If it was indeed Chiu who hit the water bottle in his hand, then Longguo would be about to gain a new sharpshooter. Chiu looked at the exaggerated expression on the old leader's face, his eyes filled with confusion, before nodding. This undoubtedly confirmed the answer to the old leader's question. Seeing this, the old general grew even more excited, his hands trembling. You hit it! You hit it, Chiu! At a distance of 500 meters, without a scope, you managed to hit the target so precisely. Chiu, your marksmanship is truly remarkable. The old commander spoke, then pulled out the water bottle sealed in a plastic bag from behind his back. The water bottle had been well protected by the ancient leader, and the paint on it was clearly visible. The old leader's words struck the female journalist's heart like a heavy hammer. What? Hit it? Is this real? The beautiful journalist was utterly speechless, but what could be more convincing than the words of the ancient leader? A wave of regret flooded the reporter's mind. According to the old leader, Chiu's reputation would definitely soar after today. She had been asking such sharp questions earlier. Now, Chiu might have a grudge against her. But the shock wasn't limited to the reporter alone. Through the camera, every one of the ancient leader's actions had been recorded. And there were tens of thousands of people watching the live stream. Even many high-ranking officials were watching. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did the former leader say that Chiu hit him? It seems to be true. That's a distance of 500 meters, and the target was just a small water bottle. Hitting the target from 500 meters away is that impressive? A passerby asked in confusion. Let me put it this way, the probability of hitting it is like climbing Mount Everest with your bare hands. Are you serious? You're exaggerating. But it's really difficult. Chiu's shooting talent is top-notch, not just nationally, but even worldwide. Of course. I've heard that no one has ever been favored by the old commander before. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man in a lavish uniform sat in his office, smiling as he stared at his phone. Why hasn't the report on that kid been submitted yet? Old man Guwu beat us to it. Hurry up, or he'll snatch all the talent. Wan Shouzhang, I've already expedited the retrieval of the information on this young man named Chiu, but what? Wan Shouzhang raised his eyebrows and asked. Wan Shouzhang was also a veteran who had been with the country since its founding. Though his merits didn't match those of Gu Shizhan, he had also achieved countless military accomplishments. Moreover, in terms of rank, he was on the same level as the old general. However, the ancient leader preferred not to get too involved in national governance. Wan Shouzhang, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. A significant portion of the country's administrative power was in his hands, and it could be said that many of the current decisions were made by him. The comrade in charge of the archives said that Chiu's records are encrypted. What did you say? Didn't you say it was me who requested the transfer? I did, but why are you stalling? Just say it. The response from the other side was the same, no authorization. What? No permission? Commander Wan snorted coldly, looking puzzled. Since he had taken this position, he had never heard of such a thing as no permission. I've already requested permission from headquarters. As soon as I get a response, I'll have it sent over immediately. By the time headquarters responds, it'll be too late. Go now, prepare the plane. I'm leaving in an hour. Commander Wan, where are you going? Where? Do I need to ask? I understand. The subordinate beside him hurriedly bowed his head. He had never seen Commander Wan so anxious before. Moreover, Commander Wan and Commander Gu had little interaction in their daily lives and rarely communicated. Both of them had temperamental personalities, and their meeting this time was sure to lead to a conflict. By the way, pause the live stream immediately. Contact the platform and ensure that no further information is leaked. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Wan Shouzhang thought for a moment and gave the order again. Chiu is indeed a genius, but he is still in the early stages of his development. Some protection is still necessary. At the same time, in a luxurious office in Beijing. What did you say? Someone attacked Daho? It's not just beaten up if we debin any later, Dahu probably wouldn't be alive. Li Yui, tears streaming down his face, sobbed to the man in front of him. My poor son. My poor nephew. Enough. Li Yui coldly interrupted Li Yui, furrowing his brows, and spoke again. Didn't you contact the deputy director? The deputy director? Of course I contacted him, but that person seems to have even more connections. I heard he contacted the director himself. So they didn't even charge him and just let him go like that. Brother, you've got to stand up for me. You've got to stand up for Dahu. Li Yui grabbed his older brother's arm and cried desperately. Enough. I can't stand seeing my family being bullied and doing nothing. Where are the others? Gather the brothers. Destination, Jinka University. I'll see just how powerful their connections are to act so brazenly. Chapter 70, Do you want to be my student? Although the live stream was cut off, the words of the old leader were clearly broadcast. Everyone standing outside the firing range was anxious beyond words. Each of them had, to some extent, verbally attacked Chiu. Now that Chiu had gained the favor of the old leader, if they were held accountable, none of them would be able to escape. So they strained their necks to look inside. If it weren't for the instructors holding them back, they would have rushed in. Alright. Maybe next time we can try a longer distance? But for farther distances, we'll need a scope. Facing the old commander's question, Chiu nodded. Indeed, at such a distance, it was impossible to see anything. The system only enhances shooting ability, it doesn't improve vision. Right. Let's wait until later and try again with the team. The old commander's excitement had calmed down, and he pulled Chiu out. Chiu! Xia Qingsno and Lin Hao, who had been worried about Chiu, rushed over as soon as they saw the two emerge. Old chief, these are my two good friends, Xia Qingshuet and Lin Hao. Alright, Chiu's friends must be decent too. If we get the chance, let us have a casual meal together. The ancient leader now couldn't wait to recruit Chiu into his own team. Therefore, he felt even more favorably toward Chiu's friends. However, Lin Hao and Xia Qingxue, upon hearing the old leader's words, immediately widened their eyes in surprise. The ancient leader wants to have dinner with them? After all, someone of his status was someone they had only ever seen on TV before. Who would have thought that he would now invite them to dinner? The old leader's words were neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for those around them to hear. After all, ordinary people could barely catch a glimpse of the old leader, let alone dine with him. All of this was because of Chiu. They suddenly regretted not having befriended Chiu sooner. That Chiu, do you remember me? Last time you went to the restroom, I was in line ahead of you. Right. We once ate from the same food window together. Do you remember? When we were in the dormitory, we exchanged greetings. Do you remember? People rushed over like mad, all hoping to make a good impression in front of the old leader and get a chance to eat with him. But the old leader, being so experienced, saw right through their schemes. He cleared his throat and spoke. Alright, today's drill is over. As usual, we can take tomorrow off. The day after tomorrow, we'll follow the instructor's arrangements. Everyone may leave. Upon hearing the old chief's words, everyone reluctantly began to disperse. Seeing Chiu like this, they naturally knew that Chiu had a bright future ahead of him. Therefore, they all wanted to curry favor with Chiu once more. But since the old commander had already spoken, they couldn't disobey. As the crowd dispersed, things finally began to clear up. Chiu, may I interview you? Just as he caught his breath, Chiu turned around, and the beautiful journalist approached him again. She hadn't been able to get in earlier, but now she could. Interview me? I'm not worthy of that. The female journalist's earlier behavior was still fresh in his mind, and Chiu didn't give her a friendly look. Your performance just now was truly impressive. Could you share how you managed to land such a precise strike? The beautiful journalist wasn't giving up and continued to ask with the microphone in hand. I was just guessing. I was thinking, if I hit the former leader, how would I take responsibility? Chiu shook his head and replied. He used the female reporter's own words to sharply rebuke her. Hearing Chiu's words, a blush immediately spread across the reporter's cheeks. Those who had watched the live broadcast knew that those were the exact words she had just asked Chiu. And now Chiu had used the same words to hit her back, leaving her completely humiliated. If the live stream hadn't cut off, this segment would have been broadcast and her career would have been over. Chiu, just now. Enough. Chiu needs to rest now. Please leave. Seeing how thick-skinned the journalist was, the elderly official couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. With the elder's words, the reporter dared not continue questioning and, along with his companions, slinked away. With no obstacles in the way, the old leader patted Chiu on the shoulder and revealed his true intentions. Chiu, I came here today to find a capable student. Are you willing to follow me? The old leader said with a smile. He was getting old and needed to find a successor. Among the people he knew, none were qualified. So he had been searching for years. Until today, when he saw Chiu, he realized that his successor had finally arrived. The instructors around him heard the old leader's words and couldn't help but look envious. After all, some of these people had only heard a few words of guidance from the old commander and had already benefited greatly. And now, Chiu has become the ancient leader's sole disciple, a position that leaves everyone in awe. Student? Chiu immediately understood the old commander's meaning. What's wrong? You don't want to? I'm willing, of course I'm willing. To learn under the ancient leader, I'd be more than happy. Chiu hurriedly nodded. The old leader had weathered many storms in his life, and there was much to learn from him. Alright, I'll go back now to draft a document. You can rest well tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Seeing that Chiu agreed, the ancient leader hurriedly called over the chief instructor. Someone like Chiu, such a promising young talent, couldn't just rely on a verbal promise. A formal document must be signed. Prepare the vehicle, we're heading back to the base. With that, he grabbed the chief instructor and left the area. Once the two had left, the other instructors gathered around. Chiu, that's impressive. You hit a 500-meter target on command. I never expected you to be so skilled. That's right. Your shooting talent is truly one of a kind. No wonder the old commander admired you so much. And you're still young. Your future is limitless. Once you rise to greatness, don't forget your brothers. It must be said that the instructors were all extremely generous. Seeing Chiu like this, not a single one of them felt jealous. Instead, they were all offering their blessings. Ha ha ha, without everyone's guidance, how could I have achieved this today? Chiu replied humbly. Everyone exchanged more polite words before dispersing. After all, today's training had been intense, and everyone was exhausted. Chiu had already eaten and returned to the dormitory. It was already late, and upon returning to his dormitory, Chiu quickly fell asleep. The next day, Chiu slept in and woke up late. Yesterday, he had already made plans with Xue to have lunch together today. After all, the last time someone else had treated him, Chiu didn't want to keep letting Xue pick up the tab. So Chiu quickly tidied up and headed out. He soon spotted Xue, and the two chatted as they walked toward the entrance. But to their surprise, just as they reached the entrance, several large SUVs pulled up in front of Chiu. Chapter 71, Are you Li Yui? The positions of these SUVs were perfectly aligned, blocking Chiu's path. This made Chiu frown. Such a show of force made it hard to believe they weren't targeting him. Sure enough, several black-clad men quickly got out of the jeeps and surrounded Chiu. Then, one of the men walked to the rear jeep, slowly opening the door. A pair of shiny black leather shoes stepped out first. A golden cane followed, and a man with a handlebar mustache came into Chiu's view. Looking at the stranger before him, Chiu realized that this was the man who had been looking for trouble with him. However, Chiu searched his mind but couldn't recall where he had seen this man before. Chiu? The man with the mustache raised his eyebrows and asked, Who are you? Chiu sensed that the man wasn't someone to be trifled with. He stepped forward slightly, shielding Xue behind him, and asked warily. The man with the mustache didn't say a word, turning to look at the black-clad man beside him. The black-clad man quickly understood, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a portrait. The man with the bushy eyebrows compared the portrait with Chiu and nodded. He then waved his hand toward his henchman and uttered two words. Take him down. The black-clad man heard the order and swiftly closed in on Chiu, his gaze fierce. Chiu watched the black-clad man closing in, tapping his forehead. No way, again? It seemed like the last time he had dinner with Xue, he had also encountered this situation. However, Chiu didn't seem too worried. Fighting isn't something to be afraid of. Besides, they started it first, so he was just defending himself. But before he could finish his thought, a loud shout interrupted him. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? Looking for trouble? Several security guards saw so many people gathered at the school gate and assumed they were causing trouble, so they approached with batons in hand. And leading them was none other than the security team leader, Wang Daxiang. Pushing through the crowd, Wang Daxiang approached. At a glance, Wang Daxiang spotted Chiu. Hey, isn't that Chiu? Although yesterday's live stream had been interrupted, Wang Daxiang had still seen Chiu's impressive performance. So he naturally recognized Chiu. What's going on? It's you guys, bullying students from our school? Before Chiu could speak, Wang Daxiang swung his baton and stood in front of Chiu. The black-clad men in front of him were clearly not from the school. How could school staff dress like this? The security guards were dressed in their uniforms, looking ordinary at best. But they gave off a strong sense of security. Get out of the way. Seeing several security guards blocking the way, the leader of the black-clad men coldly ordered. No way. Wang Daxiang wasn't the jealous type. Their duty as security guards was to protect the school and the safety of thousands of students. Don't look for trouble. The black-clad man's expression hardened, took a step forward, and prepared to act. Wang Daxiang wasn't one to back down either, signaling his men to move forward quickly. Seeing that the two sides were about to clash, Li Yui, leaning on his cane, stepped forward and gently tapped the black-clad man on the shoulder. Boss. Recognizing the man who had tapped him as Li Yui, the man in black hurriedly bowed his head and took a few steps back. Brother, this man, I'm taking him with me today. Give me some face for Li Yui. Wang Daxiang glanced at him, thinking he was scared, didn't even bother to look at him, and sneered, saying, I don't care about your loyalty or honor. As long as you're at Jinke University, even the king himself wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. At that moment, Wang Daxiang felt incredibly cool, like a hero protecting the students. However, he soon sensed something was off. Yui? Are you Li Yui? Wang Daxiang pondered the words of the man with the mustache and shuddered in fear. Even the king himself wouldn't stand a chance. But if Li Yui came, it would definitely be fine. Because Li Yui could be considered the most powerful figure in Beijing City. It's said that he has connections in both the underworld and the authorities, and he has been thriving in Beijing. The reason for this is that his leg was injured while saving a powerful figure. It's like trading one leg for a lifetime of wealth and honor. Since even the king himself can't make it happen, I'll just leave then. Li Yui smiled and turned to get back into his car. But in Wang Daqian's eyes, that smile looked like the grin of a demon. He glanced nervously at Chiu behind him and hurried forward. Mr. Li Yui, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. In Beijing, you can do whatever you want. We'll take our leave now. Wang Daqian could barely get the words out, signaling to the security guards to leave quickly. He knew full well that there was nothing he could do here. Li Yui looked smiling, but his methods were ruthless. If he were to confront him head-on, he might even end up getting himself killed. The best course of action now was to find someone to rescue Chiu. Seeing Wang Daqian and the others running away faster than rabbits, Chiu felt a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. It seemed that the limping man before him was clearly not as simple as he appeared. You're Chiu? I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Please come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Let us find a different place to talk. Li Yui stepped forward, looked at Chiu, and said with a smile. We've never met before, and we don't have any connection. Could you have mistaken me for someone else? As more people gathered around, Chiu didn't want to cause a scene and spoke again. I'm not mistaken. Li, who is my nephew. Do you remember him? The man with the mustache shook his head, showing no hurry, and explained slowly. The moment Li, whose name was mentioned, Chiu suddenly understood. No wonder Li Yukai was so arrogant back then, even able to bring a deputy director as his backer. So the person behind him was Li Yui. However, the grudge had already been set in stone. Resistance was absolutely impossible. Chiu's eyes narrowed, and he waited for the right moment to act. Oh, Chiu, it seems you're not willing to come with me willingly. Li Yukai still wore a smile, completely ignoring the growing crowd around him. Chiu said nothing, swallowing hard. Seeing this, the black-clad men behind him no longer hesitated, swiftly closing in and swinging their fists toward Chiu. This move was child's play for Chiu. He dodged backward, raised his right hand, and blocked the punch directly. However, Chiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly pushed the black-clad figure away, then took several steps back, gasping for breath. Chiu, what's wrong with you? Xie Qingxue had already prepared to call for help, but she never expected Chiu to suddenly turn out like this. Go back first. Don't do anything. Wait for me to return. Chiu-san gave the order, taking a deep breath. What? Will you come with me? The man with the mustache still wore a smile, but there was an eerie feeling about him. Chapter 72, Please, Chiu. Chiu nodded and gave up resisting. Several black-clad men stepped forward and immediately restrained Chiu. What are you doing? Since he said that, it means he's willing. Let him go. Li Yui, however, found Chiu's change of heart somewhat intriguing and waved his hand. The black-clad men, upon hearing Li Yui's words, quickly let go of him. Please, Chiu. Chiu glanced at Li Yui, said nothing, and followed him onto the jeep. Soon, several jeeps drove off, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, but no one dared to approach or take photos. Everyone in Beijing knew of Li Yui's methods. No one wanted to offend such a powerful figure over this. Xie Qingxue, however, remained frozen in place. She couldn't understand why Chiu had suddenly given up resistance. He had even instructed her not to do anything. What should she do now? Xie Qingxue was momentarily thrown into disarray and could only dial a phone number. The phone rang. Xia Hong was currently discussing business with several foreigners. Glancing at the caller ID, Xia Hong waved to the foreigners and picked up the phone. This action angered the foreigners. They weren't discussing a small business deal, but a project worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This made the foreigners feel a hint of disrespect. However, Xia Hong didn't care about that. Last time, he had turned off his phone while discussing business and missed his precious daughter's call. Now, his precious daughter is still upset. She hasn't answered her phone or replied to her messages, effectively cutting off all contact. Now that she has called him, Xia Hong is overjoyed. Hello, Xiaoshui, I miss you so much. I've transferred 200,000 yuan to your account. Use it first, it's my way of apologizing to you. Dad, something's wrong. Where are you right now? On the other end of the line, Xie Qingxue was so anxious she was about to cry, causing Xia Hong's expression to grow serious. Xiaoxue, what is going on? Don't be afraid, I'll be there right away. Xia Hong didn't have time to ask what had happened. He hung up the phone and prepared to leave. Shu tying sounds. Are you going to cooperate or not? Several foreigners saw this and stood up to block Xia Hong. Sorry, I have something to do today. Let's talk another time. That's not how it's done. The foreigner's expression hardened, showing no intention of letting Xia Hong leave. Go to hell with your rules. What I say is the rule. Try blocking me again, and you'll see. Seeing that Xia Hong, who had been so polite moments ago, had suddenly changed his demeanor, the foreigners dared not say another word. Xia Hong snorted coldly, signaled to the driver, and sped off toward Jinke University. Xie Qingxue was his only precious daughter. If anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the university. Xie Qingxue had been waiting anxiously there all along. Xia Hong quickly got out of the car and ran over in a hurry. Xiao Shui, what happened? Who bullied you? Was it that old man Ma? Damn it, how dare he bully my daughter? Come on, I'll take you to find him. Xia Hong grabbed Xie Qingxue's hand and started walking toward the school. Dad, it's not him. Xie Qingxue shook off Xie Hong's hand and didn't know where to begin. The image of Chiu flashed before her eyes, and Xie Qingxue's nose grew sore as tears slowly trickled down her cheeks. Xiao Shui, don't cry. Tell me, who bullied you? Your father is here. Call him. Call Li Yui. Alright, Li Yui, right? We'll go there now, wait? Li Yui? Xiao Shui, tell me, how did you get involved with him? Xia Hong's expression changed, and he spoke solemnly. Xie Qingxue had also calmed down by now and recounted the entire incident in detail. Upon hearing that there was little connection between him and Xie Qingxue, Xia Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it had nothing to do with his daughter, that was fine. Then it doesn't matter. Alright, Xiao Shui, I'll keep an eye out for your friend's news. Let's go have a nice meal first. Xia Hong gently stroked Xie Qingxue's head and spoke softly. Li Yui wasn't someone to mess with. There's no need to get into a feud with him over a stranger. Dad, Chiu has already been taken away. How can I eat now? I don't care. I want to see Chiu right now. Otherwise, you won't recognize me as your daughter anymore. At that moment, Xie Qingsno was also frantic with worry. In her eyes, her father was invincible, capable of solving any problem. What? At that moment, Xia Hong also realized how important this man named Chiu was to his daughter. However, he didn't respond immediately but fell into deep thought. As a businessman, he always considered the pros and cons first. Clearly, offending Li Yui for the sake of Chiu would bring nothing but harm. If you want to go, I'll go myself. Seeing her father like this, Xie Qingxue no longer insisted. She reached out to hail a taxi and prepared to get in. Oh, my precious daughter, I'll go, okay. I want to go too. No, it's too dangerous there. You can't go. Xia Hong shook his head. Dad, I'm not afraid of danger. If I don't go, Li Yui won't admit it, and you won't be able to do anything. So I have to go. Seeing that his daughter was determined to go, Xia Hong could only nod helplessly and follow his daughter into the car. At that moment, Chiu removed his hood, and it took him a while for his eyes to adjust to the light. He furrowed his brows and carefully observed his surroundings. It was a luxurious house, with many expensive items inside. The room was empty, eerily quiet. Chiu had just been brought here with his head covered. Just as he was about to look around, the door suddenly opened. The sound of a cane echoed as Li Yui walked in with a smirk on his face. Shortly after, another man followed closely behind and entered as well. Chiu's eyes narrowed. The man who had followed him was none other than Li Yu Kai from earlier. He was also Li Hu's father. You little bastard, I finally caught you. I didn't deal with you properly at the station earlier. Now, I finally have my chance. Upon seeing Chiu, Li Youcai's anger was immediately evident on his face. He couldn't help but recall the scene of his son lying in the hospital bed, and he stepped forward, intending to choke Chiu by the neck. However, he didn't succeed, as he was stopped by Li Yui with his cane. Brother, Big Tiger is still in the hospital bed. Hand him over to me, the rest is none of your business. Li Yu Kai was still furious and prepared to attack again. Have you lost your mind? Do you really think I'm invincible? Since I promised to avenge Big Tiger, I will never go back on my word. What? You don't even trust me anymore? Li Yui's smile finally faded as he looked at his younger brother and frowned. No, brother, it's me. I was just being foolish. Li Yui didn't say anything else either, but instead walked slowly toward Chiu. Chapter 73, Give me some face and let him off. Hey, Li Hu, was that you who hit him? Turning around, Li Yui once again put on a smiling expression and approached Chiu. It was me, but he started it first. Chiu knew this guy wasn't someone to mess with, but he still spoke in a low voice. Do you know he is still in the hospital, unable to move? That's his own fault for being too weak and unable to take a beating. Chiu said indifferently. Good. After hearing Chiu's words, Li Yui burst into laughter and applauded repeatedly. Then, he leaned in close to Chiu. Too weak to take a beating? I wonder if you can take a beating. Li Yui still wore a smile on his face, but his tone was filled with threat. Whether I can take a beating or not, you'll find out if you try. Although the other party possessed something that made Chiu wary, it didn't mean he would surrender without a fight. Good kid, you've got guts. Do you know how many people in this city are afraid of me? You're the first one who has ever talked to me like that. Li Yui saw Chiu say this, but instead of getting angry, he wore an odd expression. That's because they're all cowards. Chiu still didn't look pleased, keeping his eyes on Li Yui's movements. You little brat, let me tell you a story. Many years ago, when I was still a child, A powerful man, with nowhere to turn, came to me. My mother saved him and bandaged his wounds. Later, a group of people found us. They killed my mother and broke my legs. But I never betrayed him. Later, he made a comeback, avenged my mother and me, and wiped out those people. He said he'd live and die with me. So from that day on, I've been by his side. And now, his status is something you'll never be able to attain in your lifetime. In other words, as long as I don't commit an unforgivable crime, he'll protect me. What do you think? Should I be arrogant? Li Yui spoke of his past as if he were telling it to his right leg, which was useless and couldn't move. Chiu wasn't idle either. On the surface, he was listening to Li Yui's tale, but in reality, his mind had already entered the system. Upon entering the system's marketplace, Chiu had already noticed. Besides enhancing physical abilities, there were all sorts of high-tech weapons. However, those technological weapons required an enormous amount of admiration points, so Chiu hadn't paid much attention to them. But now, after a shooting training session, Chiu's admiration points had reached an astonishing 150,000. Although some advanced technological weapons were still out of reach, he could now afford to exchange for some ordinary ones. And these ordinary weapons might be things others would never see in their entire lives. He spotted a weapon that was perfectly suited to help him escape. Suddenly, the door to the room was knocked on. Come in. Li Yui glanced at Chiu and stood up. Boss, Xia Hong is outside the estate and wants to see you. A black-clad man hurried in and whispered to Li Yui. Xia Hong? What's he doing here? Li Yui furrowed his brows. The name was familiar to him. Xia Hong was a business tycoon in Beijing, and the taxes he paid each year were no small sum. However, in his daily life, Xia Hong only focused on business and had no dealings with him. If there was any connection between them, it was merely a passing acquaintance. What could this sudden visit possibly mean? Li Yui paused for a moment before turning and following the man in black. Brother, this kid. Li Yui, seeing this, pointed at Chiu and said. Let him stay here for now, he won't get away. After saying that, Li Yui left without looking back. Li Yui clenched his teeth. Though he desperately wanted to tear Chiu to pieces, he had no choice but to obey Li Yui's orders. Spit. You little brat, I'll deal with you later. Spitting on the ground, Li Yui locked the door and left the place. Xia Hong and the others were led by several black-clad men, walking swiftly through the lavish estate. The further they went, the more Xia Hong's brows furrowed. After just a short while, they had already encountered over a dozen black-clad men. Every corner of the estate was guarded by different people. At this level of security, not even a bird could escape. They say Li Yui is a man who plays both sides. Now it seemed clear that while the white side was unknown, the black side was definitely involved. Mr. Xia, please come this way. The black-clad man opened a door and gestured toward Xia Hong. Xia Hong nodded and entered with Xia Qingxue. Xia Hong was unaware of the details of this matter. Xia Qingxue had mentioned it before, but Xia Hong was busy with business and hadn't paid much attention. Moreover, Xia Hong still had some influence in Beijing. So he thought he could spend some money to get Chiu out. As they entered, a very spacious room came into view. It was equally lavish, but several times larger than the room where Chiu was staying. After taking a few steps, Xia Hong spotted Li Yui himself. He was leaning against the sofa, with a golden cane beside him. Behind him stood two men in black. Old friendly, it's been ages. The last time we met was last year. Upon seeing Li Yui, Xia Hong immediately smiled, pulling Xia Qingxue to sit across from Li Yui. Mr. Xia, it's been a while. This must be your daughter, hasn't she grown so much? Xia Qingxue's appearance immediately caught Li Yui's attention. He felt that Xia Qingxue's appearance was somehow familiar. After a moment of reflection, Li Yui was certain that Xia Qingxue was the girl who had been standing behind Chiu at the time. And Xia Hong's purpose was clear, he must have come for Chiu. No wonder his younger brother couldn't handle Chiu. This kid might look young, but he's got some powerful connections. My daughter goes to the same school as Dehu. They're classmates. Xia Hong said with a smile. Li Hu had frequently visited the Xia family in his efforts to pursue Xia Qingxue. Li Yui was also Xia Hong's business partner, and this connection was naturally brought up. I heard that Mr. Xia has some business dealings with my younger brother. Thank you for your kindness. Li Yui didn't say much, but instead smiled again. However, Xia Hong hadn't interacted much with Li Yui, so he assumed it was just polite talk on his part. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and reveal the true purpose of his visit. Mr. Li, my daughter told me that she has a friend named Chiu who was taken away by you. He's young and doesn't know any better. If he's offended you in any way, I'll make it up to you tenfold. Please give me some face and let him off the hook. Chapter 74, Chiu ran away? Xia Hong truly is a businessman. He made his intentions clear in just a few words. He also made his stance clear and offered compensation. Oh? Since you also know Dehu, do you know that Chiu and Dehu have had a fight? Li Yui remained silent, took a sip of tea, and spoke again. There is such a thing? This child doesn't know any better. Children quarreling is normal. Tomorrow, I will personally take him to apologize to Dehu. Xia Hong continued to smile politely. There is no need. Dehu might spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Li Yui's words caused Xia Hong's expression to change instantly. Never able to get out of bed for the rest of his life? That's serious? Mr. Li, there must be a mistake. It's just 2 children, how could? There is no mistake. Just ask your daughter, and she'll tell you. Xia Hong turned to look at Xie Qingxue, his eyes filled with questions. But Xie Qingxue's evasive gaze already said it all. Damn it! His own daughter. This is just digging my own grave. Li Yui is a ruthless man. Given this situation, there's no way he'll let Chiu off the hook. Thinking of this, Xia Hong didn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. It wasn't worth it for a stranger. Mr. Li, I know nothing about this matter. I apologize for disturbing you today. I will come to your home to apologize in person another day. Saying this, Xia Hong stood up and prepared to leave with Xie Qingxue. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Yui hadn't gotten angry yet, and considering his own status, he shouldn't cause any trouble for him. Dad, what about Chiu? Xie Qingxue remained unconvinced. She still naively believed that Xia Hong was the ultimate authority in Beijing. If you want to find him, you can stay here. Li Yui glanced at Xie Qingxue with interest and spoke. This young girl is so infatuated with Chiu. It was likely that Dahe's beating had something to do with her. Mr. Li, Shui doesn't know any better. I apologize to you. Go back, and I'll definitely discipline her properly. These words made Xia Hong shiver in fear. Staying here, there was no guarantee they could leave unscathed. Xia Hong kept apologizing, then dragged Xie Qingxue toward the door. Li Yui didn't say much, just sitting on the sofa watching quietly. Boss, the kid we just caught, he escaped. At that moment, a black-clad figure rushed over and whispered urgently. What? Useless. All of you. Stop them. Li Yui roared angrily. The door to the room where Chiu was being held was locked tightly. How could Chiu have escaped? Therefore, Li Yui assumed that Xia Hong and his men had used some trick to rescue Chiu. At Li Yui's command, a dozen black-clad men appeared instantly, surrounding Xia Hong and the others. Mr. Li, let us talk this out calmly. Seeing this, Xia Hong raised his hands and stammered. He should have never listened to his daughter. Now it was too late to regret it. Speak. Where is Chiu? Li Yui picked up his cane, stood up, and walked toward Xia Hong. I don't know, Mr. Li. We have nothing to do with him. He's just my daughter's classmate. Classmates? Would classmates make you come all this way personally? It's true, Mr. Li. Please believe me. Li Yui looked at the anxious Xia Hong, smiled, and waved his hand. Stop. Let go of my daughter. What are you doing? Xia Hong was forcibly separated from Xie Qingxue, and several black-clad men pinned him to the ground. Mr. Li, it's my fault today. Whatever money you want, I'll give it to you. But I truly don't know where Chiu went. Please spare my daughter. Although Xia Hong was wealthy, he was completely helpless in this situation. Xia Hong, I want to hold you accountable for what happened before. Now, I just want to see Chiu. Or, give me Chiu's life in exchange for your daughter's life. I'm giving you 1 hour. If I don't see Chiu within an hour, don't say I didn't give you face. Oh, and by the way, the surveillance cameras didn't capture Chiu leaving the estate, which makes things easier for you. You can also mobilize these people. I only care about the result. Li Yui ignored Xia Hong's struggles and ordered his men to take Xie Qingxue away. Brotherly, I really don't know anything about Chiu. Please believe me. The black-clad men released Xia Hong, who immediately rushed back to Li Yui. I told you, I only care about the results. You have 59 minutes left. Li Yui maintained his smile, glanced at his watch, and whispered. Does that mean if I bring Chiu here, you'll let us go? Seeing Li Yui nod, Xia Hong no longer hesitated and quickly calmed down. Surveillance. I need to see the surveillance footage. Although Li Yui's estate wasn't fully covered by surveillance cameras, there were still quite a few. Several black-clad men, with Li Yui's permission, led Xia Hong to the surveillance room. Xia Hong, being a seasoned businessman, quickly identified the approximate location where Chiu could have gone based on the room where he was last seen. He then pulled up several surveillance feeds that might have captured Chiu and began searching through them. Sure enough, one of the cameras captured Chiu's figure. He moved extremely quickly and managed to evade the black-clad men stationed at various positions. It seems he didn't appear in this surveillance camera's view, so he must be in one of the rooms on this floor. That means these 5 rooms. Follow me. Search these 5 rooms. Several black-clad men naturally received Li Yui's orders and followed Xia Hong to the designated location. You go to this one, the 2 of you go to that one, and you come with me to this room. Xia Hong quickly assigned the tasks and led a black-clad man toward a room. Time was tight. Li Yui had given them an hour. If they exceeded the time limit, he might resort to some terrifying actions. Following the black-clad man, Xia Hong slowly entered the room. The space inside wasn't large, but it was completely empty. Xia Hong sighed in relief, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sudden gust of wind swept past. Immediately afterward, the black-clad figure in front of him collapsed to the ground as if struck by a powerful blow. Immediately afterward, Xia Hong felt his neck being grabbed by a pair of icy hands and dragged into the room. The door closed, and Xia Hong finally got a clear look at the person in front of him. The man had delicate features, but his body was extremely muscular. He moved with agility, striking swiftly and ruthlessly. Xia Hong took only a second to determine his identity. He tried to speak, intending to explain the situation to Chiu. However, Chiyu's strength was simply too great, and no matter how hard he strained, all that came out was a muffled mmm. Chapter 75, Trade Me for Xie Qingxue. Chiu had originally intended to follow the example of the previous black-clad man and knock Xia Hong unconscious. But to his surprise, Xia Hong kept struggling and desperately clinging to Chiyu's arm, as if trying to speak. At the same time, he clasped his hands together and kept making a praying expression. Noticing his expression and the fact that his attire differed from the others, Chiu immediately looked puzzled. After a moment's thought, he let go of his grip. However, Chiu was prepared. If the man in front of him dared to shout or scream, Chiu would not hesitate to knock him unconscious. Cough, cough, cough. The suffocating sensation faded, but Xia Hong didn't immediately recover. He covered his neck and coughed violently, taking 5 or 6 seconds to regain his composure. Suddenly, a gaze filled with murderous intent swept over him, sending a chill down Xia Hong's spine. He slowly raised his head and locked eyes with Chiu. Xia Hong swallowed nervously, his heart racing. After all, he was a prominent business tycoon, he had seen it all. But this sense of imminent danger was something he had never experienced before. The danger he felt from Li Yui was completely different. Chiu, is that you? I'm Xia Hong, Xia Qingxue's father. Seeing the situation, Xia Hong ignored the discomfort in his throat and hurriedly spoke up. He feared that if Chiu was in a bad mood, he might end up like the person in front of him. Xia Qingxue's father? Chiu raised an eyebrow and began to scrutinize Xia Hong. Sure enough, after a few seconds of observation, Chiu noticed a faint resemblance between Xie Qingxue and Xia Hong's eyebrows and eyes. Combined with their attire and manner of speaking, Chiu could confidently conclude that the man was telling the truth. Yes, it's me. Why are you here? Looking at Xia Hong's expression, Chiu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. I came with Xiao Shui to save you. Xia Hong was in a complete mess, barely able to speak coherently. Where is she? Since two people came together, and Xia Hong came with the black-clad man, the answer was likely only one. Xie Qingxue is in trouble. Sure enough, Xia Hong recounted the entire incident to Chiu. The more Chiu listened, the worse his expression became. If Xie Qingxue really got into trouble because of him, he might feel guilty for the rest of his life. Chiu, please save Xiao Shui. Save her. Xia Hong, having recognized Chiyu's formidable nature, knelt down and pleaded earnestly. Seeing Xia Hong's tearful expression, Chiu paused for a moment before helping him to his feet. Listen to me. In a moment, you will take me to Li Yui and bring Qingxue back. What? Xia Hong, upon hearing Chiyu's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. This Chiu is way too selfless. To use himself to get Xiao Shui back? After all, given Li Yui's ruthlessness, once Chiu was captured, he might never have another chance to escape. Didn't I make myself clear enough? Alright, let's go now. Xia Hong nodded hurriedly. What he was most worried about now was comforting his daughter. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commotion of footsteps echoed in the distance. How many of you are there? Chiu's eyes narrowed as he asked. There are roughly 5 or 6 of them, spread out across different rooms. Chiu nodded upon hearing this. It seemed that other black-clad men had discovered their comrades hadn't returned and had come here to search for them. Bang! A loud bang echoed through the room as the locked door was suddenly struck with great force. What should we do? What should we do? Xia Hong was frantic, constantly turning back to seek help from Chiu. Let them in. Chiu thought for a moment before speaking. What? Xia Hong widened his eyes again. In just a few minutes, Xia Hong had been shocked twice. How could this Chiu not put up any resistance? Just moments ago, he had ordered him to take him there, and now he wanted to let the enemy in? Let them in. Tell them you captured me. If we act rashly, Qingxue might be in danger. Hearing Chiyu's words, Xia Hong was instantly moved. Chiu was willing to risk his own safety to save his daughter. No wonder Xiao Shui insisted on coming to save him. It seemed that the man before him was indeed worth it. The loud banging at the door continued. After catching Chiyu's glance, Xia Hong took a deep breath. He then slowly unlocked the door. A powerful force surged forward once more. Unrestricted, several black-clad figures burst through the door. Immediately, the group rushed in, pinning Xia Hong and Chiu to the ground. Brothers, let go. We're on the same side. His face collided with the ground, causing excruciating pain. Xia Hong shouted urgently. What's going on? Why was the door locked? The black-clad man holding Xia Hong glanced at the other black-clad man lying on the ground and coldly replied. We found Chiu in the room. Then this brother got into a fight with Chiu, and both of them were badly injured. I had to subdue Chiu. Xia Hong quickly made up an excuse and explained. The black-clad man glanced at Chiu, then at his fallen comrade on the ground, narrowing his eyes. It seemed like what Xia Hong said might be true. Otherwise, Chiu wouldn't have surrendered so easily. Besides, Xia Hong's daughter was still in their hands, so he wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. Take them away. However, the leader of the black-clad men did not lower his guard. He ordered the others to keep both men under control and lead them toward the room where Li Yui was located. Let me go. I told you I caught Chiu. Boss, we brought the man. The black-clad man leaned close to Li Yui and whispered. Li Yui nodded satisfactorily, watching the two with interest. Brotherly, I did as you said and brought Chiu back. Can you let Xiao Shui go now? I don't know if you brought him back or not. Li Yui smiled and said. Upon hearing Li Yui's words, Xia Hong's expression changed. If he really tried to renege on his promise, he would have no way to stop him, and his only hope would be Chiu. But I've already said, the process doesn't matter. I only care about the result. Li Yui smiled and clapped his hands. Immediately, two black-clad men appeared and quickly brought Xia Qingsno over. Dad! Chiu! The black-clad men struck hard, leaving both of them with injuries. This made Xia Qingshu so anxious that tears were about to fall, and she felt terribly guilty inside. Chiu had been dragged into this because of her. And her father had come here because of her as well. My dear daughter, your father is fine, don't worry. Before I change my mind, the two of you had better disappear. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Seeing Xia Hong and the others dragging their feet, Li Yui also began to grow impatient and issued his final ultimatum. Chapter 76, Guns. Upon hearing Li Yui's words, Xia Hong once again turned his gaze toward Chiu. Once they left, Chiu would be left alone to face Li Yui. And even face the entire estate's people. This time, Chiu was likely to face a grim fate. But Chiu gave him a reassuring look, signaling him not to worry. Only then did Xia Hong make up his mind and leave with Xia Qingshu. Only by going out himself could he seek help and rescue Chiu. Otherwise, all three of them would meet a grim fate. Well, Li Ge, I apologize for any offense today. I'll take my leave now. Xia Hong bowed his hand, pulling Xia Qingshu away from there. Although Xia Qingshu was equally concerned about Chiu's safety, she knew that even her father couldn't help, so staying here would be utterly useless. So she said nothing more and followed her father away. Li Yui smiled at the two of them, making no move. He had considered keeping Xia Hong behind. But Xia Hong's influence was too great, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble. Chiu, on the other hand, was an ordinary person, so it didn't matter. Moreover, he wasn't afraid that Xia Hong would spread the news. Because Xia Hong was a smart man, if he went around spreading rumors, he would know that Li Yui wouldn't let him off the hook. So he wouldn't do that. Moreover, even if Xia Hong were to speak out, he wouldn't be afraid at all. There were people loyal to him in every position. By the time Uncle Hat arrives, it will be too late. After the two had left, Li Yui finally stood up. To escape from me, you've got some skills, kid. Bring someone here to search him. I want to see how he managed to escape. When they brought Chiu back, he had already been searched once. However, Li Yui thought Chiu was just a student and didn't pay much attention to him. Boss, we've searched him. Nothing found. After searching him again, the black-clad man reported back. What? Nothing? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Li Yui's eyes widened in disbelief. There is no way there is nothing. Otherwise, how could Chiu escape from a locked room with his bare hands? Brother, is it possible he is hiding somewhere? Do you have any sense? In this situation, what good would hiding do? Li Yui shot Li Yui a disdainful glance and fell into deep thought once more. If Chiu really escaped empty-handed, he must have something on him. It seems that Chiu is definitely not as simple as we imagined. Never mind, take him to the basement. Li Yui waved his hand, signaling the black-clad men beside him. Upon receiving the order, the black-clad men quickly approached Chiu, preparing to restrain him once more. But just as they were about to get close, the black-clad men suddenly noticed Chiu's strange smile. A warning bell rang in their minds, and before they could react, they found themselves being seized. Next, the world spun wildly. The black-clad men felt dizzy and lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, all the black-clad figures around him were knocked to the ground. Chiu's strength was immense, and the black-clad men had all lost consciousness. Li Yui looked at Chiu, his mouth opening once more. Who exactly was this Chiu? He hadn't even seen how Chiu had moved, yet all his men had been taken down. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough. If he had been careless, he might have been the one knocked down. Li Yui was equally astonished. He had previously witnessed Chiu's extraordinary strength. But seeing him in action today was even more shocking. 5 or 6 strong men were knocked down in less than a minute. It seemed his son had suffered a lot at his hands. "You little brat, you've got some skills." Li Yui had never seen anyone with such exceptional martial arts skills before and couldn't help but praise him. "My grandfather's skills are even greater." Chiu laughed, no longer showing any caution. Now that he had something to counter the other party's trump card, there was no need to fear anymore. "Ha ha ha, you young people sure have some spirit. But you must know that there are over 100 people, both young and old, in this estate. Soon, they'll all be here. I wonder how long you'll be able to hold out then. What if I capture you first?" Chiu sneered. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Yui burst into another explosive laugh. "Young man, you're too naive. I've been around the underworld for so many years. If I could be easily captured by you, why would I still be here? I know you want to just give up. I'll give you an out. From today onward, you'll follow me. I'll overlook what happened with Dahu. And I'll pay you 50,000 a month. How about it?" This was a surefire deal. He could save his life and make money. Li Yui didn't believe the other party would refuse. Moreover, he was in need of a skilled and trustworthy ally, and Chiu's skills seemed perfect for the role. "Brother, you can't do this. We must avenge Big Tiger." Li Yui, upon hearing his older brother's words, grew anxious. He only had one son, Dahu. If he couldn't avenge him, then everything he had done would be meaningless. "Shut up," Li Yui said coldly. Chiu's abilities had already far exceeded his expectations. In the future, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Making an enemy of such a person was a very wrong decision. If he lets him escape today, it will definitely cause major trouble in the future. Li Yui hadn't risen to his current position without reason. He easily set aside personal grudges and extended an olive branch to Chiu. Seeing his older brother speak like this, Li Yui couldn't say anything more, only glaring angrily at Chiu. "Ha ha ha, now you're scared?" Chiu sneered coldly, without hesitation, taking a step forward. "I've never been afraid in my entire life. I just think you're a talented person, and I don't want such a promising young talent to die here." Li Yui forced a smile and continued speaking. As Chiu approached, he could already sense the danger. If he got any closer, Chiu might suddenly attack and knock him down. He hadn't expected that someone as young as Chiu could exert such intense pressure on him. Since Li Yui remained motionless, the hand holding his cane was already sweating. While trying to persuade him, his other hand slowly reached backward. "I'll see who dies here." As he spoke, Chiu suddenly sprang into action, moving at an incredible speed, leaving only a blur as he charged toward Li Yui. Seeing Chiu charging toward him, Li Yui's heart trembled. However, he reacted quickly, drawing a black pistol from his waist. This was the real deal, not some toy. With that, Li Yui raised his hand, aiming the black gun barrel directly at Chiu. Chapter 77, A Gun? Useless? Upon seeing the gun, Chiu's swift movements came to an abrupt halt. Despite being prepared, seeing the real gun still made his heart skip a beat. Earlier, Chiu had already seen the gun. At that moment, Chiu had already concluded that Li Yui would never carry a toy gun around casually. That was also why Chiu had never dared to resist. If he pushed Li Yui to the brink, he might resort to desperate measures. Chiu, I admit it. After all these years, you're the first person to make me feel threatened. But no matter how skilled you are, can you match this? I advise you to surrender peacefully. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't end up with a few more holes in your body. Li Yui was confident, fully trusting the weapon in his hands. Surrender? I've never even seen those characters written before in my life. Chiu's face was filled with a smile, showing no fear toward Li Yui. Seeing Chiu's expression, Li Yui's smile froze on his face. What? What's going on? The thing in his hand was the real deal. Could Chiu possibly think that what he's holding is fake? It seems you're really not afraid of dying. But then again, a young bull isn't afraid of a tiger. You've never seen one before, so it's understandable. Li Yui was still speaking when Chiu didn't bother to continue the nonsense, taking another step forward and charging toward him. The other black-clad men had all arrived, but Chiu's speed was simply too fast. They tried to organize themselves, but it was too late. As Chiu charged toward him once more, that unfamiliar sense of pressure returned. Li Yui's hand involuntarily touched the trigger on his gun. In all his years of wandering the martial arts world, he had never encountered someone this powerful. If he were attacked by Chiu, he feared he would end up like his nephew Dahu, spending the rest of his life bedridden. At that thought, Li Yui's expression hardened. A terrifying thought formed in his mind. Before Chiu reached him, he would shoot and kill Chiu. To be honest, killing a mere Chiu wasn't a big deal for Li Yui. He had already taken lives before. Though it would be a bit troublesome, everything could still be handled. With that thought, Li Yui no longer hesitated. He steeled his resolve and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, the real thing sounding far louder than he had imagined. A wisp of smoke drifted from the muzzle as Li Yui slowly lowered the gun. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes as Li Yui sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do. If anyone was to blame, it was this young man for having such bad luck. He had already given him a chance, but he had failed to seize it. Had enough? Just as Li Yui was about to relax, a taunting voice rang out. Li Yui hurriedly looked up. There stood Chiu, unharmed, smiling at him. How is that possible? Li Yui stared at Chiu, his face filled with disbelief. Although he hadn't used a gun in a long time. But at such close range, he was certain he hadn't missed. Yet Chiu was standing there unscathed. What on earth was going on? What? Surprised? Chiu smiled and took another step forward. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot. Feeling astonished, Li Yui's hand gripping the golden cane was already drenched in sweat. As Chiu continued to approach, he unconsciously took a step back. The black-clad men surrounding them were equally stunned. They had also seen Li Yui fire the gun. But the problem was, Chiu didn't seem to have been hit at all. He looked even more alert than before. What? Did the boss not hit him? Impossible. The boss has used a gun before, and at this distance, even you could have hit him. They had seen Chiu approaching their boss and wanted to go help. But the scene that had just unfolded was too bizarre to ignore. Chiu is getting closer. What should we do? The gun couldn't even stop him. What good would we do? Impossible. I don't believe gunfire won't work on a person. The black-clad men around them murmured among themselves, but no one dared to step forward. Chiu's situation was simply too bizarre, leaving them filled with confusion. Just as puzzled was Li Yui, who was leaning on his cane and retreating steadily. He now hated his own leg for being so useless. Otherwise, he would have fled this place immediately, escaping from Chiu, this dangerous individual. Chiu's overwhelming presence continued to draw nearer, and Li Yui's emotions finally snapped. He shouted loudly, his fingers repeatedly pulling the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. Only when all the bullets were spent did the black-clad men step forward and restrain Li Yui. Did you hit him? Li Yui gasped for breath, cold sweat covering his entire body. I hit him, but... The black-clad figure trembled as he extended his hand, pointing forward. Li Yui widened his eyes, watching Chiu take another step forward. Impossible. This time he was certain he had definitely hit Chiu. Could Chiu be a reincarnated deity? Could he really be immune to bullets? Boss, look quickly. A black-clad figure beside him spoke again, pointing at Chiu's chest. Only to see that Chiu's shirt was already riddled with several large holes. This clearly indicated that the bullets had indeed struck Chiu's body. However, there was no blood flowing from the holes. Instead, there was a dark, sticky substance. Chiu sneered disdainfully and accelerated once more. At that moment, his entire body was enveloped by a strange black substance. This substance was the advanced weapon Chiu had obtained by exchanging 150,000 admiration points. Nanosoft armor. This armor could automatically detect dangers in the surrounding area. It automatically distributes itself around the user's body based on the severity of the threat. The bullets fired earlier were all blocked by this armor. Li Yui hadn't even figured out what was happening when Chiu had already charged in front of him. With his right fist clenched, Chiu gathered all his strength and struck Li Yui's jaw. Since the other party intended to kill him, there was no need for him to hold back. This punch made Li Yui, who had been roaming the underworld, feel the danger once again. If that punch had landed on his head, his brain matter would have been shattered. Li Yui reacted quickly, grabbing the black-clad man beside him and using him as a shield. The powerful punch collided forcefully with the black-clad man's body. The sound of bones breaking echoed one after another. The black-clad man flew backward in an arc, landing heavily on the ground. After colliding with the wall, he fell to the ground, motionless. What the hell did I raise you for? If you don't act now, none of you will survive. Chapter 78, The Army Has Arrived? Li Yui saw the black-clad men standing by without moving, and roared. The black-clad men finally snapped out of their trance, hesitated for a moment, then moved forward to surround Chiu. These men were clever. They had noticed earlier that although Chiu was formidable, he always held back, avoiding fatal blows. But Li Yui was different. He hated betrayal above all else and would even harm his own family if necessary. Therefore, they all rushed toward Chiu, with more black-clad men continuously arriving. At first, Chiu could handle them with ease. But as the numbers grew, he clearly began to feel the strain. Although he was protected by nanotech armor, he wasn't taking much damage. But these men were like madmen, charging relentlessly and surrounding Chiu in the center. Seeing that he had escaped danger, Li Yui finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Chiu had put on him was simply too much. If all else fails, kill him if you must. I want whatever he has on him. Li Yui paused for a moment before shouting loudly. He had now figured out that Chiu's ability to withstand bullets was most likely due to the item he was wearing. Moreover, this item was extremely mysterious. They hadn't discovered it during the previous search. The number of black-clad men grew steadily, and Chiu began to struggle to hold his ground. Soon, Chiu was forced into a corner and had no choice but to retreat into a small hut nearby. Just as Chiu was about to be captured, a clear sound rang out. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion echoed, and a wall of Li Yui's estate collapsed with a thunderous crash. This sudden turn of events was too swift for Li Yui to react. What's going on? Although Li Yui had experienced many things, this was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. To shatter an entire wall in one blow could only be the work of heavy weaponry. Li Yui didn't have time to worry about Chiu. He quickly hid behind the sofa. He then cautiously peeked out, peering through the collapsed wall to look outside. Outside, there were rows of soldiers standing in neat formation. They were all fully armed and ready to charge in at any moment. Beside them, heavy weapons such as machine guns and mortars were also positioned nearby. Most astonishingly, a tank had even been deployed at the rear. "Boss, what's going on here?" A few black-clad men were also hiding with Li Yui. They too had witnessed the scene outside and spoke in trembling voices. "How the hell should I know? He had done many bad things, but he didn't deserve such a high-level weapon. And he hadn't received any reports from his informants either. Could it be they're here to take us out? Are you an idiot? Have you ever seen a gangster using tanks to sweep people away?" Li Yui snapped back, feeling like his head was about to explode. Although he was arrogant, he had never provoked any powerful figures. Why on earth were so many people here? "Boss, could it be that Xie Hong called them?" "Xie Hong?" Li Yui furrowed his brows. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Xie Hong does have some social influence, but not to this extent. Even if he could command someone at the director level, that would already be quite impressive. Such a situation was simply impossible. Could it be the young man inside? Another black-clad figure seemed to think of something and spoke tremblingly. "That's impossible. He's just a greenhorn." Li Yui had just said this when he suddenly recalled the scene of meeting Chiu. He had been calm and composed earlier, and was able to escape from a locked room at will. His strength was terrifying, and his physique was incredibly powerful. Most importantly, he seemed to possess some kind of high-tech weapon that could actually stop bullets. All of this was simply impossible for someone of Chiu's age to achieve. Could it be? The people outside were really summoned by Chiu? Could he be the illegitimate son of some powerful figure? At this thought, Li Yui felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have listened to his good-for-nothing younger brother, otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Meanwhile, Li Yui had already been scared out of his wits and had run under the table to hide. "Those inside, listen up. If you know what's good for you, release the hostages immediately and come out on your own. Otherwise, the entire estate will be leveled to the ground." Just as Li Yui hesitated, shouts came from outside once more. The shouters first demanded the release of the hostages before ordering him to come out. This confirmed beyond a doubt that they were here to find someone. And that person was very likely Chiu. Li Yui's face turned grim. How unlucky could he be to have provoked such a disaster? "Boss, why don't we surrender? We can't fight the army. Let's get out of here." "Right, boss, we have no way out. If they charge at us, we'll all be killed." The black-clad men around him tried to dissuade him, but Li Yui shook his head. "They won't charge us. Since they're here to find someone and have mobilized such a large force, they definitely won't abandon the people inside. If that's the case, we still have our last trump card. Once we go out, it's all over," Li Yui said confidently. He had already secretly contacted the powerful figure behind him. As long as they held out until reinforcements arrived, they could escape freely. "I surrender. I surrender." Just as Li Yui was thinking things were going smoothly, a black-clad figure quickly raised both hands and ran out. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. Commander Gu, according to his description, Chiu was inside. At that moment, the chief instructor had changed into military attire, exuding a fierce and unwavering aura, completely different from the harmonious demeanor he had as an instructor. "Don't act rashly. Keep shouting and apply pressure. Ensure Chiu's safety above all else. He must not be harmed. Additionally, order the snipers to take their positions. If the enemy leader is spotted, eliminate him immediately." The old commander's expression was icy. He had only been away for a short while, and such an incident had already occurred. This made him extremely angry. Chiu was his most promising recruit and was expected to make outstanding contributions to the nation in the future. If anything were to happen to him, he wouldn't be able to account for it to the nation. "Commander," he also said that Chiu is currently hiding and is not in their hands. And what else?" Commander Gu frowned. "And the documents here, I can't find them, they're classified." The soldier thought for a moment before beginning. "What?" The old commander's eyes widened in disbelief. Classified documents meant that the documents were of an extraordinary nature. It seems this matter won't be so easy to resolve. Chapter 79, You've messed with the wrong person. Classified? Investigate. Even if the Emperor himself comes today, I want you to find out. Wait, go get my battle medals. If they want to give it to me, smash it in their faces. After a moment's thought, the old commander waved his hand angrily and shouted, "Military merit medal?" The chief instructor, upon hearing the old commander's words, immediately widened his eyes. After all, these military merit medals were all earned by the old commander in his battles against invaders. Each one had been earned with blood and sacrifice. Even if you were the head of the entire dragon nation, you wouldn't dare to refuse. Normally, the old commander treated these medals like treasures and carried them with him at all times. Now, he was actually going to hand them over? "Commander, which one should we take?" the chief instructor asked in a low voice. "Which one? Bring them all. After waiting all these years, we finally found such a promising young talent like Chiu. Now you're telling me he was kidnapped by a secret agent? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Chiu comes to any harm today, I won't let him off the hook." The old commander's face was filled with anger, clearly enraged to the extreme. Yes. Seeing the ancient leader in such a state, the chief instructor dared not delay, took the medal, and quickly departed. Not long after, the chief instructor returned in a hurry, holding a document in his hand. At the same time, the ancient leader's phone rang. The ancient leader glanced down and saw it was the highest-ranking official from the Dragon Kingdom. With a cold snort, the old general pressed the answer button. "Old man Gu, what are you doing? I heard from the archives department that you took out all the military medals? And the strategic bureau in Beijing said you didn't even notify them before mobilizing the troops?" As soon as the call connected, an awkward and subservient voice came through. "What? Now that I'm an old man, my words don't hold any weight anymore? You can't even retrieve a file? Do I have to pull out the medals just to get it transferred?" Old General Gu didn't give the highest official in Longwei any face, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Old man, look at how you're talking. The staff at the archives are just following procedures. Some files involve high-ranking officials. Without my approval, they definitely can't be accessed arbitrarily." Bull. Before the other person could finish speaking, the old leader erupted in anger. "They're nothing. Without us risking our lives to defend the country back then, would there even be a Longwei today? You're all just using a feather as a banner. Besides, weren't you the one who asked me to find the next generation capable of carrying the banner of Longwa? I found him, but he has been kidnapped. What am I supposed to do? And you have the nerve to ask me why I didn't notify you before mobilizing the troops? Have you forgotten when we were mocked by the Eagle Nation? Let me tell you, I'm old, not dead. If Chiu is so much as a hair out of place today, you might as well quit." The old chief unleashed a tirade over the phone, while the person on the other end dared not utter a word. Enraged, the old commander hung up the phone. "Commander, this house is registered under the name of the Secretary General's office." Seeing that the old commander had hung up, the chief instructor frowned and handed over the file. The Secretariat is the special agency in Longwei responsible for handling dark affairs. They are responsible for all the shadowy affairs of Longwa. The director of the Secretariat is an extremely dangerous individual. Although his rank is not high, he holds real power. That's why the chief instructor was frowning. Offending the head of the Secretariat would be extremely troublesome. Is it him? The old commander narrowed his eyes. As a veteran of justice, he naturally couldn't stand someone like the head of the Secretariat. Moreover, there had long been rumors that the Secretary General's office director was abusing his power for personal gain. However, there was no concrete evidence. Furthermore, some underground transactions in Longwa needed to be handled, and without them, Longwa might descend into chaos. That's right. There's still no movement inside. Should we continue? The chief instructor asked cautiously. Are you an idiot? Are you asking if we should continue? I've been fighting in ancient martial arts battles for so many years. Who do I fear? Transmit my orders. If there's no response within a minute, launch a full-scale assault. If you encounter the leader, kill them all. It'll at least be a good deed for the Dragon Nation. The old commander was furious and shouted again. Old commander, this. After hearing the old commander's words, the chief instructor hesitated for a moment and did not speak. If they all kill them, what if the Secretary General is among them? What is this? Look at you, coward. Don't dare say I was your commander when you go out. The ancient leader raged again, then changed his tone. He is definitely not inside, otherwise, he would come out by now. They're probably just some henchmen acting under his name. Don't worry about it. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. The old commander's tone carried a powerful air of authority, leaving no room for doubt. Yes. The chief instructor no longer hesitated and prepared to issue orders. But just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the estate. The leader across the way, this is all a misunderstanding. We're from the Secretary's office, it's all a misunderstanding. A black-clad figure in the estate peeked out and shouted. Li Yui clearly had no idea who the people outside were. Therefore, he deliberately revealed the name of the Secretary General's office to intimidate those outside. Since it's all a misunderstanding, release the people immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, the estate fell silent once more. It wasn't that Li Yui was unwilling to release them, it was because Chiu had already hidden himself in a room. The overwhelming force outside had terrified his men into paralysis, leaving them too exhausted to even think about Chiu. Boss, maybe we should just surrender. Looking at this situation, continuing to resist is certain death. A black-clad man sighed and tried to dissuade them. These words also caused Li Yui to fall into deep thought. Chiu definitely couldn't move anymore. Given the situation, if anything happened to Chiu, the enemy would surely flatten the entire estate. But Li Yui also refused to surrender. If they surrendered, he would definitely be taken captive, and everything would be uncertain from there on. And now, his last ace in the hole was the director of the secretariat behind him. Li Yui had complete faith that he would save him. Just then, Li Yui's phone rang. Seeing the number, Li Yui grew excited. It's here. It's the director's call. The director would never abandon us. We don't have to surrender. The call was indeed from the director of the secretariat. Hello, brother, we're surrounded by the military. Come save me quickly. It was a critical moment, and Li Yui had no time for formalities. On the other end of the line, after a brief silence, a deep voice came through. You've messed with the wrong people. Surrender. Chapter 80, it's Chiu. Although the speaker wasn't turned on, the director's voice was clear and distinct, reaching everyone's ears. At that moment, whether it was Li Yui or the black-clad men surrounding him, everyone froze in place. The very person he had been waiting for, the one he had been clinging to for support, was actually telling him to surrender? Li Yui couldn't believe it. The black-clad men had already prepared to surrender. Brother, what do you mean? If we surrender, I'm finished. Li Yui felt unwilling and spoke up again. Don't you know who you've offended? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? The voice on the other end of the phone was clearly angry as well. He didn't know why this dim-witted Li Yui had gotten involved with the ancient martial arts clan. That guy was fearless and had been eyeing him with disdain for a long time. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it could be a major problem. After hearing the section chief's words, Li Yui's body began to tremble. If even the director was speaking like this, it must be someone even he feared. After all, the position of Secretary General in the Secretariat was already extremely high in Longhua. So the person from outside must be incredibly powerful. At this thought, the figure of Chiu immediately came to mind. But who could have imagined that this ordinary-looking young man had such a powerful background? Brother, you have to help me. The things you made me do, I might never get out of this in my lifetime. Li Yui didn't give up and spoke cleverly. At the same time, he was also hinting to the director of the Secretariat that if he went in, he wouldn't fare well either. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if he was thinking it over, before he spoke again. I'll get you out, but on one condition, someone must take the blame for you. I remember, don't you have a younger brother? The Secretary General's words were already quite clear. Yes, it was all his stupid younger brother's fault for getting involved with such a powerful figure. Glancing at his younger brother, who was cowering in the corner, Li Yui clenched his teeth and said again. I understand. I'll do as you say. Li Yui hung up the phone, feeling utterly helpless. There was nothing else he could do now. He could only pin his hopes on the director. The black-clad men by his side were now few in number. Li Yui looked despairingly at the dilapidated estate, leaned on his cane, and slowly stood up, raising his hands. A large group of soldiers rushed in, pinning him to the ground. A man with a stern expression walked in, staring intently at him. Upon recognizing the man's face, Li Yui was utterly shocked. The person he had offended was the former leader? Forget about his achievements, even the head of the Dragon Nation was someone he had watched grow up. No wonder the section chief was so afraid of him. Thinking of this, Li Yui's regret reached its peak. If he had known this would happen, he would never have dared to provoke Chiu. Everyone in the estate was taken away, and the former leader personally came to Chiu's room. Chiu, you can come out now. It's safe. Hearing the old leader's voice, Chiu finally exhaled in relief and slowly opened the door, stepping out. Seeing Chiu's tattered clothes, the ancient chief hurried forward to examine his body. Fortunately, Chiu had only suffered superficial injuries. While feeling relieved, the ancient chief was also deeply shocked. From the time the security guards found the head instructor, who then notified the old commander, who in turn gathered the troops and rushed over, it had taken a considerable amount of time. How had Chiu managed to survive alone in this estate for so long? Moreover, judging from the traces found at the scene, the enemy had even used firearms. Looking at Chiu, who was unharmed, the old commander's admiration was impossible to hide. Chiu, you've been through a lot. It's nothing, Commander Gu. I never expected you to go to such great lengths to save me. I'm truly honored. Chiu's gratitude was heartfelt. Without Commander Gu's support, even with his nanotech soft armor, he would have been worn down to death here. We're family, no need for formalities. Quick, take Chiu for a checkup. Oh, and make sure to publish an announcement in the newspaper, stating that Chiu is a key figure in the campaign to eliminate criminal gangs. The old leader watched Chiu's departing figure and repeated his instructions. Soon, Chiu followed the troops to the military hospital. After a series of examinations, there were no other injuries. Impressive, Chiu. Those people were all reckless, yet you only sustained minor injuries? The chief instructor looked at Chiu's medical report and exclaimed in surprise. Even if he had gone himself, he wouldn't have come out unscathed. Moreover, the enemy had guns. Just luck. Chiu smiled and rubbed his head. Luck? I heard from the people inside that you were shot, weren't you? The chief instructor suddenly remembered something and asked. No way. Those people must have seen wrong. If I had really been shot, I wouldn't be standing here like this. Chiu felt a bit uneasy and made up an excuse on the spot. I see. The chief instructor nodded, not thinking much of it. Alright, chief instructor, I'll head back now. We have training tomorrow, don't we? Chiu made a few polite remarks and turned to leave the military zone. Watching Chiu's departing figure, the chief instructor nodded with satisfaction. Even after such a major incident, he's still thinking about tomorrow's military training. He's truly dedicated to his duties. On his way back, Chiu touched the small piece of soft armor on his arm. When there was no danger, it would shrink into a small piece, making it very convenient. But when danger arises, the soft armor automatically adheres to the body, providing protection. This is just like the real-life version of Gaara. Chiu never imagined that the system's technological weapons were this powerful. This was just a small defensive weapon, yet it was so powerful. What about those technologies costing hundreds of thousands or even millions? Wouldn't they be invincible? Chiu thought to himself, his desire to obtain admiration points growing stronger by the moment. He must obtain as much admiration as possible. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue was curled up on the sofa, crying uncontrollably. Xia Hong paced back and forth, frantic with worry. The mercenaries hired with money were still on their way. By the time they arrived, Chiu would likely already be in pieces. Ding dong! Xia Hong and Xia Qingxue's phones rang simultaneously. This was the official notification sound of the Dragon Nation Daily. All users received it, typically for major events or notifications. But Xia Qingxue was completely preoccupied with Chiu and didn't bother to look. Xia Hong, on the other hand, took it out and glanced at it. Xiao Shui, look quickly. I won't look. I won't see anything if I can't see Chiu. Chiu, it's Chiu. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, Xia Qingxue finally lifted her head. Her eyes were swollen beyond recognition, but Xia Qingxue still strained to look at Xia Hong's phone. When she finally made out the content on the phone, her eyes widened in disbelief. Even though they were red and swollen, they couldn't hide her astonishment. Chapter 81, no photos, but an autograph is fine. Chiu risked his life alone to eliminate the criminal gang? Xia Qingxue stared in disbelief at the news published in the Longwa Daily, exclaiming in shock. Judging from the content of the newspaper, the location of the report was exactly where Chiu had been held hostage. Chiu actually escaped? And eliminated the criminal gangs? How is that possible? Li Yui's influence in Beijing is second to none. Unless... Xiaoshui, is there some powerful figure behind Chiu? Or does he know someone influential? Xia Hong thought for a moment before turning to ask. On his own, Chiu could never possibly take down someone of Li Yui's caliber. Someone must be helping him. I haven't heard him mention it, but the former leader seemed to appreciate him. He performed exceptionally well during the shooting drill. Xia Qingxue's emotions gradually stabilized. Although she was still very surprised by the matter, at least it now indicated that Chiu was safe. That's right. It must have been the old leader who intervened. With his abilities, he could have taken care of it. Who would have thought that the old leader, who never meddles in worldly affairs, would go out of his way for a junior? Xia Hong's eyes were filled with shock. At first, he had been puzzled by Xia Qingxue's decision to go save Chiu. Now it was clear that Chiu's background was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Xiaoxue, listen to me. You must maintain a good relationship with Chiu. He will certainly achieve great things in the future. Hear us what we'll do. Tomorrow, invite him over for dinner. Xia Hong was indeed a shrewd businessman with just a little information. He had made a quick decision. What? Hearing her father say this, Xia Qingxue once again looked surprised. From childhood to adulthood, she had rarely seen her father praise someone so highly and tell her to get along with him. Even when that big guy wanted to follow her back then, her father had always let her decide as she pleased. Now he was actually telling her to take the initiative and invite Chiu to dinner? However, Xia Qingxue knew deep down. The feelings she had for Chiu were indeed genuine. But the Chiu she knew before had attracted her with his talent, dedication, and unwillingness to give up. But now, being told that Chiu was someone she had to strive to be worthy of, she suddenly felt at a loss. The usually confident Xia Qingxue was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Could the current Chiu still look down on her? I'll go back to my room first. Xie Qingxue, who had originally planned to go find Chiu, suddenly changed her mind, left a quick remark, and went back to her room. Xia Hong was about to say something, but Xie Qingxue had already closed the door tightly. Meanwhile, Chiu had just arrived at school and found the school gate already crowded with people. What's going on? Has something happened? Why are there so many people? Even the traffic is blocked? Chiu muttered to himself, but didn't rush to get out of the car. Instead, he sent a message to Lin Hao. Because Chiu was surprised to see that Lin Hao was also among the crowd. There were too many missed calls on his phone, and his WeChat was about to explode. Chiu, what's going on at the school gate? Why are there so many people? Lin Hao, wow, big brother, you have the nerve to ask me? Lin Hao quickly replied with a counter question. Chiu? Lin Hao, you? What are you talking about? You're the hero of the school now. The principal and teachers have been waiting for you for hours, and reporters from major media outlets have all come to interview you. Lin Hao's words left Chiu completely confused. However, he suddenly remembered what the old leader had said to have his name published in the newspaper. In the newspaper? Could it be the Dragon Nation Daily? Chiu was surprised to see his name in the Dragon Country Daily. And it was even exaggerated. What about using one's own strength to combat criminal gangs? A student from Jinka University lured the enemy with his own body and fought the gang head-on. No wonder there was such a big fuss. It was published in the Dragon Nation Daily. You know, the president of Jinka University had spent his entire life trying to get the university featured in the Longwa Daily. Yet, with just this one action by Chiu, Jinka University has become an overnight sensation. Chiu, can I not go? Chiu felt a headache coming on. He didn't like this kind of place. Lin Hao, big brother, why go to the back door? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I came out specifically to take your photo. Chiu, what's the big deal? I'll go back and let you take photos of me alone. Is that okay? Chiu's words directly snapped Lin Hao out of his thoughts. Right, now he was essentially helping Chiu with his social media. There was no need to come here and crowd with all these people. He could just wait until they were alone to take the photos. Thinking this, Lin Hao sent Chiu another message. Lin Hao, take the side entrance, there are fewer people there. I'll meet you there. Upon receiving Lin Hao's message, Chiu instructed the taxi driver to quickly turn the car around and head toward the side entrance. Upon arriving at the side entrance, the crowd was noticeably thinner. However, Chiu still felt uneasy, so he took off his jacket and wrapped his head tightly. After doing all this, Chiu opened the car door and got out. What's the big deal? Acting so mysterious. People might think you're some big celebrity. The taxi driver looked at Chiu, who was moving slowly, and rolled his eyes. Although Chiu had paid him generously, the driver looked down on him, thinking he was putting on airs. After opening the ride-hailing app, the driver started scrolling through his phone while waiting for a new order. Just as he opened the Longwa Daily, a figure suddenly caught his attention. He stared at the screen, double-checking before realizing with surprise. The person in the newspaper was the same one he had just picked up. Hey, handsome, can we take a photo together? Thinking this, the driver regretted his decision and hurriedly got out of the car, shouting. The driver's voice was loud, and people around him turned to look in Chiu's direction. Upon hearing this, Chiu inwardly panicked and hurried toward the school gate. No photo is fine, just sign your name. Hey, handsome guy? I can give you the fare back. Ignoring the driver's shouts, Chiu ran faster and faster. However, the people around him also noticed something was wrong and turned their attention to the strange figure with the hooded head. Wait, that's Chiu. Chiu is here. A loud shout rang out, and everyone who heard Chiu's name quickly turned around. A crowd of shadowy figures heard the commotion and rushed forward. Looking at the dark crowd and the people chasing him, Chiu was startled and hurriedly ran into the school. Stop, Chiu. Stop. Don't run. And so, a thrilling chase unfolded at Jinka University. Due to Chiu's exceptional stamina, many couldn't keep up with him. However, with so many people in the school, Chiu soon found himself with no place to escape. In the chaos, a pair of hands suddenly appeared and pulled Chiu away. Chapter 82, I can't possibly stay here, can I? Chiu was startled and instinctively tried to fight back. But when he saw Lin Hao's face, Chiu relaxed. The two of them huddled in the corner until they were sure no one was around before speaking. What's going on? Are all these people crazy? Chiu shook his head helplessly. His newly changed clothes were all torn to shreds. What's the big deal? You're now a national hero. You'll be featured in the Dragon Nation Daily. Who isn't impressive? Everyone looks up to you now. You're going to be a public figure. Public figure? Chiu asked in confusion. Then Chiu's thoughts quickly shifted to the system. 300,000 admiration points? Chiu's eyes widened. How could it have increased so much in such a short time? Not only that, but within a second, the admiration points kept rising. That's right, look at the account, it's already surpassed 1 million followers. Lin Hao spoke again, snapping Chiu back to reality. What? Chiu's eyes widened again as he opened his phone. Sure enough, his own account had also surpassed 1 million followers and was still rising steadily. Just yesterday, it had only been in the hundreds of thousands. After being featured in the Dragon Nation Daily and with Linhao's management, breaking the million-follower mark might just be a matter of time. What should I do? Won't I feel uncomfortable doing anything from now on? Chiu said helplessly. Come on, you're already famous. Others would kill for this, and you're still worrying about it? Linhao rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Chiu, now a figure of such fame, was hiding in the corner. I still don't want my life to be disrupted by others. Chiu shook his head. Since he started singing, it felt like his life had completely changed. It wasn't me who told you to go after the criminals. Really? While college students are studying hard, you're off fighting crime? Linhao sighed in exasperation, not wanting to say more. Alright, help me think of a solution. What should we do now? I don't care. Linhao shook his head. Alright, fine. I was hoping to help you film some videos or something once things settled down. Alright, I'll help you think of something. Linhao rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and spoke again. By the way, do you have any other friends you trust who you could stay with? Linhao's words immediately sparked an idea in Chiu's mind. The image of Xie Qingxue flashed through his mind. Xie Qingsno came from a wealthy family and had her own place. It would be the perfect hiding spot. But Chiu suddenly remembered that Xie Qingxue and her father had just risked their lives to save him by breaking into Li Yui's estate. They might still be scared right now. After much consideration, Chiu abandoned the idea. After hesitating for a moment, Chiu thought of another person. Lu Jiajiu. She was his senior and familiar with the area. Plus, he had helped her before, so asking her for help now shouldn't be too much to ask. With that in mind, Chiu opened his phone and sent Lu Jiajiu a message. At that moment, Lu Jiajiu was lying in bed, scrolling through the Dragon Country Daily, staring blankly at the screen. Chiu's image kept flashing through her mind. But ever since Chiu appeared in the newspaper, none of the messages she had sent him had been replied to. A wave of disappointment washed over her, and just then, Lu Jiajiu's phone rang. Chiu, senior, I'm in a bind. Is there anywhere you can put me up for a while? Upon seeing Chiu's message, Lu Jiajiu sat up abruptly on the bed. Lu Jiajiu, yes, I'm currently in an apartment near the school. Since securing Li Boss's sponsorship, Lu Jiajiu's finances had improved significantly. So Lu Jiajiu moved out of the dormitory and rented a one-bedroom apartment near the school. Chiu, that's great. Send me the location, and I'll come find you. After replying with a okay, Lu Jiajiu sat up on the bed. She quickly got out of bed and tidied up the clothes scattered on the bed. She then carefully selected a JK uniform from her wardrobe and paired it with black stockings. However, just as she finished dressing, she seemed to think of something. After a moment's consideration, she quickly took off the clothes and pulled out a white dress instead. Once she put it on, Lu Jiajiu instantly transformed from a cold and aloof older woman into a delicate and adorable young girl. You should be used to this now. Lu Jiajiu murmured to herself, opting not to wear high heels but instead slipping into a pair of playful little leather shoes. After applying a light makeup, Lu Jiajiu hurried out the door. Meanwhile, Chiu arrived at the building where Lu Jiajiu lived according to the address. Although he had been hiding and dodging along the way, he had at least made it to his destination. Chiu, over here. Lu Jiajiu saw Chiu and immediately smiled, waving her hand. What's this? Seeing Chiu's odd attire, Lu Jiajiu was also puzzled. Don't even mention it. Everyone's looking for me right now. I just ran into over a dozen people on the way who wanted to take photos and videos with me. Chiu sighed helplessly and took the clothes wrapped around his head off. Oh right, you're a big star now. I need you to sign something for me. Lu Jiajiu chuckled lightly. Chiu only then noticed that Lu Jiajiu hadn't chosen her usual mature and elegant outfit today, but had instead opted for a sweet and cute style. Senior, what's this? Chiu asked, looking puzzled. Doesn't it look good? Seeing Chiu's puzzled expression, Lu Jiajiu immediately looked disappointed. Sure enough, she didn't like the cute style. She didn't like herself, did she? No, it's beautiful. Very beautiful. Chiu smiled. Hearing Chiu's compliment, Lu Jiajiu finally smiled again. As long as it's nice, that's good. Let us go inside first, there are too many people here. With that, Lu Jiajiu pulled Chiu and quickly returned to the apartment. Upon opening the apartment door, a cozy little room immediately came into Chiu's view. The space wasn't large, and there was no living room, but it had everything one needed, including a wardrobe, bathroom, and shower. Wow, I never expected this apartment to be so nice. Chiu looked around and exclaimed in surprise. The environment was nice, there was no one to disturb them, and it was close to school. It was perfect. The only downside was that it was a bit expensive, but for Chiu at the moment, it wasn't a problem at all. Yeah, why don't you rent one too and be my neighbor? Lu Jiajiu said with a smile, pouring Chiu a glass of water. So, what are your plans now? Seeing that Chiu didn't respond, Lu Jiajiu spoke again. What are your plans? We definitely can't go back to school now. We'll wait until military training starts tomorrow and then go back. Chiu sighed. Where are you going tonight? Nodding, Lu Jiajiu also posed a crucial question. Find a hotel, right? Your place is so small you can't possibly stay here. Chapter 83, Can you go out first? Upon hearing Chiu's words, Lu Jiajiu clearly froze for a moment. She then slowly lowered her head. Looking at the shoes blocked from view, Lu Jiajiu felt a pang of unease. This isn't small either. And isn't Chiu supposed to dislike large ones? With a look of confusion, Lu Jiajiu raised her head and looked at Chiu in puzzlement. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chiu touched his face curiously. No, nothing. Lu Jiajiu had completely lost the composure of an older sister and now resembled a shy little girl. Hearing Lu Jiajiu speak like this, Chiu didn't say much either. He picked up his water cup and took a sip. Seeing that Chiu hadn't spoken for a while, Lu Jiajiu thought he was still dwelling on the previous question. Chiu, so what do you think? How old is old? The tentative word snapped Chiu out of his thoughts. Ha! At least a 2-bedroom apartment, right? Otherwise, the two of us, a man and a woman, living together in one room isn't appropriate. Chiu thought for a moment before speaking. What? Upon hearing Chiu say this, Lu Jiajiu gasped in surprise. It turned out that the size she had mentioned was not the same as what Chiu was referring to. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Lu Jiajiu's smile froze on her face. Chiu looked at Lu Jiajiu's expression, stared at her for a moment, and suddenly understood her meaning more or less. Once again, silence fell. After a long while, Lu Jiajiu finally spoke up. It's okay if there's only one room. You can sleep on the sofa. Upon hearing Lu Jiajiu's words, Chiu looked up in surprise. It's not that. We're a man and a woman alone, and that's not appropriate. But everyone is looking for you outside. If you go out now, given how crazy they are, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Lu Jiajiu's eyes betrayed a hint of worry as she spoke softly. These words made Chiu also look troubled. What she said was indeed true. Given the craziness of those people outside, once they caught him, they wouldn't let it go easily. Moreover, he had already promised the old commander that he would continue serving as a temporary drill instructor tomorrow. If he were to be spotted by those people outside, he would definitely not be able to go tomorrow. Why don't you just stay here for the night? Lu Jiajiu shifted her gaze and said casually. There's no other choice. Chiu couldn't think of any other solution. After all, there weren't many people he could trust. Really? Upon hearing Chiu say this, Lu Jiajiu immediately looked surprised, with a hint of excitement in her voice. What's wrong? Chiu looked at Lu Jiajiu, who was smiling, and couldn't help but shift his butt backward. There was a strange feeling, like he had been tricked. Don't misunderstand. I'm just happy because I can help you. Lu Jiajiu realized she had overreacted and quickly returned to her previous aloof expression. Seeing this, Chiu didn't say anything else. Time passed quickly. Lu Jiajiu not only brought replacement bedding, helped Chiu make the sofa comfortable, but also prepared a delicious meal. It must be said that Lu Jiajiu was the type of woman who was both a good wife and a good mother, capable of handling both domestic chores and social gatherings, truly skilled in everything she did. Chiu, you can sleep on the sofa. I'll go take a shower first. Although she had feelings for Chiu, being alone in the same room with a guy made Lu Jiajiu a bit nervous. She picked up her pajamas and quickly entered the bathroom. However, Chiu didn't seem to notice. His thoughts had already returned to the system. His admiration points were now alarmingly high and continued to rise. As the admiration points increased, more powerful technological weapons were unlocked. Invisible tanks, tracking C-7 missiles, anti-aircraft stasis devices. The variety of weapons was endless, leaving Chiu so delighted he couldn't stop smiling. Even an ordinary-looking nanotech soft armor could provide all-around defense. Just how powerful must these more advanced technological weapons be? However, Chiu didn't let his excitement get the better of him. While these technological weapons were indeed powerful, Chiu had no use for them at the moment. Therefore, Chiu decided to save up his admiration points to exchange for things he actually needed. The strongest medical healing ability. Chiu murmured as he looked at the medical abilities being enhanced in the system. As the ancient leader had mentioned, the next phase of military training would not focus on military skills. Instead, it focuses on medical rescue in emergency situations. Although this ability may not seem as competitive, it is absolutely essential. Whether on military missions or in daily life, emergency medical knowledge is necessary. This is precisely why the senior commander has emphasized its importance. And this ability is precisely what Chiu needs right now. Just as he was about to redeem it, a sudden scream echoed through the air. Ah! Along with the scream came a dull thud. Chiu snapped back to his senses and sat up abruptly. It was Lu Jiajiu's voice, and it was coming from the bathroom. Could it be that the people behind Li Yui had come to seek revenge? No one else could have found him so quickly. Thinking this, Chiu grew tense and grabbed a chair as a weapon. Lu Jiaojiao made no sound, and he rushed toward the bathroom. If Lu Jiaojiao were harmed because of him, he would live the rest of his life in guilt. With his left hand gripping the bathroom doorknob, Chiu gently turned it. At the same time, he raised the chair high above his head. Click. The door didn't open. Lu Jiaojiao was taking a shower and had locked the door. Chiu no longer cared about such details. After a moment's hesitation, he gathered strength in his right leg and kicked the bathroom door with all his might. Chiu's strength was immense, and the bathroom door was kicked off its hinges. Immediately, Chiu charged inside, picked up a stool, and prepared to attack the person inside who had attacked Lu Jiaojiao. However, upon looking around, he saw no one else in the bathroom except for a pale figure sitting on the ground. Chiu looked down in confusion and made eye contact with Lu Jiaojiao. Immediately, Lu Jiaojiao reacted quickly and covered her chest. Senior, let me explain. I heard your screams and came in. I was worried something happened to you. I didn't mean to. Chiu's explanations only made things worse, while Lu Jiaojiao's face grew redder and redder. I'm fine. Could you please leave first? Despite Lu Jiaojiao's efforts to cover up, some parts were still exposed. At that moment, Lu Jiaojiao looked like a fully ripe peach, red enough to be frightening. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll leave right now. Chiu also realized what was going on and hurried out in 2 steps. Stepping out of the bathroom door, Chiu took a deep breath, forcing down the strange sensation in his body. This was bad. He had seen a girl naked. This was a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 84, is that Chiu? But Chiu had no idea what to do now. He could only sit on the sofa and wait for Lu Jiaojiao to come out. After a long time, the deformed bathroom door slowly opened. Lu Jiaojiao had already changed into her pajamas and was leaning on the doorframe as she walked out. But she was moving very slowly, each step was extremely difficult, and she furrowed her brows tightly. From the way she walked, it seemed like her legs were injured. Chiu hurried forward and supported Lu Jiaojiao. The two made physical contact again, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The scene from earlier flashed back into Lu Jiaojiao's mind, and the flush that had just faded from her face returned. However, Chiu didn't have time to notice these details. He noticed that Lu Jiaojiao's ankle was not only swollen but also covered in bruises. It seemed that Lu Jiaojiao had slipped in the bathroom and injured her ankle. If she continued like this, Lu Jiaojiao's injury would likely worsen. Thinking this, Chiu didn't say another word. He shifted his body and directly wrapped his arms around Lu Jiaojiao. At this point, preventing the injury from worsening was the top priority. Chiu's sudden action left Lu Jiaojiao momentarily flustered. She was just an older sister in school, only a year older than Chiu, and ultimately still a student. She rarely interacted with boys in her daily life, and this situation left her completely at a loss. Chiu, let me down. Your foot is severely injured and needs immediate attention. After a brief explanation, Chiu hurriedly placed Lu Jiaojiao on the bed. He then knelt down and gently removed Lu Jiaojiao's rabbit-shaped slippers. Her white, flawless feet were exposed to the air, making Lu Jiaojiao tense up again, her feet involuntarily trying to pull back. Don't move! Chiu frowned and snapped sharply. Had he not seen it himself, Chiu would never have imagined that Lu Jiaojiao's injuries were so severe. Originally, Chiu had some basic first aid knowledge, just like when he had treated Xie Qingshua's wounds earlier. Simple first aid could effectively handle such situations. But now, it was clear that professional medical personnel were needed. It was imperative to go to the hospital. Lu Jiaojiao was in excruciating pain, with tears welling up in her eyes. Chiu, maybe we should go to the hospital. In unbearable pain, Lu Jiaojiao patted Chiu on the shoulder. No, your injuries are too severe to move around anymore. It will only make things worse. Besides, it's already this late. The school clinic is closed. We have to go to the hospital. But the hospital is too far away. I'm afraid your injuries will worsen. Chiu frowned and explained. Then, what should we do? Lu Jiaojiao, who was usually composed, was clearly panicking. Her ankle was in excruciating pain. Do you have a first aid kit here? Chiu closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again after a moment and asked. Yes, it's under the cabinet. Lu Jiaojiao, being the meticulous girl she was, would definitely have first aid supplies at home. Chiu stood up, walked to where Lu Jiaojiao had indicated, and brought the first aid supplies over. Chiu, this first aid kit is only for basic bandaging. Will it be enough? The pain in her foot was growing more intense, and Lu Jiaojiao's forehead began to sweat as she asked. No problem, trust me. Just moments ago, Chiu had activated his strongest medical skills. Now, Chiu's emergency medical skills were far superior to those of professional medics. Seeing Chiu's confident gaze, for some reason, Lu Jiaojiao's heart suddenly calmed down. The trembling in her pain-racked feet gradually subsided as she allowed Chiu to tend to her. First, I need to determine if you have any fractures. Bear with me. Chiu looked up and pressed the area near where Lu Jiaojiao had fallen. Does it hurt here? A little. What about here? It doesn't hurt here. Lu Jiaojiao shook her head. It should be okay. It's not a fracture. Do you have any ice cubes? Yes. In the fridge. Fortunately, Lu Jiaojiao liked to drink iced drinks, so she always kept some in the fridge. Chiu heard this and quickly got up, taking the ice cubes out of the refrigerator. He then used gauze to secure the ice pack around Lu Jiaojiao's ankle. If it's not broken, that's good news. The bruising is from muscle damage. Apply ice first to relieve the swelling and promote blood circulation. I've already bought the medication, it should arrive soon. Once we apply the medication and bandage it properly, rest for a while, and you'll be fine. Chiu worked quickly while explaining the process to Lu Jiaojiao. Watching Chiu, Lu Jiaojiao's mouth opened again. Chiu's professional demeanor made Lu Jiaojiao look at him with newfound respect. How come it feels like Chiu can do anything? Singing, military training, and fighting crime. He kept surprising everyone. Now, he even knows medical knowledge. At that moment, Chiu seemed like a god, radiating a brilliant light that once again stirred Lu Jiaojiao's heart. Soon, the ointment from the delivery arrived. Chiu disinfected Lu Jiaojiao's wound, applied the ointment, and carefully bandaged it. Don't get out of bed for a few days and avoid any stimulation. You'll be fine soon. If I can't get out of bed, what am I supposed to do? You can ask your friends to take care of you. Actually, Lu Jiaojiao asked this because she wanted Chiu to come take care of her more often. But Chiu's words shattered her hopes once again. Doesn't Chiu even count as her friend? Can't he come take care of me? However, Lu Jiaojiao thought to herself that someone as outstanding as Chiu must have a lot on his plate. Seeing Lu Jiaojiao's expression change, Chiu thought she didn't have many friends inside before speaking again. If I have time, I'll come visit you. Really? Hearing Chiu's words, Lu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. Being alone together was the perfect opportunity to build a connection. Chiu nodded and tucked the blanket around Lu Jiaojiao. Get some rest early, I have military training tomorrow. At that moment, Lu Jiaojiao looked like a dutiful young wife, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain. After turning off the light, Chiu also lay down on the sofa and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Chiu got up early and prepared breakfast for Lu Jiaojiao. Today's training program required them to change into their drill sergeant uniforms. However, Chiu had already prepared everything. He had Lin Hao secretly bring the instructor's uniform out. The playground was already crowded with people. Not only were there first-year freshmen, but even many upperclassmen had come here. Teachers from every grade had arrived early as well. Even the principal was standing under the sun, watching intently. And they all had the same purpose. That was to see Chiu. As someone who has dedicated his life to fighting crime and eliminating corruption for the nation, many people admire him greatly. Look, isn't that Chiu? Chapter 85, Emergency Medical Training. Chiu's name is now highly sensitive. Upon hearing it, the team erupted into chaos. Chiu? Is that really him? Is it really Chiu? I searched all over the school yesterday and couldn't find him. Anti-crime campaign, Chiu is so cool. You're my idol. Praise came from all directions, and many who had never paid much attention to Chiu rushed over. They wanted to see what this person who had made it onto the official reports of the Dragon Nation actually looked like. Of course, there were also some disdainful voices. I thought he was something special. My older brother is way better. I don't get why they didn't put my brother in the Dragon Nation daily. Your brother? Yeah, my brother can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. He should be in the Dragon Nation daily. Can your brother fight crime? Fight what's the use of that? My brother sings well, that's enough. Even if he sings well, what's the point? Besides, can your brother sing as well as Chiu? He can sing too? You're lying. Clearly, these people only care about their idols and don't pay attention to other hot topics. Seeing the crowd growing more chaotic, the head instructor shouted loudly. Everyone, quiet down and maintain order. The head instructor's authority was indeed impressive. After his shout, the crowd fell silent instantly. However, just as the students stopped moving, several figures suddenly dashed out. Their speed was so fast that those who didn't know better might have thought they were participating in some kind of competition. Chiu, sign my autograph. I've been a big fan of yours for ages. A female teacher rushed up to Chiu with a smile on her face. Chiu, you forgot when you first reported for duty, I was the one who greeted you. Given our connection, a photo together isn't too much to ask, is it? Let me go first. I've liked Chiu since I was born. Let me take a photo first. Hearing this, Chiu turned around with a strange expression. When he realized the speaker was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, Chiu was completely flustered. No way. You're almost 50, right? When you were born, I was still a tadpole. Everyone step aside. Just as the teachers were in a commotion, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Principal Ma walked over with a stern expression on his face. Principal Ma, look at yourselves. What a disgrace. Principal Ma looked at the teachers, who were all lowering their heads, some of them middle-aged men, and some of them women who were clearly in the throes of a feverish frenzy. Furrowing his brows, he scolded them. You are supposed to be role models for others. Look at yourselves now. Do you even look like teachers anymore? Chiu was supposed to be the pride of our school, the first student to bring our school to Beijing University of Science and Technology. We should have cherished him, but now you're thinking about signing autographs and taking photos. You're all motivated by personal gain. What kind of example are you setting? I hereby declare that anyone who continues to harass Chiu for photos or autographs on campus will be severely punished. Can't we show some care for the future pillars of our nation? Principal Ma spoke passionately, causing the surrounding teachers and students to hang their heads in shame. Indeed, ever since Chiu appeared in the Dragon Nation Daily, these people have been acting like madmen, searching for Chiu in hopes of getting a photo or autograph to feel superior. But they completely forgot their own identities as teachers and students. Therefore, the principal's words made them suddenly realize their mistake. Pursuing him mindlessly would not only disrupt Chiu's life but also jeopardize their own careers. Principal Ma looked at the crowd gradually dispersing around him and finally nodded. It seems that these students are still teachable. They still had some sense. The principal's words left Chiu feeling warm inside. After this incident, his life had indeed become troubled. If it weren't for the principal's timely intervention, today's military training might not have been able to proceed at all. Principal, thank you very much. The teachers and students had already walked away, and Chiu whispered softly. After all, the principal was an elder, and it was proper to express gratitude to elders. Upon hearing Chiu's words, the principal smiled and nodded. He then leaned in close to Chiu's ear. No need to thank me. Just take a photo with me later. Oh, and my nephew wants your autograph. Could you sign one for him when you have time? Hearing the principal's words, Chiu was momentarily speechless. After taking a moment to process it, he finally snapped back to reality. What's going on? Just now, weren't you the one who said no autographs or photos? Why are you saying this now? So you just didn't want to cut in line, did you? Chiu was a bit speechless, but the principal's words weren't entirely without merit. At least it kept him separated from a crowd of mindless people. Wait until military training is over. With a sigh, Chiu could only nod and agree. Alright, I'll wait for you. Hearing Chiu say this, the principal smiled and slowly stood up straight. However, he quickly adopted a stern expression again. Alright, don't let me hear that anyone is bothering Chiu again. Now, let's continue with the military training. Principal Ma nodded in agreement, and the chief instructor stepped forward. Alright, today's military training will focus on emergency medical knowledge. Today, General Gu was not present. He had returned to headquarters. Last time, due to the incident involving Chiu, he not only had to turn back midway, but also mobilized a large number of troops, and the previous matters were not yet resolved. Therefore, today's matters are entirely under the command of the chief instructor. What? First aid knowledge? Do we really need to train in this? Can't we train something cooler, like the shooting drills we did before? Yeah, I think training this is completely useless. Shooting is way better. Upon hearing that this was the kind of training, the students who had been enthusiastic about it lost all interest. How can this compare to the previous shooting training? Even if it's physical training, it's still more prestigious than this, even if it's tiring. Seeing the students complaining non-stop, the chief instructor smiled and spoke again. You guys are still too young. All the previous training pales in comparison to the usefulness of this training. Think about it in your daily life. How often do you use things like marching in formation or shooting? But first aid knowledge is completely different. In everyday life, if you get a sprain or a bruise, you can handle it on your own. And you can even help others in need. Tell me, isn't that useful? The chief instructor spoke eloquently, outlining all the benefits of first aid knowledge. The students below nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Yeah, it seems like first aid knowledge is more practical after all. That is true. Shooting and marching aren't really useful either. Alright, instructors, let us get started. After the chief instructor's speech, the students finally understood and eagerly requested to begin. However, at that moment, the chief instructor turned to look at Chiu beside him and found himself at a loss. Chapter 86, the grandson of the medical god Oyanghua? Chiu indeed came from a military family, so his family must have taught him some basic first aid knowledge. But those were undoubtedly just superficial basics. Proper medical knowledge couldn't possibly be that simple. Although I had already sent him some medical knowledge materials yesterday, given Chiu's situation yesterday, he definitely wouldn't have had the chance to read them. It seems that today's first aid training is bound to go wrong. Seeing the head instructor's gaze, Chiu immediately understood his meaning. However, Chiu nodded at him, signaling that he should relax. Such a minor matter, in the face of the strongest medical skills, was like the difference between a college student and a kindergarten child. Seeing Chiu nod, the chief instructor didn't think much of it. He seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Chiu always managed to deliver an astonishing performance. Alright, all instructors take your positions. Lead the students in training today and we'll conduct simulated exercises tomorrow. The chief instructor announced once more. Report, Chief Instructor, I have a question. Just then, a student suddenly raised his hand and spoke up. What's your question? The chief instructor asked with a puzzled expression. Although Chiu is very capable in other areas, medical knowledge is not something that can be mastered overnight. I have doubts about whether he can lead us in our studies. The student spoke up, expressing his concerns. This was not a student from Chiu's original class, but from another class. Due to the departure of the ancient leader, the chief instructor had assigned several instructors to escort them. As a result, the remaining classes were reassigned. Chiu's abilities were particularly outstanding, so he was assigned to 3 classes. This student was one of those transferred from the 2 classes. Are you questioning your instructor? The chief instructor raised an eyebrow and asked. Sure enough, the worst-case scenario had occurred. It's not questioning, I simply don't believe it. I admit that Chiu's other abilities are exceptional, and he has even taken down a criminal organization. These qualities I admire greatly and find worthy of emulation. But this does not mean that Chiu is a professional in medical knowledge. The student's words left the chief instructor speechless. However, upon further reflection, it was indeed true. Chiu had not demonstrated any medical talent. The only notable instance was when he helped Xie Qingsno treat her wound. Although he handled it well, the difficulty was not high. In other words, what Chiu did could have been done by any instructor. Then what do you consider professional? The chief instructor was at a loss for words and could only ask in return. I am professional. To everyone's surprise, the student's words left everyone speechless once again. What? The chief instructor felt a headache coming on. Had this student lost his mind? Questioning Chiu was one thing, but claiming to be a professional? Could you at least make up a better story? But the chief instructor couldn't say that. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then gave a standard smile and spoke. Alright, you're a professional. What is your name? Oh, Yang Jinpeng. The student didn't seem to think the head instructor didn't believe him. Instead, he calmly blurted out his name. Alright, Jinpeng, wait, your last name is Ouyang? The chief instructor had intended to brush it off, but suddenly turned back. That's correct. Ouyang Jinpeng nodded. Who is Ouyang Hua to you? The chief instructor thought for a moment, then, combining what the young man had just said, asked with a frown. What? Ouyang Hua? What are you talking about? Which Ouyang Hua? Are you deaf? You don't know Ouyang Hua? The one who's known as the mobile emergency station and the medical god, Ouyang Hua? That's right. During the invasion, he followed the troops and saved one soldier after another, creating a legendary tale. But I heard he is no longer practicing medicine now. What a pity. The chief instructor's words once again sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Ouyang Hua's name was well known to everyone. Ouyang Hua is my grandfather. Just as everyone was engaged in a heated discussion about Ouyang Hua, a sudden remark caused the scene to fall silent once more. What did you say? Ouyang Hua is your grandfather? That's right, I'm the 7th generation sole heir of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jinpeng. As he spoke these words, Ouyang Jinpeng's face was filled with pride. Whenever the Ouyang family was mentioned, it represented a legend in the medical field. Although Ouyang Jinpeng had only learned a fraction of his grandfather's skills, but that was more than enough to be considered professional. I can confirm that he is indeed the grandson of Ouyang Hua. There's even a photo of the two of them in his dorm room. One of Ouyang Jinpeng's roommates stepped forward to vouch for him. This once again caused a stir. Ouyang Hua's reputation was far beyond what a single appearance in the Dragon Country Daily could compare to. He was a great hero of Longhua, a modern-day Huatua. Jinpeng, I have a friend who's been feeling unwell lately. What should I do? From the look of it, it's a deficiency of kidney essence. Use your hands less, exercise more, and you'll recover in no time. Alright, thanks. What about me? Take a look at me. You have too much dampness and too much heat. Come to my dorm after this, and I'll prescribe some herbs for you. Drink them for 2 weeks, and you'll be fine. Jinpeng, my period hasn't come for 3 months. What should I do? Extend your hand, let me take your pulse. Upon learning that Ouyang Jinpeng was Ouyang Hua's grandson, everyone's eyes lit up. They all rushed forward, describing their symptoms. If we can't get the medical genius Ouyang Hua to treat us, having his grandson do it isn't so bad either. Enough. Everyone, stand at attention. Seeing the crowd growing more chaotic, the drill sergeant quickly blew his whistle to reform the ranks. Military training is about to begin. Those who need medical attention should return to their dormitories. Just as the drill sergeant was about to issue the order, someone raised their hand again. Commander, since Ouyang Jinpeng is the grandson of the medical genius Ouyang Hua, I think we should let him teach us. No way, what about Chiu? Lin Hao's voice rang out in protest. Chiu is just a temporary replacement anyway. Although he's very powerful, he's eradicated criminal gangs and made it onto the Dragon Nation daily. His medical skills definitely can't match Ouyang Jinping's. So let Ouyang Jinping take over. Specialization is key. Exactly. You're absolutely right, I agree. After yesterday's incident, Chiu not only gained many supporters but also many envious rivals. Seeing this opportunity, they rushed forward and spoke up. The chief instructor was also at a loss, as more and more people were beginning to recognize Ouyang Jinping as the instructor. Chiu, what should we do now? Chapter 87, he truly lives up to being Ouyang Hua's grandson. Not only is he the chief instructor, but he's currently live streaming, and the chat is filled with skepticism. Who would have thought that our school actually has the grandson of the medical god? Yeah, Ouyang Hua saves lives as easily as drinking water. His grandson must be extraordinary too. That's right. My grandfather told me that when he was a child, he had a very difficult illness, and it was also cured by the old master Ouyang Hua. In my opinion, having Ouyang Jinping as the instructor for this emergency training is the perfect choice. But what about Chiu? That's true. Chiu has been an instructor for so long and has plenty of experience. I think he is more suitable. That's true, Chiu has been featured in the Dragon Nation daily and has credibility. But can anyone be more credible than Ouyang Hua? Ouyang Hua is definitely more credible than Chiu. He was awarded the title of medical god before the Dragon Country Daily even existed. The comments flew by wildly. With the combined effect of Ouyang Hua and Chiu, the livestream quickly surpassed 100,000 viewers. Chiu looked down at the growing crowd and shook his head. Alright, since you're not convinced, I'll ask you a medical question. If you answer correctly, I'll give you my instructor's position. Chiu smiled broadly and raised his eyebrows at Ouyang Jinping. Alright, you said it. Ouyang Jinping, seeing Chiu speak so confidently, sneered and agreed immediately. His medical talent was top-notch. He had been studying medicine under his grandfather, Ouyang Hua, since he was a child. Therefore, he was far beyond someone like Chiu. Challenging someone else's profession with his own spare time, Chiu is clearly asking for trouble. Once the words are out, even 4 horses can't catch them back. Is that true? Chiu is courting death, daring to challenge Ouyang Jinping? Yeah, this is going to be a real embarrassment. What's he talking about, being stubborn like a dead duck? Why not just stick to being a crime-fighting hero? What do you mean stubborn as a dead duck? How do you know Chiu can't match that so-called Great Pang? Just as everyone was questioning, a slightly cute voice drifted over, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Turning around, they saw Xie Qingsno, her face flushed with anger, glaring at everyone. After the instructors were reassigned, Xie Qingxue was also placed in Chiu's team. This made Xie Qingxue overjoyed. However, after the previous incident, Xie Qingsno didn't feel comfortable getting too close to Chiu, so she could only stand quietly in the group. When she realized the surrounding whispers were growing increasingly absurd, she finally stepped forward. Those around her had intended to mock her further upon hearing her words. But upon realizing it was Xie Qingxue, they all fell silent. After all, most people knew that Xie Qingxue's father was Xie Hong, and few dared to provoke him. Even if they didn't know, her daily attire and extravagant spending were enough to indicate that she was a wealthy heiress. Seeing that the noisy crowd had fallen silent, Xie Qingxue snorted coldly, no longer bothering to respond, and looked up at Chiu. Ouyang brother, I'll ask then. Chiu smiled and posed his question. If today, a student falls while climbing over an obstacle wall, hits their head, and loses consciousness, and at the same time, another student is struck on the right arm by a brick from the obstacle wall, what would you do in this situation? Upon hearing Chiu's question, Ouyang Jinping was slightly surprised. It seems that Chiu isn't just all talk after all. At least the question was somewhat relevant to the basic first aid training they were undergoing. However, he remained calm, believing he had already seen through Chiu's little trick. This question seemed simple on the surface but lacked many necessary conditions, making it easy to fall into a trap. Alright, based on your question, I have a few points to raise. First, could you provide the specific conditions of the 2 injured individuals and the status of their wounds? Second, what medical tools are available at the scene? Ouyang Jinping remained calm and composed, handling the situation with ease. These 2 questions, though seemingly simple, are actually full of tricks. First, Chiu had come up with these questions on the spot and couldn't have thought them through so thoroughly. Therefore, Chiu was unable to answer these questions. Second, Ouyang Jinping employed a clever technique. With just 2 sentences, he shifted the entire burden of the questions onto Chiu. Looking at Chiu, Ouyang Jinping gave him a challenging glance. If Chiu couldn't handle this, it would be game over. The first patient has no spontaneous breathing, a 4-centimeter head wound with uncontrolled bleeding, absent carotid pulse, and cyanosis. The other patient has severe deformity and swelling in the forearm, causing intense pain and inability to move, with profuse sweating and rapid breathing. The tools available at the scene include gloves, bandages, triangular bandages, bottled water, and a basic first aid kit. Just as Ouyang Jinping was still basking in his self-satisfaction, Chiu spoke slowly. The entire process was smooth and seamless, as if it had been planned in advance. Impossible. How could you think of that so quickly? Yang Jinping looked astonished, unable to believe what he had heard. Even if it were an accident that had just occurred, it wouldn't be possible to describe it so clearly. And it was all in Chiu's mind. Moreover, every question Chiu posed was extremely tricky, and each scenario was worth pondering. Yang Jinping believed that he himself could never have done it. If it were his grandfather, there might be a chance. But that was the experience his grandfather had accumulated over a lifetime of practicing medicine. How could Chiu, who was so young, possibly know? Unless Chiu had already prepared the topic in advance. But Chiu couldn't possibly have known that he would step forward to refute him. Or did he already anticipate this? Why isn't he answering? Does Yang Jinping not know the answer? Is it because Chiu's question was too tricky, or is Yang Jinping just a paper tiger? Looking at this, let's just declare Chiu the winner. The surrounding voices snapped Yang Jinping out of his shock. He no longer had the mental capacity to ponder why Chiu could have come up with the answer so quickly. What he needed to do now was to address the questions Chiu had posed. If he answered poorly, he wouldn't just fail to become an instructor, he'd bring dishonor to the Yang family. However, Yang Jinping was no ordinary man. Despite Chiu's tricky questions, he quickly came up with an answer. The shock on his face gradually faded, and Yang Jinping smiled again. It's simple. For the first patient, perform CPR, which is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Check for breathing and a pulse, perform chest compressions, and simultaneously stop the bleeding from the head wound. As for the second patient, it's clearly a fracture. Just use a bandage and a triangular bandage to immobilize the injury. Yang Jinping spoke confidently, delivering his answer in the shortest possible time. The chief instructor standing nearby was equally stunned. Having studied emergency medicine for so many years, he doubted he could do better if given the same task. No wonder he's Yang Hua's grandson. Chapter 88, Chiu defeated Yang Jinping? The people around them were equally stunned. Though they couldn't understand what was happening, Yang Jinping's aura instantly made everyone believe him. Isn't Yang Jinping a sure winner? Is there a more perfect answer than this? I don't think so. Chiu has nothing to say now, haha. That is so professional. All those technical terms, he must be the descendant of a medical genius. The live stream comments were equally fascinating. There were not only many medical professionals but also several big names in the medical field. Not bad. The question was tricky, but not difficult. Yang Laoyi's grandson answered it perfectly. Indeed, this boy is exceptionally talented. I'd even consider taking him as my disciple. Come on, give it a rest. His grandfather is Yang Hua, how could it be your turn? Well, I'm at least the director of Beijing First Hospital, though, compared to Mr. Yang, I'm still a bit lacking. Yang Hua is a model in the medical field, no one dares to disrespect him. However, these people were also top-notch experts in the medical field, and they all praised Yang Jinping highly. Chiu looked at Yang Jinping's response and nodded thoughtfully. The chief instructor, seeing this, sighed. Originally, Chiu hadn't wanted to show off, and perhaps he still had a reason to spare him. Now that he had boasted about giving up his position to someone else, there was nothing more he could say. But if Chiu didn't take the instructor position, when the old commander returned, he'd skin him alive. What was he to do? As the chief instructor grew increasingly anxious, Yang Jinping's disdain became even more evident. Chiu, don't even think about it. The gap between us is too great. Indeed, the gap is too great. Chiu nodded in agreement. Yang Jinping was puzzled. Had Chiu really given in so easily? There was no challenge at all. He had thought Chiu would go head-to-head with him. Just as Yang Jinping was feeling bored, Chiu's next words left him speechless once again. Someone of your caliber isn't even worth comparing to me. Don't go around claiming to be the grandson of old Master Yang anymore. Chiu spoke without holding back. What did you say? Yang Jinping felt insulted, his face flushing with anger. Has Chiu lost his mind? Has he gone mad? He must be about to get fired as an instructor, he's gone mad. I'm a medical student. If he can give a more perfect answer, I'll eat my own words. You're just trying to get a free meal, aren't you? Do I need to repeat myself? You're so pathetic. Chiu's words made Yang Jinping even angrier, but he soon realized what was going on. Chiu doesn't want to admit defeat, he's just being stubborn. Thinking this, Yang Jinping regained his previous arrogance and spoke again. Since you say I'm pathetic, can you give a better answer? Exactly. If you're so confident, just say it. Stop putting on a show. After Yang Jinping said this, not only did the number of people supporting him not decrease, but it actually increased wildly. Almost everyone around began to doubt Chiu. Alright, then I'll ask you, what were the injuries of the first patient? The first one? It was cardiac arrest caused by the impact. We performed CPR. Is there a problem with that? What about the second one? The second one had fractures caused by blunt force trauma. Yang Jinping was confident in this situation, he was absolutely certain he hadn't made a mistake. What's wrong? Did I make a mistake in my assessment? Have you considered that both patients were injured at the same time? How did you treat both of them simultaneously? Ah, that? At those words, Yang Jinping's smile froze on his face. He hadn't considered that aspect at all, he had only thought about how to treat the injuries. Then I'll just treat them one at a time, right? Yang Jinping was clearly flustered, but he still insisted. After all, his approach was flawless no matter what, he was the one who would come out on top. One by one? That's a joke. As a medical professional, shouldn't you assess the injuries and prioritize those that threaten life first? You didn't even do that. Secondly, I admit that all your steps were technically correct, but the details were extremely poor. For the first patient, chest compressions during CPR must exceed 5 centimeters, otherwise, the effect will be very poor. The second patient was sweating, having difficulty breathing, and given today's weather, it was easy to diagnose as a sign of heat stroke. You ignored all of these. So, when I say you're subpar, is there a problem with that? Chiu's words left Yang Jinping speechless. Indeed, upon further reflection, these details could have been noticed. But due to his arrogance and his urgent desire to outdo Chiu, he had failed to notice them. However, everything Chiu said was completely valid. It seems to make sense. How did I not think of that? You're the director of the first hospital of Beijing City. How could you not have thought of these things? So what? Even Yang Hua's grandson didn't think of it. It's normal that I didn't. But if you look at it that way, Chiu is being too meticulous. And it seems more professional than Yang Jinping. I have a bold idea. What do you think about me taking Chiu as my disciple? Forget it. You can't even get Yang Jinping to take you as a disciple, and you want to take Chiu? You should just ask him to be your master. That makes sense. Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times to persuade him to come out of seclusion. I'm not too far away. Let us go now and ask Chiu to be our master. Not only were the comments like this, but the whispers around them were growing louder and louder. Chiu smiled, but his gaze never left Yang Jinping. I've lost. Yang Jinping paused for a moment before speaking. What? Chiu defeated Yang Jinping? Is that true? That's unbelievable. Chiu, my god. Yang Jinping slowly raised his head and stared at Chiu. He wasn't the type to dwell on defeat. If he lost, he lost. Chiu, I admit it, you're better than me in this area. But that doesn't prove that your medical skills are better than mine. Just wait. During training, I'll make you see the gap between us. Yang Jinping slowly stepped back into the ranks and said no more. Alright, since that's the case, Chiu will continue to serve as our temporary instructor. Does anyone object? The crowd below fell silent, with only 2 or 3 people objecting. Those who had been shouting earlier saw that Yang Jinping had conceded defeat and dared not speak up anymore. Alright, Chiu, take your team and begin military training. The chief instructor finally smiled. At last, they wouldn't have to endure any more hardships. Chiu organized his team, led them to the side, and let everyone rest for 10 minutes. After the break, they would resume military training. Everyone dispersed, except for a hesitant figure standing in place, unsure of what to do. Chapter 89, Full-Scale Drill. Xingshuo? What a coincidence, you're actually in my class. Seeing Xingshuo's figure, Chiu was somewhat taken aback. Yeah, that is right. What a coincidence. Thanks for helping me last time. Without you and Uncle Xie, I probably wouldn't have gotten out unscathed. Chiu, did you really catch all those bad guys? Although the information published by the Dragon Nation Daily was absolutely reliable, Xingshuo still wanted to confirm it again. Well, sort of. But it was mostly thanks to the help of the old chief. Chiu thought for a moment and nodded. Oh. As expected, Dad was right. Someone of Chiu's caliber was a key protege of the ancient leader. In the future, Chiu's position would undoubtedly be under the old leader's command. By then, the gap between himself and Chiu would only grow wider and wider. What's wrong? Chiu asked in confusion. Xingshuo had always been lively and cheerful, but today she seemed to have something on her mind. Nothing. Nothing? Seeing that Xingshuo didn't want to say more, Chiu didn't press the matter further. At that moment, Xingshuo was torn apart inside. She was absolutely certain that she had fallen for Chiu. But given Chiu's current status, she couldn't bring herself to act on her feelings. So she kept dwelling on this issue. Assemble. After an unknown amount of time, Chiu's assembly command snapped Xingshuo back to reality. After tidying her clothes, Xingshuo took a deep breath and returned to the ranks. She decided to put the matter aside for now and focus on the military training first. Alright, everyone, attention. Align to the left. At ease, stand at attention. Due to time constraints, today we will primarily focus on the proper handling of cardiac arrest and fractures. These two situations are extremely common in our daily lives, so they are also the most practical. That's why I asked those two questions earlier. As Chiu finished speaking, there was a stir among the crowd. It turned out that the two questions Chiu had asked were actually related to military training content. It seems that Chiu's medical knowledge is no joke. Coming up with two such meticulously designed questions in such a short time is no easy feat. Alright, let me demonstrate first. As Chiu spoke, an instructor quickly brought over a mannequin. First, I'll demonstrate the proper way to handle cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest, especially when the patient is unconscious and not breathing. At this point, the most critical action is cardiopulmonary resuscitation (CPR), as mentioned earlier by Jinping. I need to press the lower part of the sternum with both hands overlapping. Now watch me demonstrate it. Chiu finished speaking, picked up the mannequin, and demonstrated the entire CPR procedure step by step. Remember, the compression depth for adults must be at least 5 centimeters, and after each compression, allow the chest to fully recoil. Chiu demonstrated the procedure while explaining the precautions. Jinping, standing beside him, watched Chiu's actions, and shock once again crept onto his face. Chiu explained everything in great detail, and as he listened, Jinping felt a strange sensation, as if he were on the verge of a new realization. This feeling had never appeared before, even when his grandfather was lecturing. Of course, he didn't know that this was the result of Chiu's divine training talent coming into play. Everyone trained by Chiu saw their ability to gain insights double. Alright, one by one, come up and give it a try. I'll point out your mistakes. This was Chiu's teaching style. No matter how difficult or tiring it was, he would patiently guide each student step by step until all mistakes were corrected. Time flew by quickly, and soon, most of the students had gone through it once. Now, with the weather being so hot, Chiu was completely soaked through. Next, Chiu roughly wiped the sweat from his forehead and called out. But to his surprise, the one who stepped forward was Jinping. I can do it myself. Jinping didn't want to say much. He walked straight up to the mannequin and began performing CPR. It must be said that Jinping truly lived up to his family name. His movements were both highly skilled and perfectly standard. Chiu watched for a moment and nodded approvingly. Everything was done perfectly, except for one thing: it lacked a certain something. After finishing everything, Jinping immediately stopped and glanced at Chiu with the corner of his eye. Good job. Chiu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. That was Chiu. He always spoke his mind, never stingy with praise, and never hypocritical in his compliments. Humph. But those words, when they reached Jinping's ears, sounded like mockery. Just moments ago, he had admitted defeat, and now he was telling him he did a good job? Hit him with a slap and then offer a sweet reward? He wasn't falling for that. With a cold snort, Jinping quickly returned to his team. Pfft, what attitude! You're just a defeated opponent. Next up was Lin Hao. Seeing Jinping's expression, he sneered disdainfully and muttered under his breath. Alright, get up here and demonstrate it. Got it. Hearing Chiu say this, Lin Hao replied listlessly. Originally, he had planned to take a day off from military training. During the day, there was military training, and at night, he had to edit videos for Chiu. His body simply couldn't take it anymore. However, Chiu insisted that he come, and he had no choice. After all, he was his boss. And he was a boss who paid well. Thinking about it, Lin Hao felt a bit better. After editing videos for Chiu for a few days, the earnings alone were almost 6 figures. If his parents found out, they'd be speechless. He gave it a quick try, but problems arose immediately. Look at how you're pressing. Is it at least 5 centimeters deep? Plus, you didn't wait for it to bounce back before continuing to press. This one pass. What? What? Do it again. After hearing Chiu's words, Lin Hao didn't say anything else. He knew Chiu's personality. He was meticulous in everything he did, even striving for perfection. So, Lin Hao immediately focused all his attention and followed Chiu's instructions again. Sure enough, this time, with Chiu's godlike training talent, Lin Hao's performance was nearly flawless. Holy crap! I learned that so fast? Am I a once-in-a-century hidden genius? Get out of the way. Move on to the next one. Don't block the path. Before he knew it, the entire morning had passed. Chiu forced himself to demonstrate the entire process to every single student. Everyone had basically mastered the basics, with the details handled quite well. Looking at the other teams, various issues kept arising. After practicing all morning, only a few had mastered it. Seeing that practicing with Chiu was effective, the students were full of determination. Some even came back to the playground after lunch to practice again. Chapter 90, When Rivals Meet, Who was the Ugly One? In this way, over the course of an afternoon, Chiu taught everyone the proper method for treating fractures. Due to the high efficiency, they finished much earlier than the other teams. However, Chiu had no intention of letting them disperse early. Instead, he had them rest, and after the break, he planned to demonstrate the entire process again to ensure no mistakes were made. As the team dispersed, Xie Qingsno originally wanted to go talk to Chiu, but upon seeing an instructor come to call Chiu away, she retreated back. "What's wrong, my lady? Why the long face?" A girl ran over and said with a smile. This girl had spoken a few words to Xie Qingxue when she first arrived. After learning about Xie Qingxue's identity, she had been sticking around, trying to make herself noticeable. "Tao Hong, I'm fine. Come on, tell me. Maybe I can help you out." Tao Hong pulled Xie Qingxue's arm and pouted. She was desperately trying to close the distance between herself and Xie Qingxue. That way, Xie Qingxue would invite her to dinner and give her expensive cosmetics and handbags. Well, I think I've fallen for someone, but I don't know how he feels, so I don't know what to do." "Really? You have someone you like?" Tao Hong heard this and her eyes immediately sparkled. The person Xie Qingxue likes must be exceptionally outstanding, either wealthy or of high social status. Once Xie Qingxue is with that person, she could just use a little trick to reap the benefits. Thinking this, Tao Hong couldn't help but smile. "Qingxue, as your friend, I have to tell you, my Bao is the best. If you like him, just go for it. My Bao is good looking and comes from a good family. There's no doubt about it. Think about it, if you don't go after him, how will you know if he likes you? Then you'll just be letting someone else get the better of you." Tao Hong's words seemed caring on the surface, but they were full of ulterior motives. But Xie Qingxue was too innocent to notice anything. "You're right. I'll pursue my own happiness." With that thought, Xie Qingxue made up her mind and began pursuing Chiu. She stood up and walked quickly toward the distance, searching for Chiu's figure. Meanwhile, Tao Hong, who was facing away, revealed a cunning smile. At that moment, Chiu was being pulled aside by the instructors for some guidance. The performance of Chiu's team had been witnessed by all the other instructors, who were now asking him to share his techniques. Thus, Chiu once again found himself acting as an instructor trainer. "So that's how it is, Chiu. You're really detail-oriented. Right, no wonder you came first in military training. I'm truly convinced now. Wow, after all these years, I never thought of that spot. You mentioned it, and it immediately came to mind." After exchanging pleasantries with the instructors, Chiu prepared to return to his team. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. "Lu Jiaojiao, Chiu, I'm not very convenient right now. Could you bring me some food tonight?" The message was accompanied by a playful emoji. Chiu furrowed his brows, hesitating. After all, Lu Jiaojiao was a girl, and it didn't seem appropriate for him to keep going over there. But then again, he had been there when she was injured, even if it wasn't directly related. Rejecting her outright wouldn't be right either. After some thought, Chiu typed the word OK in the chat box. "I'll go visit her today and see how her injuries are before deciding what to do next." Just as he pressed send, his shoulder was suddenly tapped. After undergoing multiple system enhancements, Chiu's body was no longer what it used to be. He reacted quickly and swung his fist forward with all his strength. A shriek echoed through the air as Chiu's fist stopped inches away from the person's cheek. Qingxue? Are you okay?" Seeing Xie Qingxue's expression, Chiu hurried forward. "I'm fine." Xie Qingxue hadn't fully processed what had happened yet. But Chiu's movements were simply too swift. She finally understood how Li Yui and the others had been captured by Chiu. "I just reacted instinctively. It's okay, it's okay." Xie Qingxue snapped back to her senses and waved her hand at Chiu. "What's the big deal? Chiu had saved her multiple times already, how could she possibly be angry?" "You called me? Is something wrong?" No, I have something to say." Xie Qingxue was about to say it was nothing, but Tao Hong's words echoed in her mind, and she immediately changed her tone. "What's the matter? I'm treating you to dinner tonight. The same place as last time. I saw you really liked it." Mentioning this, Xie Qingxue's lips curled into a slight smile. She suddenly realized that whenever she mentioned Chiu, she would become very happy. "Ah, dinner?" Chiu asked in surprise. "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? If it is, never mind." Seeing Chiu's expression, Xie Qingxue's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disappointment. It must be said that Xie Qingxue was straightforward, her emotions were written all over her face. If it were Lu Jiaojiao, she probably wouldn't show it. "No, it's Lu Jiaojiao, the senior. She injured her leg, so I'm going to bring her some food." Chiu thought Xie Qingxue thought he was being intentional, so he hurried to explain. "Lu Jiaojiao?" Xie Qingxue slowly recalled two white rabbits in her mind, but she couldn't remember her appearance. Her only impression of her was one word: big. Right. Oh, let her other friends bring it to her. Let us go eat. Originally, upon hearing Chiu's reluctance, Xie Qingxue had decided to let it go. But upon hearing Lu Jiaojiao's name, her competitive spirit kicked in, and she pulled Chiu and pleaded. "But I've already promised her. A gentleman's word is his bond." Chiu shook his head and refused. "Then I'll go with you to deliver the food first, and then we can go eat." "This. Chiu, just think about how I risked my life to save you. Please agree. It's just a meal." Alright, then. Chiu thought for a moment and nodded. When it came to this, Xie Qingxue was indeed right. The fact that she had risked her life to save him meant that Chiu already owed Xie Qingxue a huge favor. Yay, great! Upon hearing Chiu's agreement, Xie Qingxue was so delighted she nearly jumped for joy, returning to her usual lively self. After sending Xie Qingxue back to the group, Chiu gathered everyone together again. He demonstrated everything that had just happened once more before dismissing the group. After exchanging greetings with the chief instructor, Chiu followed Xie Qingxue off the field. Chiu, wait for me for a moment. I'll go back to the dormitory to change clothes first. Alright. Chiu didn't think much of it, he was going back to change clothes anyway. But Xie Qingxue didn't think the same way. Judging from Lu Jiajiu's actions, she must also like Chiu. If that was the case, then they were rivals in love. When rivals meet, the uglier one feels embarrassed. So she had to make sure her makeup was flawless.